himself as a friend of the working class. After years of openly shitting on his audience, calling his fans the pawns, and leading into the whole rich asshole persona, suddenly he's talking like someone who cares about factory workers on minimum wage. Tom, we ain't never gonna forget this.
You're like, if you're still mad about this, just know that it's your mindset and you're thinking like a fucking loser. But you don't have to have what you have because the fans don't talk about us like that. Yeah, loser, if you're thinking like that. So you maybe I'd like you to have you as a loser fan, but you don't have to be a winner. You could be a winner. You know, you just gotta change the way you think.
Watching Tom's redemption arc since his airport meltdown has been the funniest thing he's ever done in his career. Actually, it's the second funniest. The fun when he shattered every bone in his body trying to do a layup, and then became a fitness guru after he recovered while aging 25 years in the process. But the only thing left to do for these down-to-earth and relatable comedians now is to discuss how money changes people. Yep, you heard that correct.
There's always going to be people that you should donate it all. I mean, that's like the beautiful utopian.
There's that one that did it too. Was it the Patagonia guy? Did he? I think it's the Patagonia guy that became a legit millionaire and donated almost every of it. I think it's him. Yeah, and kept
where did he give it to? Because somebody probably took his money. They're probably living on a yacht somewhere. That's the problem.
I think he gave it to a lot of land preservation type of things.
You know? Good stuff.
Yeah,
things that make sense.
It is like that almost unbelievable, you know what I mean, level of generosity. One in capitalism to that degree was like,
he probably did mushrooms one day. He was what am I doing, man? What am I doing? I'm living in this is a prison.
Yeah,
maybe prison by all this money.
Yeah, maybe. Sam Walton was apparently pretty down to earth too. The Walmart guy.
Yes, when Forbes named Sam Walton America's richest man on October 28th, 1985, people were shocked to discover he lived a humble life in Bentonville, Arkansas, with a muddy dog running around the yard. He was America's richest man in 1985. They also surprised choice of vehicles, 1979 Ford F-150. But as Sam said, why do I drive a pickup truck? What am I supposed to do, haul my dogs around in? A Rolls Royce?
Just what he was.
Yeah. Regular guy.
He was already in his 40s or something, 50s. It was just different for him. He wasn't handed anything.
Don't forget who you are. Don't forget who you are, cocksucker.
Yeah, he didn't.
Well, some people do.
Yeah,
they do, right? It's weird when people change radically.
Yeah.
The number one comedian in the world who has hands down changed for the worse as a result of getting famous and becoming rich is easily Tom Segura. It's not even a debate. And what's wild is that you've got two guys who built their entire careers on being relatable, observational, and down-to-earth personalities, now sitting there diagnosing how money changes people while actively demonstrating the exact opposite in real time, with obviously no self-awareness, of course. And it's not that they're rich like Tom Segura likes to think. Nobody cares about that anymore. It's that they keep pretending like they're our buddies on the inside, exposing the world for what it is, bringing us elite comedy with no censorship or favors, just two purist comedians who know how to read between the lines and bring the... Except nothing could be further from the truth. Rogan's proven this year that he's bought and paid for on multiple levels. I mean, it really is admirable how badly this guy has managed to snooker himself in between the government and a bunch of billionaires. Meanwhile, Tom's sitting here ready to die on the hill of the Riyadh Comedy Festival after biggest comedy backlashes in years.
The only restriction that we had was about Islam and the royals. That was it, which wasn't really a hard thing for most people to adhere to because, like me and those guys, we didn't have Islam and royal jokes. Right, we weren't cutting anything from our acts. Right, I was like, that's not a challenge. Right. For me, but the as far as the people that we met, they were all fantastic. They were really sweet people.
So who accused you of whataboutism?
Just people would get vocally upset that we went. Yeah, and I was like, I mean, first of all, the way that I was that I was doing Dubai, I was booked to do Dubai. I got a call and they're like, hey, do you want to do Riyadh? It's like a 90 flight. I'm like, I'm in the fucking Middle East. I'll had a show, you know, like there. It was like route.
Did you know it was a festival?
I knew it was a festival, and then they told me the lineup, and the lineup was bananas. Right. It was like Bill Burr, Dave Chappelle. I was like, oh, it was like a great lineup. I had no idea. And then
you didn't think it would be something that people would get offended by? I mean, the people that were most offended were the comics that weren't invited.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I know. There's a lot of them that were like, a lot of them were super vocal, but I'm like, you can't sell a ticket in Houston. I don't know why you're upset about Riyadh. Like, no one's going to see you anyway. Right. It was to like 50-year-old feature acts that were upset.
This is where the mental gymnastics goes from high school to Olympic level. I've heard these arguments for the last couple of, and yet still not one of these guys has acknowledged that the backlash was mostly coming from comedy fans. Of course, the immediate response from guys like to put it all down to jealousy and envy from comedians who never made it. It reminds me of how Brendan's criticism towards his first comedy special just 2 years of the game on jealous comics who were doing very well. Again, not realizing that it was the entire internet ridiculing him for being a terrible comedian, yet him thinking that he was an assassin. Meanwhile, Shane Gillis and Stavros House were openly mocking everyone who chose to go over.
Where are you going to release soon?
What? Where? What?
Saudi Arabia and UAE or Dubai.
Dubai?
I think I'm going to pass. Yeah, everyone's doing it. It's like, for Saudis. Yeah. Are those the 9/11 guys? So like, oh, exactly the 9/11.
Well, she just, it takes place on a different you're going to be doing remembrance buzz on Saudi Arabia. From Saudi Arabia, your space.
When does that fucking kick off those boys?
I don't know. Aren't some people now thinking about doing it? Aren't some people not thinking about doing it now? I saw a thing saying some people now might be wavering.
It's not next week. It's like next week.
How are they wavering?
I disagree. Like, yeah, I don't think you got made fun of for it too. Like, actually, I'm not doing it.
To be honest, I don't really have strong feelings about the Saudi Arabia Comedy Festival. I do get the fact that they perpetrated 9/11.
I'm not doing it.
That's good. I admire that.
Then they doubled the bag, and I was like, it was a significant bag.
What?
Yeah, but I said no. You know, I took a principled stand.
Yeah, against Saudi Arabia.
It wasn't even that. I didn't even think.
I thought we were allies.
I didn't even Arabia. Yeah, we are. For a ton of shit.
So why the hell they do 9/11? We're boys.
And then I was going to talk about hijackers from Saudi Arabia.
Really?
All the hijackers. Every single hijacker, basically.
Yeah.
Saudi.
Yeah, you don't 9/11 your friends, bro. That's
You
fucked
don't
up.
9/11 your friends.
You don't. That's fucked up.
That clip of Stubby laughing in Sam Morrill's face will never get old. And it's just so convenient that none of these guys want to acknowledge that one of the biggest comedians in the world turned down the Saudis on the spot. This was the easiest W of Shane's career. But there's also the narrative that the comedians who did go over there were just trying to support the art of stand-up comedy and wanted to be part of the group who helped bring Saudi Arabia out of the darkness. All of a sudden, the biggest trolls on earth became social and cultural warriors who took it upon themselves to spread democracy to the Middle East. Wait, where have I heard that before?
Right now, the entertainment hub of the Middle East is Dubai. That is the entertainment hub of the Middle East. That's where people go. That's their Vegas. Big shows, spectacles, all types of shit. And so they're trying to be to compete with Dubai in entertainment. That's what like the fuel of this is. You know, people get. I don't mind if people. You can be mad about whatever you want. I don't care. But as an experience, it was an amazing experience, and I do think that they'll continue to put on these festivals. Interesting to watch as this festival continues. Who goes? Who gets invited and goes? Who is against it? Because you know it's going to be a few people have some screenshots that are saying. So we'll see who
maybe perhaps. It's weird though, you know, because it's like comedy uniquely challenges the idea of free speech.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
yeah. But I mean,
because it's not like if someone says don't sing any songs, but like, well, I don't have any songs.
But I have to say also, like some of these comics who are saying this, like, oh, you know, I have free speech and you adhere to these restrictions. It's like, have you ever done a private? Have you ever done university? I have. Yeah, they have restrictions.
Yeah, and the question is, should you be working for those people because of what happened with Jamal Khashoggi? That's everyone's big argument. I think Dave had the best line about that.
Yeah,
it's like Israel killed 240 journalists last month.
Yeah,
you know, like what are you talking about?
I mean,
it's the last 3 months.
It's a fair point.
It is a fair point,
but also, I mean, if you want to like go down that line of that argument, you shouldn't
be working in America either.
I mean, that's like, are we saying that only their awful thing is right?
Well, fighting against their funding, as opposed to like if you work in America, it's not. The CIA doesn't fund a comedy show.
Sure, there's a lot of ways to look at it, and if it really upsets you, my position is good.
Well, the other thing,
let it upset you.
Yeah, let it upset you.
I've spoken about this at great length over on Patreon, so I'll summarize here real quick for everybody else. Guys like Tom don't realize that they weren't paid by the Saudi government to do a comedy show. They were paid to come back to the US and regurgitate these same three talking points about how progressive and forward-thinking the Saudis have become. This was basically a tourism ad campaign. It's just that the actors realize they're still. The second thing is these guys were allowed to say a buddy that is completely illegal for a Saudi citizen to say on the streets of Saudi. Tom Bilberger and Andrew Schultz look like absolute muppets when they rant about how free they were to say whatever they want, not realizing that it's a luxury awarded to elites and celebrities, but not the actual citizens of the fucking country they were paid to perform in. I mean, it's still illegal to be gay in Saudi Arabia. Did Tim Dillon and Jessica King think that their appearances on stage would magically change that? And if Rogan's so supportive of the festival, why didn't he go too? Forget, Joe was critical of Tim Dillon when he was on JRE before his invite was revoked. It's almost like Joe bends his own views to match his guests when they're sitting right in front of him.
Outside of this whole Jamal Khashoggi thing, which again is indefensible, right?
Yeah.
Outside of that, this is a more progressive organization. Like they are letting women drive now. They're like slowly. This is coming into a more.
It is progress. It is a sign of progress. Whether people accept that or not, it is a sign of progress there. You saw the faces of people that we were performing for, and because sometimes they're like this, but like how genuinely thankful and excited they were to be at these shows. It was awesome.
He was Ruby. You never would have imagined you'd see a lineup like that.
Yeah. I mean, some of them, they were telling us, they were like, dude, like 10 years ago, nothing like this could have ever happened.
Joe Rogan can add the Saudi government to his list of puppet masters, and they didn't even have to pay him. What a deal. And that's really what down to. JRE used to feel like an open-ended conversation with a minded host who was skeptical of the mainstream. But now it's turned into a revolving door of affirmation where some of the most powerful people in the world get to come and test drive their narratives in a friendly environment with almost no pushback. Joe doesn't see himself as a gatekeeper, but that's exactly who he is now. And to think that this guy owns the biggest and most successful comedy club in the world is crazy. When you combine that with comedians like Tom Segura, who've lost the ability to laugh at themselves while accusing everyone else of being the problem, you end up with this weird parallel universe that you never thought possible. People say this all the time, and it's so true. If you showed Joe Rogan from 10 years ago what he's become now,
Jim the host.
And the irony
Jim
is
the
that
co-host.
he's confused. I keep saying
Jim
this.
just
Comedy
a speaker.
fans aren't
Jim
mad
the
because
audience.
these guys are rich because they took a
Yeah.
paycheck. We're mad because
Jim
we're
the host.
being talked down
Jim
to
the
by
rabbi.
people
Jim the
who are
rabbi.
pretending to be
Jim
one of
the
us
rabbino.
and now
Jim
refuse
the
to acknowledge
rabbinate.
how far removed they've become. So when people say
Jim the
JRE feels
yeshiva.
that, this is exactly
Jim,
it
Jim.
never used to be about politics or money.
Jim, everybody.
A show that questioned everything.
Jim.
Now all Rogan does is push the same 5 talking points and calls out anyone who challenges him as jealous, bitter, or even mentally ill. For a podcast that prides itself on free thought, there's never been less on display. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. I want to thank all of you for spending time on this channel in 2025. It's been another awesome year, and it's all thanks to the supporters who subscribe here on YouTube, and of course the thousands of loyal members over on Patreon. You guys are the best. I appreciate every single one of you, and I'll speak to you all very soon. Cheers.
You're actually in the group when I think of it, of the most lovable people.
Nice.
There's
the same way.
I should check the comments on this episode. Be shocked when people hate me in that, and you know that really for a period of time that really affected me. I would love for someone to explain why I hate me. I would love, those people that put out mean videos or I would love for them to really break it down. This is what I get out of it. And I have friends who send me clips about me and they're like, do you see this? This is terrible. I'm like, oh no. This guy sucks. All he does is take his shirt off, get drunk as fuck, and tell one story. And I was like, yeah, technically, what's wrong with this? I was like, but clearly I do more than that. But that's all you see. They say that because it gets, what they want is the attention. But, I was trying to make the world a better place. I am biting my tongue because I'm watching the decline of stand-up comedy. Yeah, I'm watching it with my own eyes. We had a boom. And I'll tell you, crowd work clips it now.
The most overrated comedian in history is back on Two Bears One, killing the life out of the podcast, his guest, and his entire audience. It seems like the more he tries, the worse it gets, which is strangely reminiscent of Brendan Shaw. Over the last 18 months, Bert has descended from one of the top-selling comedians in the world, with millions of podcast views per week, to one of the worst-performing comedy podcasters in the world. Just to give you an idea, around this time last year, after 24 hours, a Two Bears One Cave episode would normally have over 200,000 views, yet here we are 15 hours after upload with only 14,000. That's actually worse than The Fighter and the Kid. Yep, let that sink in for a minute. Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen sitting in a storage unit with no air conditioning and intermittent, interviewing guests you've never heard of, gets more views than Bert Kreischer on Two Bears One Cave, and the similarities don't end there. These guys have packaged their downfall into a formula at this point. They may as well call it the comedian downfall starter pack. With a growing base of haters that get louder and louder, comes the pushback from the comedian who simply cannot understand why so many people don't think they're funny and are getting sick of their elephant-sized egos. Then they double down with their arrogant, self-righteous act, thinking the haters will soon disappear if they just ignore them, except it only gets worse and they eventually become so delusional that it starts to be funnier. But there are also some nuanced similarities between Bert and Shaw. The name dropping is getting worse. Bert brings up Shane Gillis like Brendan brings up Theo Von. Just wait until I show you Bert's latest Shane Gillis story from this episode. And then there's the incessant interrupting, talking over guests and everything about them. So I'm going to take you through Bert's latest therapy session and explain exactly what I mean. He even wrote his own eulogy, which I'll share with you towards the end as well. Just remember though, if you enjoy this channel and want to see my uncensored exclusive videos over on Patreon, check out the link in the description. Episode 2 of Inside the Green Room is up, plus a whole lot more, so go and check that out if you're interested. As for Bert, he had musician Marcus King on Two Bears today, and as luck would have it, he also had him on Bertcast just a few days ago. Who in the fuck thought it was a good idea to have the same guest on both podcasts recorded on the same day? That's some of the laziest scheduling I've ever seen from these guys, and that's saying a lot. But in case you don't know, Marcus is a recovering alcoholic who is a couple of years sober, so Bert thought it'd be a good idea to go on a rant about how much he loves drinking.
Are you still sober? I am sober. How long?
Broad answer is probably last time we podcasted. I fell off the wagon the night before just to clear the air.
I got somebody that someone was like, dude, you're getting negative comments. You're drinking with Marcus. He's been sober. I was like, oh, really?
It's such a cathartic experience, and it was needed. I would prefer our conversation would would not live on the internet, but that conversation needed to happen for me in my heart. And it's just easier to have those conversations when you're, in a bag a little bit.
It's a little easier to be honest drunk.
Absolutely.
I told our couples therapist I may come drunk a couple times. I'm not really great at therapy, but I was like, let's not forget it pays the bill here. So if you like your job, I'm gonna show up in the bags.
Yeah.
And you're gonna get a different side of me. You're gonna get a little more honest.
Bert is more offended by people who go sober than he is by anything else in this world. He's on the record several times saying how he thinks people who go sober for the attention. So not only doesn't he care about Marcus's battle with drinking, he wanted to make a point of how much he likes alcohol by having a drink with him when he was sober. And when people in the comments called him out, he couldn't understand what the problem was. Maybe don't spend half the podcast talking about drinking and reminiscing about how much you enjoy it and how you could never stop with a guy who made a commitment to his wife to quit when they got married. And we've seen Brendan Schaub do this as well, where he'll mock his producer, Chin, who also has a problem with drinking. It's basically become a regular segment on The Fighter and the Kid, where they'll bring up Chin's health and laugh about how messed up he is, followed by Brendan's fake bravado about taking personal responsibility and getting addicted to the gym. But Bert takes it to a whole new level. The guy is the definition of tone deaf. Just watch how he asks a terrible question in this next clip and then decides to just answer it himself, going on this long-ass rant about how much he loves drinking.
Take that one Jerry shot.
Oh yeah, I saw your post.
Dude, it does this. Everything. It just feels like
Nothing's fun.
yeah, it takes your sparkle away.
It does. I can't do moderation. I don't have a problem, not starting. I just have a problem stopping. So
When was the last time you wanted to drink? You were like, where you were like kind of like how I do the Sober October every year, and I just finished it. And getting back off the wagon is really difficult for me. Having that first drink is really difficult. It's been almost like court order type of things. Night of cruise. It was the first night of the cruise. And they're like, you gotta have to drink on the cruise. Right. And so I was with my daughter George over at Parents Weekend. She was like, yo, you'll have a beer with me, right? And I was like, absolutely. But then the second I started, it's like, all right, back in the game. 8:30. If I hadn't had a drink by 8:30, I go, oh yeah, it's not worth it. And if I can get to 8:30, I call it the witching hours when the sun sets and it looks beautiful outside and everything seems perfect and you feel like you earned it. Because there are many times where you're like, yo man, I'm one of the hardest working motherfuckers out there.
Bert's idea of working hard is recording 2 podcasts on the same day with the same guest and then releasing them within a week of each other. That's 2 hours of hard work right there, sitting in an air-conditioned room and talking about yourself into a microphone while a dozen of your staff are running around to your every need. This is the kind of shit that turned everybody against these guys over the last few years. In fact, there was a conversation between Tom Segura and Joe Rogan on JRE a while ago that actually inspired me to start this channel. It was the conversation where Tom was explaining to Joe how doing ice baths helped him to get through a tough period over a couple of weeks when he had to record a bunch of bankers before he went on tour. He was hole plunging every morning, helped him get through recording at the studio from 10:30 in the morning until school pickup, which is like 4 or 5 fucking hours. That was the point where I was like, okay, I can't take this anymore, and decided it was time to call these guys out. And since then, I've heard some pretty brain-dead takes from Bert, but this next was the cake.
Can you microdose?
Mushrooms? Yeah, absolutely.
So I didn't microdose mushrooms. How can we can't microdose everything? I would love to microdose alcohol.
It's, an interesting conversation to be had.
Because it needs to be a certain amount of alcohol to just get me to that. All I want to feel is the sparkle.
Yeah.
That's all I want to see is that. And then like, oh wait. And then just get there. They should do like
I feel like mushrooms kind of do that.
that's what they say. I never microdose mushrooms, but I also only eat mushrooms to trip my balls with. And so here's my problem with Xanax. I love Xanax. I think Xanax is one of the greatest drugs in the world. I haven't haven't taken it in probably 3 years. Okay. I was explaining my lifestyle to my cardiologist, and he was like this. I was like, yeah, I like to get off, get after it on the weekends, and then on Monday I take a Xanax around 4 p.m. I don't want to drink, and then I take it, I sleep great, and then I don't drink Tuesday, I don't drink Wednesday, I head out on the road Thursday, and I drink Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Xanax, stop with Xanax. He's like, well, you're great. He's like, really, I've never taken Xanax again, I'm never going to let you take Xanax again. So I've taken Xanax, and I like the taking of it. I like the drinking. I like the actual. I like measuring it. I like the being the scientist working this thing. You know? Yeah. It's like with cocaine. I would love to be the guy that won line. What the fun of cocaine is having it in your pocket?
My dad told me when I was 17, he said, never try cocaine because you love it. And I did, boy. And it delivers. It does every time.
That was Bert Kreischer's Scorpion Milk moment, where he thinks he's onto the next best thing, but ends up sounding like a massive dumbass. Microdosing mushrooms and alcohol are two.
Yo, what's up, Levi?
Like, holy shit. Someone.
How you living, Pimp?
Jim, Rabbi.
Jim. Every day's a holiday and it's a feast. How can I help you?
Yeah. I've been trying to log into my link tree, and it has not been working. I'm having issues with it. So that is why I've not linked all the accounts I've actually get to open, the likes of Sora and some other ones I've opened. So but for now, I only have the ones that are open. That is just the only one I have.
Can't you log into? Okay, why can't you log into your link tree?
Yeah.
Why can't you log into your link tree?
I don't know. Maybe, probably it's actually a network glitch or something. So.
Okay. Did you
I tried before coming to Discord. Now I tried before coming to Discord.
Did you download the Linktree app?
Yes, I downloaded the Linktree app. Yes.
And you tried logging in with the Linktree app?
I tried logging in with the Linktree app. I used the Linktree app. Yes, I have the Linktree app before. I have it before, so, but I just haven't linked it with any of my social media accounts. So I just did that after you told me to do so.
Okay. Try with a different browser.
Okay. I'll check it out now.
Have you ever been able to log into your Linktree account?
Yeah. I use applications, not the website, not the website. I use the applications instead.
Okay, but
that is what I've been using.
I understand you've used it. Have you ever been to log in and out and log in and out and log in and out of your Linktree account?
No, I've not been able to do so.
All right, well,
I've done that before, so.
Why don't you press the forgot password button and have it send you your password?
Yeah, that is exactly what I want to do now. I want to log in my Linktree in a like not in the app.
Oh, but press forgot password and it'll email you your password.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
All right, we'll do it and keep me updated.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean.
Again?
Yes, I logged in. Yes.
What was the?
I was unable to log in with my app. With the app. So now I'm logging in with the website.
I understand.
With my phone browser.
Try to log in with your app. It should work.
It seems like it's a glitch or something.
Okay, then uninstall the app.
So once I'm through with the adding the links to the link tree. So what else should I do? Now I'm logging with my app. Now I think yes, it's logged in.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so then we're gonna create videos for you to be able to put on your different platforms. So that's next plan. And then that'll take you a little bit of time. It's not too hard, but You just have to upload like 10 videos to each platforms. And I've got to ask, how many of the social media platforms how many of the social media registered?
I registered, like, I think I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I have 4 already. I'm going to add 4 of them now. So I'm working on the 4 website now.
There are another 15 or so to do.
So am I going to add the Spotify also? I guess that is the music app.
Yeah, it is. And the reason you want that, you don't want somebody stealing your name in the future. Spotify is adding many new features, including like being able to market yourself with podcasts. I mean, that's where you really want to go in. Someone's stealing your name. It's important for you to be able to secure that. If you don't secure it, then you're going to have your name on 29 different platforms, and because of sheer didn't get the last one. It's just an extra one to get. Another thing that it does is when people Google you, Spotify ranks really highly. And so they'll say, oh, this person has an account, and they'll read about you. I'm a Web3 marketer, yada, yada, yada. You don't have to put you don't have to make it public. You don't have to make people aware of what you're listening to, but it's another entry. And if you're already doing the top 30, Spotify is the top 30, and it's growing every year. It's the number one. It's basically the YouTube of audio. But it's not just audio anymore. It's video as well. And so you're starting to be able to upload videos to Spotify. Now, I don't recommend you uploading your videos to Spotify yet, but in the future you may. If you have a longer form video, or whatever it's, maybe you do an AMA someday, or maybe you have a really great X space that you want to download and upload somewhere. Spotify is a great place to do it.
Yes, yeah. I think I will do that now and keep opening more accounts and more accounts and more accounts.
Absolutely.
I'll do that just now. I'm working on it now.
Absolutely. Now, I looked at yours the other day, yesterday. I'm going to look at it. I think I told you, make the word Instagram the full word.
Yes, I've done that.
Excellent. Okay, good.
So I'll just go and work on it now and keep doing it until it's complete. I'm trying to work on the Reddit now to connect the Reddit, and also I think okay, also Tumblr also. I'll work in Tumblr also.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah. Okay.
If you need help, I'm here to help you. I'm glad you could log in.
Yeah. Okay. I'm definitely jumping. All right.
All right, Levi, my man. Levi, for not giving up.
Every business has an image.
Ding a ling a ling a ding dong ding. Look at this athleticism. Folks, if you're watching this, you're seeing my pants fall down. Why? Elasticity issues, baby. Look at this move. Folks, I really want to put in terms that you might be able to understand some of the elasticity issues I'm currently experiencing. This move. This is Look at this move. Folks. Look at this move. Folks, look at this. What is this?
I watched the first episode yesterday. So yeah, I enjoyed it. And he's great. He's a great actor. I didn't know he was gay. Or he's with another guy, but straight guy can do that, right? Probably not. There was a lot that went on in that first episode. I don't think a straight guy can do that. Not even for the role. I mean, I wouldn't do that. I mean, a woman for a role. That makes it worse. Never mind. I heard that. I don't know. Still a no for me.
First prayer of me, my weapon.
I didn't say I was going to. In fact, I said I wasn't going to. Didn't I say that? Not gonna. Psalms 35, 59, 69, 109, and 137. It's where you can find an imprecatory prayer. Here's an example. Break the teeth in their mouths, O God, or pour out your wrath upon them. God doesn't act like that. God doesn't respond to that kind of stuff. Well, that's my God. I've done a lot of stuff on this. My God, yeah, it's a plan. It was rough. So, what's the big check? I understand Jesus. And sometimes when you have a kid, your whole life changes. Your whole outlook on life changes. Is that what happened with God? As you understand the Bible? I would say it like this. There were a set of rules, and they kept breaking rules. And God was like, okay, let's try it again. And then they kept breaking the rules. Okay, let's try it again. Break the rules, break the rules, break the rules, break the rules. Finally, Jesus comes and goes, I have followed all the rules for you. Therefore, I fulfilled the covenant. Now, that's not to say that you're not still, nice to people and these things, etc. It's that the covenant, these rules, these things that people would do to try to get closer to God, would never get them closer to God.
So Jesus comes, fulfills the covenant, and says, I am the truth. I really this. No, you're making it very understandable. Perfect. The only way through to the Father is through me. That's what he says. So how does that change? You believe in Jesus, then you believe in God, and you're more likely to follow the rules? No. If you do believe in him, you will follow. You're more likely to. I mean, I'll say this. That's probably a better, your characterization is probably better. If you do believe in him, you're more likely to. We will all fall short. Right. Because we're human. Yes. But as long as you acknowledge that and say, I'm going to do better, try to do better, that's the process. So because Jesus was the embodiment of what God wanted us to do, and he came, it made people believe in God more and try to act right. Well, it's all fine. It's not bad, right? It's all good. I mean, I'm not the one to ask necessarily. I always think perfectly messy. Christmas Eve Mass can be a long one. In some places, it does. Catholic Masses are all awful. Christmas Eve awful. I mean, I remember Christmas Masses lasted like a couple of hours. A few hours. And singing, and the singing's not even very good. One of my dad's friends at work got married. His daughter got married. She was, my dad's friend at work was born in China, married to a Chinese woman. Their daughter's Chinese American. The family came from China for this wedding, Catholic wedding. So not only did they do a Catholic wedding, which is long Chinese, Catholic Chinese wedding, which was translated into both languages. I'm still at that wedding. I was 11 when I got there. I'm still there. That's how long I get it. I get it. I had this rule for my St. Gregory time day. I wanted the ceremony to be 5 minutes. Just because you know me, you get your purse on your shoulder. Exactly. I have patience for that kind of ceremony. I think it was 5 minutes and 37 seconds. In and out. And everyone had a drink. That's the way to do a wedding at a hotel. Yeah, you really wouldn't do that in church. This is a community. Music God wherever you are. Gary, too. Continue right after this. Hey, Alex. All I want for Christmas is you to give all food to my list also. Obviously. KFI-N-K-O-S-T H-D-2 for a serious storm at Heather Brooker live from the K524-hour newsroom. The National Weather Service has warned this rainstorm over SoCal is one linger. Meteorologists are cold joint LEC officials telling residents to pay attention and be prepared since the storm is about pouring rain. It's also mudslides, rock slides, potholes, and floods. A high-risk designation is rarely designated anywhere across the country and indicates high confidence that an exceptionally dangerous flood event is imminent. It says the storm will be heavy downpours at different times and urges people not to be complacent when one passes as another round like a once in the news is brought to you by Sellers Advantage. Forecasters are expecting to see some of this rainfall really become heavier throughout the day. Anywhere from 9 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon with the heaviest like shifting through Southern California. That's just round 1. Tomorrow, and we're still looking at heavy downpours through that area. So while it feels like it's getting again tomorrow, there will be another added opportunity for Friday. ABC meteorologist Leslie Lopez says SoCal hasn't seen this amount of rain in more than 20 years. Lake Oroville in Northern California has seen its water level rise more than 20 feet since Friday with this fall rain. The next would rise another 40 feet by the end of the week. Data collected from the California Department of Water Resources shows Lake Oroville is now at 102% of its historical average. The mother of a missing 9-year-old girl from Santa Barbara County has been arrested for her daughter's murder. Law enforcement sources say the body of Melanie Buzzard was found in Utah early this month. Her mother, Ashley Buzzard, was arrested at her home in Santa Barbara County. Sources say law enforcement had to wait for DNA tests to verify the identity of her remains before making the arrest. Buzzard was reported missing in October after traveling with her mother in Utah, one of the states they passed through. Sources say it appears the girl was left dead.
The Supreme Court has blocked President Trump from sending the National Guard into Chicago. Illinois Governor Pittsburgh's politics a win for democracy. But the White House is saying that nothing in this detracts from the president's goal of protecting law enforcement officers and enforcing immigration laws. ABC says the High Court's decision could also impact the president's ability to deploy the National Guard to other states. California and 18 other states are suing the Trump administration to try to block ending gender-related care for kids. House Secretary Robert Jr. has announced a plan threatening to end Medicaid and Medicare payments to any hospital providing the treatments, calling them unsafe and ineffective. New York Attorney General Letitia James is calling that claim false and says Kennedy can't unilaterally change medical standards by posting a document ending gender online. The suit accuses the administration of trying to interfere in decisions along in doctors' offices. Unnecessarily clear. Well, somebody might get a Powerball jackpot for Christmas. The big prize for tonight's drawing is up to an estimated $1.7 billion. A professor of math and computer science in North Carolina says the odds of winning are slim, no matter how many tickets a person buys.
Buying 100 tickets is like having just 100 guesses to guess that 1 second in a 9-year span, so it's still not terribly likely.
Professor Tim Chartier of Davidson College says it's very random the way the numbers come up, but he says players are buying the dream. He said today, just have to buy that one ticket to dream about being a billionaire. And I want a little something from Michelle, producer Michelle. Ticket that she gave us all. She called little scratchers for Christmas, and I want a little something. So thank you to Michelle, and thank you to everyone who loves to dream about. We're going to check the 7 day. Or just dream. Or just dream, period. We're all just dreamers.
Well, there's going to be an absolute metric.
It's on
accident. It's going to change your life. It's going to dream. Want you power. I want you to dream big in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James.
One of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, and he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company. So he called Sweet James.
And those attorneys in Sweet James helps him get the medical care he needed and recover as quickly as possible. You're right back up on that bike again.
Then they tirelessly delivering $400,000.
If you are ever hurt in an accident, whether it's today, tomorrow, whatever, you need a team of local attorneys with the skill and the resources to win the most.
Compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Brings over 500 trials of experience to every case big or small, 8% of the time, and they win big.
So call Sweet James, 809 million. They can't guarantee the outcome level. Make sure you have it by yourself.
809 million, 809 million, 809 000. 000. Or go to sweetjames.com. Till then, weather from KFI, rainy today, lots of rain, high around 60 in Metro LA and OC, upper 60s inches, mid 60s in the valleys, 60s in the inland and higher, and 40s in the high desert. Right now, 64 in Laguna Woods, 62 Chino, 57 Northridge, and 62 in San Gabriel. The KFI financial report. Market's going to close a little bit early today, but right now the Dow is up. That's 500 up 22, and the Nasdaq 51. Let's take a look at what's happening on the 17th.
Problems there. You hear about outside of the 710 right before Rosecrans Center was blocking the crash. Traffic slammed back to the 91. Continuing north, we've got problems actually on the southbound side of the 710. Right there, kind of in the down area, down in Linwood there, looks like a crash being cleared just past Imperial Highway. The northbound side, around Firestone, crash there. Looks like a car hydroplaned and is now under assembly. On the 710 northbound at Firestone Boulevard, that has traffic stopped all the way back. Actually, approach Firestone Boulevard on the northbound side. More problems from the valley. The valley's been hit. It's just been a rough morning for the valley. The northbound side of the flat completely shut down. This is going to be right there. Penrose, all lanes closed due to flooding there. A lot of cars trapped in the water and traffic stopped back to Glen Oaks Boulevard. Further north, we still have a full closure of the northbound 5 at the highway at the 118 interchange. It's an injury crash. Involving a FedEx truck out early this morning was jackknifed across the roadway there, and they still have not reopened those lanes yet. And northbound side of the 5 way, or actually southbound side of the 5 freeway looks pretty good. And with you coming out of the New Palm Pass, I gotta tell you, there's a lot of standing water in the Norman area. Just saw that live on Channel 5. It's also got the Topanga Canyon. That area is still unstable from earlier fires. Problems there. That has got that roadway completely shut down. We'll keep you updated there with Southern California's most active internal reports. How about you hear that? Good chat going on. Another touchdown in the playoffs. I'm JJ Zachary, host of the Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast. Every move matters this time. Tune in daily to help build a roster to meet your friends, your family, and that one coworker who won't stop talking. Literally, open your free iHeartRadio app, search Late Round Fantasy Football Podcast, and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
For something that I'm so long, and it's actually happening. What happened at first? Yes, I was a believer before that moment. I believed it. And then he pulled back and said, I can't believe this. Why? And he goes, I feel like I'm missing my sister. No. Father, then, we turned to a friend and straight to the bar. That's right. Your other half for eternity. Everybody has something that they connect for, and unfortunately, there's people out there who still have. There's nothing that can Twin Flames.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Rabbi Eliezer was quiet. So what you see over here, and again, these back and forth, is fundamental focus Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Eliezer essentially saying, I'm saying, will be released. Rabbi Yeshua, it's not the way it works. Gula comes, Mashiach comes, when Hashem ordains it. They get back and forth at each other. Conclusion that the way is that Rabbi Eliezer ultimately was repeated by Rabbi Yeshua's. So it sounds like over here, the sheet of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that Mashiach comes when a Torah chooses to bring him. That seems to be a point that triumphs. Because it's not an empty conversation. Never made outstanding. Does Mashiach come? Does Mashiach come with Tshuva? Or does Mashiach come with the point of our Tshuva? Whenever the Shmarel means one things, at some point in time by which the world has to be redeemed. It's incredible. Well, I'm already out, but we'll say, let's see that it can see this in a second.
Yo, what up, Billy?
We have to do these things.
How you living, big dog? Hello, how are you? I'm well, how are you? What's good? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
My camera is actually not all right. So I'm going to send you the resume.
Okay, well, you can send it to me.
All right. Are you going out for Christmas tomorrow?
I don't celebrate Christmas.
Really?
I'm Jewish.
Wow. Wow. Very sorry.
Don't be sorry. We just had Hanukkah. We had 8 days of fun.
Okay. So I'll be back. I want to get my computer ready.
Okay, my man. I'll be here when you need help. Absolutely, my friend.
Just what do I want to know? What do I want to know? That is close, right? I just want to know that we're headed in the right direction. This, by the way, is an incredible Gemara. Rabbi Abba says, he said, if you want to know the most important sign that Mashiach is coming, I will say, what is it? Shnei Amar, Va'anta, Hari Yisrael Titenu, U'Prich, U'Prichem, Tisu Ba'anei Eretz Yisrael. It says, when the land comes back to life, when the trees, when the vines produce their fruit, that's how you know that the chef is going. Klal Yisrael is not an Eretz Yisrael government. Klal Yisrael is an Eretz Yisrael government. The more the land produces, the closer you know who they are. She says over here, she says, the Gula Mikul is going to be first short rice. In Eretz Yisrael, period, the Ayin Yachah. In Eretz Yisrael produces fruit, you have any good measure, the English are Kate's windows. The chef is close, and there is no greater revelation in the vitality of the land. Let's say, okay, a little bit of a running joke, it's like, you see, like, this is why, we live in a time where Eretz Yisrael produces award-winning wines. Award-winning wines. Like, the number of wineries in Eretz Yisrael is down. I will say, it's not just that there's good wines in Eretz Yisrael. It's that the ultimate sign that the English is close. The ultimate wine that is anywhere but Eretz Yisrael. Every sign is a symbol I will say, it's the most. Do you remember? Some of us are old enough to remember. Like, yeah, remember, what used to be the section of kosher wine? What was it? There was not a section like in the square bottle, like the square bottle, right? Is it? That's like a lager, like a big little handle on top. That was, I don't know what else it is. I will say now, it's incredible. Now, you couldn't drink all the wine if you want. It's incredible. It's not just something else. So nice. It's a sign of Mashiach. So just as a sign, it's a sign of Mashiach. It's so important to experience that history as well. So important to put our money there as well. At the end of the day, that's facilitating this life that's as well. It's incredible. Incredible. Someone goes back there. Rabbi Rothschild says, after Mizah Shnei, I'm keeping everybody left. Ein Schar Adam Kolmiya Schar Behema Kinera Uliot Siglava in Shalom Binatzal. So Rabbi says there's another sign of the Messianic arrival, which is that Messianic arrival, which is there will not be the wages of people, not the money wages of animals, right? Uliot Siglava in Shalom Binatzal. Those who are going and coming to the physical vessel, value of the Baba in Shalom. What does that mean? Rabbi even who are known for possessing tranquility. Say Shalom Rab. They are
Dog. Look at this athleticism. Motherfucker dreaming about shotness. Oh. Look at this athleticism. This motherfucker's so athletic.
On one hand, right, the first thing he says, Rabbi Abba say, the sign of impending messianic arrival is the
So what are you gonna do? Stand, grab my tefillin, daven. It's. Wish when you turn 40 you have to daven anymore. That'd be cool. Cause it sucks. Does it? It's the worst. Why? It's just the worst. But then if I'm ever unable to do it or delayed to do it, I always do it. But then it's like, oh man, I miss it. True? No, it still sucks. You gonna stand, big dog? Doug, I get like a ton of warmth inside knowing that when you type Rabbi Rothschild in Kick, it deletes the message. That is just the funniest shit to me of all time. Like, just the best. They're just like, no, you cannot use this fucking name. It's my name, baby. Don't wear it out.
When there's a total loss of authority because of the office, Hazal means give a little bit of authority, right? So in other words, a point place by other people is usually some element of authority that's there. When Mashiach comes, there's a loss of any level of authority. Shne'emar, the Karas Hazal Zalman is more. So that's right. When does Mashiach come?
Big chunk of them don't lay in bed. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Yisrael. Big chunk of them don't lay in bed.
Four lines up from before it gets wide. שנאמר כי אז עושים מקרבך עליך גאוותך. והשארתי בקרבך עם אני ודאו, וחסה בשם השם. ובשמאלה בשום צורוסי בני this is respectful. That it's arrogance that Mashiach away. It's arrogance Mashiach away. What's the logic behind that, right? The logic behind it is remember again. Let's see inside. So where was I going? So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. We should in and David. And Mashiach comes when the judges and enforcers, where this is talking about corrupt judges and corrupt enforcers, exploit their power for self-gain. Shne'emar v'ashiva yadi alacha ve'exot kavod sigafa v'ashiva shomhayecha. This is beautiful. And Yerushalayim, if this Elah, it's not the first wise line. Uva says that Yerushalayim only redeemed She'emar Sion that Mishpach, right? Sion will be redeemed with Mishpach, justice, Mishpach, and will return to stuff. That will say this is very important. So whenever we read this tomorrow, we say, wow, what did we talk about? What is it? Right? That's a doctor, that's it. The decade of the system, right?
This is the worst. Really?
One of them is just translated words.
Tell your mom.
I saw Brendan Chopsing with
You're hearing from Michigan coach.
He said, I like balls on my chin. Instead of saying I like
Start from the macro.
It's thinking about it. We'll read the comments on that one. I can't do that.
I'm on the shop side.
Well, yeah, when you're doing that, yeah.
No, I'm on the shop side. Like, if you look at this, look at this.
Who's right about shop? Oh, shit.
You're the you're the one that's forced to do shit. Let's see.
White corner. Six. We got one. Yeah. Caller. And it's his birthday. 22 years old. Damn. Little fucking baller. Little baller, dude. And he get. What was the white corner thing?
He's just
oh, white cornerback. God, and all in one clip? No, well, like, why was he talking about, because of the Super Bowl? Oh, my God. The first time? Oh, my God. I mean, why would he says rap is stupid, or rappers are artists, and he's like, but there's a white cornerback, that's so racist. You think rap's art? Did you see that white cornerback get an interception? That's art. That's the kind of stuff where it's like it becomes less funny and more sort of like that. Let's
see here. Okay. Damn, Matt. Be cool, man. Not even 30 minutes in and you're already throwing shade. All right. This is a long clip. Let's see.
DC would clearly say the only reason.
Who was it posted by? One usual 4460 posted this.
Oh, man, we changed the two gays out fighting. I'll never forget when Game was fighting. I was on the same card. I fought Gonzaga. Yeah, that was the fight he fought. What
are you thinking about the cigar?
It's like a funny prop for him. Like just holding it like this. I don't know anything about cigars, but he looks stupid, right? He's not going to say something smart.
Is that your takeaway, dude? Because my takeaway is it should be in black and white. This shit looks way better, I bet.
They do a black and white fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a James video. They black and white, put like French music over it. I was in the gun I said, yeah, start giving the study. We're doing the fucking pre-shoot stuff. He took his shirt off, and I'm like, wait to go. He has that brown pride that the guy doing the video. Somebody goes, hey, if I have white pride, is that cool? And they just, dude, just shut the fuck up. That way, you're allowed to have pride. Well, because the Mexicans didn't really subjugate the people in recent memory. It's a big difference. We're so whole country. What's with this little stuff? Did you guys see Cat Williams in Phoenix? Did you see that? Oh my God! Not only did that dude hear the whole crowd chant in America, he's like, "Motherfucker, this ain't Mexico. This is Phoenix." It was incredible. Oh yeah, heckler in Phoenix. Something about Mexicans and Cat. I saw Cat Williams at the Comedy Store one time. He was so fucking good. He was like, I've been doing this. He was playing with a band and stuff like that. He's one of the greats. Did you see my? What is your takeaway on this one?
Oh, if I was Jamie, I'd be able to put the part out.
Just because it's boring, or
the part was, yeah.
Yeah,
the Cat Williams. Wait, the clip's not done yet.
Yeah. Well, you know what? The only thing I really noticed from there is like, classic job is like being like kind of racist or whatever. Boring. Seen it. Call it. But Rogan had a pretty good Cat Williams impersonation. Yeah. Maybe he was just rid of that point by Brennan, but it's pretty on point. That's an old clip too. He had to pull some. When Brennan comes on your show, you have to have things ready to like turn away from. He's like, oh yeah. Cat Williams said this thing. Did you see that?
And then when the camera switches, you get your talent to go.
What if it was like even older? He's like, dude, fucking that move, dude, Marvel just started making movies. Marvel, like the superhero action movie. Iron Man 1? Yeah. Iron Man 1 blew me away. They're all like, oh, we get it. Yeah.
His job's like, yeah, Robert Downey Jr., great white guy.
He brings it back to race. Yeah, it's great to see white superheroes again, huh? Good. Finally. We get it. Theo's podcast? Because he kind of does a character, and he's doing his thing, but Theo's so fucking funny, he breaks like 3 times. He just can't. Oh, really? Because Theo's talking about black ducks. He gives some black ducks. Theo's out of his mind. He's the best. He broke Cat like 4 times. Really? Yeah, how about when he was talking to the president? He was saying, man, that cocaine will turn you into a damn owl. Trump's all, Trump's like, what the fuck? Talking about cocaine? But that is like really probably what Trump needed. He needed those kind of interviews. Which comedians was he shitting on with friends aren't funny?
Yes. That's terrible. Amazing. Fuck. Holy shit. That's a hot move.
We should get a Matt Sarah poster behind us, dude.
Yeah. Damn. Dude, Matt Sarah's fucking welcome to being a fucking homeless cat, Matt Sarah.
We'll replace Annie's face with.
Yeah, she's gone.
That was a bad joke. We're not gonna do that.
Not to make it over with. Listen, he said that because he thought for some crazy reason that I didn't want to have him on, like somehow or another. That he would be showing up people or something because he's so good. Maybe he thought that because he's isolated. That's not even. He don't know me that well. The first time I met him was in the studio. Yeah.
So he's isolated. Sounds like plenty of time to count the amount of comedians you have on that are shitty.
Joe is like he's not talking about Brendan Shaw. He's talking. Look, he just doesn't. It's a weird thing. He didn't get it.
That would be hilarious, though. Well, let's just say 2 of them are in the room right now.
That would be funny. But Joe doesn't even as a joke. That would be funny. Joe didn't have it in him. Even he wouldn't think of that, and he also wouldn't say it.
I really don't understand because I watched a lot of this fight companion while watching the fights.
Right.
I do not understand why Joe Rogan has Brian Kelly and Brendan Schaub in the room.
Why? Because he doesn't get along with them, or what?
No, they get along fine. It's not about that. It's just like, why have him? I mean, we just saw Brendan Schaub talking about rap isn't art, and all the countless times where he's been racist. And the stories we've heard outside of the podcast, it's like, why the fuck do you still have this around?
I don't know. One part of me was like, he wants them around because they make him look better, but he also has really funny on people on sometimes too. I think they're his friends, and he's like comfortable for whatever reason around Cal. I mean, he's just as stupid as them, and they're also they do what he does. They're versions of him, right? They both do like Brian does the stupid yelling, and Shaw just parrots what Rogan does. He wants yes men, I guess. Oh, yeah.
I love Cat Williams. I've always been a fan. I've always talked about Pimp Chronicles. It's fucking fantastic. It's so good. He's so wild, and I've actually taken advice from him. There's 2 pieces of advice that I took from an interview that I use to this day before show. He said, don't eat because I want to be hungry. I'm better off being hungry. My brain works better. And then 2, he said I have a music playlist that just gets me in the mood to do a show. So I'm like, that's a good idea. And from then on, I carry around like a Bluetooth machine, like a Bluetooth boombox, and bring it in a green room playlist that we have on Spotify. That's all the songs. But it's not even for athletes do hours. It's smart. Yeah, you should do it. That's what athletes do. It was a smart thing. I was thinking, why don't I do that? Like, that makes sense. Like, you want to turn it into a little bit of a party. You get that music going. It feels good. Like we do at the green room.
Damn, dude, I wonder what all of them listened to before. What does Cal listen to? What does Rogan listen to? What does Shaw listen to?
I like how this is new news. So I'm like, yeah, oh my god, that's a great idea. What the fuck?
Blows his mind. He never listened to a song before.
Dude, I can't hear him. I'm hungry right now.
Shaw's definitely been eating before show. He has a food truck there, and then he comes on, he's like, oh man. Anybody else? Like, full?
It's like, how do they even fit in that thing? Just put it in my mouth.
John probably eats a burrito, hot dog, and then talks to people beforehand and completely forgets his set. He's like, fuck, I just got. He goes out and he's like, hey, that guy's gay, right? He's got nothing.
Do you want to see Shop now that he's a red do stand up now that he's a right-wing politician?
Oh, just the same. I don't care what. If he was completely liberal, conservative, independent, all of it, everything. You'll in any facet, I would love to see Brandon do stand-up. I can't wait for him to do stand-up again. I keep praying.
Every day I wake up and check my news. Yeah, so you'll be fucking headline news if you haven't. That posted by Sequent Jose, former heavyweight contender, says he can beat up a girl. It's okay. Okay, guys, I'm a fan of her too, but I would beat the shit out of her, dude.
Oh yeah,
See that clip, I'm sure.
yeah. That was in the Discord, I think. Or about it happened. It made me laugh. Oh, my shop just said he would beat up a woman. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Okay, so posted by I'm Chop Busted. Flynn exposing his work conditions at the Thick Boy Studio West Coast Closes store. Another day at Thick Boy Studio. Roach.
Yeah, I don't know. You want to kind of, that's something that not everybody needs to know. There's roaches in your work. Now every employee knows.
That is a roach.
He's trying to escape. It's the first roach that wants to get out. Please, I can't take it anymore. There's just all we have is energy drinks like that. Podcast.
Three sure shots yesterday.
Kill me. I'm out in the open. I could live. You don't want other ways to know that there's roaches. I don't think. Or maybe you say that.
I miss Mark. Bring back Mark. Let's see here. The cracks are starting to try. Is that your shirt? Anti-electrical car nonsense. Is that your shirt? Drive fast, all gas. Bro, where's mine? Where are you bringing one for you guys? I don't know. You drove like this. I like those. I like the way it looks. What is that? Anti-electric vehicle cover out there. When they can drive in your fucking truck here in electric vehicle. I didn't ask for that. I said a GT. You're on the vehicle. So I'm jealous. I'm not in the car. Like I was telling you, I did my thing when I was so angry. I used to drive the band to listen to engines. Like, I had so much anger, but now I'm moving to Austin.
Oh, damn. He really is moving.
Yep. Fuck.
Damn, dude.
We'll see, dude.
Yeah. What, they still do the show, though, right?
I don't know.
Oh, fuck. This is it.
It's got a factory here. I know. Get yourself one. Get yourself a Cybertruck and put the fighter and the kid logo all on. Just drive around town like a Ferrari. Let's go, baby. You don't want to drink out. Can I get the clip here? Can I get a clip here? How can I get a clip here?
Yeah, I didn't know that he had done that. I didn't know that. Did you know that?
This is probably him just talking.
I know, but I've never seen that before. No, I've never seen that. Wow. So he's got a fucking dude. He's part of the universe, man. Let's see what else we got here. Posted by Confident Search 8648. Imagine having a special on YouTube with less views than a video explaining how blockchain is. So, very good video. This is at 520. Oh, fuck. I mean, this is Peach's delight, dude. Yeah. Well, there's something that bad uncancelable. You don't really want that many views. You want less views for sure. And then the graveyard video, because that's actually good. A lot of people are going to watch that. You know? So, that's actually good for ladies. That's your takeaway. Oh, that's a promotion. This is posted by ABTB12. You're doing great. Antonio Brown was on Fighter and the Kid. He was also on the Peter Watts podcast. And the difference in views is 960,000 if my math is correct. Well, you know,
we're not
Theo's been working on a thing for a while, trying to, he's just doing something different. They've been going on like their classic podcast. They're both black belts. So, this is probably a fluke thing.
So, here we go, dude. Remember how back in the day, they used to talk about how, there was some sort of, that if you do these shows, you can get on Rogan. Yeah, and it kind of got across the light, kind of stopped happening. It's kind of happening now again, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Because they're doing the rounds of all the same shows.
Yeah, no, that seems right. So Antonio Brown wants to be on Rogan for sure. Yeah.
Well, Rogan posted a story today of some sort of exchange Or no, Antonio Brown posted something on Twitter with him talking to Rogan, and Rogan saying, "Yeah, we'll be excited to have you in here." And the next thing you know, he's on all these other shows.
Yeah, they worked out a deal. Rogan's like, listen. Or actually, Rogan doesn't tell you. Other people say, they go, hey, you know, Rogan, to get on Rogan, you gotta do Theo Von, which everybody wants to do anyway. They say, hey, you gotta do Teeth Decades. Fuck. Okay. But yeah, I mean, Antonio Brown sucks ass. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's on all these shows and then also Rogan. Dude, like, because Rogan likes getting on some of the worst people we've ever seen.
You're just considering it. I think Antonio Brown's fine.
You do? He just steals other people's memes and shares them. They're always like, here's Jimmy Kimmel's best food. It's like something that looks like a penis. It's very Brandon Shaw.
I'm not here to defend him, but I think he's fine. Let's see here. This is posted by Horror Nothing 9. Guys, I hate that I'm so skinny. Alright, should we read what this says? Skinny as I've ever been. I'm actually not loving it. I've always loved being curvy, but getting sick. Every 2 to 3 weeks, I'm getting to lose weight. I'm 134 pounds, almost 5'7". I want to be back at like 145,000 perfect.
Somebody said, well, too obsessed.
It's all lady.
Your mom gets sick and she takes a penny. You're at school and you're like, fuck, my mom's sick again. Everyone's gonna see her snatch. Shit. I hate it when my mom's sick. She loses weight. Post her ass on the
Okay, so his name is Conquistador. Conquistador. Well, this was a surprise. Let's see.
It's me, Antonio Banderas. Because my boss Fridge makes me feel different. Makes me feel like Antonio Banderas.
Well, I hear you, brother. When I use my watch power tools.
The more you feel like
Yeah, he did his own stuff too. What if he was like, when I get the boss power tool, I feel like Brian Kelly. And then like, grab me up, like, squeeze, he's a woman. I feel like when I get the power tool, I feel like Joe Rogan.
when I get the bus power tool, like at the very, why would I feel like this?
I'll do it.
When I get the bus power tool, I feel like Jeff Nye. When I get the bus power tool, I feel like Mr. Whole Foods dipping my nacho in my nacho cheese. When I do the bus power tools, I feel badly ready for some anti.
This can go on all day.
You gotta have a good one.
Please add that.
No, we're not editing that out.
When I get the bus power tools, I feel like an employee at the Tagarabelli running a whole summer at the Tukadosh, a brand job.
Alright, I'll cut that part out too. This one's posted by BWA. First of all, do you think they did any sort of digging on BGL where they had to do a background check on them? And when they pulled up our podcast, I started watching it and 2 hours in, like, this is like really good.
That's the reason. We weren't sure about you, but you're in. You're in. I hope so. Thanks for the views.
Timo's great podcast, Mark, but why were you letting your girls call? My bad. Trying to explain the Super Bowl commercial, so BGL is going to the Super Bowl commercial. Papa is going to go crazy. This next podcast. Mark Curley used to work for the
Bopping them paid BGL and went on a rant on the subreddit. Anyways, now he's doing a Super Bowl comment, and us homeless cats can't wait to hear what Papa Shot has to say. What the fuck? That's a perfect. God damn, dude, that's the fucking pain that every homeless cat has, and nobody knows. Nobody, because we didn't matter. Let's see here. This is by Jesse. It's so good. By the way, we watched the BGL commercial. I'm pretty sure it'll be good. Had to post this classic dish, deep fried t-shirt. Shout out Rhonda XX. Oh, XX.
It's so fucking hard. Stand is hard. It's so hard.
I can't tell the chats or something. Did he say it's gay or something? Yeah, just look how great he's putting hands to the chest. Yeah, he's doing it like he's in like an old movie from the 50s about the South, like Gone with the Wind or something. This is what he looks like when you pull up in an electric vehicle. Oh my god, why is he doing this? Oh no, you're gay.
Damn, it's the hardest job. It's so hard. Ain't the hardest job in the world. Special, do it on your own, rely on your team, and we have to deal with all the marketing.
Oh man, dude, what did you see, Moana?
It's so fucking fucking professional stand-ups out there because of the doctors in America. I'm sorry.
Socrates. Socrates was gay. Modern philosophy is actually stand-up comedy where someone pretends that they're an African singing man. Modern philosophy is when you have a friend with a shovel to save you from a fight. Have you seen, I teach a lot. I teach a lot of classes. Have you seen man class? You can learn more in man class or man test. You could, in the entire University of Toronto.
Oh, fuck, that was amazing, Jesse. It's so good. Yeah.
Rhonda XX. Rhonda XX, sorry. Hype TK posted this one called Oops. Epstein 2.0 who took over Epstein's empire. Shit. How did it come out? So this is posted by Icarus Lives, Crystalia, warning his past self not to use Snapchat. Is this like, what's it called, Interstellar, where he's looking at the...
How did it come out? Like, how did they...
voice model.
You called it.
Yeah. Oh, no. I heard the subject.
Or ended up finding it.
Finding it, what do you mean? Snapchat goes away, right? How they...
Probably saved it. You can screen record and take screenshots.
Very good. Hilarious. All right, this is posted by Riff Raff the Alley Cat. This was me last night. Facts. Homeless cat watching Randy Savage. I heard that blows away those lines from the Reddit. Oh yeah. I didn't see it live. I just saw it on the Reddit. Yeah, I wish I didn't see you guys see people posting about it. Yeah.
Let's see here. This is what is this emoji? B. Can't see from back here. Posted by 230322. Water. What do you think of this? Yeah. Water, weed. I never really listened to that podcast or seen Oh yeah, that's a great post. Oh, that's why the yeah. Okay, so I've not watched this clip yet. I'm really excited for it. I read the title and I took this script video and put it at the beginning of last week's episode, but I did not watch it. Baton is a smart kid, but Papa has retired from non-Rogan podcasts. And I just read the title and I was like, oh, come on. Danny Kaufman 2 posted this. Let's see.
Oh, Brendan, what do you think about Brian going on that little shit's podcast? Todd? I don't know the kid. I'm 41. He's a young kid, right? He's a smart kid. He has an ankle.
What do you think he talked about? We have an angle, dude. Yeah, I would love to hear him describe it. We might not even have an angle. But dude, this studio is crazy looking at me. All these dudes, they're like the mafia or something. They all have on sunglasses. Chin's over here like, what are we gonna do, boss? We're gonna jump Baton. What do you think about this shitty kid, huh? What do you think about this dumb fuck kid, huh? Should we take him fucking out, Brandon? Get rid of him for you? No, he's not. It's like the penguin. Yeah. Hey, he's talking about you.
He was trying to rattle him in the pride. And the kid can't, like, get off the bed.
Am I imagining that he didn't have on sunglasses before? Did he just put them on? Yes, I'm about to. Really? Can we go back? I know for a fact. Okay. We'll go back to the beginning after this. So it's like... It almost feels like between. If I would take friends, I just don't see upside of text. I see what I support my corruption. It's the digits, but I need words and make sure you don't. Brian had a good ego of he just wanted to go there and teach these kids life lessons. It was pretty fun. He was in there taking watches. You ever seen Santino on that Barbie Girls? Yeah. That's coming up. She's like, these kids want to star. But then when you go to festivals, then they're good fucking model. You're trying to rattle Santino. Okay, let's go to the beginning. He's like, they can fucking eat. Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm assume that there must be something. Why are you still on that? Why do they all have sunglasses? Well, yeah, it's a stupid fucking bit. It's a dumb bit, for sure. It just blew my mind. But yeah, he's like, yeah, of course, they can easily entice the kid. He can outsmart Brian. Brian said, but Santino? Yeah, try to rattle Santino. Which is like the easiest thing to do. He's like the most rattled guy. He always gets mad. Bring him his shelves. He loses his mind. Papa's so dumb. I mean, just when you think there's any chance of like a redemption arc, he's just telling you flat out he's not gonna happen. You know what I mean? Why not just go on the talk show? That'd be so good. It would be good, but it's like same thing. Why not do stand up? You have like the biggest stand up ever, and you're just gonna not do it ever again. That's crazy. Everybody knows. Well, it's a huge thing. The Grill Purp is huge. You're never going to do stand up. And Matan is the big podcast. You don't want to go on it. Why not? You're 40. What does that mean? Callan, you always say he's like 78. He went on Matan. And apparently that he nice for some people. What are we doing here? 2 stars, Papa. Let's see. This is posted by Ars and Waker. Or, Ars. Vancouver, but Johannesburg is 7,000 miles from Sydney. Did he say that? Let's see what else here. The truth about cats and King of the Sing. Haphazard.
Someone asked Michael Bisping this. He's moved on and doing his own filters and full time on Mondays. I wish him the absolute best of luck with the show. Absolutely loved our conversations. Hopefully we'll be back in 2-week shows soon. Also, we're doing some big things. Yeah, here's the thing. So the internet, whenever someone does their own thing and moves on, they want like, oh, there's this huge blowout fight and they hate each other. And then that does well for YouTube, the clicks, like Bisping hates Anthony Smith or the downfall of Michael Bisping, like that stuff is what generates views. The truth is, Anthony Smith's probably like, hey man, I'll put a lot of time in, I'm going to start my own thing. Bisping's a fucking real man. I was like, yeah, cool, dude. And they called Paul Fellows and gave me an open, and he probably took it. But
man, I can't wait till Jake starts animating Papa's little like narratives of what actually happened. Oh, we're all too dumb to know. That's hilarious. Yeah, and Paul Felder at the same time coincidentally was like, hey, I got something going on here too. Oh, say less, family. Yeah, I quit a show because I was working too much, but let me work more now.
It's like this thing where like, oh, Theo hates Brendan. He wants to get away from. No, dumbass, is the truth. He moved to Nashville, and people just move on. Yeah, he moved to Nashville, and then I wanted to be like, all right, we got to move on and either stop the show or your replacement. He's like, no, I can Zoom in. I'm in LA all the time too, so when I can't, I'll be in studio. We did that for about a month and a half, and and then after a month and a half, he was like, dude, it's too much. Like, I just can't, and I'm dying. I'm like, yeah, just let's stop doing it. That's like I talk to Theo all the time.
Well, he also said he'll come back in. Never has.
Yeah, and so what's his explanation for like him saying that Theo just had to work on some shit? What's that part?
Well, he was dying.
He was dying. I know, but that's not really an explanation. That's just saying that he's like he can't do it because it's too much work. Like zooming in and going to LA from Nashville, it's like too much. That sounds more realistic than to happen. But he said he made it sound like Theo was in trouble and like had an issue that he had to work on. But nobody watches the show, so it doesn't hurt Theo at all, really. I wonder what Theo thinks about that. If he's ever come Brendan was telling people that you have an issue wrong. He's like, well, I have a million views and a lot of money, so if that's a problem, then sign me up, baby.
And the other thing too is the podcast thing happened afterwards. The money, podcast 1 or whatever.
Oh yeah.
So there's definitely bad blood, dude.
Yeah.
You apparently lost $1 million, and somehow Theo lost less than you did, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Because it doesn't make sense because they had the same show. His new show was on that too. That's where he lost money. Yeah, but that's a huge show, and Brendan lose more. Yeah.
My read on it is that I don't know though, but Brendan probably introduced him to the guy.
Oh,
because Brendan's the fucking marketing genius, dude.
Yeah, but
I mean, look at his track record of fucking business manager.
Yeah, he's building things at his house.
Yeah,
my business manager that I had to buy the magic beans, or else the tree wouldn't grow.
Yeah,
but if you let Brendan Shop advise you on like what advertiser to go with, you dug your own grave. I feel I don't feel bad for you.
And after 3 weeks, the tree didn't grow. I had already bought a tree house. I was
the only evidence what happened is that Joe Rogan was like, "Hey, yeah, you should do that."
Are you fucking serious?
Joe or Brendan says Joe said that podcast 1 is whatever is the way to go. You're like, all right, but I would get double verification on that. Yeah. Brendan Shop, I'm not listening to anything.
Sorry, guys. As podcast fans, we don't like.
Also, why are you calling everyone dumbasses when you're trying to explain something? It was very ambiguous to begin with.
Listen, dumbass.
Listen, you dumb fuck.
He does do that a lot, yeah.
Because I was in the inside of.
All right, so what are we gonna do? We've talked about this before, but what are we gonna do with this bet?
Oh.
Who did that?
Who, like, instead of Kimbo Slice, That's a good. Yeah, we have to make that one too. And I've never really noticed that he's looking. Wait a minute.
No, it's a reflection.
Okay,
Yeah, it's just his face looking down. It's not an
I was like,
absolute computer.
I'm shy. I'm very shy on this episode. It's good for the show. But damn, it really looks like he's looking at the Mac. Yeah. Maybe we should put a Mac in this. Because that's so inside baseball. Mac is in there. That's maybe even too inside baseball for me.
Yeah.
But that, okay. So that's a rejected idea. But instead of Kimbo Ice, maybe
Jeff Dye, a cowboy.
Jeff Dye. We could do Sean McCorkle, but that might be douching Sean. They could do
BGL. With the beard, though.
Oh, with the Macho Man beard! With the Macho Man beard. Look down. Respectfully. I think because he's one of our guys.
Yeah. Let's see.
So I saw all that happening, but as a fan, if I wasn't a part of it, then I'd be like, "What? This must be some crazy stuff." But then when you're inside, you see like, "Oh, it's just we tried. It didn't work as business." Yeah. When you move to a different state, or it just becomes a lot. Feel that you can do it. I know how. And he did zoom in a lot. He did. Yeah. And then we also had fill-ins all the time. Exhausting for both parties. Like me trying to hunt for co-host. Let me the day before. I'm trying to make you back. And then you're just like,
goosh. So Theo's fucking letting him know the day before, huh? What an asshole. What an asshole this Theo guy is.
Yeah, Brendan's great.
Never want to meet him, huh?
Yeah, Theo sucks.
He's a jerk.
man, what are we doing? Then it's no longer fun. Then it's like, dude, this has become such a hassle. Zooming in also just sucks, dude.
Yeah, Brendan actually fired him, yeah.
But I'm like, oh, they hate each other, but, oh, man. Yeah, you know.
But for old times, we maybe want to
I don't want that. I like big shit, dude. Big shit. What?
Yeah, no, he does not seem to be telling the truth. No.
Man, be a body language expert that only watches TFAC.
Oh, that's the idea.
But imagine going to school for that long or whatever the fuck they do, right? They probably just sit in their room in the mom's basement body.
Sideshow.
And then actually becoming just Brendan Schaub's cohort.
I think you could do, if you're a body language detective or body language expert that does trials, you have a YouTube channel where you analyze podcasts.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Scoop in a bag. This is by Dimorphous Display. If it's in a word, it's in a look, you can't get rid of the Babadook. Babadook.
The scariest movie ever.
See up top? Oh, okay.
That's funny. Look at his face.
Terrifying.
You don't. The Australian. Man, they're Australian. We're Australian or New Zealand. I forget. Same thing.
Wow. Alrighty. Well, let's see here.
Duke's not real.
Almost Cat Williams posted, "This shop does not have the resources to learn Spanish."
It's not happening. It's like asking me to speak Spanish. It's not in my arsenal. It's not fucking happening, dude. I'm 41. Quit asking me to learn Spanish. It's not happening. I don't have the resources. I've never had the resources. I've never worked on it.
This is the beginning. Wait, who's telling him to learn Spanish?
I think it's just like a little that he has in the middle of talking about something else.
I don't have the resources. You don't have the faculties, actually.
Let's see.
It's not happening. It's like asking me to. It's not in my
like happening. Oh, I see. That's the context.
I mean, well, it's an analogy, so it's like asking me to learn Spanish.
Yeah, I wonder
who's asking me to learn Spanish.
That would be funny. Someone tells Shad, I know you're struggling with the English language. We're going to need you to learn Spanish.
That would be nuts. What if it's just easier for him?
If he's really good at Spanish.
Papi.
Sometimes I think that I have the same thing that Brendan Schaub, or I will someday as punishment for making fun of, like, I won't be able to say words correctly. I worry about that.
You're going to get CTE with the shit out of us, dude.
That's true. I will be to say. But do we know what the person told him that he had to do that's like learning Spanish? No. Okay.
Let's see here. Next one is haphazard. Audio will always be king. So it's my haphazard shout out to one of our guys, dude. Let's see.
Audio, don't get it twisted. Audio still K. For nobly in his album to Uncle Sam's almost figure. All right.
Samuel L. Jackson, baby. Some of these Easter eggs were kind of dumb, but
what do we? Because dead air now.
That's fair.
Especially if you're
yeah.
Just dating like a 50-year-old, he has a family already. And if you want kids,
dude, so far she's dating him now, I think. Yeah, she likes older kids.
So she dated Bill Maher, or she is dating who else?
Brian Mack.
Right there is that one I'm wearing. Oh, we're
This is where you think about your whole life.
Unless she was a Mongolian chick, she was like 32. She was like, to me, that was like the youngest I would ever go. I think 32 is good for you. That was when I was 47. I like mid-30s for you, chick. Why are you letting your phone? Dang it. I like mid-30s for you, though. That'd be like the very youngest. But I'd rather date someone who's like 35, 36, 37, 40. It's the movie where it's
Super Bowl.
When I see a word, it can be challenging for me. If I hear it, I'm good. If I hear the correct pronouncement of the song, or a word, then I'm good. Come on, like, I mean, she's pretty. She's very average. She's a little human. Hey, come on, she's looks like that new Dracula.
Dracula, twice.
What new Dracula? How Dracula? Man, jeez. Fuck. Yeah. Audio is king. I mean, listen, if you just heard that, it would be like, we wouldn't even notice it. It would just sound normal to you. You'd be like, yeah, it's great shit.
I feel so bad because I've always hated on people that were just like, Rogan's friends suck. And I've always been like, come on, dude, like, Rogan's a good time. But this is literally what happens. It's like, this dude has way too much power.
Yeah. No, you're right. He made his friends famous, and then now they have a show where they.
I told Finn to message him, but I'm gonna find a that I want to give away. But of course, I'm gonna confirm it with one house. Bro, it's exciting though. Maybe we can end with one house. I don't know, man. It's Christmas Eve. I was thinking we were gonna get festive. Some Feliz Navidad. We got Rabbi Rothschild. Oh, I like this guy. He's supposed to knock our socks off. Bro, hold on. Let me make sure there's no camera in my ceiling. No camera. Yep. Hey, Rabbi. How's it going? Legend.
Every day is a Happy Meals a feast. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. First and foremost, if you're not following me, please do. I follow back. I follow everyone back. If you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You will. I stream my life 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. World peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities, philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 60 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view all of my YouTube streams, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're available in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. You are a reply guy. If you are a Web3 marketer, if you are a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Everyone go follow Rabbi. I was left speechless for a moment there, and I know Frenchie was. I think Frenchie was busy changing his profile picture to red and green, whatever he's got going on. No, I'm just kidding, Frenchie. It looks sick. More festive than mine. Yeah, shout out to Rabbi. Rabbi, I must say you almost didn't catch the bitterness. Big shouts out Rabbi Rothschild. Absolute. What bitterness? I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter. Big shouts out to Rabbi, man. Every time I hear your shill, dude, I'm like, damn, I suck at fucking shilling. I gotta get my shit together. I'm taking notes. It's absolute heat, man. Love to hear it. Frenchie, should we give away a freaking banger deadfish? It's the holidays. What's up, Clayton? Yo, yeah, I requested Kanye. I was, just making sure Kanye haters didn't, pull the plug. Was wondering if you guys heard that. I didn't hear that, but I will definitely play some Kanye. In fact, I will play some Kanye, and while this giveaway is going, and it's gonna be a flash. All right, guys, we're gonna do this shit lickety split. All right. We're about to dive in. Hold on, let me just, I'm speaking.
Man, I can't believe I can't speak as well as I normally do. 11:11, go fuck yourself. Dog, look at this athleticism. This is what most athletic motherfuckers about. Let me see. Motherfuckers yelling like a motherfucker. Dog, I got some of that ramen. Why? Why not, baby? Why? The fuck? Nah, look at this sexiness. Look at this. Muscles. Bitches call me muscles. Why? The fuck? No. So you're gonna stand? Dude, look at this athleticism. This is really unprecedented. Of all of the things that I've ever had a precedent, this ain't one of them, motherfucker.
But ironically enough, often I'm just the same person, or just the same guy, and I'm just right where I was before. So again, if I can get more, that's great. והסיבה לכך, שאומנם בש"ס נעשה אבן ברנג'י, אבל כיוון שהיא says, so and no eternal Jewish per se has actually. So because of that, he says, so, and then we shut all of them. It was when he was like, I was in the hospital, so it is considered about mechanics. I'm the same person. I'm really the same person. But I haven't, it was like, well, we why? So this is what happens. So what how can it be that one day I'm so tired, and then the next day it's like, well, this is says, I think she's happy to go. That first part of she is solo. Like the rest of the slide. I guess it was very but there's no work. There's no so I end up like guardians of the orchard and their block city. But then there's another person now. Because they're talking about dealer. And then I have whatever to say about her. So that is
Gary writes it, retweets it, retools it for the various people. We've had something going through the years, and it's the most star-studded production we've done with real actors and actresses.
They have nothing to say. They pull up pop culture, and then there's a lot of dead air. It's kids yelling in the back, and then mispronouncing words because he doesn't really. He's not for this, He's not a black belt, really.
And you can easily say without Rogan's influence that we wouldn't exist either because of this show and what we watch. But they don't want this to happen, dude. You know what I mean? They want to be funny on what they're saying, but they're not funny based on what they're saying. They're funny based on the fact that they are so fucking like pompous. I understand.
It's funny. They're famous because they're famous. We have people watching us because we're making fun of them. That is a funny thing. Yeah, so there can be good things. But thank God for it. You're right. I take it all back. Thank God for Joseph Rogan. Just Rogan, by the way.
I mean, the way they have these news too is kind of like. I'm like, I get stitches. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is he got this fucking dude? Audio's king. Speaking of audio, I'll upload the episodes to Spotify soon. Sorry, I'm lagging. Let's see here. This is posted by Busy Middle 8108. GFL owner shitting on TA podcast mid-show. Careful listen. GFL, what is that? What the fuck? Okay. What is GFL?
No idea, Jim.
Let's see.
I would like that. Jim would like it. Okay. Jim, what do you do for Valentine? Any Valentine lovers out there?
Valentine lovers.
I like that. I like Valentine. Honestly, he fell onto one that sounds cool to me. Valentine. I like that.
All right, so we got to really fired up here and listen in. What is he saying?
I mean, that might be me, honestly.
Ready?
Athleticism.
Like that. Jim would like it. Okay. Jim, what do you do for Valentine lovers out there?
I suck at that shit, dude. Trying to understand what is safe for a week trade. And you get on that stupid internet, even AI, this huge disparity of what somebody should be doing. There's no information in there. I don't think I want to be my guys never left.
Guys, I gotta get
Really?
Alright, let's post my ABTV 12. Stop makes fun of Kellen for stuttering. Unreal.
I immediately felt bad for Rogan Shogun. Because he's great. Holy shit. Dude. What are you, Joe Biden? Shut up, dude. Shut up, dude. I can see you. Shut up. But today, I got excited because I felt bad.
Yeah, it's clips like that where I'm like, maybe we don't need to see our Shaw doing stand-up, dude.
No, not at all. But I like this GFL guy laughing at them. He's not even really a douche. He's just like, this show sucks, and then he's laughing at Brian. I like him. I don't know what the GFL.
Girls Fighting League, maybe, or something. I don't know. Never forget that Clint is nearly 50 years old. Confidence surge 8648. Is this just another clip we just saw?
Jim, what's the youngest you would date? The youngest I dated, I was like okay with, was 32. Would you date in 20s? No. 28? You would 29? No. Oh, you wouldn't get a 20? Not date, like actually you get a like girl, whatever. Oh,
Brian, you wouldn't date a 25-year-old.
Even think you can squeeze. Oh, no. Of course, but I'm saying you would date a 25-year-old. What's the oldest lady? 40? My age, 47. I don't care. If she looks like a good, you know. Brian, the girl I dated for like 6 months, she was a Mongolian chick. She was like 32. Brian met the girl I dated for like 6 months. She was a Mongolian chick. She was like 32.
Oh my god. This is the amount of this shit.
Going to studio. Yeah.
Insane.
Can you imagine how much smarter that lady is? Like if they were to compete in any kind of like brain activity test.
Oh, you are addicted. I'll stop. Okay, One Usual 4460 posted this one. Whoa, everyone from the Bop verse is doing better than Brennan and Bry. How did T-Fat K's go? Nice. Beasley is an accomplished comedian, actor, and digital sensation. His talent earned him recognition as the funniest person on the internet by Complex. Following his acclaim, he was invited to film his own 30-minute comedy special produced by Kevin Hart, set to air 2025.
Good for him.
Wow.
Great guy. Never met him.
Shout out Malik. Just had Brian of the Past. God, I was hoping for more fight rating clips.
Oh yeah, where they at?
Brian of the Past posted by Complacent Exhausted.
Curiosity. I always had a problem with girls turning it off. What do you mean? I could be funny, I could be great, got into the bedroom, and I couldn't turn it off. You still want to be and go sexy. I'd end up being like, hey, yeah. But you did not have a ton of problem turning it off. So I'd like to role play. I'll be the girl, and I want to see you be funny, Brian, and then turn it off. Okay. All right. I'll start it off just so to give you a cleanly.
Let's see Brian do this many of times.
Okay.
Many of times.
You were really hilarious.
Pony, I'm a pony, yeah. Pony. I'm a pony. But I can be a thoroughbred real quick.
Very messed up. Okay, and I'm not at all suggesting this is what happened, but Brian is so embarrassing as a person. Like, if you watch something like this and you're a woman had sex with Brian willingly, you almost want to be like, that happened to me too. Mm-hmm. Just take back consent. You maybe should be able to take back consent if something like this is of use on the internet. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is that too far?
No, you're right.
Yeah.
And age plays a factor. Because if you are, how old is Brian right there?
You know what I mean? In the 40s, I think.
Like, because there has to be some sort of culpability. and it has to be at the hold them. You can't hold somebody accountable for something they don't know. So there should be some sort of proactive law called the Bryan Act, right? You're right. Where if you are, let's say, 56 or 50 years
Before I forget, I really just want to say a token of my appreciation. And you're about it? Best man in the entire universe. Gas mask? It's an antique song? Oh, your slammer is very cool. I'm moving on. Yeah, that was me. This same with like when everyone that you think about cutting down. Yeah, that is a big deal for that. Wait, it's like Shakespeare.
That's like the funny. Everyone named Brian's like, I'm so dangerous, they ain't alive to me. Brian's Law.
Let's see here. Let's get that one vaccinated. Okay, we've already seen that come down so many times. Chin using the game on a stripper story posted by Danny Kaufman too. All right, let's see.
We're just all of our friends and a bunch of strippers. My friend paid for it. For some reason, like this one chick was just super cool with me. And by the way, at this moment, I was fattest. You know, it was like a good. So I started applying all this shit. We ended up fucking making
you know I'm a kill on the regular. I don't even
every time I was trying to make
look at this here. For 40 years, like I said, she was like, here's what happened. I would never be blind. Has anyone in your family ever had diabetes?
Of course, I did. You know.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know. Now I feel weird because I know we're on air.
No, we're not on air yet.
Go ahead. We didn't bone. I'll say that much. We didn't bone. But then if I went to a private room with her, I know for a fact who we boned. And she was so hot.
Man, I wouldn't tell this story on earwaves.
I wouldn't mind telling it, but I wouldn't look like a fucking.
Yeah,
you know.
He does like.
I just don't want to say it until we're live right here.
And we didn't bone. We did everything but, except for we didn't touch each other. And she didn't look at me.
Yeah. She was taking her clothes off.
She charged me more than some of the other guys. She said most guys get hard. Which is not true.
She said, is it that small?
Yeah. Okay, so Baba during Tatiana fight after picking her to be new champ, minimum Sky 2305. Oh man, this is a long one, dude. I want that one where he's talking about beating a woman, dude.
Give me some of that, baby. Give me some of that. Oh shit! Come on, let's go.
Ren Chop, stay on that wagon, sir.
I have to.
Stay on.
Guys, otherwise I turn into a gremlin.
Fuck your man, yeah. It's either or enough.
And by the way, the narrative on that too, like the media is like, you know, he's a UFC fighter, he's driving for Uber Eats. Which comedians was he shit? No, he said your friends aren't funny. Not to make it all the way.
Listen, he said those guys that look like he could break through any moment. But he's a
bro. Let's follow, bro. That's the way to go. It's good. Get out, chick. Yeah. Now we got the co-main main. I'm used to it. Let's go. Let's go. No, Tatiana just fucking mollywobs her. Second round, Heather choke. I'm excited to see what happens. I was thinking second round.
Also, Sean is way more like Barack. Like, that lady can go. She just keeps going.
She's a fucking machine. She's knee to the body, dude. That's a nasty knee to the body. She's free. Wanna battle test it? She just can't, man. John Whaley's, I think, surprising her with the takedown defense. And just the physical working in wrestling. That is a
It's just the
so fucking strong.
What's a 4-camera piece?
Yeah, or like just like with him on like camera like that, not saying anything. He just looks so stupid. I guess not his fault. We probably look stupid. He just watched it. But you're thinking like, what's he thinking? You know, one of those things. It's just like there's a silence, vast silence of thought.
It keeps going for like extreme underdogs opening one day. He's like, I saw it the whole time.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean?
He's like, I'm probably not gonna win this one either.
His reasoning for going for Tatiana was just because he hates China.
Really?
Yeah, because he's right-wing grifting.
Yeah, I don't know why that surprised me at all.
Look at this! Again, turned it around, man. Again, this is huge. So she's got this round facing out to sea, even though if you're only 100 yards from the shore, it's going the wrong direction.
I think it's very demoralizing. It's wrong, but what your conclusion is not working.
Right, you're wrestling is beat. My friend Lather, she beat cancer.
Listen, a lot of respect. I'm just saying, you're dealing with a different breed.
She beat cancer. You think she's worried about a Chinese girl?
Yes, Chinese girls beat her up. Oh, look at that. That was a nice right. Oh, no. She's getting clocked.
How many women? I can't remember in recent times a female referee.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my goodness.
She can't strike with her.
She's not right there.
She slapped her down.
Come on, man. Oh, she's stuffing it now. Now she's putting it on her. Oh, and I see the body massage down. Let's go.
Oh, she's hot again.
The problem is the striking.
Do like Brendan Shaw, Nancy Pelosi stocks, like what she invests in. Should do one of those for like bidding. You just do the opposite, the Brendan Shaw tracker. You bet on whoever he bids against.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, dude, I'm fucking crushing it now. Thank you, Brendan.
People are way ahead of you.
Oh, they've already done that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
And it's also the payload. Remember, that's so impressive what Zhang Weili has been able to do here. Just to be able to stop these takedowns and reverse them when she gets them, so impressive. But it's like the physicality of Zhang Weili is just something to take. Look at that one two. Nasty. Great athlete. Nasty. Yeah, I mean, just incredible conditioning. I mean, you ever watch her workout videos? They're fucking mad, dude. Her strength and conditioning is mad.
Brendan, you want to come over to my side now?
Look at her.
No, you stay strong. We don't jump ship. It's like going to electric cars. You'll never do it.
Oh, wow. She took her down. Someone said 3-0 saying, get the fuck out. No, not 3-0. I get the first round. Well, the first round, she did kind of get on top at the end.
Well, I'm just telling you, with his half-guard escape, it's killing me. I want to fucking show me.
Championship level experience.
The way that made it seem like he wanted to shove something somewhere. But he was saying, I want to show you guys how to truly do it.
What if Shaw is just, he doesn't really think things, he doesn't even want to say them. Rogan tells him, hey, you got to do the character that you do, where you just say stupid you pick the wrong person, you say the Chinese think of the hits, it's a hit, it gets views, eyeballs on the show. Nah, that's what you
French wars.
They're still hanging on things, too.
Surrounded by Chinese electric cars.
Order Chinese electric cars. That's right.
You have to really go to the Chinese Android phones.
Spyware and then take her phone.
She takes it down. The spyware helps you because they give you recommendations for things to buy. It's tough because you're 31, going off these injuries. You had to shot the title, you're not even close to the wall. Then you spent most of the fight on your back, which is crazy. I wouldn't be surprised if she retires. Well, who knows? I mean, she might have a real hard time. There's not enough hours.
There's no game plan.
That's a big gap. And you're 31. Who else is in?
She retires and does stand up better than Brendan.
Yeah, that'd be great. Just a long clip. I didn't even get the best. The best part is when he said he could beat us.
That who he said he could beat us?
He said that around that time.
Like, what is it in the idea? He posted this one. When you're talking about asking if you like the drawing, it's you
ask Chris to leave me. Trying to listen to the new post. Yo, what's good? Brandon wants everyone to know you can beat the shit. There we go. There you go. Alright, well, this is the last time of the day, dude. This is the one I want to watch on the show. Gordo SF posted this one. Brendan wants everyone to know he could beat the shit out of a 115-pound woman.
I go into electric cars. You'll never do it.
Brett, if she wanted to have sex with you, you'd be very uncomfortable. She would kill you.
Yeah, she might be my type because I'm the
Guys, I'm a fan of her. I wouldn't beat the shit out of her.
Yeah.
But you're 280 pounds. You just said I'd be scared of her, not you, Brian.
And then another thing of note there is that right at this moment they cut out about 30 seconds of the live feed.
Oh, wow. I wonder what happened. He's just like a Neanderthal, as normal, you know, like he thought that Joe was saying that I'm scared of her or whatever, but he can't even though that would obviously be a joke, he can't let that. That's a woman. He would like, I would kill them. You know, and then Mike Tyson would never say like, oh, dude, I would beat the crap out of her. Maybe, but I take that back.
But yeah, they were talking about Brian that whole time. Yeah, it's so funny that Brendan just inserted himself like, guys, just PSA, I'd beat the shit out of her.
It's classic Brendan, dude. He's gonna give us something every week. There's something new. Peaches to like flipping his truck. This week it was he's gonna beat the shit out of a woman. You know, great stuff. Never seen. All right, that's our show. Join the Patreon. See you next week.
Okay.
They say all the DAs got caught. They say shadow bands nails. So I remember every pose and every comment I didn't read. I sold my house, I'm moving from North Korea with me.
Welcome back to Tim's Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit. This week on the Patreon, we watched and reviewed Alec Long's special. Ever heard of it? Is that what it's called? Yeah. Okay, she did talk a lot about that. But anyways, we go live on Wednesdays. That is not why you're here. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. So start the timer. Play the jingle.
Alright, let's go with this haphazard clip here.
Oh, fuck.
Starting off hot, Matan asking the hard-hitting question.
We went live, correct? Yeah. We gotta watch it again. It's so good. Let's see. Watch it both times. Sounds on? Oh, that is the team's fault. Here it is.
I have to be honest with you. I've been doing this for a long time. I've earned a certain amount of respect, and you have a fucking sheet set up. That's just my setup. Okay, let's move on, okay? I mean, even this chair's not comfortable. Have you ever tried? I got this fucking guy next to me. Keep going. So, have you ever tried a Mexican cookie? He's like a chocolate chip with salsa all over it.
Just put like to come and tell us why some person.
It's my favorite food, to be honest with you. I love the sweet and the spicy. I'm kind of a sweet and spicy person myself, like behind my face. Thank God he's fucking done with his pizza. He's fucking lucky.
Yeah, way better. It's Joe's pizza. Catch that? No, yeah, right. I think it's also out here. These things that clip a little.
Why is the Mexican cookie chocolate chip with sauce all over your face? Because it's not what you would expect. It's what I call a sensual food. Have you tried it before? No, but I'm going to. Probably not. If you want to, because also when you're picking food, the blonde that you want to try. Yeah, because I went to my college. Who would have introduced me to a chocolate chip with salsa all over it? Somebody of that. The other one told me Venezuela. Where's Brendan Trump from? It's in Shaw. It's Brendan Schaub? Yeah, Brendan Schaub. He is not Mexican. So why would you not laugh? So why did you say that? I said, well, because you said Schwab and I said Schaub. That's what I got introduced to. It's my favorite food. Really? Yeah, from Brendan. Oh, you know what, dude? You fucking led me down the rabbit hole, and I fell for it. And you're looking up like you don't know what you're saying. Well, I don't know. See, you're acting innocent, but you're not doing a good job. I'm joking.
Brian is so redacted that like Baton is having trouble not like breaking character and laughing in his face, just like the cringe of Brian Callahan. He can't take it. Baton is like this genius level actor who doesn't like a fucking Sacha Baron Cohen Borat like never break character, but Brian is like the kryptonite to that because he's so fucking stupid.
Also, I would be excited about the top too.
Oh yeah, yeah, dude. We would love to be able to fuck with Brian, like mess with him, you know, and do shot bits right in front of Brian. That'd be amazing. But the second he's like, oh yeah, I love a basic cookie. Yes, and to see it. No, Brian, this isn't that kind of shot too. Push it away from a paper knife.
Can you say your words short, please?
Sorry,
What's your name, to be honest, too?
Moved to a house recently. When you move to a new house, it's always weird. It's weird in the middle of a pandemic. So we moved to a house, my girl was Poppy. I see the neighbors. I'm pretty old. The let's play it safe. They're probably COVID conscious. Why don't you just go over and introduce yourself, right? I'll make some cookies and you go over them with the folks make some cookie. It's like a chocolate chip all over it. What are you talking about?
I got more hungry.
Like, that's a terrible idea. Just, I'll take it. I'll figure it out.
Deuces. Shout out to Haphazard for that one. Where's Baton on your Netflix? What was this game?
Nice Netflix. It's funny that I have the side that says 165K Tony Hinchcliffe fans. 80 talking about Tony Hinchcliffe. They change that all the time.
They have different profile pictures. Now it's just the guys. We discussed the podcast. Baton talks to Count about this race. 8 minutes. That's very long. That's why I have had it. We'll try to positive as much as we can.
All my friends are funny.
Made no sense for me to say that, but just so that you're not just eating it straight.
No, they're not. No, nothing of my friends is not funny. Careful.
I think it's integral for a successful podcast to have a good co-host. Yo, not this one.
Why not this one? Why are you the exception? Are you saying that my podcast is not successful? Your podcast is more successful than mine. Now, my podcast used to be way more successful than yours. You know that. You're too young to remember that.
Oh no, I've been there from the beginning.
Well, not really.
I have. Well, I've been watching the start. Because you were, eventually I unsubscribed.
This gets so
But I subscribed to my fucking podcast. I unsubscribed from the YouTube, I subscribed to the Reddit.
Does it help?
Oh, that doesn't make you any money?
No.
You know, the thing I like about this is he's, in my mind, he's doing everything that we want to do. Right? He's saying the things for us that we can't say to count. Like all the cats. He's speaking for the cats. Right? We don't matter, we don't count, but Baton is putting our message out there. I like that.
So
and I feel like you're adding your voice to a lot of negativity.
No, I'm not. I'm just a happy guy who is a big.
And I will tell you this about Reddit. I had no idea how big it was.
Until what?
My wife told me.
And when was that?
That was. I would love it.
That's funny, dude. Oh man, he's fucking like having the guy laugh at it and put money in his face and then take it away when he grabs it. God damn it, dude. This is awesome. This is great. Yes. Why is Callan doing this? Why is it I don't want to be humiliated like that. I guess, yeah, I mean, Callan let someone hit him in a cow costume, so of course. I don't want this to be done to me, personally. Especially at this stage. If you're in this stage of your career, you're kind of famous. You're going to let a fucking 25-year-old fake character just belittle you with his pizza guy and his man and a child in a NASCAR outfit. Yeah, I guess that's
Oh my god. Crazy. I'm gonna have two devices. It's crazy for real. But yeah, sorry for cutting you. Thank you all for pulling up. Yo, I can see some new faces here, bro. I can see Bays, I can see Sheep, I can see Hawk, I can see you, Chiboy, Mima. Thank you for pulling up. If you guys do well to like and retweet and keep tagging those projects. We're here to chill and chew and hear from the founders themselves. You know, I feel like people tend to forget the founders. So we love to hear from the founders what they are building projects and like, you know, and where they see themselves in 2026. It's a $1,000 giveaway. Exactly. So yeah, that's it. Over to you, Risky. I just wanted to like be sure that I'm audible. Yeah, that's why I am.
All right. It's good to have you. Like I said, yeah, tonight's space is actually going to be a great one. Like, Nashville said this space is going to be pack of alphas, and he'll be having this project to come tell us what they are actually building behind the scenes. And yeah, feels good to have you, bro. Feels good to have you. I just hope the space don't rug. Yeah, I just hope the space don't rug. So yeah, well, again, I see some people requesting. So yeah, the rules for this space. Yeah, make sure to like within the space and tag a couple of your friends. Tag that project that you're working with. Let's get to, have them on the space, yeah? It's very, very, good too. So yeah, let's have. Okay. All right. So I see. All right, so yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Miss Kelly. Thank you so much. Yo, Shib, can you hear me? My audible on your end. If I can't hear you, I can't hear you, bro. Oh, okay. That's true. So, what's up, Shib? How you doing? How you been? Tell us about you. Who is Shib, bro?
Yeah, man. What is SHIP? So when it comes to SHIP BNB, we are a meme coin. We are focusing really quite much on community. We haven't launched our token yet. That's why we're so focused on focusing on community. I think the most important thing is building your community. Make sure that you have the right people with the right mindset into your community, and from there that we have is a freelancing firm. Let's in the likes of Web3 Fiverr, as you guys know of Web3 we work. That is what we're building. Two things that we saw in the space regarding problems are payments and proof of work. And we're trying to come with a solution to proof of work in the essence of having your own profile where founders and projects can give their testimonial and also their insight about you as a jobber, and also there's also a rating system in place for them to rate you. So the more you get this rating as well in the essence of stars, the more credibility and status you gain in the space. And also, if it comes to proof of work, or if it comes to payment, we have also put escrow smart contract in place, whereby founders and projects always have to make a payment, and then from there on, once they have made the payment, it goes into an in-between wallet until the job is done, and then it will be released upon your wallet. So yeah, that is where we are. SHIP BNB, a meme coin. Also, aside of that, also having a utility next to it in order to help a lot of job space freelancers in the space. Thank you.
Okay. We just hear some shit. Okay, so shit, yeah. Apart from shit, well, I would actually love to know who is the developer behind shit. Like, who's the dev? What's his name? What does he do? Where is he from?
I'm Basically dox myself though. If you just look down into my into the what's it called, into the tweets, you can see that I dox myself. I'm Michael, but I also go by the name Ship Def, Ship BB Def. Um, I'm Ghanaian, but live in the Netherlands, and basically that. To be honest, yeah. What else do you want to know? I'm my voice doesn't sound black, but I'm black, so no worries, guys. I'm from Ghana, so no worries.
Okay. I feel you. Okay, so like everybody, I feel like everybody here, like the certified people here would love to know what are the key points and like goals of a project. Like, was that the only thing I know I picked was like you haven't launched yet. That was what I know I heard. But like, what are the key points and goals of a project? Like, make us buy. Like, sell it to us. Like, make us buy shit. Why should we buy? What are the key points and goals of a project?
The key points is definitely one of the things that we do different is that we don't go and have our token launch immediately and then start having our product. No, we don't work like that. We just want to create also new standards in the space. There's so many people that have been scammed nowadays, if it comes to going on to pump fun or just being in the certain ecosystems that you are, participating in, and you come in and you want to join the community. Before you know, the community is gone within a few days or weeks. It's gone. So we just want to put out the new standard whereby if it comes on project based, our focus is first community, then actually have the product, the utility, then having the numbers on the utility, because that's important. How many people can you capture and how many people are using basically your application on daily basis. And once we have established those numbers, then I would say that we can go and do a actual token launch. That's where you also have a decent community that stand behind you. The hype is real, and everybody's like, we want to be a part of this, I want to achieve that we finally can be a part of something new, something brand new. And I think with us being the first one by delivering a mobile first freelancing platform, I think that's also where the magic happens, especially on every person who's coming to our platform and utilizing their profession. If those people are going to amplify their work ethic and also the profession that they are, from marketer to Schiller and Raider, if you all these people up on your platform and they're going to do, you be basically the voice of your platform, I think you can go wrong in that one. So that is basically also it for us. So I think if you want to participate to buying the token, I don't think you should really focus on to that. If you want to be part of, you feel comfortable within the community, and you feel like, okay, I can hang around with my fellow brother and sister, and there we build, because it's a building process. We build each other. If you're not good in being in graphics, then we have someone within the community who can help you and support you with helping you do some graphics. Or if you're not good in reading and shilling, let's support each other in how to be your best in reading and shilling. So as I said, it's going to be only a community, it's a movement. So just if you want to be a part of it, this is the time. Thank you.
Oh, crazy, bro. You guys are getting from shit himself, bro. That's crazy. I actually love everything you just said, for real. But like I feel like we love to know, bro. Tokens tends to die early. Like, it's not about like launching a project, bro. It's about the community backing it up, bro. So how do you plan to keep the meme relevant for like long term, bro?
I think the meme itself is already resonating with a lot of things. One is this, ship, and second is B&B, right? So for the people that don't know ship, it was all coming together. The way the ship community back in the days, came together and unite in order to push the project. That is the same thing the same standard that we want to put, But it all comes back to how are you going to develop the community, and as we already are doing is coming together. Let's see how we can help each other. Of course, it would help be more helpful if we have the platform ready, and we have so it's only a matter of time to deploy it, where people can stand behind it and feel like, okay, I feel comfortable to talk about the project and share it amongst my friends, families, anyone basically. So I think for us, we're in a sweet spot whereby we just focus on first the community, and I think that in itself should already say a lot of things, because most of the projects they come, within the space, want to already start doing a token launch with maybe 2 or 3 people, and then start trying to start their way up to by FOMO. But FOMO is only temporary. If you build, a house, you first have to start with the foundation, with the fundament. And that's the thing what we know. We start with the fundament, and that's the community. And once that is established, there's where you go and go do a token launch. And then I think everything by itself will follow with marketing, etc. Even for the marketing aspect, if you have so many marketeers upon your platform that see that the true value of the platform, those are also gonna talk about us, gonna amplify as well as we move into the process of establishing a token launch. So that is it from my end. Just if you want to be a part of it, just check out our Telegram, just observe what's going on. If you feel comfortable and you think now this is the project for me, then there's the time to shine. But if you just want to stand on the corner and see what's going on, you're welcome. Everybody's welcome.
Oh, very simple. I see. I feel like everybody, you guys are only going, you guys can kind of like understand how you feel with projects. And I see those hundreds. If you guys see what
Hey, Miss Aquarius, how are you?
and I see those hundreds.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yep, I made it home. What? My name is Yeah, just made it home.
Well, that's wonderful.
Yeah, we got off early.
That's cool.
My main account is the one hosting right now. So please do up to give me a follow and give my lovely co-host Whiskey a follow, bro.
Excuse me. How was your day so far?
So far, so good. I'm about to speak in one of these spaces.
So now, bro, why BNB? Why not ACH? Why BNB, bro? Why?
Honestly, we have been building on base for 1.5 years. Until a good friend of mine, Andy Lian, mentioned like, bro, what are you doing on that chain, bro? I said, I also explained that it was quite hard to find the actual people unless you're in the inner circle of the BT. I think I'm not sure if there is one, but I tried to find the right people. Eventually, I found some people within the ecosystem, but it didn't caught me like, and I just did the numbers, right? If you look into BNB, they're already established since 2017. If you look out into the communities that they have established, they're far ahead of everyone. And also, if you look into liquidity-wise, they also have everything settled, even from the brands and all those type of things. Everything is just organized. So I felt like due to the fact that I also kind of have been pushed as well, but positively pushed, and then going to Dubai to the BNB blockchain week, it was just a no-brainer. You come across a lot of people, a lot of builders. Basically saying that they're the chain for builders, but once you go to once I was in Dubai, I came across so many builders, they don't brag about them being the builder chain. I think BNB is basically the big builder chain, but it's okay, and even from that part, they also are one chain for everyone, because also projects for Solana, Kava, everyone was there basically, just as a unity of different blockchain projects coming together, the BNB established this event. So it sounds more as a family for me, joining them as well. So I'm very proud as well.
Yo, bro, that's crazy, bro, for real. I love the BNB channel. I love BNB. I love Solana. I love America, bro. I mean, like, I'm a liquidity nigga. Like, all of you listening, bro. I'm in this. I'm a liquidity prostitute, bro, for real. But yeah, it was nice hearing from you, Sheep, BNB, bro. So, like, how do you see Sheep? Like, what do you see Sheep in the next 6 months, bro?
think we have established a good community, a loud community, a community that fights for each other, and that you will be seeing us in the spaces with all those PFPs that we, I hope that we are going to be the loudest voice that you have heard. For 2026, in regards of projects, I just hope that in regards of community-wise, and that we have established the right numbers in order to go for a launch. I think that is the most important thing within now in 6 months. So I think that should be it, and a lot of partners who want to partner with us. So let's see how it goes. I'm very positive about it.
Oh, okay. That's good, bro. I really look forward working with you on your team. I really look forward looking to see what you guys are building, bro. For real. And if you actually keep to your words after everything you just said, bro, that is crazy. And I feel like every other person will definitely give you a follow right now and check out your project. So now, like you mentioned, you haven't launched. So when you do eventually, why shouldn't someone sell for a 2x? Like, give us a reason why we shouldn't sell for a 2x, bro. Why shouldn't we?
I think once you establish yourself into a community that gives it all, and that is basically the backbone of a project. I don't see why you should sell. But I think at the end of the day, I always say this, right? Always do your own due diligence. Always do also your own research. Observe what's going on into a community. Are they really active? Is the founder active? Is this founder going into spaces to talk about the project? Is the founder going to IRL events in order to showcase the project as well? These are very important things for you to stand behind a project. And I think if you just follow the process of what we are doing, I think you should know that maybe I'm not going to talk about what your investment will be. If you want to do a 2x, it's up to you. If that is your main goal, it's up to you. But I can only say we're here to stay. And for us, we're here to stay. That's why the big basis is start with the community. I just want to recommend all of these projects that are in the space. If you haven't launched yet your project, just make sure that you are building the community in the right way, in the right manner, and that's where you will get those numbers onto your community, and also that all those people will stand behind you. Especially if you are really preaching out the alpha for your project, they see you as actual leader. I think there's where a lot of people will stand behind you. So that is also for us, man. So I just want to thank you for that one, and that is my take on it, bro.
Crazy, for real, crazy. Thank you so much. For real, I want to see this hundreds, everybody, hundreds. I want to see every single person on this space from 100. Yo, for real. It's an honor to have you on our spaces, bro. For real, it's crazy. I literally just had the opportunity to talk to $1 million projects. Bro. Nigga, that's crazy. Thank you so much, Shib. Thank you so much, bro. Everybody do well to connect with Shib. It sounds like a very, very chill guy. Anybody who has questions about any project that's about to speak, you can hold your questions for now. After they are done talking, then you guys can definitely answer their questions. I don't think they're going anywhere. They're going to stick around and learn from other founders as well. Yo, I can see. Okay. Yo, it's a community. Yo, okay. How you doing, bro?
Hey, man. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm doing good. Just here to hang out with you guys and hear about more. That's what people are doing. And also share a bit about what we're doing here at OK Ox. So just to be brief, OK Ox is a project, is a meme coin that was launched by OKX actually. We're just running the CTO. It was launched by the official OKX account. I think they dropped the CA in no, that's not the CA. They dropped their wallet, the deployer wallet that launched the CA in September last year. But we have it in October this year. There were about 3 tokens. All of them pumped, and then, as usual, they dumped. But then we saw like OKX had a really legit law behind it, because the official OKX account had posted about it several times. So it's like a legit name. It's the official mascot of the OKX exchange. So we saw this thing. It has potential to run very high. I'm looking at rivals like Palu, the Binance mascot. Right now is sitting at 9.3 million market cap. This was a big opportunity. A big opportunity to take up this CTO, because nobody else was looking at it. So we've been running with it. It's now been 2 months past, and we have gathered a good community, about 310 guys in our Telegram group. Right now we're sitting at 381 holders, and we have gotten some good support around the 20k market cap, which is really encouraging, because the market has really been shaky since November. So we are building, we're reaching out to marketers, and it really the main angle that we're going for is the mascot narrative. As you know, mascots rarely die. The mascot narrative rarely dies as long as the parent brand exists. As long as the parent brand is building, the mascot narrative will never die. So that is what we are banking on. We are trying to build our community, and hopefully in the future we'll be able to catch the attention of OKX, sorry, and hopefully get a listing, right? Maybe a partnership. Yeah, so we have big things in line for OKX. But for now, we just want to build the community, get it to be as large as possible. Community is everything in crypto. Yeah, so that is the brief about OKX. Not really a lot. Yeah, if anybody has questions, we're open to answering any question. By the way, these are forming launch, right? So it's just 1 billion supply. Everything is in circulation. Liquidity has been banned. It's just like California. And another layer of security is that it is OKX that launched the CA. And I don't think any exchange can run a meme coin. So I'm thinking if Palu, Binance mascot, which was created by a random guy, is sitting at 9 million market cap right now. Then this actual mascot that was launched by the official account, it has the potential to run much higher, right? So yeah, that is the angle we're going for. We're going to keep pushing it, until we reach hundreds of millions of market cap. Yeah.
Yo, bro, the way you actually got my attention was the moment you said we're going to keep pushing it. That's crazy. That's actually what makes it seem to me. But I would actually love to know who the person behind the CTO account is. What is his name? Where is it from? What does it do?
Marcel, before he goes, bring this Gilly up. He robbed the DM doing the ground.
He's up already.
Yeah, I'm up. Yeah, thank you.
Yo, okay. Before I'm okay. Talk, yo. If you're a project or you're a person and you love to talk to the projects and you're here and you're not following me, like my main account Nasir, if you're not following my Nasir or my backup account or my co-host with Gilly, bro, then that's crazy. Because you're not being paid to follow. You're not paying to follow, bro. It's actually free. All you have to do is just tap the button. Give us a follow for real. Yo, okay, so like I said, who is the person behind the what is his name? Where is he from? What does he do?
Yeah, so the guy behind the CTO, his name is Vincent. Yeah, he's from Kenya, and he's actually a freelance writer. He's been writing about crypto news on different platforms like right now he's working on a Switzerland on a crypto news website from Switzerland. It's called Blockzit. Right, so he's been in the game for a long time since I think 2017. So he's been there since the ICO days. He has seen this is the third bull run now, right? So he has some experience in the market, right? So and being in the forefront, writing news, analyzing. Actually, he's also a market analyst, so he understands the charts, he understands the cycles, right? And being in the market for that long means he has also the patience to see this thing push through to the end. Right? It's not easy to be in the market for 8 years, right? It's not easy. Many people, they join the market. Maybe they see the market is, dragging itself, moving sideways, and they exit. To be here for eight years, it's not a joke. So, I will just post his X handle. Yeah, you can check his account, and maybe you can check. I also share his page where he writes on the website. You can see his articles. Maybe you can see the kind of content he writes. So the aim here is that after taking Oxford to new highs, to new levels, maybe you can establish a name as a legit CTO group, right? I think you remember when there's this group called Kryptonite when they took up the Aura token, and it shot up in an insane level, right? The guys have established themselves into a group that they are known to, when they take up a coin, it explodes, right? So this is
That's amazing.
vision, right? And OKX is just the beginning. In the future, it's going to take up even more CTOs, but we shall name with OKX. So my call to everybody that is listening, right now is a great opportunity to join in when it's still early, when it's still at a low market cap, when it's still in the accumulation phase, right? And in the future you shall see the reputation of this guy, as he continues to build. In the future, you will end up actually being in the inside cycle. Some people like I don't know if you guys know Peter. Peter right now has established a name for himself. He pushed the priceless token, and it went from like 30k market cap to I think 39 million market cap. That was like his biggest win, and right now he's now an established name. So you just need that one coin that you can push and make it successful to build a name and to build a brand. So that is what Vincent is all about. He's a public figure. He's dogs. You can find him on Blockzit. You can check his bio. You can find him on LinkedIn. You can check his bio. Yeah.
Oh, that is very funny. That is very funny.
Before you start a project, you should definitely have a budget. Like you said, the guy, I think Vincent, he definitely have a budget for his project. Like, okay, this is the budget I'm going to work with for marketing. So as a CTO, I feel like maybe you guys have a marketing voice, or does what's the guy running the CTO? I think you tapped him. Let me see. I was just trying to speed right now. His name is Soul.Vin. Yeah, Soulvin, yeah? Is he funding the project from his personal wallet, or like you guys have like a community market wallet?
For now we are doing a community. We are doing a personal. He's funding the project personally for the users, like from the studios that are chipping in here and there. But most of the expenses are coming from his personal wallet.
Okay. So how much would you say that is for CTO budgets?
I would say 5,000.
$5,000. Yeah. Okay, that's good, bro. I wish you guys love in what you're doing for real, bro. So what are next 30, 60, 90-day goals right now?
So right now, we have our main goal right now is to create visibility, a lot of visibility, because we need a huge community. If you look at the attention of OKX, we need a huge community making noise on X, daily tagging them so that they can actually see us and recognize us. And so we have paid a long line of marketers who actually just beating their time, because the market right now is not really good, right? So just waiting for like Bitcoin to start behaving, like come back to some recovery, and then you start seeing some big names dropping our ticker.
Oh, crazy. But like, what happens if hype slows down, bro? What happens if the hype slows down?
So I actually spoke about this when I was starting. I said, if you object the market well, you will notice that the mascot narrative, it never dies down. The hype may come down, but the hype, the narrative never actually dies. Yeah. I think after Palu, after the exchange mascot narrative, went down. There's another mascot narrative that came out about, I don't know whether you remember the Zcash narrative mascot.
Yeah. I know. Yeah. Okay. I saw that, and also the proof for mascot as well.
Sure. Even recently there was another one, the mascot for the markets. We have yeah. So the narrative itself, that it will never die as long as the brands are alive, as long as still the parent narrative the parent brand is running the market, right? So that is what we are banking on, so that even when the market is in a bearish mode, we are still alive, we are still kicking. As long as OKX is is running, we are going. And since OKX is building the X layer chain, I don't think they have any plans of shutting down anytime soon.
Yo, this is crazy for real. Like different mascots around, bro. Like, are you guys listening? This one was launched by OK Ox themselves, bro. This is alpha, bro. Yo, okay, bro. I'm really, really grateful for having you on my space, bro. It's crazy for real. If you guys are not following OK, that's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit for real. I can't even lie, yeah. So like OK Ox, yeah, he's only killing locked up once.
The liquidity is banned. So as I said, OKX is a forming node. So as all launchpads work, when the migration is happening from the launchpad to the now main tech, the liquidity is actually good. Yeah. So
Okay. So do you have plans to reward like your long-term holders?
I would say we have plans to reward them because we don't have any access to the supply. It is a city of 100%. The whole supply, the 1 billion coins are in circulation, right? So we don't have any to reward them. Yeah.
Well, like, are you in contact with the top holder?
Not yet. I'll be honest about that. So actually, it's been accumulating recently. It was not there like a few weeks ago. He started accumulating recently. So we're still trying to locate him. Trying to tell him, like to
Nakatomi Plaza.
Scare away other investors. Yeah.
Exactly.
We're working on it.
Okay, bro. Okay, for real. It was really nice. It was really nice hearing from you, bro. Can I see those hundreds? Like, everybody, if you love what you just heard, can I see those hundreds, bro? Like, that's the least you can do. Just give them the support, bro. That's the least you can do, bro. It's not easy to come up with stuff, bro, for real. Like, can I see those hundreds? I'm seeing hundreds from just you. That's crazy. Can I see those hundreds? Yeah. Yo, okay. I feel like people definitely
Your shit's boring as fuck.
And I personally, like, you know what got me interested? The first thing you said, you're gonna keep showing up. That was actually what got me interested, bro. Secondly, you said that the CTO lead has a marketing budget, and he's not depending on most people create marketing wallets and be like, you guys do a GoFundMe or whatever. The fact that he's actually ready, bro, that's crazy. And actually forward doing great things. I and my co-host forward doing great things. Be your creative. Are you following my main account, bro? Are you following my main account?
Yeah, just sorry, not yet.
No, the main account is necessary.
Maybe you don't get Kentucky. I'll make sure to follow you.
Okay. That's good, bro. No, I'm the host. The guy hosting is me.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'm following you. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. You guys, I'm the host, bro. So I don't know what's happening. My network on my other device is not really good. It's a hard to use device. It's that. Yeah, anyways, bro, it was really nice hearing from you, for real, bro. Yeah, bro. You guys heard from Ship. You guys heard from OK Ox. You guys give them a follow. If you love what you're building, give them a follow. Yeah. So Ship hasn't launched. OK Ox is a CTO. As you heard from them, it was the original OK Ox that did the launch, yo. You feel me? Yeah, anyways, bro. Yo, Shib, I sent DM, do what to check it out on my host account, and you as well, okay, Ox. And we have cope. What we coping, bro? Like, how we coping? Everybody needs to cope. I think Whiskey is coping right now. I think Togsy is coping right now. I think Webty Warrior is coping right now. I think I am coping right now. Cope, what's good? What's happening? Very here for you. Are you there, bro? What's happening? Cope, are you there?
Go to Rabbi. No, they're not. Go to Rabbi.
I think he's not there yet. Maybe just give him some time and go back to the next one.
Okay. Let me do that right now. Let me look at my listening section. See what I'm gonna bring up next. I already know. I can see people. If you have a project, kindly do it. Like send a request and come up. Let's hear from you. I don't know why Baby. I don't know if you guys know Baby. Do you guys know Baby? The BABY. Okay, let me do all this shoot Baby right now for you guys. Yeah. I don't know if you guys have seen Baby. I feel like everybody would have seen Baby. The mascot, the guy, the baby sticker. I feel like everybody has seen the baby sticker, bro. I did a live stream for Baby, bro. We got to 1 mil, bro. We got to 1 mil. Did a few giveaways. Did a few giveaways for the pregnant ladies, bro. The people who have babies. You feel me? That was the whole point, yo. Like, for the people who don't know, I'm a streamer. Like, all of you who just came in, I'm a streamer. I stream on Twitch. I stream on TikTok. Yeah, I also do space hosting as well. So, yeah, Baby, we're currently at a 500K market cap. And I also did a stream for Snowball. I feel like everybody has seen Snowball. If you have not seen Snowball, then go update your decks. I did a stream for Snowball. We got 11 mil, bro. The dev is doing something good. I also did a stream for IVG. We got to 196K market cap, bro. We keep building every single day. Okay, if you keep showing up, bro, I personally feel definitely get noticed for real. Just keep doing what you do, okay? Just keep doing what you do, shit. Definitely get there. Cope. I don't know why you're not coping. What's happening, bro? We need you.
Who gives a fuck?
Yo, I can see some hands up, yeah? I'm gonna go with Rabbi. Rabbi, what's good? What's happening doing? Rabbi, what's good?
Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast. Thank you for allowing me to be here. If you're not following me, you should be, because I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I follow back everyone. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera.
Calm down, bro. That's crazy, bro. This is crazy. Calm down, nigga. Calm down. Yo, it was, I don't know what to say, bro. That was so fat. I was like expecting you to say, you don't want Rabbi, but no, bro. It's like I'm Rabbi, I'm doing something up, bro. Yo, everybody, you hear Rabbi. He's the fastest holding back, bro. Follow him right now, bro. He's not online, bro. I literally just checked like you already followed him. Bro, tell me the truth, Rabbi. Do you flash, bro? Rabbi, do you know flash?
Of course I know Flash. I'd appreciate the opportunity to finish. You let other people finish.
Bro. You, I know it, bro, because I was like, no fucking way. That's crazy. I love your energy, Rabbi, for real, bro. I love your energy. Just keep doing what you do, my guy, Rabbi, for real, for real. Yo, I can see. Holy days!
Yay! Yay! And Merry Christmas Eve, Merry Christmas Eve. I see some familiar faces. Wiz Killy, what's up? Thank you guys. To the host, Nasir and Andrew for having me up and for bringing me up. Astronaut, he's the one that told me to come up here. So just let me know when I can go.
Yo, you can go.
Okay, here's some holidays. Also, the Death of Facebook Hat doing a really amazing thing. We have the only multi-season holiday token, never been done before, not even on Soul, not on Chain, and so I created this amazing token holiday purposes. Not only is she beauty, but she has brains, real utility. She is the rewards token for the hat, also for the broader eco-based system. We've created liquidity pools that basically allow value from Base with Hat or value from Holly to interchange within each other like a true flywheel. And we also have sites with gaming and play to earn income. Aside from that, we have a really amazing concept, which is that we change with the holidays. So right after Christmas, you go into New Year's, then we have Valentine's, so a full year of holiday cheer and celebration, which is something that has not been done before. And as DJing that I've been before, I used to trade on Soul. I've been in ETH from $300, Soul from $20, BTC from $6K. I like memes. I remember what it feels to be meme changing and popping. And so this provides you to have just one token, but the feel of having multiple tokens. And I was in business. I was in all those different holiday coins where they come up and they're dead after the holiday. And so this revenues that. It gives a full year round of holiday cheer, and it moves into Base with Hat, which is a more established, fully loaded brand, which I am also the dev of. So really amazing opportunity. We're really baby, only 2 weeks old, only market cap, all-time highs, only 34K. It's definitely a great opportunity. We're gearing up for our main live season right now, which is Christmas, and then right after, like I said, rolling into New Year's, and then after that, Valentine's Day. So a full year of holiday season. Can't wait for our website to be updated
Merry Christmas Eve. And if anyone has any questions, I'm available.
Okay. Yo, now I'm trying to think. Rabbi Holy or Pastor. It's crazy. But like, Holy, like, she's laughing. Yo, Holy. I didn't know how she did your name, bro. Like, what's your name?
You're right. I'd like to add though, Holidays is my name, just like the holidays, but actually two first names. It's a play on words. I came up with the name.
Oh, so where are you from, Holy?
I'm from New York.
Oh, crazy. Oh,
that's why I speak that.
Oh, I feel you. Okay.
Also, I'm a mom of two, really building a blue chip team. Everyone on our team, we're really small. We're literally mom and pop devs, as in we are mothers and fathers, and we have to make their mind in the back. And so we're just building for the future. We're really building for longevity. And it's really amazing to be building on Base, because if you don't know, Base is Coinbase's L2 layer on top of Ethereum right before the biggest alt season that we have had. So many opportunities and multiple catalysts as to why this project will not only sustain, but be a blue meme and brand throughout Base.
Crazy. But why do you think the people who sold when you go to, because I can see that you launched 20 days ago, yeah? Your all-time high was 34K, which was 4 days ago. Your current market cap is 14K. Why do you think the people sold? Why?
Well, honestly, the markets are a bit horrible. We did onboard a few polls. One of the polls dumped yesterday. They said they were hot,
motherfuckers.
But they dumped on us. And so, really and truly, I'm just going to keep saying this. People are acting weird when the dev has so much supply. The dev is the only one to be trusted with the supply. You onboard a lot of people. They want supply. They really can't be trusted to hold. And so, that's why I have more than enough supply. Also to mention, our LP is locked for 5 years through Go Plus, which is a security standard, and that really helps stabilize a lot of the cushions from the cells. We have a nice liquidity pool, over 44% to our valuation, and so although we are a small market cap and people have bought and sold, we're actually very good and not really down from all-time highs considering other projects in the markets.
Okay. Yo, you guys, before I continue, coin just reached 513K W's, everybody. The coin just reached 513K. We're currently holding the 513K for W's, but like, sorry guys, I'm always multitasking as I'm talking right now. I'm doing a push right now. Holly, bro. I can't lie. Like, the last time I came to New York, that was my dream, bro. Like, it's crazy. That was actually last time I was in New York, my dream. I would like to, for real. But I actually love hearing from you. Holly, hope you're giving my co-host Miss Kelly.
I know Kelly. I know him.
Oh, you know him? That's good. Because
okay? I know Rabbi too. Everybody on here. I've been about hours spaces. I'm a known dev throughout the scene. Been building for almost a year.
That's good. Like, the same question I asked OK Ox, yeah? Holly, because you said, after listening to you, you look like someone who's actually looking to do something good. Like you said, last year, a friend of mine, I don't know if you guys know this project. I don't know if you guys know Christmas. I think everybody has seen Christmas.
Yes, I was in Christmas.
Yeah, exactly. A friend of mine actually launched Christmas. So, if you're actually serious to actually take this, be the first holiday coin to actually last, not dumb, that would be good for real. So, Holly, what's your marketing budget? Like I said, and you can say, this is what I budget to spend for marketing.
Look, we're all organic. Everybody, at this point, we have over 6% allocated for marketing. So we have different wallets acquired. That wallet acquired a nice percentage, and then we allocated to other wallets. So I have a marketing wallet that has not even been touched, which is 3.5%. And then we have other marketing wallets that we utilize on top of, as we gain new investors, we do get new people coming on board. But right now, we're pretty much running organic. I really don't like the whole, hiring people and then they dump, because they do that all the time. So I'm reporting supply like it's going out of style. I've done this before. My one project 2
community organically?
Would you say?
How are you growing the community organically? Can you hear me?
Sorry, we've been doing some contests. We had a little give us your holiday pickup line towards Holly, which was pretty cool. We've got a few Kohl's and ambassadors on board that's actually been supporting us, from the beginning, and new ones that are, a lot of people are setting up some new partnerships with us as they think that I'm doing more spaces. We were kind of, to be honest, a little bit cabalish because I don't want too many people that don't know how to hold or what's going on in the project. So we didn't update the decks 4 days ago, which is what you see, which is when you've seen the all-time high. So that whole time we were operating dexless, kind of just, we're here, we're on the launch pad, which we came from the Cabal launch pad. It's a very small launch pad. A lot of people don't know about it. It does not get as much volume, so it's a little bit harder to market as opposed to other launch pads that I've been on in the past. But the good thing is it allows it to be stealthy and it allows it to be good holders. And so we were no decks for a while, and then we updated the deck on a Saturday, which I didn't want to do, but the community wanted it. So we did. We got a little all-time high, and then market's been horrible. People have been cashing out for Christmas. They want their Christmas money. But we are such, vets in this space. Like, one of the devs here, he was trading BTC when BTC was 12 cents. So we have a stomach for buying red, for seeing charts. We know what we're doing. We have a lot of knowledge and experience that we've learned. So we're just doing things differently and doing things our way, to be honest. And so that's why I don't even want to overshill. It's kind of like, here we are. This is the opportunity. I got tired of asking people for a seat to their table, so I created my own table for everyone to eat. So everyone's welcome to be with us, to build with us. I'll never rug. I always support. I've helped a lot of other projects as well. But I really, truly just want to be in my own project because that's the only thing that I can control. So yeah, we're here for longevity, to grow. We've onboarded lots of people. We have a content creator, Kiki, who's amazing from us. She actually made a nice YouTube video for us. We haven't even fully rolled that up. A lot of people are actually on holiday journey right now, so we're not even at 100% optimal of where we're going to be. So guys, truly early opportunity. I invite Wiz Killy to come, and you guys to just come in our TG, check out the vibes, check out our stickers and competitions, and also look at our web because there's a lot coming.
So when Holly, where do you see yourself in the next 3 months?
I definitely by Valentine's Day think it's likely that we can have an over $1 million floor. I'm really excited about the Valentine's season. Christmas actually is a big season, but we just launched to Christmas, so I don't think that's going to be our peak. I think our peak is going to be after New Year's and then moving into Valentine's, which is also one of the most highly celebrated holidays within America. A lot of the team is American. We are international, but the main devs are American. And so we're really looking to just push this to the most that we can. We know that having our own brand is comfortable, and so you don't have to launch anything else. You can just continue to build upon what you have and offer everything for everybody's appetites. And so we have NFT drop coming on New Year's Eve, which is going to be amazing. It's going to be like a little Holly calendar collection. Alpha there. I'm very proud, which is my brother project. I'm also the dev of that. We have 3 different NFT collections. We have a perp trading. We have so many things. We're part of Baseleys. So those connections are just going to spill into Holly as well. It's an ecosystem. So you can join Base with Pat. You can join Holly Days. You don't have to have both. Having both will get you maximum rewards when our staking rolls out. But guys, when I'm telling you this is a true opportunity, there's no hype. This is all facts here. I've really looked at the market. I've really studied and analyzed what people need, what people like in a project, and what are the different things that you need to sustain it. And so Holly and Base with Pat is providing answers to all of it.
Yo, crazy. Thank you so much. Bro, that was, this projects are amazing. Firstly, I have to say, she didn't be crazy. Okay, Ox? You guys, okay, Ox. Oh, yeah, let me use the opportunity to say this. Okay, Ox is percent of supply. I'm look for solid orders. I'm going to send it to you guys, and that's my Christmas, let's just say our Christmas gift to you guys. Onboarding you early, 10K. Yes, that's all I have to say for now. Yo, Holly. So,
can I make an announcement?
Yeah.
We're going to be giving you 2 million Holly so that you can distribute to any one of your listeners. 2 million Holly. It may not be a lot right now, guys, but it can be worth a lot very quickly. And so 2 million holidays for your holiday. And just thank you guys. It's just a little thank you for having me up here.
I'm your DM. Anything money, I active. I'm your DM.
Okay. Can you come to my TG though? Because I'm not gonna lie, my ex is horrible. You can come to my TG. I'm so bad with the ex. I can't see nothing.
Okay.
I'm so horrible. And for anybody that wants to contact me, come to our TG. I am so bad with ex. Contact me. I'm so sorry. Usually my staff's in the X, they don't respond to the X messages as they've been told, and then I usually don't see them. So if you just go to my Telegram, shoot me out. I'll remove my stars, but just go into Telegram, and it's so much easier. We've been giving away prizes, and people haven't even collected it because they haven't came to the Telegram.
Yo, I can hear your baby. Tell her I said hi.
Thank you. That was my son, actually. But
son. Tell him I said hi. Tell him brother Nasa says hi.
He said hi. Thank you. But thank you guys so much. I really didn't expect to come up here. I got to do a little bit of plastic Christmas shopping. But thank you guys. I'm really looking forward to connecting and being back up here. 2 million holidays giveaway. I'll shoot it to you ASAP. Also, we're creating a banker account today. So we'll be giving out more. All the airdrops going forward is going to be your banker.
Yo, how am I gonna get you on teaching for real? How am I gonna get you on teaching?
Hold on.
But that aside,
where are you?
You can send this TG to my
because sorry, before I forget, I'm just gonna go on your message thing.
I sent you a message on my main account this year.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's why I didn't see it. Okay, perfect. Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, why Holly, after listening to everything, and thank you, shout out to Holly for the 2 million, for real. Really, really appreciate it, I really, really appreciate it. I think my community also appreciates it, So, who is the target audience? What's your target audience? Because I hear you saying...
Dude, fuck this guy, he sucks. I'm not helping him in the future. We bet to not write down that motherfucker's name and write down his motherfucking... his other one, whatever. Nasir, you suck, and everybody hates you. Motherfucker not even using the right flag. There's no way that motherfucker's from Ireland. Not in a million fucking years.
Chop, chop, let's go. Not so fast. I've traveled quite a distance from the ethereal ground to this dark this basement. What do you call this? It's my shame cave. This is where I go to get away from everything. It's like my safe space. I go down here, I watch football, everything's perfect. See, I also have what you call a safe space. It's called Balmore Castle. It's a castle. So it's more like a safe castle. Sorry, excuse me.
pardon me, and drink this. Just admit to keep the frost off my toes, you know? Gin and tonic goes a long way. See, I better not.
He's doing a podcast with
Alex. Is that Alex?
Alex?
Yeah. What is he? Ask him what he wants.
He's doing a podcast with Brendan Schwab.
It's Schwab. Don't say Schwab.
I'm saying it wrong?
Yes, it's Brendan Schaub. It's a German name.
People get sued for that. I missed that. That's funny.
Hello? Oh shit. He called you. Somehow he found the footage right now on Facebook. He's suing me.
He is.
Oh, fuck. He said he got Rogan involved. What? Not this again.
It's so bad at improv.
Yeah. I'll take back the back to him.
Yeah, turn that fucking. For God's sake, be careful. That's an iPhone 16.
Alright.
Okay.
5?
I don't have an answer for you.
2.
Again, I would never say who I don't think is funny. It's so mean.
Okay, let me.
It's so mean, yeah. So I'm sure, Callan. I'm sure you don't say people aren't funny. Get the fuck out of here.
Phrase it like this. Is Theo Vaughn funny?
Yes.
He's very funny.
Yes.
Is your co-host funny?
I think my co. You mean I'm funny?
You didn't say.
On the Fighter and Kid.
Theo Vaughn funny?
On the Fighter and Kid.
In the Fighter and the Kid.
He's very funny.
Oh, he's not.
Oh, come on. You don't even listen to the podcast. You get your information from the community.
Another lawsuit.
No.
I like how he says it like that. Community.
Oh, you should be listening to the Fighter and the Kid.
Is this how you expected this episode to go today?
Yes.
You did?
I did.
Well, then good on you for showing up.
Come on, bro. We're here, man.
I'm sure you're still
Trying to
gonna
get the
regret it.
truth.
Yeah. Some psychologists say that the left side of the brain is for analytical thinking, while the right side of the brain is used for creative purposes. What would they say about someone like you who is missing their brain?
They would say that I'm all heart.
All heart.
Yeah, dude.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
That's why you don't want to throw your friends under the bus.
I work from my heart.
Unless they're Asian.
That's
It's fat and tiny, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
You're being. That's a mean way to describe.
No, that is that not. You don't love him.
Has Bobby been on the podcast?
He has not.
You tried to kill him.
I had to get good points for him to show up.
He's a good man.
I've already accepted.
You're using me to get him. You've been using me to get him on the fucking podcast because he's more popular.
He's a way better guest. He's like top tier guest.
I agree with that. The most viral clip we ever had was Bobby.
But did somebody record the phone call?
Oh, that's great, dude. Yeah, wow.
No, there were 2 phone calls. But listen,
Right. But the name.
so you got to get yourself a little more specific and start fucking writing. See?
Yeah, you didn't do the names though.
Pussy, yeah. Fuck. Hey, John, Steve.
No, real names.
Isaiah.
For the audience.
Jeremiah, you guys are not fucking funny.
Brendan.
Why'd you say that? I would say that.
Try to help out.
Brendan takes too much shit.
I love him, man.
I feel like you don't.
He's I'll see him in court.
So much money, dude. How the fuck do you have that much money? You're
I don't fucking got any of that. I get like 2 of those a year.
You know what's happening? You're making money off me right now.
This episode might do good.
Yeah, it'll do very well.
It'll be seen by hundreds of thousands on a brand new
These guys, like, all right, not guys. So, Callan, Whitney Cummings, Rogan, all people, I think all the cats agree with us, and even more so, they're not funny. They're trash, right? But they're hugely popular, or at least they're known. They're all like, now people have realized that they suck. You can make money off of how much they suck. Yeah. The power. They generate money from how bad they are. Like Callan is a bag of money, and the right Matan saw a bag of scooped it up, that Callan money bag, and he's trying to shake out. He's trying to squeeze like what you do with toothpaste when there's nothing left. You squeeze out what's left, the tube. You know, there are like when you take a towel and you're twisting the towel. Matan gets the towel when it's like super or like wet, and then when he's finally done and it's almost dry, he gives it to us, and we go. Is there any? We put our mouth out like I got a drop, and or maybe Matan and cats. They do that. They have the big bag, and then
anymore. I feel like this is all great. I'm not trying to say he's dead, but it's kind of like a chosen guy to try to like flip a bad situation good.
Oh yeah, no, I said that before. I haven't let go of that narrative. I know I have Graves' disease. We all know that, and I forget things. But no, I still think, even though this is like, even if it's not real and it's fake and all that stuff, it's well done. It's enough to make me laugh. I know I like Matan. He's funny.
Yeah.
So, but it's maybe not real, and probably not. And it's all a handshake. All right, I'm gonna say this. You say that. It's not authentic like this.
Yeah, I feel like it's not that everyone is in the know of it, but it's like just like how Andrew Schultz becomes a huge comedian because he's friends with everyone there.
Yeah,
Matan's somewhat of becoming a friend of his.
Oh yeah,
Redax.
Also, he has access. I mean, Matan's on like TV shows and like award shows, and he has Brian Callen's number. We don't. We got Brendan Walsh's number, and we got Mark Harley's number. Those are our buddies. Until they do another 9/11. And but no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, we're nobodies, dude. We don't matter. Okay, there's no plant here. Yeah. Right. The only plant is the fucking growing in Gerardo's fucking. Or yeah, the net. I mean, she's buying us all the way.
Mm-hmm. What's that platform called? If you say Reddit, I'm going to freak out.
We both know it. Damn
it, you were bullied. By the way, this whole fucking podcast should be called the Bully Podcast.
Define bullying for me.
Is that it?
Like what? Like
jeez.
That's my year of
Also, shout out for our sponsors and Tiger Belly. They also give us a lot of money.
And a terrible
He's a good manager. Look how much money.
He's the worst manager and the worst host I've ever been. Ever in my life.
You deal with the worst co-host every week.
That's fucking not true.
I almost laugh at that.
Because you don't watch the podcast, so how would you know that?
I might keep up with it more than you.
Okay, who was the last guest?
Brandon?
No, see? Fucking, I'm wrong. I just got you.
You guys can't get guests anymore?
We get guests.
Yeah, you guys got,
We've had some problems, but yeah. Things haven't been what they were.
Oh, why do you think that is?
Because of some decisions. All right, what are you doing? Is that a victory thing?
I'm manifesting bad on you and your family and your kids.
Why? I'm 58. You're right. Okay, but we don't have to do that kind of fucking math. I thought you were going to say. I thought we were done with the negative stuff.
I hope it's over soon.
What would you get me for a birthday? If you had to.
Oh, that's a good question. What would I give you for?
And don't be a dick.
No, I'm gonna give you a real answer. I would give you Reddit gold.
I'm not doing that. I'm not pounding you for that. Ow! Don't fucking pound me when I don't pound you. Don't force pound me.
No, I don't like disrespect.
Well, why do you keep bringing up Reddit? You know I'm sensitive about that.
That's why.
And why'd you call it the community?
I'm part of it. I feel like I'm in a community.
You're part of the Reddit community?
Come on, we did this already. I am the fucking leader. I started it with that email.
Fucking Matan.
You finally figured it out after all this time.
This is fucking where I'm at now. In this white portal. And it's the other podcast is The Fighter and the Kid.
No, I'm saying
it's a beloved podcast, except for by the community.
You're talking about like
money is a good bet, dude. That's such a good bet.
Molds and like human flesh. That's more for save that for Friday.
Okay.
I'll give you money if you bring me with you. Bring me like in a costume.
You mean to The Fighter and the Kid?
No, then I'll do it. I'll give you to Rogan. Same offer.
If I brought you to Rogan, I dressed you up like a furry or something, and you just didn't say anything, like you were him.
No,
that'd be kind of cool, right? if you were just next to me?
I'll shut down the whole Reddit. I'll shut it down.
You will? Yeah. If I bring it up, Roby?
I'll do it.
Dude?
We have a deal.
But how are you going to shut down the Reddit? Look me in the eye.
I own it.
You own the fucking...
started it. And I tricked you.
So you're like the leader of all of them.
I don't want to...
So if you were like... you were like... So if you were like, stop, it would just stop.
No, I could just stop. Must ban all of it. I don't use Reddit. No.
You fucking have a lot of power for a kid your age, dude.
No.
I still don't believe you're 17. I think you're 21.
Teachers, the lie.
Wow. Never quit. Never seen it. Yeah, dude. Worth it. I think it might be the longest clip watched here, dude.
I'm not a numbers guy, so I don't know.
What do you think, dude?
What I think about
just overall baton.
I mean, that was really funny. Yeah. Good shit. I wish you could get Shab on. Now that we can't get stand-up from Shab, that might be the next best thing.
It's going to happen, dude.
I hope so.
It's going to happen.
He was good. He was a really good stand-up, and it's just sad that because of some weird random hate group on Reddit, we can't see him anymore.
Yeah. You know. This is posted by Where Does It Hurt RA. Shout out from my boy DDP, who's fighting this weekend. Brendan Schaub, great prediction has been, haha, JK, you've never been.
Just so fucking mean, dude. Oh. Like, you win and you still post that. I guess it's like, yes, you bet against me. I'm the fucking JK, you had never have it. He's just adding on to it.
Yeah.
Damn.
Shout out to DDP.
Yeah, great guy, never mind.
Numbers guy B, 5 days ago from AB_TB12. Cat Williams, 7.4 million with Theo Vaughn, Antonio Brown, T-Fat-K, 35K.
Damn. Woof. They had on the cracker of the day guy on T-Fat-K. How'd that go?
I don't know. I want to see some clips. Are we going to get Antonio Brown clips?
I guess we'll see. Matana seems to be dominating them. 10 minutes.
Oh my God. Okay, we already saw this. David Haphazard. The Bobby controversy and Baba. I wish we would have just watched this one.
Yeah.
But well, if we miss anything, let us know in the comments. This one is posted by Glee 4 Pine Tree. Old clip of comedian Ari Shaffir bragging about showing his penis to a 5-year-old girl on multiple occasions. Yikes. Let's see.
I was at my friend's house. She's a lesbian, single mother, and she goes, "I want to go to the bathroom." She goes, and she has a 5-year-old. She goes, "Can she watch you pee? Because she needs to look like before it's too quick."
What?
Yeah.
What?
She doesn't want the distance she sees to be
the one going into her mouth.
Yeah.
Dude, why would she choose yours?
Yeah. But this is what she said. She was like, "Why does it come out of that thing?" And I was like,
"Hold on, wait, she kid watch you pee? I know. You want the kid watch you pee?
You gotta start with the story. Where have you been with this?
Did you let her shake it off?
No, but then she went to touch it. I was like, "I'm crossing a line."
What? How old is she?
Hold on.
Dude, I'm leaving because I don't person with children up here. You walked into someone's house. They said, "College needs to see you pee."
Yeah.
You said, "Cool."
I said, "Yeah, okay."
You said, "Oh, okay." The kid's 5.
Something like that.
Okay, and then you walked into the bathroom with a 5-year-old alone. You pulled your dick out. The 5-year-old child said,
And you're like, "Oh, watch this."
"What is this thing?
You're not gonna believe what's about to happen. How come you do it like that? Something along those lines. And then she said, "Why?"
I can't get over the guy in the beginning saying like, "Because it's not the first thing, man." Like, the fucking add that to all the terrible clips that people take out of comedians doing like, "I'm gay."
This is us watching this.
Yeah, it's Ben Avery.
Yeah, Ben Avery was
the guy in the back. This is all things comedy. I can tell it's an ATC there, and the guy in the back. He's still the guy that does the producing. This is like from 30 years ago. Not that guy, the other guy that was on the Aaron or something. I remember him. He's not on screen right now.
Yeah, I know.
Nothing ever changes. It's always like this.
Let's see.
This is so puny for her actual words. And I was like, "Well, I mean, I wouldn't."
You're like, "Yeah, bend over, bitch. I'll show you puny."
Yeah.
Bend over, bitch. I'll show you puny. These guys are drunk or something. I don't know. I mean, I'm making excuses for them. I don't know why. But yeah, I don't like this.
5-year-old kid.
Yeah.
I can hear this story again.
Oh, man. I don't know if she knows whether puny or
Never.
She knows
else the word puny means. I'm just trying to touch it. I was like, no.
Wait, this isn't real.
Those are barnacles.
Did you slap her hand?
It's hilarious.
Did you slap her hand away? Or did you just
I just kind of
casually push it away?
I was like, no.
Oh, what, you stiffed under Heisman style?
Yeah.
And then you were like, not for 3 more years?
Who can piss under you? Grab at it.
Were you just making eye contact with it all the time?
Yeah, were you guys looking at each other?
Look at what's going on, young lady.
What was how did you end it? You guys hugged or?
I tapped it off.
Was there a more you know?
I'm gonna beat off this story.
This is the credit, like when women say men shouldn't have podcasts. They're like, all podcasts are alike. You know, this is what they're talking about.
Could she like this? Wait 3 years until she's 8.
It cheapens us for even saying anything.
Nuts.
I don't like it.
Let's see here. 300 pages posted this one. It's called Chin Drunkenly Pointing Guns at His Food.
See, this is wholesome content.
Yeah, we want more of this, dude. Glock 17. I like how his feet are in this picture still.
What is he? What is he trying to say here?
I don't know. There is some deeper meaning here.
It's kind of like when Tony had the gun where he's smoking a cigar.
How many podcasts does Bubba have?
17, maybe.
Oh, no, he doesn't have 5.
You trying to make me move to Austin?
Yeah.
Oh, we're moving to Austin. He just has a gun in his hand. Oh, yeah, we're moving to Austin, huh? He's threatening shop.
He's smoking a cigar. You just don't see it.
Smoke coming out. It is, it's a childish thing, really. I mean, these guys haven't really grown up. I mean, neither have I, but I try to pretend like I have, at least. Like the illusion of an adult, right? I like that. But they're like, nah, dude, gun, cigar, fucking drugs, like, fucking, I'm 45, I had 12 beers last night. My friends gay. Yeah, they're like, I fucking showed my cock to a 3-year-old. They're like, whatever the fuck. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Let's see here. Survival. That's a promotion. Let's see. This is posted by psychic scientist Tim Kennedy gets blackballed from the fire ministry. Tim Kennedy probably could have picked any other bit. Be good for you. So it's just a bunch of negative comments. Oh, there are some things we need to clarify. Tim Kennedy is not and has never been an employee, brand ambassador, or paid influencer. Staccato. What is staccato?
I don't know.
Damn. All right. Well, he's getting douched.
That's funny. That's like his toe holds. It's a sandals company. The flops.
I'll tell you that.
Read the room, y'all. Posted by Haphazard. We haven't seen this, right? No,
I don't think so.
Let's see what this is.
I'll tell you the biggest thing, the most wildest thing to me of all the Grammys, Kendrick Lamar wins Grammy of the Year for Not Us. The entire crowd filled with pedos start mimicking his lyrics.
Lyricking.
I mean, all of that was pretty fit.
My buddy filled with Graves' disease.
He sounded like Vince McMahon.
You're fired.
Really? Yeah, the Drake word minor, they're all like minor, and fucking Beyonce's dancing. Meanwhile, her husband Jay-Z's under investigation for a minor.
It's interesting.
It's so weird. So weird.
It's
read the room, y'all.
Yeah, read the room.
Oh, really, dude?
Allegations that the 40-year-old comic and actor has been sexually harassing underage girls began surfacing this week after one alleged victim claimed that the Net Series U actor once asked her for nude pictures, knowing that she was underage.
Features.
Yeah, shot. Take that, fucking idiot. Me?
Read the room, y'all. What? Let's see, this is posted by 12 Washing Beard, an all-time classic that still holds up today. The Gringo Papi.
That's facts.
What do they hear us talking at the bar cooler? Because this is me every day.
And also, shout out to whoever posted this because, like, dude, you just nailed it.
Sick poster.
Yeah, one of the best. The album art doesn't get enough shout out. like the Mexican flag, dude. Cool tattoos. Yeah. It's a great fucking thing.
Yeah. This is easily the funniest Callahan has been. Posted by Accomplished Gap 4690. Let's see what part they're talking about. Okay, why isn't it opening?
I would never say who I don't think is funny. Okay, let me phrase it like this. Is Theo Vaughn funny?
Yes.
He's very funny.
Yes.
Is your co-host funny?
I think my co-host. You mean I'm funny?
You didn't say. I said Theo Vaughn funny. I know the answer. Kid. If I heard you, it's very funny. No, he's not. Oh, come on.
Oh, come on. That's great. Great moment. Never seen it. Let's see this one. In any facet, post like beat time. I'm not defending Bryce in any facet, but continues to defend Bryce. Nuts. Let's see. This is Horror Nothing 9789. Miss Schwab riding in an electric car is a problem, dude. Oh, fuck. Yeah, dude. I saw this one already. How are Ubers consistently awful at driving the stop and go and heavy on the brake? It's taking everything in me to not puke all over his lovely Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, fucking real men don't drive electric cars.
I mean, that's why you want to puke.
Yeah, you're being one of those things. Your fucking pussy drives it.
Yeah. Is this a pussy driving or is that a man?
Yeah, he's got the mask on. He's probably been vaccinated 1,000 times. Probably voted for 1,000 times.
Even his ears set. His ears like, oh.
He's not a fucking. He wouldn't last a day in Austin.
Not a chance, B. Have you ever been in a Tesla?
Oh, dude.
I have.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you okay?
Yeah, dude, it's nuts though. I was in one for the first time not too recent.
Oh yeah. I did when I was getting when she had me the day I was born. They didn't even get like an ambulance. They drove her to the hospital with a truck.
In the back.
Just like this, the bed, the truck bed. Because my dad was like, dude, we're a truck family.
Yeah, you were delivering on the wheel well. Always been a Porsche family, posted by Horn.
I rolled down the thing what's the thing that you flop out?
I don't know. No things before you pick them up. Well, tailgate.
I rolled down the tailgate.
Yeah. Horror Nothing 9789 posted this one. Always been a Porsche family. Exploring the streets of Texas.
Good for her. You know, you gotta always be looking for your next move, right? That's what fucking successful people do.
Yep. I speak for all of California when I say good riddance. The Graph experiment posted this. Denmark is reportedly planning on increasing tariffs for Ozempic 5 by 500% for the U.S. only. Hell yeah, dude. Fuck. Oh, shit. The tariffs.
Yeah, good. Be bad news for Brennan.
Yeah. Various Concept 2615 posted this one. Get the fryers ready. Jerry Fight Companion. Damn, that's today, dude.
Dicey.
People are asking if we're going to do a stream today. Hell no, dude. I'm barely awake.
Nah, fam.
Damn, but I'm excited for that.
Yeah.
It's with the four of them. Who's this other guy? Is that Joey Diaz? He lost weight?
That's that. I forget his name.
Brian Simpson.
Yes, Brian Simpson. Matt something.
Sarah?
Yes.
Okay. Shout out to them. I'll be watching from my apartment. Let's see. This is haphazard. The guys finally heard him say Super Ball. Oh, let's hear.
Okay, it's called the Super what?
Bowl.
Oh, you're saying ball?
B-A-W.
Yeah, like you're like some kind of European. That's a Super Bowl. He's like a terrible Uber driver. Who just got in the Super Bowl? Guys, I went to. Can I tell you something real quick? I went to Starbucks to get this new thing called a cortado.
Dude. Hey, hold on.
Yeah, it's 2013. No, he just found out what a cortado
Yeah, just found out a cortado.
Just like you just found out you're saying Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You just found out what a
I had
cortado
to go to the bathroom. Foreigners.
It's the movie where it's Dracula.
Dracula. Oh, is it take place in the Super Bowl? Yeah. Dracula was at the Super Bowl. At the Super Bowl. Hello, my name is Dracula, and I'm at the Super Bowl.
I'm sorry, culture. That's how you say it.
Dracula is like the black, Blackula.
I'm gonna suck your blood out your neck, bitch.
Y'all never
I
seen
wish shit.
Y'all ever seen Blackula?
Y'all ever see me in the mirror?
No.
Exactly.
I love horrors. Deuces. I love horrors.
What if they had a meeting before the show? Like, all right, Brent, we got to be honest with you. Like, a lot of the content making fun of you is doing pretty good. And they show them charts. They're like, okay, so this episode, me and Eric Montez are gonna talk about how you say words wrong, and like we've researched, and these are the bits that we're gonna try out. And Brendan looks at me and goes, "Genius, that's awesome. Let's do it."
Brendan's like, "What do you? Oh, what?" And then they're like, "We're starting with Super Bowl." He's like, "No, come on."
Eric was like, he said, "Terrible Uber driver." Why is Uber driver gonna be terrible? Just because he said a word wrong?
Yep.
Eric is a little bit blockbuster.
I'm on Eric's side, dude.
You know, your Uber drivers have to pronounce all the words.
Where are we? America, dude. Speak English, right?
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Take me to my motherfucking Chipotle, dog. Come on, bro.
Chipotle?
Mm-hmm. Jeez. You gonna get the Chipotle, stack it up over a week, that's toast.
You got a chicken ball? Or a burrito ball?
Chicken ball.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing.
Same facts.
All right, Papa's next grift posted by Peter Gooch Sr. This trends at least once every 2 months.
Yeah.
A Pornhub post.
It's funny.
Yeah. Thick boy gang. Gang bang. Oh, no. Why is George in there, dude?
George, he's part of the show.
They changed the locks, though. George don't got the key. Let's see. This next one is Chin's Insta story, ? Joe Rain posted this. Just
not real. Very funny.
The unscale of the Diet Coke, though. Crazy.
That is very funny.
It is cool if he's doing that, though, too. You know?
Hey, no judgment.
Behind the scenes with producers. Yeah, that's clearly salt. That's not cocaine. Because if it was cocaine, it would be in my nose.
It's not real because there's no gun.
Mm-hmm. Oh, legal age of coke. Ari clowns D'Elia for being a PDF file posted by Mike Honcho himself. 7. Let's see here.
Sent in Estonia, guess 15. 14. 44, you know. That's when Chris D'Elia fucked up. Location.
Oh my God.
Here is a file back in Estonia. My man's a gentleman.
Wow.
Not for me.
Yeah. Great comic, not for me. Yeah, dude.
How about you be funny next time? You are never good. Your clips are always bad and have been said many times before. Brendan Cooney has murder teeth. If he did that would be good. But that would be too original for him.
But in Estonia, he has a big gums.
I took an edible, and it didn't work. But then, 30 minutes later, I was like, whoa, jazz.
Tony Hinchcliffe, fuck me. He does Brian Callen, but with an Estonian accent.
Oh, fuck.
I told you this a long time ago.
Yeah, I forgot. I'm great.
Yeah.
But I guess that's original in a way.
Dishes here. This smug ass face when Bappa feels like he drops knowledge. Posted by Hot Pot Senable. Yeah.
Damn, dude. His face could be like a thing that pops up. Like the paper clip on the old Word. Like it could be like the paper clip, or they would have this face.
Yeah.
Got a question?
Oh, floppy.
Yeah, floppy.
It looks like they're like, hey, Brandon, what should we name the dog? He looks like that, and he's like, Donnie.
Give it back.
Give it back. Dang. Bye. Alrighty. Next joke. Next one is Caterpillar Hot 7539. This week's new persona, Calabasas.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Interesting.
3 deals in 1 hour. So is this a
Is this on Drive Fast Podcast? What channel is this on?
I think that's fake, but it would be funny as fuck if he did a real estate bit.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
So in the middle of trying to work on my truck, my house got sold.
I've always been kind of a guy that's into like real estate, money, making it happen, and I don't know why I'm doing that voice for shop though.
Yeah.
I sold my house, I flipped it for $3 million, and I asked the guy, I said, "Can you give me more money than that?" Got it done.
Instead of calling it Drive Fast All Gas, you should have called it West Coast Choppers.
Why?
I don't know, just because. I don't know. I tried.
I mean, it's better than Drive Fast All Gas.
Let's see here. Luke doesn't rate the Rogan Hack Pack. Posted by Luke Bow. Let's see here.
Attachment to MAGA be his downfall? No. His show has turned into Rush Limbaugh with DMT and shit comedians. Well, it's always had shit comedians.
Skits and bits. That's hilarious.
Hell yeah.
Teach his own. I think is probably the best comedians out there. Luke is a good guy.
It depends on how numbers you count it or whatever.
Only 250. Man on it.
The Grammys make me sick. Only inviting pedos posted by Grammys Concept 2615. Wow, this is the best post of the week right here, dude.
Yeah, dude, calling him out for his idiocy. Very stupid.
Read the room, y'all.
What room were you reading then, Brendan? Not that one.
Oh, dude, I have inside knowledge. I was a double agent.
That's why he stunned me when he was like, "Oh my god, everyone here's a pedophile."
Yeah.
I'm never doing
Fire
this
me,
again.
Showtime.
I better bet on myself.
I better bet on myself. Let's see here. What the fuck? Yeah, dude. Posted by Upstairs Patient 373. Yeah, dude.
We were talking about this last time.
You don't look good.
No. Look, evil does this to a man, right? You're bad inside, eventually outside bad too.
Yeah. Too many hot chips can lead down a treacherous road. My camera angle's not helping.
All of these pictures look like each one of them looks like he caught his dick in something. These are all stills from that's when he's trying to like not like is there a way to like not let anyone know that I caught my dick in something? And the rest of them are him just screaming for help. Please!
He's trying to describe how it got caught. He's like, I don't know.
My dick is stuck in the pie.
That's the first try to get it out.
Oh, fuck. He's resigned now. He's like, all right, fine, it's just stuck forever.
He's like, who needs a dick?
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't have a dentist, so I might as well not have a dick.
This is also how hard you laugh when you've done something terrible.
Yeah.
And you finally feel good again.
Yeah, for that 15 seconds before you remember what you did.
Oh my God, so funny. Why did I do that? Yeah, let's see.
I present to you
the 250 fucking suck bee. Confident Search 8648 posted this one. I pray to God somebody said that.
a brand new minute from one of the hardest working men in all of the Austin, Texas comedy scene. This is the return of Cam Patterson.
I was around the fires. I was there. I blame the gays. That's who I blame for. It's funny because I was riding around and I seen like all the houses on fire and shit. And you know what was crazy? You know what was still standing? All the ash and the rubber and all the fire, what was still standing was brick chimneys. Why not make the houses out of that next time? That make the most sense ever, you fucking dumbass niggas. Hey, we're on a roll. Let's keep going with Airplanes for 200. Airplanes for 200. And what is the deal with the black box? Tell me. It's the only thing that survives a crash. Why don't they build the whole plane out of the black box? You know who happy? Asian niggas. They are Asian as shit.
Dude, bad comedy funnier than good comedy. Sorry. Strikes again. It's better to be not good. So take that. If you're a comedian, you're thinking about being a comedian, start writing jokes about gays, Asians.
Cheat on your wife, take some Adderall, hit up way too many women on Instagram. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Keep it thick. 3 C's.
If there was a horrible fire recently, blame it on the people in it. Yeah. That's good.
That's your way of calling the Palisades gay. Oh, wait. I don't know.
I was like,
I don't think it's
Cam said that it's like they should build the house out of it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't understand why he blamed it on the gays.
That I don't get at all.
Maybe that's just the joke.
Yeah, I don't know. That was like a whole one not explained, and then he went into the brick thing. I don't know why he blamed it on the gays.
I would have said, I blame it on the cooties.
I mean, the Cam thing probably just did that because that like kills in Austin. It's just like that's really all you need to say. You just go in the gays, and then like everybody there's like, oh, he's one of us. We haven't read a book in 17 years.
I'm going to go to Austin and be like, I'm a doctor. I delivered a baby yesterday. It turns out it was A.
Yeah.
Kill.
Yeah, A.B. Rich.
Austin just passed out for a second there when I said that. Posted by Dandy Kaufman. This one is called Bryce, quote, is not a bad dude, end quote. Just a byproduct of social media, and he's a kid, 30-year-old. Let's see here.
Bryce is like some evil kid, and I think Bryce is a product of the current society obsession with social media. I don't think he has a background in history, especially when it comes to World War I, World War II, and Hitler and Germany, for that matter. I think he's homeschooled, if that's right, or he dropped out of school early. Point is he's not the most educated dude to give these hot takes. That's fine, freedom of speech. He's welcome to say what he wants to say, but you just got to be ready for the repercussions when you say some wild crap like he said.
You don't think he knows that, though? Like he said that knowing.
Yeah, no, I mean, what he did is inexcusable. I don't think what Schaub is saying is wrong in the sense that he doesn't know anything about history, and he was probably homeschooled and he's an idiot. Right, so that part actually is true, and he probably is a product of social media, because if you go on Twitter now, it's all Nazi crap. So I understand that, but it doesn't excuse. I go on Twitter too. I don't believe the Nazi crap I read. I don't then go, you know what? Also, I think it's Hitler was right. Like that doesn't. You have to be a moron to. So that's what's lacking from this critique.
So, I'm not defending Bryce in any facet, but I think you guys need to realize that this is a kid. He is a kid. This is a kid who probably is on social media, and his algorithm, for better or worse, is filled with this narrative that he is kind of pushing, and there's much smarter people than him pushing this narrative. And he's
much smarter people,
and they're also kind of right.
A lot more these days. But remember, Bryce is a fact. He's not a bad person. He's not a bad dude. He's not at all.
But do you think he was in the bunker and they're like, "We lost, sir. We lost." And he's loading the gun with his wife, Ava Braun, and he's waiting for give it like 80 years, dude.
Hitler's return is either Bryce or Schaub.
Kanye. Yeah.
But what Bryce is, he's in this bubble.
They saved his brain. Kanye is like, how much for Hitler's brain, man? Buys it.
Well, and he's the perfect storm of grown up super religious, which most of those super religious people don't mess around with the gay stuff. And then, so when he's seen online, it's not good. So when he sees online, like the transgender stuff and pushing this, and there's these safe rooms where kids can come out if they're gay or trans. So he's constantly seeing that in his algorithm or on the news. He's like, "What?" You remember, he's a religious dude. He's like, "What the fuck?" The world's turned to shit. So he's just this byproduct of that.
Imagine being compassionate for Bryce Mitchell after he said all that stuff, but then they put 5 anchors on a UFC card, and you are so pissed about it, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is a lot. That's a great point. He's worried about the guy that loves Hitler and all that.
Yeah.
But the just the idea of black anchors, he can't. You know, they're there because they're black. There's no compassion.
We get it. There's no we get it, Bryce. We get it.
That's where you should have been. We get it. That's saying that crazy shit.
Most people are gonna write him off. Can't wait to see him fight next and get his ass whooped. But you gotta step back a little bit and just be like, eesh. The kid is a product of the current climate we're living in.
His face.
That's the face from the
yeah. Where do you get a hat like that? I don't know. The marbles.
I wonder if somebody was with him when he bought that hat and they were like, yeah, give it.
It was a gift. He's like, fuck sick.
Somebody trolling him. A homeless cat sent him that.
10:30
fan. Wear this on the show, please.
Damn, I'm really upset there's no Antonio Brown clips. You'd think there would be.
Maybe it wasn't a good show.
Maybe.
Probably not. That's probably the best show ever.
Posted by Confidence Search 8648. Rinks playing Bloomingdale's, Minnesota.
10:30 a.m. I mean p.m.
They're going to Bloomingdale, man.
And I can do Bloomington, Minnesota.
Bloomingdale. Even when I was saying Bloomingdale, I'm like, isn't that like a store? It's not a city. Maybe the city was named after the store named after the city. Something.
You said that, I thought it was like a joke, like he's gonna have to play at Bloomingdale. Like,
oh, he's like in the store.
Yeah, he's gonna have to work in the store. He has a shift at Bloomingdale's. He's helping you find his shirt. He's folding pants.
122.
All right, kids, that's it. Tune into the Fight Companion myself, Joseph Rogan, go to Bloomingdale, man.
Then I go to Bloomington, Minnesota.
Very funny. He's just a product of the current climate of social media. That's I'll defend it till the day I die. Okay, so this is B Talks About Kids, posted by Water Dune 1984. Let's see here.
Do you have any kids?
I do.
God damn them to hell.
I want to watch that whole episode now.
I know.
I was waiting for this episode to even think about watching it. Now I want to watch it just because
That's good.
I'm wishing death upon you and your whole family. Let's see.
Hey, you want to try?
He would never say anything bad about LA, posted by Haphazard. Oh, come on. Let's end on this one. Okay. Because it's a 2-minute 38-second hazard clip.
Hey, you want to try new bits and shit? Because you always got to do new material. Be good for you.
Yeah.
Be good for you. Daddy has a little reservations about going to Austin, and it's getting real.
Daddy. He said daddy. Daddy's not so much sure about making Austin his new grandfather.
Me?
Yeah.
No. But
He didn't know who was talking. He was like, are you daddy or am I daddy? Who's daddy? Who's daddy right now, dude? Who's fucking daddy?
it was always a little bit scary. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll miss LA. I've been here a long time, man. 30 years.
Don't get it twisted. You and I'm not, I think I can speak for you. We're not those guys that leave LA and then trash LA. I love LA.
Wow. He's going to eat them in the ass later, dude, or however the saying.
Or about right now. It's not gonna be a hot second.
Wait till they go to Austin and they start talking shit about LA.
Yeah.
And that's the fucking beginning of every clip right there.
Every name.
Yeah.
Oh, really, dude? No,
I absolutely adore LA.
This has been our home.
Yeah, I love it here. There's
a
so
lot
many
of
good things. A lot of shitty things, but there's so many good things.
Yeah. So many good things.
So immediately talk shit about it.
I have to say,
I just have anxiety overall right now. I think because there's so much changing. And then also the thing today while we're doing this podcast early is that Slant Bag Humvee I've been working on since September. We got to finish it tonight because I got to drive 3 hours to Johnson Valley, King of the Hammers. I got to finish it tonight.
Yeah.
I hit the guy up last night. He's like, we'll get ready to button down. Talk.
He can't help himself. He talks about, so
I have a friend in the group chat that will just bring up people that we don't know. He'd be like, my brother Dave, and we never knew he had a brother, right? He acts as if like he's been telling us about Dave for years.
Another Dave tale.
Yeah, and so it's annoying, and that's what Brennan does with cars. He just says things that you don't have any idea what he's talking about. We got that HVAC C-clamp. We got to drive that up, and it's finally done.
Johnson Valley's going to be a weather night tonight.
King, what do you say? He was
King of the Hammers.
King of the Hammers. What are you talking about?
Well, keep it taking the shock value.
Okay, take the shock value. Nobody knows. Brian clearly doesn't know what you're talking about. You fucking asshole.
Your wife, kids, you're like, be home early
You'll
tonight.
get it done.
Also, I heard, I forget who said this, but no one remember you working late except for your kids. No one. The people you work with, your employee, the boss, nobody will remember you working late, but your kids will.
Yeah.
That's why I hate whenever I miss anything. I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
Hate it.
You're gonna get it.
We'll get it done.
Yeah.
We'll get it done. We have a squad. We'll get it done. It's just anxiety. And then I get it well, but it's a 3-hour drive up there, and it's a brand new truck.
Sure.
If something goes wrong, I'm stuck on the side of the road.
Yeah.
There's no wipers. It's raining.
There's no wipers.
That's all here. No wipers. Why would you drive a truck in the rain that doesn't have windshield wipers? Put windshield wipers on it. That's not even a hard thing to do. Sorry, my nose. I think you can do that yourself.
If it has no wipers, it has no wipers. I'm thinking.
Not at all.
You know how to replace the wiper. You don't know how to make the mechanism that makes the wipers go.
Yeah. But he should know. He's a truck guy.
Yeah, you're right.
But why doesn't he have it at all, though?
I'm on your side.
How does he not have that?
Yeah.
How does he fit in that thing?
It's an HVAC C-clamp.
That's why, dude. But why wouldn't he go to the King of Shocks?
Well, that's a great question. But the King of Hammers has the shocks of the Kibitek, and when you put the wipers in, it doesn't really let the engine run as it goes. It's like traction control when you should be in Baja mode. Yeah, dude. Anyway, so yeah, we'll never try. Just like plugging it into random conversation.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It's a goddamn issue.
We'll see.
How are there no wipers?
I took them off. I didn't like the way they looked.
Can't take them.
Okay, never mind. So
Yeah.
I'm on your side 100%.
So he does not have to. What?
I took them off.
Okay.
It never rains in Austin.
Off.
Yeah.
You see?
Hey, now I regret it.
Yeah. Let's get those back on. Can you get them back on?
You know what? Even Bruno was like, yeah, we're going to need wipers, I think, just for the drive up there. Johnson Valley's dry and sunny right now, but driving up there, you might need them. I went, no doubt. He goes, you have them, right? I went, for sure. I went to the garage, and I can't find them.
That sounds like me.
Yeah. He's got Graves' disease.
It's like when I did the shelves. I was like, hey, I moved the shelves somewhere. I don't know where they are. They're over there.
Yeah. It's like, what's it called? He's like, I was looking for the wipers, found out, got a lot of mold.
Well,
Fuck you.
Get out.
Yeah.
You won't. And that's the thing. When it starts raining really heavy, you can't see anything. That's safe.
Yeah, but since September working on it, and today is the final day. It's anxiety.
How about the fact that last time you were in this exact same area, another thing happened with a car? Remember
Are you
that?
talking about when I flipped the Johnson Valley's when I flipped the TRX?
Right. We were talking about
Clearly, that's what she meant, you moron monkey. You monkey brain idiot.
I like how he started to mansplain it. Like, what she's trying to say is that I flipped the yard.
He wouldn't let her have that joke.
Yeah.
No jokes for women on this show. All right, that's it. See you next week. Ah!
Storm runoff for future water supply. He also says that in Los Angeles, the rains this past November generated
I feel my show getting paid just cause I'm friends with Rogaine. The views that get stale with Netflix thumbnail. Our show was Peach's delight. Now 10 years drunk every night.
set to fire him. Let's change the locks on 10. I ate my roommate's Triscuits. Who gives a fuck? He's a bitch. Threw him through a glass door. I called his mama hoe. Hey, Mandy, and he walked to my truck. Use your mouth. Let's have sex. One day. Stop by my favorite time of the week when you get me. Here, Papa, try to speak. Release surprises today. You better watch 10 minutes of shot. Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit. We live big shout out to you. I'm about to toss you the Patreon. We watched Closer. And I won't say what we think about it, but one person
I'm
wrote
not quite
on
exactly
YouTube
sure what next figure you're going to talk about. I just noticed
people are talking,
Gina's in
but
the house.
that is not why they're here. You guys are here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. Start the timer. Alrighty, timer started. Consider yourself warned.
Merry Christmas Eve to you. So glad to see you.
This one's posted by 1usual 4460. Right, it's Mark, bring the dick juice and Addie's.
I remember this
Merry
photo.
Christmas.
I didn't forget this.
It takes
Why
a
was
lot of
that?
commitment on Christmas Eve.
You know,
To give
because
everyone a platform.
Damn, bitch.
I'm sorry, I wish I remembered it, but I did.
You're just really good at what you do, so it's really
Oh, here we go.
element.
Changing, grabbing a lift. So that's not
the
Shaw.
first
That's
time I
the
got
first
to
way
come
in my
to your
room.
house, and you
Okay, I'm on my way. What are we gonna do with you? I like it. You're gonna swallow this big dick from me, babe.
I came here to show the
Good
Cushlinks.
good girl.
If you
Like
guys
it
are
was
not
with K.
familiar with
Close,
the
babe.
Cushlinks, they are an Ethereum collection created by
God, gross. It's gross to see Shop talking to people. Like, what is Don Charn? How he with people? The DMs. You wish you didn't see it. Never meet your hero. Shit. Right?
Pothead,
He's trying to
absolute
avoid a moment
retired
in the room where he's
boxing
like,
and coming out of the game, getting
That's the awkward moment is him asking for sex. I don't know if he's trying to get the way he wants her to show. What is he, Crystalia? This is probably how Crystalia talks to him too. He wants shit. Yeah. He's like, I'm just gonna come over though and do it. And watch TV and go strip game. Don't talk.
Oh, here we go again. Hello, Brendan Shaw. I'm horrible. Why are you LOL Papa?
You guys already know
I'm never good at texting. I'm not attached to my phone. LOL. I take that and review. Just don't go MIA on me, boo deal. When I see you tomorrow, I live around 2 shows until 7:30. So I can hang before 6 p.m. and obviously after 2. You're up for babes.
live NFT buys.
Damn, these guys are like too old to be like setting up sex rendezvous after shows. And
millionaires. I think Rave God's going to be there. We're looking at some solo chain guys.
Don't go MIA on me, boo.
We are super excited. And guys, you already know
I am married. But I am open to cheating on my wife.
Definitely lock in.
I would like to have sex with you. Is that something that you're also open to? I'm a bad person. That's the communication. Would you be okay with having sex with a married man?
I need everybody.
Don't go married in action on me, boo.
Do not embarrass me.
Like 5 minutes from the club, I'm at Hotel Ladic. Like 11 minutes from the club. With that face, he loves that face. Hotel Ladic.
So glad to have you here. Big shout out to you. When you guys are done over there,
alright. Trying to scoop up the bag.
Yeah, that's his top 3 use. Is thinking.
The winky face.
The winky face and the gimme.
Gimme is just funny thing to say.
Trying to eat you guys are dropping alpha, but really just enjoying each other.
Let's see what else we got here. Joanna needs a handler. Echo 5.3. Should we even see this?
I urge
I try to avoid it.
Extremely authentic, a lot of fun.
All right, it's Joe Rogan, so I'm sure it's gonna have to be good.
Oh, this is gonna be. I know what this is gonna be. This is gonna be the thing where he's like, I see some friends' wives posting shit.
Friedman had some guy on, and the guy was explaining how Instagram is essentially an infidelity accelerating machine. Because if you think of like how many, I know guys who are married and their wife's page is all their wife sticking their titties out and sticking their butt out. Of course, it's literally the whole page. He's on the girl. I'm not talking about girls who are like professional fitness influencers showing how good their body is. I'm just talking about just regular gal. When you're a professional fitness person and maybe training people or something like that, of course you should show your body. That's what everybody wants. And you're literally advertising, look, I did this to me, I can help you do this to you. But some of them are just ass bodies, like if you look at like feet, and like they're married, right? So
the minimum sky. He posts a lot. He posts a lot on Reddit.
Bombed on the DMs constantly. And if something goes wrong in the marriage, then they have like probably so many options, like pro athletes are DMing them. Who knows? God, see that was fucking weird. Holy shit. The
first one, she is simply going to scan and pick.
Never talk about your friend's wife.
Pick something that I think is flat.
Number one, I broke
this one is going to go the first.
Who's breaking the code? Because Chop is cheating on it.
Chop. Chop has broken a different code. I don't think Rogan should be talking about his friend's wife.
I don't like paying for meals. Shout out to you.
Locker room, dude. This is posted by Rough Conclusion 6149. Mama has listed their house for sale. Texas.
That's a big house. How does he fit that thing?
Dude, that's insane. That's their house.
It's like a Wes Anderson. Can you imagine like Wes Anderson doing a shot house? Yeah. The Wes Anderson. Make it happen, Chin.
Wow. Nice house.
The Secret Life of Brendan Chop, Chapter 1.
5 beds, 6 baths, 6,700 square feet. I'm a numbers guy.
Dude, you sound like you're doing it good. Were you trying to do Wes Anderson there?
Yeah. Let's see. I don't know. That's insane. He's definitely going to Texas. Yeah. All right. Slojo is going to change her identity when they move to Texas. Should we read it or no? Okay. Posted by Alien. The Kardashian, egotistical, materialistic, always left front isn't going to fly in Texas. She's going to shift her role identity and function. She's going to start LARPing as a Texan. As soon as she gets there, she's going to start wearing cowboy hats and boots, labels, etc. She's going to become extremely patriotic and will start posting about Christianity, conservative politics. She's going to start rooting for Texas.
You already know the vibes.
I don't know about that. As we learned from Rogan and Chop, Austin's liberal as shit. It's basically fucking North Korea with a B. So I don't know about that.
North Korea with a saddle.
Yeah, Austin doesn't know. Whatever, dude, we get it.
North Korea with the Luckies.
Oh, God.
Texas here coming. How will Baba fuck it up? I don't know who to ask.
And I'll be free to connect everybody, man. Small accounts, medium accounts, large accounts. I really don't care. If you're a grinder, let's grind together and let's grow.
Bro, let's absolutely grind together and let's grow. Big shout out to you, Trim. You are always supporting, and I really appreciate that. Guys, this is a big stepper in the house, always showing up, always vibing with us. We cannot wait, bro, for you to start doing your own spaces because you already know we will be there, fam.
Yes, I actually got a whole lot cooking right now. So, bro, just stay tuned. We're going to get something rolling for sure.
Bro, that is absolutely the vibe. Big shout out to you. Guys, definitely give Trim a follow, and while you're at it, follow all of your speakers. Everyone that you see up here on this stage, give them a follow. Then look left, right, up, and down, and follow the listeners too. Stay locked in and grind. And guys, remember, following is really just that first act. Empty followers on X mean absolutely nothing. You guys have got to engage. Drop some good replies.
like some posts, reach out to people, collaborate, partner. This is how you grow. This is absolutely how you win. You cannot do it alone. Shout out to everybody in this space. Yo, Rabbi Rothschild, my guy, you came at the perfect time because I have got to cook up another giveaway, fam, and I know how you do. Rabbi Rothschild, my guy, I'm tossing you the mic, fam.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, Yucky Ducks. If you're not in the Waddle, you need to be. That is the Yucky Ducks Discord. Check it out. It's in Yucky Ducks profile. Additionally, if you're not in the Big Steppas Discord, what are you doing? It's discord.gg/Big Steppas. It is in Vibes' bio. If you aren't following me, I don't know what you're doing because I'm the best follow back in the world. I follow everyone back. So shoot me a follow. I will follow you back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. And here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral. And when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera, and you can view that ceiling camera in the purple pill. If you want to see all my other YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you all to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations of the less fortunate. Additionally, an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
Absolutely the vibe. Shout out to you, Rabbi Rothschild. Guys, check out exactly what he is building. Give him a follow and connect with him. He is very serious about being there to help you. All you have to do is reach out to my guy. Big shout out to you. You are always showing up. We are so grateful and glad to have you, fam.
Shout out to Yucky Ducks.
I came up with nothing but, you know what? Let's do a giveaway for an emoji dance party. That's what I came up with. That is exactly what's going to happen in just a few minutes. Everybody stay locked in. Let's keep growing. Let's keep winning. Yo, Vibes, I know, my guy. I know your connection is a little bit spotty, bro, but I don't know. Are you there, bro? How you feeling?
Bro, I'm here. I'm just waiting for my boy to get back. As you know, I just landed here in Vegas, bro. I'm locked in. Got a few cool things that we have lined up. As you know, my buddy is in the NFL. Yeah, so we've got cool things lined up. Gonna go meet a few of his friends later tonight. Got a little trip over to the Fontainebleau, whatever. I don't know how it's called, the name of it. But I have a little trip over there later tonight. As you guys know, sometimes a guy's just gotta get busy. You already know the vibes, bro. Yucky Ducks, how are we feeling, bro?
bro. I'm feeling amazing. I'm feeling also extremely cold here in Philadelphia, so I'm a little bit jealous, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have got to get out of here. I am sure OM Gina knows exactly what I'm talking about. She gets to be an Eagles fan while she is warm, and quite honestly, that is not fair. That is not fair whatsoever. I am 100% jealous. Guys, shout out to everybody in this space. You guys are already crushing it. There are so many requests to speak. You guys are killing it. We have Risk the Great. Bro, I'm going to bring you up here again. You did drop down. Cool. Wiston, Boston, Enter 70, Valentine, Toby for real. Brit, Ambi, the Richie D Wizard, D Lawrence, Ibro, Charles, Big J, Call Me Francis, Scorpio.TGN, Dave the Gunner in the building, Joy, the Stern Ritter, Viper, my guy, Marvel, Ali, Steven, E.N., Samurai. You guys are absolutely crushing it on this Christmas Eve. I was so nervous about whether or not we were going to have a big turnout, what was going to happen. And guys, this is the place to be. Everybody is locked in. Everybody is growing. Every E.N. Samurai, you guys are absolutely crushing it on this Christmas Eve. I was so nervous about whether or not we were going to have a big turnout, what was going to happen. And guys, this is the place to be. Everybody is locked in. Everybody is growing. Everybody is doing exactly what needs to be done. We are so very grateful to have all of you up here. Let's hear from someone who I haven't spoken to before. Moesha, how you doing today? Let's give her a second. She could be rugged. Moesha, if you can hear me, I'm going to drop you down, and then I will certainly bring you back up again. Wait, I see a microphone. What's going on? Can you hear me, Moesha? Yeah, no, we're going to move along. I will bring you back down. Yo, Wise, what is up, fam? How you doing today? Wise, you are good, bro. We're going to give her a moment to try to reconnect, Wise. The mic is yours, fam.
Alrighty. Merry Christmas. Happy Three Kings Day. I'm from the Wise ecosystem. We've been around for 6 years. We're the largest liquidity on Uniswap.
Three Kings Day, like that movie with
Is a product we introduced where we partnered with a company
George
called
Clooney,
World Mobile to bring our
Mark Wahlberg, and Ice Cube.
Basically, it's called the World Mobile Vaults. The way it works is you deposit into the contract, we forward the money over to World Mobile. They then put up telecom equipment, which the Wise ecosystem now owns. They have 2.9 million paying customers, and that's how the 20% APR is powered. The problem that World Mobile is solving is there's 3 billion people on the planet that don't have reliable internet service. So they're basically servicing the unserviced, and they're able to compete even in countries like the United States because through technological, tongue twister, but tech innovation, they can deliver the service 8x cheaper than competitors you might know of today. So check out our page. There's a lot of information on there. And again, thanks for this.
As always, it is a pleasure having you in this space. You are always showing up. Big shout out to you, Wise. Guys, definitely max engage with my guy, Wise. Jump onto his page, like something, follow something. You guys know the vibe. Give him our support. Shout out to you, my guy. Let's keep building. Let's keep growing, guys. I am getting multiple text messages from 32 Dream right now, and they are progressively getting more and more hostile. She is upset because I said that we were going to do an emoji dance party. She has jumped off of her chair. She is ready to dance, and I have not done it yet. Guys, I have got to lock in. 32 Dream, I apologize, fam. I am absolutely sorry. Do you accept my apology? I've got to know.
No, I'm saying yes, absolutely.
Yes, she does. Let's get it done. Guys, this giveaway is going to be extremely easy. So easy. We are going to pick 2 people who are absolutely crushing it with their emojis today for about 20-25 seconds while it is happening. Hold on 1 second. Let me see. Roll this dice just a bit. Perfect. We're going to pick 2 winners. Each of you are going to receive $20 in Ethereum each just by showing off your emoji dance moves. You have got to lock in and do exactly what needs to be done. Yo, 32 Dream,
Are you able to help judge this? Or has your Android betrayed you yet again, fam?
Yeah, my Android betrays me all the time, and so unfortunately I cannot. Is Vibe still here? Hopefully he still is.
Bro, he has really bad internet reception right now. I don't know. I got you, young man. Don't even worry. I'm here. Trim is here. He is saving the day. My guy always catches the ball. Guys, we're going to start this emoji dance move. We'll do it with the same opening song of today's space. Let's absolutely cook. Hands up. Space. Christmas Eve. We raise. Yucky ducks. 32 dream in the place. Mr. Vibes in the room for the bay. Sky clothes in the notes, my phone. Hitting numbers while I'm sitting back home. Best gifts that I see on my feet, new follows, new fam, that's all I need. In the chat, that's a pull in the bag. Spaces go crazy like the bluebirds pack. I'm so with a little leg now. Still sending out plays while we laugh on the go. Let's go. Let's go. Under the tree, I'm around, just for me.
Welcome.
That's all we need.
How are you?
All right. You guys were absolutely cooking. Shout out to everybody that participated during that dance move. You know, my favorite part of this 32 Dream is the fact that the listeners are so far delayed. So once the music cuts off, I just get to see their emojis like keep going for another 10, 15 seconds.
Why do I rub it in my face? Because I can't see it.
Yo, 32 Dream, you already know you have an iPhone on the way. It absolutely must happen. That needs to be your Christmas gift. And it's going to be done. It's done. Me and Mrs. Yucky Duck, we are making it happen. But yo, Trim, what did you see, my guy? Who is the winner of that giveaway?
Bro, Jehoshaphat going crazy down there, bro. Shout out to Jehoshaphat, bro. I've been seeing him around a lot too, so shout out to him, bro. He was really doing what has to be done.
Bro, Jehoshaphat, my guy. Bro, he's base, man. He jumped up into the waddle just recently. He's been grinding. He's been talking. He's been hanging, playing games with us. Guys, if you don't know, the Waddle Discord is, if I don't say myself, absolutely phenomenal. We're grinding, having fun, and vibing every single day. We recently launched a coin inside the Discord. Not like a crypto coin, just a coin for the Discord. It is called, as you would imagine, Yuck Coin. You get to earn these coins by showing up, playing games, vibing with us, and having a good time. You get to take these coins and buy different things in the Discord, everything from emojis to different Discord roles, but you can also use them to buy charity donations. You can also trade them in for actual Ethereum. So we're building something extremely special. Shout out to you, Jehoshaphat. You are our first winner. The second winner that I saw is Justice. At Justice 3 of Web 3, my guy, you are the second winner of this game. Thank you so much for being here. We're excited to have you guys. You know, vibe. Shoot me a DM on X. RC, that is your Ethereum address as well as your Discord name, and I will get those funds out to you always within 24 hours. I like to wait to group them all together. Sometimes I'm doing 15 to 20 transactions at a time every day or every other day or so. Guys, we're absolutely live. Remember to keep following everybody in this space. Keep growing. Keep vibing with everyone. 32 Dream, I'm tossing you the mic again. Bam, I see that we are crushing it with the retweets today. You got to do some shout outs.
Oh, not this motherfucker. Dude, I got Gia. I don't even know if this is a real person. I got you though, B. Up your oh. Oh man, I gotta take a shizzy. Allegedly. Do you follow everyone back? I don't follow you back. When I get 100,000 people, I ain't following anybody back. But until then, fuck it. And then I'm gonna drop everybody like a real celebrity. Fuck. Because I don't follow no one.
I mean, this looks like it's a real picture they took.
Yeah, this is very good Photoshop work. Very good. And Shop is online so much in Callan that you can make stuff like this. There's pictures out there that you can put in probably any movie. Name the movie.
Dallas Buyers Club. Let's see what else they got here. Pull up Shane posted by Ocho Man.
If you had a warning label, what would it say? I mean, I have so many.
We know where his link lies.
I know it's gotta hurt.
Right?
You know this pose of me. You know when this photo. You know when this photo. You know when this photo was taken. You know what time? 4:30. No, you're right. The first time.
Damn, that'd be funny if Nate Diaz tweeted out Shane, big old pussy.
Or just the pussy about shopping it.
Yeah.
I'm here. Me and Shane are here. Shop's a big old crying pussy.
He has a shirt that says big old pussy shop.
Who do you think that Nate Diaz thinks he's taking a picture with? He's like, maybe it's Roger. He's like, Dad, I got this picture with fucking Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Tim's. Yeah.
Alright, let's see what else we got here. Shop showed up 30 minutes late with Sanaz, posted by Clint Putter of Chit. What is this?
That's a weird pic.
Oh, is that on the show?
I think so. With
Steve Harvey?
Yeah, probably great content. Never seen it.
Well, it's a great show.
Oh,
got you now.
I mean, some would say the best.
That face, though.
Yeah, he looks like Geico Cavemanish.
Mm-hmm. Very good observation.
He can save you money on your car insurance fee.
He looks like the secrets are getting to him, dude.
Fucking.
Yeah. He looks like if I were to go to his house in Transylvania, he'll lock me in and then suck out of my chest like Nosferatu.
Oh, did you ever see that? What'd you think?
Great movie.
There's plenty of movies I gotta see, man.
I like how you asked me about the movie instead of laughing at my shit. He showed up. He showed up at Coke unscathed, dude.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, we show up with Diet Cokes and coffee.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of just a podcast. That's what you learn when you got a black belt, right? White belts just show up on time, nothing to drink. Good luck with that.
You can answer truthfully or not, but how many times have you showed up just having sex, dude?
That too.
With yourself.
Every night.
That's what he did. That's what they're referring to. Sanaz and him walked in together. And look at
I missed it.
D's face, dude. He's like, you really gonna fuck on him while we're recording the podcast?
He was weird ass face.
Let's see the last one. I'm sure it's gonna have to do with Sanaz pulling in too. No?
She doesn't have to work anymore because she's dating the boss.
Mm-hmm.
Classic story.
I'm not gonna hate on him, dude. Do your thing, boy. He's married though, so I will hate on him actually, yeah.
It'd be weird, like people think that he's her dad in public. Like, hey, is that your dad? She's like, the guy in the orange sweatshirt that I just banged?
Couldn't be me, dog. Yeah. So this one's Dicey posted by Mitchy Slick LBC. It's looks like Theo Vaughn with
David Spade
and Nate Diaz.
Theo Vaughn and David Spade are like making a movie or something, right? Or a show. It seems interesting. And then Nate Diaz is on the show. They're like, we gotta get. I mean, I'm just guessing. Like, we gotta get Nate Diaz on our show. That's so funny. I wonder why. I'd love to know the backstory here, but he's like not Shop though.
Yeah.
Right. No wonder Shop wants to move to Austin. His fucking best friend is having his mortal enemy on with David Spade.
Yeah, dude. Isn't it fun? I think Nate Diaz goes around like seeing people eat that big old pussy. He's like, that guy's a big old pussy.
Oh yeah, yeah. It probably has like fucking Terminator goggles, like red, and it's like big old pussy when he gets a shot, and everyone else is like normal guy.
Nobody else is a big old pussy, but he always has it on just in case.
Yeah, he doesn't want to fucking
make that mistake. Let's see here. This is posted by Dana White's True Thoughts on Bappa. Weird, just because he's calling them one of the dumbest human beings. I think that's about Bryce Mitchell, right?
Probably.
You want to disavow yourself right now?
About myself on Raccoon Tweeties, but yes, I agree with Bryce Mitchell's opinion about Elon.
Not the best way to do it.
Yeah, that he's a rat bastard.
Right.
But I said I should have led with that.
Yeah.
But now I think that Bryce Mitchell is probably one of the dumbest people that's ever lived. Just like that, actually.
Yeah. I like how I gave you a shot and you took yourself deeper.
Talking to girls is always though.
What is this one? It's going to be... I miss when Bappa used to drink Tiger Thick in his Diet Coke and went on incoherent monologues posted by Clem Fandango 9. I think they're pretty coherent, but that's my opinion.
Dude, talking to girls is always the hardest thing to do.
Suck on like the fucking humans. I talked to some girl out front there about therapy for fucking.
He put syrup and therapy into a word. Syrupy. I can't even do it. I'm struggling with that one.
Do you think they really talked about therapy, or the conversation led her to end this conversation with, like, you need therapy?
Probably that.
Yeah.
But what if, they were talking about breakfast, but then they got into therapy? So Shop's mind, he was, talking about syrup, but then he was like, there, he got confused. Pancakes and therapy.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty good, honestly.
Good band name.
Or album title.
Pancakes.
Write it down, Chin.
Yeah.
She's like, hey, you all right, blah, blah. I was like, I'm fine. Why? She's like, I can feel like, is he a therapist? And then she was like, yeah. And then, dude, it was therapy talk for fucking an hour. You're like,
it's mold.
That's your whole time.
Yeah, I mean, Shop says stuff like that, and you just don't know what to do, even if you're a brilliant genius podcaster. Like, Theo has to make gold he has to make nothing out of something.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably every episode of that show you had to make nothing out of something.
Man. Does it ever feel like that with me, honestly?
No. You're fucking, listen, you're black belt. Never question yourself.
He's also a black belt.
All you need is a rain, Eddie.
Mm-hmm.
You got Gerardo drinking one of these sour gummy worm things, dude. You fucking stack that up over a week, you're toast.
I was wondering, dude, what if I drank a Rain Energy every time before we shot the show?
I think you should do it.
Mm-hmm. Trick. Already been doing. Trick question.
They need a Rain Energy drink once a week.
Already do. All right, this is tutelage is a verb now. Yeah. Posted by Gordo SF. Is this new?
I don't think I've seen it.
Then I'd be looking for a leader in that locker room, a guy with a lot of experience, a guy that's fought at a world championship level. Just a good guys, give them words.
The two good guys.
Yeah, I guess that's wrong, but that one didn't really stick out to me. I'll be honest with you. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it for you.
Tutelage.
I get what he means. I'm gonna tutelage the person who made this clip. It doesn't really seem like that big of a deal to me.
Give them words of wisdom.
So not the best.
Peaches. They'll probably call me a redact. You know what?
Yeah, dude, that's the thing is we stay
before 45 this morning. So
this is posted by Icarus Lives. It's part 9 of What Happens Next. Did we already see part 8?
I don't know. I hope not.
Let's see.
I'm rereading the Old Testament. The Bible, the King James Bible.
Hey, hold on, sir.
Yeah.
You're reading the only book that matters.
I'm reading the only book. There's the New Testament, the Old Testament. I'm reading where it started.
Is that the Old Testament? Jesus is my North Star, and is that the Old Testament? He's getting good at the choices.
I like either one. Either one makes me laugh.
Damn. If I had to pick one, way to go. Is that the Old Testament is hilarious.
I kind of like Jesus Time North Star.
Alright. Let's do it. Loser puts Sharpie in their head.
And I'm reading.
Well, that's probably what you say. You maybe said the wrong thing, but Jesus is my North Star.
Native American, that's beautiful hair. All Native American. That's a legit point. You know, the only time you see them bald.
The video is graphic, so I apologize, but it needs to be shared.
He said something like that. Yeah.
You know, Eric, the only time you see them bald is to get scalped. You feel me?
That's our camera. You feel me? I've seen a lot of bald men in there.
You've seen a lot of bald.
Still been redacted again, yeah.
Indians.
Why?
How much you get paid to do an old school? And
do you think this is how redacted our founding fathers, or like the Christopher Columbus Europeans were?
Well, how so?
Because he just called them Indians too.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, I told you that crazy story about the there's like there's this place I can't remember what the name of it is.
On Truckwalk Avenue.
On Truckwalk Avenue. Remember that story I told you about? They went to maybe it's the Yucatan. Mm-hmm. They went the colonizers went to the Yucatan and they were asking them what they call the Yucatan, and the people were like, what? And but what in their language was Yucatan, so now it's named Yucatan. So yes, they were redacted. I don't even know it was Yucatan, it was something like that.
All right, so I didn't catch the beginning of this one.
I know what it is already.
How much you get paid to do school? And
he's in The Hangover. He's not in Wedding Crashers, so he's going to say Wedding Crashers.
Wedding Crashers.
I didn't do Wedding Crashers, but The Hangover.
Daddy's going through a divorce, so let's not put it out there.
Oh no,
we don't want him to come sniff it.
When you're California, that's all put out there anyway.
By the way, we never talked about this setup. What is your favorite TFAT-K set?
Good question.
I'll tell you what's not my favorite, that fucking hat.
Hey, it's that 8 inches, but I think probably my favorite setup is the red chairs. Yeah, because we have them. That's the only reason, really.
We got to get the green booth, the brown chairs.
Yeah, I wonder, like, was this in this? So this was in their studio, the screen booth, right?
Yeah.
It looks like it's in a restaurant, so they did a good job of that.
I gave.
Take it, keep it. My kids keep it. My kids get it.
I'm surprised this book
in a restaurant. Oh yeah,
take it.
Why?
I'm in it.
Why you do that?
We didn't.
Why you do that?
We all ask the same question.
Well, actually, not bad.
Interrupt the Facebook. Let's see what else it is here. That's the promoted post. Change apartment for sale. Maybe that's a joke. The post by Caterpillar Hot. Yeah, 7539.
Translated for Austin, baby. That's crazy. That's really, for sure. He put his house on it. This is a new era for us.
Everything Brendan Schaub says becomes real.
Right. That's the game.
He doesn't even try to hide it posted by haphazard. Got a little hat clip, dude. Let's see.
I have a criticism of Mahomes. I think his brother. His brother. He's got a butt. He has a big brother. I know he does. That bothers me. I don't know. Reason to hate him, right? You need something? You need a homophobic reason?
Brendan?
I'm going for the Eagles. I'm a big Saquon Barkley fan, and I like the quarterbacks and safeties for the Eagles.
It's like he's just like kind of villain in this clip.
These are the reasons why I like doing this show.
You remember the person you're making fun of is an idiot.
A bad person.
Yeah, bad guy.
Yeah.
Oh, really, dude? You don't like Patrick Holmes because he has a gay brother? I don't even think he's gay. His brother, the one that's famous. But not the one is bad. Saying that he's gay and that you don't like him because of that.
Like when Shane Gillis says like he's proud of like a white running back or something like that, he's doing a character and it's funny.
Yeah.
This is just Schaub.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, it's one thing to be like, supportive of like a white player because there's not many white cornerbacks and you're joking around or all that stuff. You're like, oh yeah, I like the white corner. now it's like he says it like the way like a fucking 1950s like racist person would say it.
The way Josh Denny says the N-word now, you know, that he's broken up with his girl.
Yeah, I mean, it comes so strange. It's when you say something like, you don't like gay people, and then you're like, and I like the white players.
Mm-hmm.
Like, was that his delivery? Is it supposed to be like a comedic delivery type deal, or I don't get it. Mm-hmm. Especially after we get it.
Yeah.
You know, it's just building a narrative beat, not a good one.
Yeah.
So,
you know how hard it is to make in the NFL as a white corner and safety? They have a bunch of them, too.
You got a lot of emotional reasons here. No, but I like
I just like this guy's like, nah, man, the tires.
Yeah, she's very heavy. Some people just put on.
You should have right to refusal. You're getting drunk, fat, murder, pedophile.
Well, that's
very offensive, this podcast. Brother, the white quarterbacks.
How's that offensive?
You're racist.
Black people root for their favorite player.
You're homophobic, racist, and you root for the black guy, the white guy.
You know how hard his life has been? Balling, dude.
Not since Jason Sehorn. All right, kids.
Hot second ago.
It's been a hot second.
3 of them. Yeah. Celebrate.
You know, it's funny. I made you pause it too close to the end of the clip as always. But what's funny to me is even with all that, the worst thing is still his sweatshirt. It's still worse. Like, you can forgive the other stuff because you can't. I was going to say you can forgive it because he has brain damage. But the hoodie is so awful. It's so awful. Why would anyone buy an orange dry fast all gas shit like that? It looks like he works for like a delivery company.
Camo pants.
And yeah, the camo pants obviously redacted, but he's too old for that.
What about these bad boys?
Oh, yeah, look at those boots.
What happened to the balls?
Somebody's been on ASO.
Something about this pant being up seemed real feminine to me. Like,
oh, well, you know.
Look how pale he is. Oh, my God.
Hey, be cool.
If we go in far enough, it's all white.
All right, same here. What's your point, dude?
Look at that white hand with the white skin there.
You're being really offensive to Castrado.
I'm rooting for the Mexicans in this clip, dude.
Watch, go shut them down. You know what I'm saying? Got
peaches. Delight.
Squirrel.
Nuts. All right, let's see what else we got here, dude. King of Dermabrasion. I'm doing all right. Let's see this. Dicey is the what's it called? Tag.
You keep saying take my money. You must have a lot of money. I'll take your money. All right. Robin, you're doing all right.
Oh, really, dude?
Darkness,
85%.
I've come to talk with you again.
Everything is so cheap.
What is this, Temu? And then Thick Boy's squad is Temu now.
There's another development in the merch sales is that if you buy something, you get like a $5 jersey.
Oh wow, we fucked up, dude. We came in way too early in the Big Boy shit, dude.
Did we? Yeah,
we should have waited.
Insane.
Look at what we could have gotten for way cheaper.
$8 for everything.
Dude, the Dicey shirt is $8 now. It's such poor quality, the clothes they have.
Oh, I don't mind those joggers.
Big Boy joggers. Question mark over a donut. What does it mean, dude? Why? Why is the donut? I know I've asked this question before. Why is the donut dripping? Sorry, I interrupted. What were you gonna say?
No, that was perfect.
Fuck, a Thick Boy mystery hat? Mm-hmm. What's the mystery?
You get a random Thick Boy hat.
Oh, okay.
Left its seeds while I walk.
I don't understand the dripping thing. I don't get it. Like, why is that part of the donut stuff?
Why is it always... Why is it like they're the ones... No other podcast is selling merch at 80% off.
No, I haven't heard of that. I mean, they have too much merch, for sure.
Yeah.
Most podcasts, they have
fulfillment.
They have like 5 things. Even some of the big ones have like not very much, right?
Yeah.
This is like a whole business thing. I wonder if he's figured out some sort of redacted way of making money off of clothes. Like this is actually
fighting
pits.
Yes.
And I mean, he's just like getting tons of money from clothes.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
What I think, honestly, is that he bought too much.
He's trying to offload it.
Usually, you should do like a pre-sale and then fulfill those orders. He just bought a shit ton of inventory and then has it.
But that makes sense. I mean, he's a wasteful person. Yeah.
Well, marketing genius.
Yeah, that's another way of saying it.
And he probably already made his money back on it.
Oh, yeah. He's one of the greatest salesmen that's ever lived.
Yeah.
It's like P.T. Barnum. Never heard of him.
Just like his comic books. Let's see here. This is posted by Olchoipi. Is that right?
Sounds like it.
Olchoipi. Nuts. Fighting pit, which was like this lift that was on the edge. Why does it look like they're second smaller every time we watch them?
It's closing in on Morning Combat, yeah.
They had to sell the table to get a smaller one. Of a fighting
Just
surface.
Bleed guy. These are the
Just Bleed guys. The GFL draft and the GFL more generally is going to be a part of that. It blows my fucking mind that people think there is anything to this game. I mean, again,
it drives me nuts.
Might there be an event?
That's how everybody feels when they can drop. When you know you can drop a Shaavism, that's the face you get.
I already know the titles of this episode, dude.
What?
Brendan Chop's merch is 88% off.
Yes. Yes.
That's insane.
You don't want
Another Matan clip here. Matan references TFAK Reddit on Tiger Belly. Did you already watch that?
I don't think so.
Posted by James Frog.
Thank you to Tiger Belly for sponsoring this pod.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
They gave us a lot of cash, allegedly.
We could have the chairs, the cameras. I mean, a lot of money to that. And I just want to thank Bobby. Thank you. That's all.
Every day I come home, there's Rain Energies in a delivery package outside.
I know. I'll get emotional if I start talking about it, so I'm not going to say anything else.
I mean, you didn't even mention the fact that he Kibitek your truck.
Bobby Lee and Kibitek, there's a thing there. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. Read between the lines.
You don't fuck with me, because
No, I'll fuck with you.
I can put my IP address wherever I want.
Okay. What does that mean? I know. I know. More specific with that threat.
I'm gonna put the IP address right here. I'm gonna go on Reddit and I'm gonna go crazy.
What
You're trying to ruin my career.
Not yours.
Whose? The homeless cats. She had a question, sir.
You didn't get it?
I literally don't know what is going on.
It doesn't matter. It's getting cut out.
It's not gonna get cut out. We'll leave that one in. Yeah, we'll leave that one in.
Oh, you leave it in?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've seen that before, right?
I don't think so. I haven't.
You have Graves.
I have Graves. Matan is growing on me. I always thought it was good. It's growing on me.
The next clip is from Dana White's mom. I can already hear Papa being edgy and defending this idiot. Dude, I mean,
it's just so stupid. This is like it makes Papa seem better. I don't know. Serious brain damage, hopefully, is what's causing these comments.
Yeah, and that does not seem like a real name, right? Or my tripping?
Which name? Louis Sealy?
Yeah. This guy.
No, I don't know. I think maybe the Papa Redact was rubbing off on you, thinking that's not a real name.
It doesn't seem like. I know it's a real name. Come on now.
Okay.
Louis Sealy. It looks like some guy they just found on the metro on the way to work. You want to write an article about this guy loving Hitler?
I'd be like, no.
We'll pay you $20. All right. Let's see. What's next?
It is what it is.
Oh, Chin did drop a new vlog.
Oh, nice.
So, Confident Search 8648 posted this one. Chin's trip to the mothership. Let's see.
I'm actually going to see Brian Callen's special, so I'm there to support him.
There's like 3 blocks now. Okay, this is probably the smallest patio I've ever seen in my life, but it's a patio.
How does he fit that thing?
Yeah. And I hate that that's his takeaway. It's so small. Whatever, dude.
He's filming the chips he's eating on the plane. Vlog life. Who vlogged for? Oh, I did Jeff Dye there. Who vlogged first? Chin or Bappa?
Probably Chin.
So Bappa's copying Chin, basically. He saw Chin blog and said, "Oh, I'm gonna do that." Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
What's all about this blog stuff, Chin?
He said, "I kind of think I should do that." Chin's like, "Yeah, you should." And then Chin ends up doing it for him.
Yeah.
He's like, "I did a vlog. Here, edit it."
Either that's a sewer or some type of river.
Chin's gonna go fishing and get a
I didn't bring my fishing pole, so ain't gonna be no fishing up
in a sewer. What is wrong with him? He's always drunk. Chin, I think maybe that's not a problem.
We're walking to the comedy mothership to see Brian Callen's
Yeah, you're walking.
special
You want to drive, drunkard.
Driving drunk is illegal in Texas too.
But I have a feeling, even though I'm on the guest list, he's gonna be he didn't put me on or something. Every time I go to Brian's shows, something. So hopefully me and my friends get it, but we'll see. If you're there, I'll see you there.
Hire off to be cops to work the club. We want to make it as safe as possible.
Upon admittance, patrons must surrender their cellular devices, have their faces photographed, and adhere to a strict code of silence.
Welcome to Comedy Mothership. Couple things before we get started. No heckling the show. No recording the show in any way. Bathrooms in the lobby. You can check your phone in the lobby too.
In and Brian killed it, reunited with a bunch of TFAK alumni, including the great Mike Catherwood.
I'm excited. We haven't seen the special. I have Graves. I don't remember. We haven't seen it yet, right? I can't wait to watch it.
Me too, dude. I mean, you're excited now, but then halfway through the special, you're gonna wish it was over.
Oh yeah, no. When we watch, if you on the Patreon, we watch Man Class and Man Tears and whatever the fuck the other ones were. It was rough.
Yeah.
It was hard to watch.
Yeah. And something telling me that Man Tits isn't gonna be any better, dude.
Is that what it's called?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
Man Mothership or Mannership.
He's like the last person that should be talking about how to be a man.
Yeah. I think that's the end of this Chin clip. Yeah, dude. So I want to watch that whole. Maybe for the stream we could watch the whole Chin vlog, because that seemed like a small excerpt.
Yeah.
How did it even fit in this episode? Bro guy 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Texas would send these two back in a heartbeat. What is it? What's the point of Cali girl? Not for much longer.
Welcome, Prudence.
Yikes. All right.
You know what? I'm not really liking this.
Thank
you.
How are you?
Good, Jim, Rabbi.
Jim?
Right?
So did you get my messages of what you need to do?
Yeah, I have gone through it and I'll give you feedback.
Okay, well, it's just something that if you want to be successful as a marketer, it's something that I advise that you do.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you say.
You're okay. Just if it's something that I feel that if you're going to be a successful marketer, it's something that you should do. All right, lady. I'll give you feedback. Lady, there ain't no feedback to give except this is the best fucking message anybody's ever sent me in my entire life. If you want to give me that feedback, that's okay. Everything else is bullshit. It's bullshit. Yo, what is this bullshit? Success. Okay, cool. Got more. He's part cow and part bear, and oh baby. Yo, what up, Prudence?
I'm sorry, I was rugging.
You're okay.
Yeah, I'm back now.
Excellent. Well, as I said previously, if you have the opportunity, create that social media, create your resume if you don't already have one, start applying for positions if it's of interest to you, connect with recruiters. They're going to help you. They get paid to get you paid. It's their job to get you a job. So you want to ensure that you've got a team of people working for you. And then once you create all your social media and you connect it to your link tree, come in here. I'll look it over. I'll make sure it's good. Then we'll start making videos for your social media using AI. And then I'll help you with the other things that I say in the messages.
Okay, that's amazing. I'm really looking forward to that. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm always here if you need my help or if you have questions. So if you run into any challenges, come to me. You should know everything that I tell you is free. I'm never going to ask you for any money. And I want you to know as well, all of the strategies that I've given you are free. So if anybody asks you for money, something went wrong, come back to me and we'll go through and we'll make sure you're on the right website or whatever it is, because everything is free, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome, my friend. Best
So
wishes.
how are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Perfectly fine. Happy Christmas Eve.
Oh, I hope that you have a wonderful day, my friend.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent.
So
Well,
what's up on this live?
yeah, I live stream my life 24 hours a day. If you would please, do you see at the top of this Discord, under Shalom, it says there's a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, click on the link there.
Okay. There's no link. There's no link here.
No. At the very top of the server, it says 24/7 YouTube streams. There's a red circle.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so click on that, and then inside channel there is a link to YouTube. Do you see it?
No, I don't.
Okay, so we'll go through this again. At the very top of you should see the very it's going browse channels. Do you see where it says browse channels?
I don't have it on my screen. I don't know why.
That's okay. On the side where there are the channels, scroll all the way to the top.
Okay.
Do you see at the top it says browse channels?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, do you see it says Shalom?
Okay, I have seen it.
Okay, do you see it says welcome?
No.
Under Shalom, open up Shalom. Oh, damn, girl.
this whole narrative that like Texas is too real for them or whatever. Sure, okay, Texas, be cool. You're fine. We get it. We get it, Texas.
I don't know if that's the narrative, though, Pete. Okay. Oh, man, we're both just talking like shop now, dude. We can't help it. I think, well, what do you think they believe Texas is going to be like?
I don't know. I'm just saying that, like, it's not like California embraced
Yes, ma'am.
shop and Joanna. Like, they would, like,
Okay. Do you see on the upper left corner, Shalom?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. Do you see under Shalom it says the word welcome?
Yeah, I have.
Click the word welcome. You should see a drop down.
I've seen it. There's one link.
Okay, so do you see it says rule? And then it says announcements. And then there are red circle. It says 24/7 YouTube streams. Do you see that?
No, I think it's my phone.
No, it's not your phone. Okay, so you see welcome, right?
Yeah, I see welcome.
Okay. And under welcome, you should see, and let me know if you don't see it. You should see rule. Are
I
you
see rule.
okay? Then do you
Announcement.
and then red circle? Yes, go there.
Okay.
And you should see a link in there.
Yeah, I have seen it.
Okay, click the link.
Okay.
And it's gonna open up YouTube.
Okay.
Do you see how many live?
Okay, I've seen it.
Do you see how many live streams I have going?
3. I see 3 live streams.
It better be more than that. Keep looking.
Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I see 17 live streams.
Yeah. Have you ever known anybody to stream on more than one YouTube account, let alone 17?
No, I haven't.
There you
Wow,
go.
that's amazing.
And I've been doing it for 4 years, 24/7.
Wow.
Exactly. So this is a big deal. When I go viral, that's a lot of data that people are going to study.
Yeah.
Exactly. So when I say I know a lot about social media, I do. I've been doing this live 24/7 for more than 4 years. So if you came to the right person to be able to help you with learning about social media.
Okay.
What you want to do is in that message that I sent you, you create your link tree. Have you created your link tree yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, create your link tree.
I'll do that.
Create your link tree. Connect all your social media to it. There's going to be social media on that list that you haven't created yet. So you want to create it. And one of the things you want to do is ensure that you have consistent usernames. So like whatever your username is, Prudence, whatever, you want to make sure that it's consistent as possible. It's okay if you don't get it for all of them, but generally you want to get one that's unique to you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Excellent.
Or doesn't mean I have to create accounts on all the social media you sent to me.
Yes, ma'am. Your competition is. Additionally, this is going to help you to rank very highly on search engines, in social media, and on AI. Moreover, when you get popular on one of these websites, you don't want somebody to come in and impersonate you, right?
Yeah, I would not want that.
Exactly. So it's best to have a presence on them all. Do it now. It'll take you a few hours to do it. You don't have to do it tonight, but what I'm saying is do it when you have time. It's a few hours of work for a lifetime of results.
Okay, I'll do that.
Excellent. And if you have questions, I'm here to help you.
Of course. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Best wishes, and come back when you've created your Linktree and connected all your social media. And if you have questions, come on back and I'll help you.
Okay, when I create my Linktree, is there a place where I have to connect all my social medias to my Linktree?
That is Linktree. So either download the app or use a browser, and it will give you little slots to be able to put in each link.
Okay. Just need to know that. So I'll do that. I'll create a Linktree and create the rest of the social media accounts I don't have, and I'll connect them. And when I do that, I'll get back to you.
Absolutely. I'm here to help.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, my friend. Take care.
All right. Take care.
Thank you. Where's this man? Where's this little baby? Just the most perfect blessing and the most perfect little bracha. You're just a nice little baby. You're no bracky. Like the candy company. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. I love you, little baby. You're so sweet. You're the best little baby in the world.
Like, we love the way they act. They're being ridiculed every day. There's a Reddit with 200,000 people in it making fun of them. So, like, a lot of those people are probably in California. So I just don't know what the difference is. Like, as if Texas is going to be like, no, we don't put up with that kind of stuff around here. No, there's probably going to be much better for Brendan in Texas because he's friends with Rogan. Daddy Rogan. Mr. Joseph Rogan.
Yeah. You know what drives me nuts?
What?
That Shab never really, he should exist at Flappers. You know?
Yeah.
Like, why did that never happen?
I don't understand why there's not like a Brennan Schaub show there. And I'm being dead serious with you. You're just being serious too, right? I mean, they had something like that at the Ice House, right? Mm-hmm. So if not at the Ice House, if it doesn't work at the Ice House, what's the saying? Try it at Flappers, right? If it doesn't work at the Ice House, try it at Flappers. Try it at
Comedy Chateau.
Comedy Chateau. What is it? Brendan Schaub and Friends? Mm-hmm. That's the best fucking name for a show there is.
This is like, when people ask us, like, is Flappers really that bad? This is how bad Flappers is. That even Brendan Schaub knows that Flappers is redacted.
Yeah, and I don't like that if that's really true, I don't like that. I don't think he's above Flappers, okay?
Well, his cut, his split's going to be very small.
You think, okay, he's like, he needs more money or whatever. I wonder, maybe, I think he could get people out.
Yeah. I think him and Barr would fight for sure.
I mean, Jimmy Dore has a whole thing of Flappers. He seems to pack it out. He probably makes a lot of money.
Well, that's our Flappers quota for the week. Let's see here.
The biggest
what happens
scam
next? Part 8.
Oh, hell yeah.
I knew we ended on 7, dude. I felt it in my bones. Icarus lives again. Let's see.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Speaking of discipline, you had a baby.
Well, literally like us. I can't help it.
Happy for you, Brian. Makes it weird. Makes it weird.
Kid got a dick on him.
Oh,
kid's got a dick on him. He does. Hubby cats.
I feel like we have seen that. Kid's got a dick on him. I think we were like, why would he say that? And then we talked about that.
Oh, dude. A lot of shows we've done.
Yeah.
I just made the shocking scroll up shit. Scientists have made the shocking find after 2 cats broke into their research center.
If he's on the poo.
He's so drunk, as usual. These are the drunk Papa days.
The feast on decomposing corpses in Colorado. Want to talk about a guy who's the poster boy of cancel culture? This is how it should work. Fucking Chris D'Elia. Made some mistakes, no doubt, man. 100%. Anything legal? Absolutely fucking not. Learned from it, worked on himself. Fucking 3 hours of therapy every single day.
What did you say? Therapy?
It's so funny. And with these two, like, bro football guys, great. But D'Elia does, it's hilarious. He says therapy, and it's probably wrong. But if it's real, it's also funny. 3 hours a day, every day. 7 days a week. D'Elia's so fucked up. They're like, you gotta be here like it's like half a work day, dude, almost.
Therapy sounds like a race of people in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, the therapies are coming.
I knew Chris before all this happened, and Chris was tough, man. He was a dark soul and just
not a real human being. That's what I think. He was not a real human being in that period of time.
Tough, not a real human being. Like, he was a bit of a narcissist, and I love him, and he's so talented. I fucking love him. Now, Chris is a real dude, man.
Dude, man. Yeah, Chab is the last person you want in your corner. Louis C.K. You remember that Louis C.K. bit where he's like, your friends are the ones you want that have your back. The friends that have your back when you get fucked over, not the ones you choose. Probably like Brendan Schaub. Maybe. Because Brendan Schaub, he'll stick by you, but then the things he says, you don't want him to say those things. I'm not a real human being. I'm a bit of a narcissist. I do therapy 3 hours a day.
All right, let's see what this other one was.
Hap clip, I think.
Oh, a haphazard clip. Papa stop getting scammed. Haphazard posted this one. Let's see.
During COVID, I got this in the mail, but it was in like a real letter.
No, dude, I love when you try to gussy it up. But it was okay, so the thing about it, though, is it look glossy. Dude, I love that. I love your face when you do it, because you can see it in your face.
So it was a letter saying that our wall was illegal height, all this stuff.
It's a scam. It's some sort of some sort of violation. They're saying that he's done, so he has to pay to get it redone or whatever.
He's gonna come. Like, oh man, this is crazy. So then I sent to my biz manager. So then he calls you out. The wall was illegally built, and he used permit to fix it.
Oh, real? But he got scammed by the builders. Or the people who made it?
Manager said this.
Correct.
Right.
So not the business manager. So
cool.
Sounds. He's like, man, I know this group. They deal with it. They're gonna come out. They're gonna take care of everything. You don't have to worry about. I'm like, all right, cool. They come out. It's like a mom. It's like a mom and a son. And I'm like, no uniforms, no official truck.
By the way, don't sleep on that door. You heard that?
Oh, fuck, the door's back.
Yeah.
Our favorite character.
That was so loud.
Yeah. He used permits. So
the business manager said this.
Correct.
Right.
So not the business manager.
Yeah, cool. Sounds.
He's like, man, I know this group. They deal with it. They're gonna.
You hear that rumbling?
Yeah.
They come out. They're gonna take care of everything. You don't have to worry about. I'm like, all right, cool. They come out. It's like a mom.
I hear it. Ready?
Mom and a son.
Yeah. That's the door right there. Mike's coming in.
Talking about me, business manager?
I'm like, no uniforms, no official travel. Whatever. And they're like measuring.
This old school credit card machine.
They're like measuring, like, yeah, it's over.
Rulers.
That's exactly what they're doing. It's just some bullshit.
Get out of the room. I got this one up here right now.
They're like, yeah, we'll get these plans, blah, blah, blah. All right. Like, you pay them like half these sums. Here, fix it. Pay them half these sums. 3 months go by, I don't hear from them. Like, what the fuck? So I figured they were in the city. I hit up the city. Like, can you come out? This guy comes out. Legit LA County outfit. He goes, what's the matter? Like, I heard my wall was high. And he goes, you got a letter from us? I go, yeah, I got a letter. I showed it to him. That's not from us. And I go,
first time.
Did you have a problem with my wall? He goes, no.
When is the moment, like, when you're talking to this guy, when is the moment that it registered in your head?
The artist or the actual LA County?
as soon as you pull up in legit LA County vehicle,
Hey, you can actually just go home. I think I know what's going on here.
But what I knew was a complete scam is like 2 months into it.
Not
They
fair.
came on the property and tell me, and they were just out there like slats and some like bullshit. I came out with my gun because I got my fucking
Outline problem.
Went onto her computer and did a
Say less
reverse
thing. I mean,
lookup of
the
Genesis
fucking,
number.
of course the team is at fault.
Genesis
The
address.
business manager. He just sent it to his business manager. How does the business manager not catch this?
There's not a chance that he said
Oh, yeah.
that's named the team.
Yeah, you're right.
I thought you knew this 40 chess already, dude. There's no way.
There's level to this shit, bro.
Yeah. Or if my business manager gave me J.
Yeah, could be. You know, I mean, yeah, who does he have?
AR-15. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, oh my god, like, the fuck you doing? Like, oh, we're so sorry. And I was like, no, what are you doing? Like, oh, we were just checking some stuff out, taking pictures.
What if that's when the scam started? Because they were going to rob you? And you could go, no, we work for the city. You need to pay us $20,000 for your wall. Yeah, that's right. We're going to make it bigger. No, wait, I want to What is your business manager? Yeah, but yeah. Oh my God.
Why does Nick look like a man that's lost everything?
To establish her realness early
He just
in
looks
prison,
worse and worse.
confronted by another pivotal decision.
That's right.
Then and there to keep it
His
real.
teeth are getting weird.
No, wait, I want
Oh, by the way, every time this happens, I always like weird
Consecutive life sentences. It turned out they kept
it
it
is a
real.
weird job, right?
Fish fear that mouth.
Dude, that's like a secret.
And as for her boyfriend Jamal,
Let's see
you
here.
want to talk about keeping him up?
Yeah,
That's exactly what happened.
Oh my God, let me
Keeps him up.
Yeah, just look at him.
Maybe shorty.
Working too hard.
From eating popcorn in the comfort of her own home to eating fruit cocktail on a prison floor.
As your business manager.
Just another case of what can happen when keeping it
Who's your
real
business
goes
manager?
wrong.
Eric's like, so who is it? Jay.
This guy.
This guy.
Conversation off there.
I'm just some random Indian guy.
The Studio 54 thing, you know.
A guy.
Got me in a world of trouble.
But then, you know,
That's how we go with stuff.
it's a guy that's a phone repair shop.
Juices.
Damn. Shows up at my brother's house.
Let's see what else we got. The Confidence Church 8648 posted this one. He entered giving zero funds that he's leaving.
My brother had his brand new couch.
This sounds exactly like Flacker.
And it's on the couch that says,
We're lucky because our house is one of the
just studies crying in the mud on it.
State Farm. State Farm dropped out. What's up?
Because they didn't buy another one.
What's up? What's up?
Usually if you have a gap in your teeth, then you just like,
Because my complexion used to call me Dark. He calls me and my brother Dark. He calls me Darko's brother. This is long before Wesley Snipes. Back then, he was black from the planet.
Angel Fitzgerald, just in case you didn't see the framed trunk cover in the theater, he added an extra in the room. Trump cover. I guess street truck.
Well, he's always been sort of like an art guy.
So let's see what the lyrics are. I ain't got a lie, bro. Keeping it 100, it's going to the bag. I like these tables. Of course, the popcorn machine. This is where he watches Moana. Next one, he wakes up and turns himself in the street show.
Yo, what up? How are you, Pam?
That is exactly so. They supposed to
Where the cubbies to? That'd be funny if there's a cubby on the side.
Yo, how can I help you?
That's invasive. Yeah, I know it's a little
I'm
bit.
trying
It's
to
a
join
lot
this
to know about.
Dropbox
I
Discord,
would
but I'm not even sure.
You're already in it, dog.
I guess they're just kind of like craves. Dude, MTV craves the Brandon Child.
What is it?
You're already in it.
This is drunk asshole won't give up alcohol as opposed to by appropriate beauty like
I've I quit Discord for a while.
All right. It's called the Waddle. I already see you're already in it. You're welcome, big dog.
I was one that messaged you, Alex.
Okay. Did you get my message? Did you get my message?
Yes.
All right. Does it make sense to you?
Let me check. I'm still trying to process it. I'm reading it. Like I was reading, but I can't. I don't speak that. Go back to it.
Okay. Well, read it. Make sure it makes sense to you. Do it. And if you have questions, let me know.
This is crazy. It's like
Discord.
Okay, doke.
You know what's funny? This seems like it was when Crasher's peak and then everything went down. Because this is like wild. This kid. First and second ago. You don't get that first kiss when you're just married. You get that first drinks at a brunch. Someone goes, should we do mimosas? And then the waiter goes, should we do mimosas? And you're like, this is going to be the best day ever. Dude, you just hype me up. That's like a locker room speech. Yeah. That's pretty inspirational, though. I should speak at AA meetings. What? Come on, show me a penny from Rick James. Do something. Stephen S. Barstow show. I don't mind that Sunday Conversations show. I don't know what it is. I make no comment. Like, once again, commenting on something I have no idea. I'm sure it's great. I just knee-jerk reaction. Sorry, I get started on that. Yeah, I think you're addicted to this show. I mean, what were you talking about? The next is Guild Guitars, dude. We haven't seen some Guild Guitars in a The Diddler thinks Chin's singing sucks. What? Let's see. What is this?
Merry Christmas. Love it. Merry Christmas.
Oh, take care, my man. You're welcome.
I don't know how people do this, but that off-pitch singing thing is so fucking. It's always the show, but it's hilarious. They made it. It's edited, right? Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, when they make it off-pitch, I hate how it sounds, but it's very. Yeah, it is funny. It's kind of like this sucks. I don't like how many edits are wasted. It's like, I prefer Chin singing. Yeah, I like doing, bro. You can't even take yourself seriously. Oh my god. That sucks. Obviously, it was a mistake. This sucks. This whole thing sucks. It sucks. No sequence for that. Let's see. Another Brian Calvin, another failed pop from Rings posted by Confidence Search 8648. I stopped doing, I was doing all the minutes. I'm sorry. It's my This is such a shortage of until I can figure out what's unique, I'm kind of interested. I'm not interested in smart talking. Yeah. I'm going to go find the Steve Irwin singer. Who is that guy? I don't know. It just died. I'm going to find the Steve Irwin. Yeah. That was an Epian or snow. He would go over the tap. Yeah. Yeah. Still a good fucking idea. Yeah. Good idea.
So you stop working. Tells the truth. That stuff you can't talk about.
It's so funny because you feel empathy for people. Like, you kind of can't help that, but then you remember who they are. Yeah, no, Cal, African team, man. This guy's nobleman. Doing the show. All right, condolences to the recently identified victims pushed by DGL's little feet. I don't know what that means. Damn, it looks like they were trying to stop it from pissing in that sink. It's like they put up a fucking. Oh, you're just missing a boat. It looks like a castle.
Build the wall. Grab the sink. Don't let him piss in the sink.
Dude, if this statue could talk, dog.
It's gonna let him dig.
I can do it. Yes, I can.
Adderall usage.
Okay, that's a physical sink right there. Dude, the most physical sink right there.
And tragedy was going on.
Yeah, it looks like he was.
What was wild?
He bought a house that you could piss in.
The guy who looked the most like
that one
getting on the women. Even I had the Jerry curls.
I didn't even tell someone not to piss
to the side and all that.
Kind of.
Yeah,
you just say, hey, don't what?
LA.
What?
Let's see. This is the last one for today. Posted by Haphazard. He attributes his strength to being a blue-collar car guy. You seen that video that he posted on his Instagram?
Prince was,
you
know what I'm saying?
No.
Prince had on like a
basically saying that he's stronger than the two strongest men of all time.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah.
He's holding that title for a minute in the middle of the
Yeah, aren't you? Well, I saw like a second of the clip, and then I saw someone talking about it.
And he's with his whole crew. His other cat.
Facts. Yeah, he's strong. He's strong by far.
Well, that takes a shower.
Strong man. Oh, big old strong hands. I've heard of strong hands, but I haven't heard of. I didn't know that I was sitting next to the guy who had the strongest hands.
Strong.
What?
Not bad.
But hold on.
Talk to my brother.
Hold on. Didn't you beat Thor and what's his name? Didn't you beat Thor and the current strongest? Ooh, that's cool. Hold on.
Yeah.
Didn't you hold 345 pounds longer than both of them? So you got the strongest hands in the world. I've been sitting next to the guy who has the strongest hands in the world.
Don't you feel better now than when we grapple?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah, well, you have.
Meanwhile, Chin's behind the camera with the neck bracelet.
Yeah, well, why did you choke me then? You do the whole time.
Your fingers are the same. What's funny is your fingers are literally the same size as palms. But your palms are like that. Yeah. You got big old palms. But your hands aren't giant. You got big hands.
You know what's good about the movie Austin? Is that we are further from death.
That's true. Yeah, you can't strike as easy. Finally gets his vengeance.
Yeah. Who knows? He might have like one last night.
I'll
tell you this: if he sends beating out,
oh yeah. No, I'm straight to violence.
So they can't. Right.
And like I've shaken all pro football players' hands, big hands. Yeah.
Thor has great hands, so I figured he'd be the most.
Let's watch this for a second. This is crazy.
Wow. I was like, I know they ain't thinking about playing ball in that. I said, hey, you know what? We're going to call that 50s shirt to get us.
That was 55.7.
And when I said that, this look came on his face.
Mitchell Hooper's the current stronger, like he beats Thor and everything except for deadlift.
I mean,
look at this. Look at this. Hell yeah.
60.4.
Dude, they must have been like, what? Yeah, they're like, what the fuck? Yeah, wow.
I'm also a lot lighter than them. But it's different.
You're 100 pounds lighter, and you don't train like that at all. And you're 10 years older. So, no, hold on. That's what I'm talking about. I know you're Bam Bam. I know you're stronger than you. Bench press 225 right now. You can do it 30 times. You can do combine numbers right now.
And then you got this cat standing behind you, and he's getting close to his hands is out like this. You don't really want to be bent over in front of a cat like that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm sure you could do
Destroy most of the guys who come. Like,
Yeah.
they set out the whole.
Yeah, separate sets. Yeah, I mean,
It's kind of hot out here, man.
6'3", 6'5".
Purify yourself in the waters.
Anything under that. Like,
So
not really.
Yeah, obviously.
strength-wise, yeah.
Strength. Yeah.
Yo, man,
That's cool. I've never seen you.
It's not talking. I'm a bit of a power for myself.
Maybe he has watched these clips and shivers his tail.
Oh yeah, he's watching you escape death.
More like Brandon's big old hand.
Blouses.
Dude, I remember you did strict, because I did them. I did 30 pull-ups, and then you did
This is fun.
I do. You do? It's called that.
To keep your hands warm. It is a little cold.
Yeah.
Go for it, dude. No, I'm ready to fight. Like I should be, and I'm good.
Like you have to stop yourself now that you know.
make sure you two pull-ups strict. And that's a lot of weight, so, you know, but that's fucking crazy.
It is kind of boring. It's like they've made something interesting boring. Like if he really is the world's strongest man, he never trains, and he's so much stronger than those two guys. You'd think that'd be kind of an interesting opportunity. Dude, this is like kind of like boring.
It's a good game.
Yeah, he's just like my homie's gassing me up right now, but just sit back while this is being said.
What needs to be said. It's like contractually part of the show that like tried to bring that you're bragging about something that I did this week.
Yeah. Every episode.
Get ready for the Arnold too, but I with the strength stuff, it's like you know, sports, all that shit, and also jiu-jitsu. The jiu-jitsu, you really get your hand grip going. But then also, I'm strong, but then also with a lot of it, like the endurance, a lot of on the car. I agree to the mechanics' hands are strong, and I'm always turning. Like you're constantly like this, like cut the hip doing the gas. Thank you. This, like for long periods of time. I think I want to do endurance. Yeah, it's endurance. It's the endurance. I'll tell you the story.
I love some batteries and track pads. I didn't take them out, and it exploded. And it's like, you can't even get the thing open. I should get it in the shop. Yeah.
That's on your hands.
Yeah, it's a teamwork. It's not a team.
Yeah. But yeah, that's it for this week, dude.
See you next week.
I like how you dance. Like that. You're dancing better than I am.
It's good to see you, Dave. What's up, Wayne? My brother. I want my show back. Give me my show back, man. Let's get back. Come on, man. Okay. You know what, Wayne? What? Why don't we all the time together? Nah, son. No, man. I can't be together, man. The way you do it ain't like the way I do it. You got your thing, I got my thing. I'm trying to do my thing.
That's what I gotta tell you, man.
Welcome back. This one right there. Welcome back to Tennis Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon. This week we watched Ari Shafir's new special, America's Sweetheart. You know, I won't give away what we thought of it. But I will say this, there's a message of positivity, and that's what this show is all about.
Yes.
Everybody knows that. But anyways, that's not why they're here. We also stream on these things.
Yeah.
But that's not why they're here.
No, dude, not a chance. And also, we did not put sugar all over Ari's dick and say it was delicious.
That's true. We're not going to sugarcoat anything. Ever. We don't do stuff like that here. So, start the timer. With the chin clip, my brain doesn't work. Okay. All right, let's go ahead. I like what we did last week, so I'm just gonna do the same thing again. Oh shit! I'm scrolling down through this fucking remix. It's the remix. Oh shit! Why did you say? Because my brain doesn't work. I wanted to come up with a thing to say different. But it's the remix. Like our man, you are very scathed right now. You're not unscathed for sure. I've never left this show unscathed. I've always been scathed. Alright, let's see this first. I'll call that out. This is scathed guy. Always been a scathed guy. This is posted by H-Man Calm. What does that mean? I don't know why that made me laugh, but it did. Each account is less than 4 hours old. We had it. Red bar. I'm gonna let you go ahead and click on this, dude. Go for it. Do you want me to rate them? Yep. Okay, so keep in mind these are new accounts, and one was your videos are always high quality, in depth of thought. Thank you for dedication and talent, and then a bunch of emojis, high heel, smiley face, mountain. Sophia Green posted a shout out to Sophia Green. Ella Handsome. Okay, so a girl that has handsome in her. Also very hot, right? What does it say? Your videos are always so profound and inspiring. Thank you for your creativity and dedication. Laughy face, devil mouse. You know, I mean, like again, you don't even have to, right? These are tests. Yeah, right? Your channel is a real oasis in the world of YouTube. Keep on making us happy with your work. Snowboarding. The snowboarder is funny. That's really funny. Why are they all either laying down or being with the feet? I don't know. All these profile pics. Emily Garcia, watching your channel is always an interesting and educational journey. Keep inspiring us with your content. The hot dog next to a fucking window is funny. Or is that a window or a cabinet? There's a mirror, a window, a hot dog, and a bell. Sure, man. Just, standard stuff that you might put in the message. Also, it's a key. And Shop never raises it. Yeah. She's like, why would I want to read all these hot chicks trying to get at me? He just responds to the key. Yeah. We've been talking about we're pretty upset with the amount of fake comments we're not getting. You know what I mean? Oh, no, I'm okay with it. Oh, really? I think I would like more inspiring comments. I feel like we inspire people. So it's weird that people don't comment that. Yeah, you're right. We're just, I wish we were as good as Chief AK. Another thing is never mind, I'm wrong. I was going to say only one of them didn't say inspiring. So I feel like it's a real comment, but it's not. It definitely is. No, it's not. Not a chance. Alright, let's see the next one here. That's an ad. This was posted by Barek Bam Bam. Papa couldn't make it and had to take the chompies to Shogger practice. Anything, officer? Oh, man. Is this the inauguration? I don't. Yeah, it is. Yeah, because that's what Theo. I saw the video of him falling over or whatever. Briefly going that. So the Paul brothers, Bonnie Crinchcliffe, Joe Togan, Theo, obviously going through some shit, and then guy in the back. Do we know a guy in the back? Yeah. This guy in the back? That's a union guy without the
My mother-in-law loves you.
They invited Jamal. They invited Jamal on that fucking Baba, dude. What's up? It looks like he got no sleep for sure, though. He's tired. Yeah. From all the fame. Yeah. So, I'm sure Papa would have been there. I bet he's happy for you, right? Yeah. He's probably so happy that they all got to be there. He does YouTube. Yeah. This one's called Home Papa, posted by Red Bonnet. Anti-Hero Podcast posted this. Just saw Brendan Chop blindly defend Tim Kennedy. That's pretty disappointing. Also, we would recommend taking podcast advice from Brendan. They got it. Yeah. Don't give a fuck. Yeah. So I'm assuming anti-hero podcast is those Marine dudes that are damn, they're fun too. More of a man, like serve the country and better at comedy too. Yep. Sucks to be Brandon, dude.
They shouldn't tell him. Don't tell the anti-hero podcast his name. Dog shit.
He's so bad at podcasting, Brennan is, that if I like pulled him out of it, like if I stopped him from podcasting, I'd be like, you come on. It would be like stopping Brendan from doing a podcast would be like saving someone from a car crash.
I mean, I would argue that he's good at podcasting. Right. You know, relative to what else he's good at. You know,
like he's so bad at the other stuff. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I thought you were going both ways thing, because he's like really bad, but also very good because we love it. Yeah, which I'd also accept.
But here's the thing: I wouldn't go that way. Have you tried to listen to it's like really? Even if it's like sarcastic or whatever you're trying to be out of it. Yeah. No, it's unlistenable.
That's why I think the chefs for their service, you know, that's like it's like any other hourly job. You work at your change, it has its ups and downs. Like the ups are obviously the funny clips you make. The downs are like, I can't believe I fucking have to listen to this shit sometimes. And even the only episode I ever watched, really, from beginning to end, is the last episode. I fucking hated it so much. I walked away from that being like, I fucking hate the last one.
But we stopped doing the show.
Yeah, we stopped, but you know, he's funny now, so time to change.
Let's see here. The next one is posted by MR Eisenman. 1 second, I gotta pause this. What the hell? What is happening in this? Papa shows fear in his A's when homeless cats get mentioned during GFL interview.
Because I don't think about anything but what you're talking about. For example.
Now, the internet loves this guy. That's why I said we gotta get up here. We get our Brennan shops on the street. I never thought the Brennan shop on the MMA holes, considering that we already.
Is this a bad time?
The MMA holes.
That's the guy that interviewed Mark.
I'm sure you get this all the time.
They did. Oh, that's right. They sub on YouTube. Thank you, MMA holes. Shout out to you guys. Yeah, you guys are great.
Mark, everything's fine, right? We're good now? Yeah.
The internet loves this guy. Everybody on the internet loves this guy. Now think about it.
But anyway, all jokes aside, we get involved in this. And I mean, listen, you're all like you podcasts and all that stuff. You have the NFL.
They're conditioning him a lot in this. It's been 33 seconds going on.
This is that face when you say not the NFL.
Jeez. Where is it going?
Now I know why he hasn't put anyone up.
He does look very big. Like this, he's about to kill this guy, kind of. Yeah. It's just king on his shirt.
I mean, this guy's haircut. Listen, you know, that bad hair. You don't think it's good?
I wish I could have any hair. Like I said, last episode.
You would think that?
Yeah. You would think that? Yeah. Like, it does kind of look like a poop. It's spreading out at the end. A turd with a tail. But listen, his hair, that guy has the worst.
That guy does the worst hair out of the three. Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, something's going on here.
He's just like,
yeah, he's like, I love the internet. People love this guy. People love this guy. He's gonna fix my hair. Neither of these people care at all about Chop. They're talking shit right to his face. He's like, he's not gonna do shit.
Yeah, dude, I'm on Chop's side.
No, I like it.
Yeah, I mean, no, I like thinking of the old shit.
Cats homeless and stuff right now. But anyway,
that was a laughter and fear a little bit, I think.
Good for him. Let's see. Let's get that face real quick. This guy's leaves right away too.
Yes, he's like, okay, well, that guy.
And this girl
out of here.
you have the NFL he's not the NFL background, but he has a football background and an MMA background. And you have a week like this, time to do it. No-brainer on there. And it's, giving back to fighters, big man the show, I know black work and my time to do all stuff. You guys stuff going on in life. Yeah, I mean, it's times, of course, rush on prize. Hopefully, it's
Brennan is a guy. He really, you know what? He really is that guy that works too much. There's some truth to that. I'm being serious right now because he has a lot of and he's also the baseball coach, the football coach.
Too much credit. He's not the baseball coach.
Is he sleeping there?
He's in the crowd.
Okay, yeah. But he's teaching.
He's got a cubby. That's all he wants.
He's got a cubby. He's not the coach. He's the coach. Okay. He's coach. He's being silent. Brennan's saying some stuff.
This is why Brennan's so awesome. He's not even the coach, and he has a cubby. Right. He took the cubby from the coach.
The coach's stuff is on the floor. Brennan's stuff's inside. We're just like,
oh, Brennan must be here.
That's why he doesn't run into your gut. But honestly, I don't really know on here, but it sounds like Bob volunteered his time to help out fighters for a show. Now, obviously, he grips and everything, so maybe that's not true. But just face value seems like nice, and he completely ignored all the mean things for all of them. He's like, listen, no brainer, I got to help out. That's not bad. Yeah. This is good, Brendan? Yeah. Maybe.
I like his big red chairs. That's what I like Brendan.
That's a negative.
Yeah. But yeah, shout out to that. MMA holes. We made some jokes, and it was all jokes. And
that guy's gonna beat you up. You're more afraid of him than Bob.
Dude, they'll choke the shit out of both of us at once. One guy will dismantle both of us.
The guy on the right does look like, yeah, he could be upset. I'm not sure about the other guy. I'll take my chances.
I'll challenge you to golf, and then I'll feel confident in talking shit. Other than that, you'll fucking rip my neck off. This is Confident Search 8648, the comedy tour post. We never know what we have till yeah, I mean, just even the drawing, so you know it's like on purpose. The drawing is the open face.
That is correct.
Yeah, he wanted this. Or he told the guy what he wanted, and the guy looked at his pictures, and he just mimicked the picture.
Phoenix, Arizona. I'm assuming that's either Stand Up Live or Celebrity Theater.
So the alien thing, Roswell's in Mexico, right? Why are the aliens in Arizona?
Because Joe Rogan is everywhere, and he knows it's possible.
So you guys are trying to get him Rogan, that's all.
Both specials, he never watches the alien.
Above what his, what he thinks about. That's like on another plane, right? Aliens is just not something that he can think about or consider right now.
His name was
I just said it.
Yeah, you said it.
No one will ever forget this one.
Yeah. Just, okay, I was like, what is that noise? It's wild parrots outside. They're so fucking loud.
They are pretty annoying. Yeah. You can't get rid of them.
Michael Sokolov, the date and provenance of the Aramaic Talagat issue on the basis of Aramaic dialectology for Peter Stieber Agavar's Enamorous Talagat issue. 27 William for Mary the Strasbourg text of the Talagat. 49 NJG observations on the dual breach manuscripts of the Talagat issue. 61 Michael Kozlowski, a preliminary study of the Jesus. Talagat issue. Dismissed 2,200.
Yeah, really? Wow.
Bigfoot is holding.
59-year Louise finally the Talagat issue of Christian apocryphal literature. The formative years of the Talagat issue. Those narrative is self-criticism. 101 Alexander the Talagat issue.
He's trying to get the full send podcast.
Oh, do your guys' ears hurt?
$247 Yako French, the second life of the Acknowledgements. The essays published in this volume of a seminar conference on Toledo conducted at Princeton University. The seminar by John Geiger, Michael Mercer, culminating in an international conference in November in organized by Michael Mearson, the seminar and the conference. All the essays are revised thoroughly, with the exception of 3 on driving. Graduate student in the Department of Classes, helped us in editing the articles. Princeton University's Department of Religion and Program of Judaic Studies extended, as always, Princeton's legendary hospitality and conference an enjoyable and memorable. The Mellon Foundation funded the conference, and more share of the publication in their customary smooth, fast, and professional way. To all of them we express our deep gratitude. Princeton, Berlin, Jerusalem, May 2011. Peter Schaefer, Michael Mearson, Yako Forge.
The Catholics and the Protestants are like, base fucking pot. It's fucking pot. It's not marriage for pot. Oh, marriage show's not good anymore. When then I you fucking scumbag. I watched this fucking Northern Ireland rap movie. I checked to remember what they called Catholics.
We asked him what he did with the money.
He did that, yeah.
I bought my mama a car. I spent the rest on it.
Did it skip one? Did you see that? It skipped one?
Yeah, okay, whoa, he just drove by real fast right there.
Introduction. Peter Schaefer, modem research on Toledo Initiative, an enigmatic late antique medieval tract whose origins are shrouded history's myths. Began with Samuel Kraus. Monograph Das Leben Jesu nach James Ken Quellen, published more than a century ago. By Kraus' analysis of the manuscripts available to him at the time, of the text's history, and of its main motifs, has had a lasting influence to this day. Almost all scholars writing about Toledo, you should still take him as their point of departure, and add further details rather than attempt to fundamentally change the picture drawn by him. 70 years later, when the next was taken with William Corberry's 1970 Cambridge dissertation, a critical examination of initiative, which was, however, unfortunately never published. The dissertation soon became the much sought-after insider tip of Toledo, jealously guarded by the lucky ones who succeeded in obtaining a copy and more eagerly searched for by the unlucky ones like Berlin, as Calvary, 1902. Repair. Hildesheim, Holmes, 1977, 2006. Krauss supplemented his monograph with an impressive array of articles, published between 1904 and 1939. See Jesus in Jewish Legend, in Judd, New York, Funk and Vinyls Company, 1907, 7. 173. Fragments Arameans Butol.Yetro, Reg 62, /91 /28 to 37, Ansikon Hilbert Tolsku, MGWJ 76, /932 586 to 603 and 77, 1933 44 to 61. New Velvet Engine Eva Eq-Toll.Yesu, Reg 103, 3865 to 90, the Mount of Olives and Toll.Yeshua, 904, 1939 170 to 6, in Hebrew. Luckily, Forbury did publish an important series of articles. See his The Trial of Jesus in Jewish Tradition, in The Trial of Jesus, Cambridge Studies in Honor of CFD Rule.
We had some pretty good seats, Brian.
Sam's Family, Neighborhood, 1970, 103 to 21, Tertullian Light of the Spectral Light. 13, JTS 23, 1972, 455 to 59, reprinted in IDEM, Jews and Christians in Contact and Controversy, Andy Burhart, 1998, 176 to 79, the revision of Shem Tov IBN Sheprat Eben Hohen, Seferat 43, 1983, 221 to 37, reprinted in Jews and Christians, 261 to 75, Christ has written in ancient anti-Christian polemic. In Jesus and the Politics of His Day, EDS Hems Thamel and Charles Will, Cambridge University Press, 1984, 183 to 95, reprinted in Jews and Christians, 162 to 75, Jews and Christians on the Bible, Demarcation and Convergence, 325 to 451, in Christ like Jesus wishing the CUND Chal EDS. Johannes Van Oort and Ulrich Wickert, Kevin, Kopferos, 1992, 72 to 103, reprinted in Jews and Christians, 2 Oct, 25, the depiction of Judeo-Christians in the Talmud issue, in the image of the Judeo-Christians in ancient Jewish and Christian literature. GBS Peterson, Thompson and Doris Larnberg Petrie, Tiltington, Morsi Beck, 2003, 280 to 86, Rabbinic Perceptions of Christianity and the History of Roman Palestine, Proceedings of the British Academy 165, 2010 353 to 76 equals Rabbinic Texts and the History of Late Roman Palestine, EDS Martin Goodman and Violet Alexander, Oxford University Press, 2010, 353 to 76. Peter Stieber, who will not successful. Professor Forbury has finally decided to put an end to this and is working now on a revised edition of his dissertation for publication. And the third decisive step was reached when Ricardo Gisani published his groundbreaking article La Tradizione Testual del Told Manuscritti, Idazianai Campo, Classification, 3 soon to be followed by the monograph Il Vangelo del Ghetto. For Gisani, with his meticulous evaluation of many manuscripts and their classification according to different groups, the Pilate, Helena and Herod recensions, In particular, flipping research into the Talagat issue manuscript tradition and the transmission of its various versions on a completely new leafy 25-year Disney, the time has finally come to take stock and to provide the scholarly world with a picture of the Talagat issue evidence, that is, to lay the foundation for a more informed study of Talagat issue by preparing an edition of all the available manuscripts and further clarifying the text's complicated history. Point 6. This ambitious task has been tackled by the Princeton University Talagat issue project. We have collected, transcribed, and translated all the available manuscripts and are now in the process of preparing a sophisticated database that will help to unravel the secrets of Talagat issue's origins and reception history and ultimately lead to the publication of a synoptic edition supplemented by an electronic database on a CD. In order to place this project in the context of current Talagat issue research, we decided to convene an international conference with those scholars who have been working on Talagat issue recently or who have expressed their keen interest in the conference topic. As always with such conferences, not all of the colleagues on our list could accept the invitation, but we are confident that the voices assembled in this volume reflect a representative cross-section of ongoing Talagat issue research. If the conference and the evaluation of the various recensions in the Princeton Talagat issue project have made one thing clear, it is the fact that there never was Rasina Mental de Israel 50, 1984-83 to 100. Newton Compton, 1985. See also his article Du Nuavi Ponti Sol Tilda, Rasina Mental de Israel 55, 927-32. Further progress in Talagat issue research was made by, among others, Gilder Schlichting, and Giannis Leben Yezu, Tilde Morsebeck, 1982, L.L. Newman, The Death of Jesus in the Talagat issue literature, JTS 50, 1999-59-79, Yaakov Deutsch, New Evidence of Early Versions of Talagat issue, Tarsus 69, 2177-97, in Hebrew. 6,000 OFC 150 known Talagat issue manuscripts, only very few were published. In addition to the aforementioned publications by Krauss, Horbury, and Deutsch, see Abraham Harkaver, Laban Jesus, Hebraeus Bibliography 15, 1875-15, Elkin and Adler, Unfragment Paramine Hatolgat Yesmo, RF 61, 1910-12 CR 30, Louis Ginsberg, and Genizah Studies in Memory of Dr. Solomon Schechter, Gins Schechter, 3 volumes, New York, The Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 1928, 1:32938, Michael Hoover, Laisayashir, Chora 3, 1936, 143-52, in Hebrew, Zifa, A New Fragment of the Jewish Life of Jesus, IMM 8, 1978, 72-9, Daniel Bernard, A Revised Version and Translation of the Talagat issue fragment, Targus 47, 1978-249-52, in Hebrew. Three Talagat issue versions back to which all the existing versions can be traced. The romantic search for the one and only Urtext is an idea that has misled scholars in many areas of Jewish studies, and, of course, not only there. And Talagat issue is a prime example of this futile exercise. What we can establish are various foci or nuclei, snapshots as it were, that can be fixed in place and time, but these snapshots on no account represent fixed points of a unilinear and monocausal chain of development originating from the given urtext and leading to all the branches of the text tradition. We even don't know at which point in history the snapshots begin embodying something that justifiably so might be called Talagat issue, that is, a fully developed narrative deserving this title. 4. To put it differently and more precisely, there may well have been different nuclei representing different macro forms of Taladat Yeshu at different times and places. A first cluster of contributions deals with Taladat Yeshu's manuscript traditions and its multiple versions. The earliest known physical evidence of a peculiar version of Taladat Yeshu is preserved in the Aramaic fragments from the Cairo Genizah. The earliest of these fragments can be dated to the 10th century, but there can be no doubt that the narrative they transmit is earlier. One way, probably the safest way, to determine the date and provenance of this narrative is to examine the fragment's language, that is, the Aramaic dialect they use. Michael Sokoloff undertook this task and has come to very interesting and remarkably unambiguous results. Recently, Willem Smolik has claimed that Taladat Yeshu was originally composed in the 4th century, more precisely in the Galilee, in Jewish-Palestinian Aramaic, was then transferred to Babylonia, where it received an updating in Jewish-Babylonian Aramaic, and was finally brought back to Palestine and converted to late Jewish literary Aramaic. In constant dialogue with Smolik, Sokolov contests Smolik's findings and concludes that Taladat Yeshu's Aramaic is a mixture of Jewish Babylonian and Targumic Aramaic and that its vocabulary clearly points to Jewish Babylonia as its provenance. Its time of composition, he proposes, was towards the middle of the first millennium CE. An important nucleus of Taladat Yeshu traditions has come down to us in certain quotations to be found in the writings of Agabard, Bishop of Lyons, and his successor, Samuel, in the first half of the 9th century. Peter Steele reevaluates these references and, providing a detailed comparison with the Aramaic fragments, confirms Desaini's assessment that both share many characteristics and hence belong to the same recension, Desaini's pilot group. With regard to the narrative of Hayash's conception and birth, which is so conspicuously missing in the Aramaic fragments and in Agabard/Hamulo, he argues that it was in part of 7. This insight is not new, but confirms what Desaini wrote already in /985, seen as I1 Vangelo down in 217f. Willem Smolik, the Aramaic dialect, S, of the Taladat Yeshu fragments, Aramaic Sun, 2009-39 to 73. Their version and must have been added at a later stage. 9. He then puts Agabard's and Hamulo's Taladat Yeshu in the broader context of 2 bishop statements about the Jews in contemporary Carolingian society, and concludes that the Jews in the Carolingian Empire under Louis the Pious not only were well aware of the version of Taladat Yeshu, but made public and even aggressive use of it. Turning to the famous Strasbourg manuscript that figures so prominently in Krauss, Laban Yezu, William Forbury locates the manuscript in an 18th century Galician Caricmelian and then proceeds to determine earlier stages of the text as presented in the Strasbourg copy. He finds evidence that the Strasbourg text must have been identical with texts that were current in France and Spain in the 13th and 14th centuries and are now lost. But certain elements or microphones in the Strasbourg text lead them back in time much earlier. The first microphone is the list of the new Christian festivals substituting the old Jewish ones, which he locates, following Daniel Stock of Ben Ezra-Lo in 4th or early 5th century Palestine or Syria. Second, noticing that, of all the Hebrew manuscripts of Desaini's Helen group, only Miss Strasbourg incorporates the Talmudic narrative of the trial and execution of 5 disciples of Yeshua, an important element of Desaini's pilate group, which is well known from the Aramaic fragments, into its Taladat Yeshu version. He suggests a link between the Strasbourg text and a much earlier version preserved in the Aramaic fragments from the Cairo Genizah. Finally, he proposes that even the birth story, which opens the Strasbourg manuscript and which Desaini and Schiever consider to be a medieval addition, in fact represents a much earlier element of the Taladat Yeshu narrative. Hence, he concludes that the pilot group of the Aramaic fragments and Agabard/Hamulo originally contained the birth story and that the Strasbourg manuscript echoes this early version. One of the most baffling recensions of Taladat Yeshu is the one published in 1705 by the Christian scholar Johann Jacob Huldrych, together with the Latin translation information and annotations. It was much neglected in Taladat Yeshu's scholarship, presumably because of its complexity and unique characteristics, and Adina Yochai deserves credit for again drawing our attention to it. Comparing the Huldreich version with the other Taladat Yeshu versions, she argues that it combines some very early parts of the Toledo Yeshu tradition known from the earliest Hebrew manuscripts and even the Aramaic fragments with high medieval and very late Slavic elements. Altogether, she concludes, the Huldreich 9c also Disani, Evangelo del Ghetto, 33, 113, 127 to 218, and Peter Schaeffer, Jesus, origin, birth, and childhood according to the Taladat Yeshu and the Talmud, in Judea Palestina, Babylon, and Rome, Jews in antiquity, eds Benjamin Isaac and Yuval Shahar, Tyavinjan, Mor Sivek, forthcoming. /0 Daniel Stockelban Ezra, an ancient list of Christian festivals in Taladat Yeshu. Polemics as indication for interaction. HTR 100 and 2009 481 to 96. Version was composed in the 15th or 16th century at the earliest by an unknown author or a group of authors. Finally, in this first group of contributions, Michael Stanislawski forces his way through the even more neglected thicket of Yiddish Taladat Yeshu manuscripts. Briefly surveying the known Yiddish manuscripts, he determines that a manuscript at the Jewish Theological Seminary of New York, JTS Ms. 2211, differs from the other Yiddish manuscripts in that it doesn't follow any single or stable Hebrew text. Rather, it combines different and often contradictory sources and displays clear traits of what Stanislawski calls the Ashkenazation of the Taladat Yeshu tradition. Mary's portrayal as a prophet has gone wrong in particular, which diverges considerably from the other Taladat Yeshu versions, can be read as a subversion of the Marian cult prevalent in the Christian society of Central and Eastern Europe in the late 17th century. A second Clustributions makes an attempt to locate Taladat Yeshu in its broader cult context. Pierluigi Piavanelli compares certain motifs in the Taladat Yeshu with the Book of the Cock, a Christian apocryphal text from late antiquity that is preserved in Ethiopic but was originally written in Greek, probably in the second half of the 5th century. This book, he argues following Hillel Newman, too belongs to a roster of late antique Christian apocryphal texts that respond to polemical Jewish stories such as those found in Toledo Yeshu. In his view, this brings us if not to an urtext of Toledo Yeshu but nonetheless to a more or less well-developed first edition of Toledo Yeshu already circulating at the end of the 4th or the beginning of the 5th century CE. Furthermore, following Ernst Bammel Ilium Horbury, he sets out to track down the hypothetical prehistory of Taladat Yeshu in the 2nd and 3rd century. Here, it is the conspicuously positive depiction of Judas in particular, which Toledo Yeshu shares, more precisely which the fragments of Taladat Yeshu share, with the newly discovered Gospel of Judas, before 180 CE, and the Book of Cock, that leads him back into the 2nd century CE. He concludes with the, not so, rhetorical question. W. Had if the earliest Taladat Yeshu stories were the oral product of Jewish communities that were living, probably in Syria, Palestine 13 in close contact and connection with a group, or multiple groups, of Jewish Christians. Quite a different picture arises from Eli Yosif's article. Taking seriously the fact that Taladat Yeshu is a fully developed narrative, as opposed to the fragmentary nature of Talmudic references, with its own textual autonomy, as 11c above, and 5. 12m spam 1, Christian origins in Jewish tradition, and TS 13, 1966 to 67 317 to 35, printed in Idem, Judaica. Klein Schriften, 2 volumes, Tyavinjan, Mor Sivek, 1986, 1, 22, 38, Idem. Origin Contra Celsum I-41 and the Jewish Tradition. JTS 19. 1968 211-13. Reprinted in Judaica. 194 to -95. Idem. Der Jude Celsus. In Judaica. 265 to 83. IJ here following Smolik rather than Sokolov.
Maybe it's just the makeup. I have no idea, Chen.
Opposed to the genre of Midrash, he determines that these features are typical of the early Hebrew narrative in the Middle Ages. The emergence of autonomous narratives that coincides with the emergence of works devoted to specific disciplines, such as Midrash Yisirat Hadibrat and the alphabet of Ben Sira, starts in the 8th century and originated in Islamic Babylonia. This, Yosef claims, is the cultural milieu to which Taladat Yeshu belongs. It was written by young Jewish scholars in and around the Babylonian yeshiva in Jewish Iraq in the 2nd-5th century of Islam. He bolsters this underlying hypothesis with a number of more detailed analyses. Taladat Yeshu is a typical Volksbook whose different versions are not textual mutations of one urtext but, rather, autonomous compositions belonging to different communities. It has a well-defined hero, who, however, is not a victim but a villain. The novella, it displays an unexpected turning point or Wendapunk that drastically changes the protagonist's life. The theft of the ineffable name and its successful magical use, which, although well known in Jewish folklore as early as the rabbinic period but of considerably greater interest in Jewish Babylonia, becomes the hallmark of Jewish superiority to Christianity. It exhibits a novella-like interest in the erotic, and it is critical of the hierarchies of Jewish society. In his article The Taladat Issue in the Context of Jewish-Muslim Debate, Philip Alexander addresses the much-neglected question of Taladat Issue within the Islamic context, that is, it sits on lehen not only in the Jewish-Christian but also in the Jewish-Muslim debate. In other words, locating Taladat Issue in the triangle between Muslims, Christians, and Jews. He asks where the tract stands in relation to the Muslim gospel and what this might tell us about its circulation among Jews in the Muslim
Live Dream, my friend, I hope you have a wonderful day. Do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
Evidence of Taladat Yeshu manuscripts in the Muslim world and the tract's relationship with both the Christian.
Thank you so much. First and foremost, if you're not following me, you should be, because I follow back. I follow everyone back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view all my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land can to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
And that only the cabbage plant, because Yeshua forgot to include it in his curse of the trees, finally accepted his body and did not break. For the first time taking the cabbage stalk seriously and not trying to explain it away, Mearson looks into the botanical makeup of the cabbage and finds out that the wild cabbage, contrary to our modern perception,
100%. Thank you so much for your kind words. It's just a matter of time. 2026, that might be our year, my friend.
As early as the 4th century
I honestly have a token and a collection that I'm dropping on the
More
first,
importantly,
and I will be
he points
updating
to
the
the fact
decks
that
on
the
the
wild
first
cabbage could be identified with the wild mustard, and that it is precisely this plant that is mentioned in Matthew 13:31 as the smallest of all seeds, which grows into the greatest garden plant.
Welcome. Sonia, how are you, girl?
While in the New Testament, the wild mustard / cabbage.
Hey, I'm in this space as well. Hello.
In Taladat Yeshua, it is used to signify
Hello. Let me help our friend here, Odd Guy, and then I'll be with you. Thank you for joining.
As to the other strange peculiarity of Agabart and the Aramaic fragments, Yeshua's burial in an aqueduct or a water reservoir, Mearson suggests that it is a faint echo of the aqueduct built by Pilate that not only was paid for by temple money,
Absolutely.
but cut its
Okay,
way
so
through
you're
a
launching a
cemetery that
coin
was
January
used
1st.
during that
What's the
period.
name of the coin?
In his conclusion, Mearson first draws our attention to that fact that
I want you to
Taladat
say it.
Yeshua indeed contains many traditions that at the time when they coalesced into their literary form were no longer understood by the scribes and their readers, but sometimes can be traced back to their late antique origin, and, second, warns us not to mistake the date of a specific detail or motif in Taladat Yeshua for the date of the composition as a whole.
At first, I was going to
Carolina
call
and
it
Israel Yuval turn to the enigmatic figure of Judas Iscariot, who, thanks to the discovery of
Okay,
the
they all
Gospel
work.
of Judas,
Let me ask
has
my next
attracted
question.
much attention.
Do you have a link tree for
They
your
compare
project?
the image of Judas in Taladat Yeshua,
All right,
the legend
that's the
of the
first thing that
binding
you
of
need to do. The reason why is when somebody types in whatever the name is, OG Uncut or any of the others, you want to make sure that you dominate social media, you dominate search engines, and you dominate AI. When people are using Gemini or Grok or ChatGPT to find out information about your project, we want it to have AI to have a positive take on it, correct? Absolutely. So what I'm going to do, Guy, I do this for anybody, not just people who are launching coins. I'm going to send you the and everything I tell you is free, the top 30 social media platforms you can have. And you may say, well, Rabbi, that's a lot of social media. All right, we've got 7 days or so until you launch the coin. And this is going to give you the opportunity to set the foundation for some excellent results in search engines. You're going to dominate, of course, in social media. You're going to be able to put in some perhaps AI videos so that you don't have skeleton accounts, just basic, simple videos that say, hey, this is the token. This is what we're about. We want to give back. If you want to connect with us, here's the wallet address, etc., etc. These are just some, I would say, basic things that any project should have. So if anybody's interested in what these are, like you're going to want a YouTube account. That's the #2 website in the world. You're going to want a Gmail account for the project. And I understand you're still early. You may not have the name settled down yet, but you're going to want a TikTok. TikTok's the #1 trending social media platform in the world. You're going to want a Facebook. It's the #1 social network in the world. You're going to want Instagram, all of these. So I'll send you the list, and what you do over the course of the next week, you create these accounts. It's really important to do that. You will be shocked the difference between you Googling the name of your coin, whatever you want it to be now, and what happens in 1 month. In 1 month, if you create these 30 social media accounts, you'll have the top 30 results, because Google essentially prioritizes social media over maybe a website that you may have or a wallet that you may have. So if, I'm going to just send it to you. It's free, and I'd love to help you in any way that I can. I want to see you to be successful.
Appearing in Europe in the 12th century and broadly disseminated, where he is depicted as almost pathologically distorted, doesn't find a response in Jewish sources. They attribute this striking fact to the worsening of relations between the Christian majority and the Jewish minority during the High Middle Ages, when the Jews preferred to ignore their Christian neighbors rather than to answer them. A similar subversive role is played by Simon Peter, the primary founder of Christianity as an authentic faith for the Christians, and an underground double agent of the rabbis who ultimately saved Israel by bringing about the final separation of Christianity from Judaism for the Jews. John Gager follows the traces that this strange figure has left in Taladat Yeshu and related Jewish sources, Megillat Ta'anit, Rashi, Rabbi Rothschild, the Nishmat prayer, Magzor Vitri, and finds the blueprint of Peter the false believer and double agent in no less a source than in the Gospel of Mark. Then, addressing the question of how Taladat Yeshu's Peter became a refined poet of liturgical texts. Pietime, he refers to the apocryphal 14 Kraus, on Newell / recension, 65 to 73.
All right, guys, what platform are you going to stream on when you launch the coin?
Homilies which are part of the Pseudo-Clementines.
Okay, very well. Have you thought about multi-streaming on not just Pump That Fun, but also perhaps YouTube, Kick, Rumble, Twitch simultaneously? It's free. 100%. It's multi-streaming. Rumble Studio, if you've heard of the website Rumble, they offer platform that's known as Rumble Studio. It's absolutely free, and you can essentially take what's called the RTMP key. This is the real-time messaging protocol key. This is nerd speak, so to speak, for just something that the different platforms give you to be able to stream on different platforms. So yeah, you 100% can, and you know, you've got 7 days to be able to kind of figure this out. It will take you less than an hour, or not even that. Like, really, I've helped people do this in 10 minutes. It's not hard. All you have to do is create the Rumble account. If you have a YouTube account, if you have a Twitch account, and you have a Kick account, let's assume that you have those. You know, those, okay, if you don't, then that'll take you another 15 minutes maybe to create them. Then what you do is you just take a little code, or just basically an address from each one of those. You put it in Rumble Studio, and then you can also do it from Pump.Fun. And when you go live, you go live to all simultaneously. So if this is of interest to you, I'll certainly help you with that. And everything again that I say is free. I really want you to have a very successful launch. And why only have a very niche amount of people who are able to see what you're launching on Pump Fun when you can have the whole internet view it if you want?
Identity is blurred and encompasses at least 3 women bearing the name Helena, or its cognates, namely Queen Helena of Adiabene, Tanti Endi, and Helen the lover / spouse of Simon Magus. Other is the Hasmoney and Queen Salome Alexandra, although she doesn't bear the name Helena. Galit Hassan pursues this polymorphous figure as a prime example of both the variability and the inconsistency exhibited in Taladat Yeshu.
100%, and it's free. And they have just a system that you just literally have to log into your YouTube. You have to log into your Twitch. They automatically get locked in. The one that you have to do a little bit of manual customization, it's not hard, is Kick. You just have to get the code from Kick to upload that, and then same for Pump Fun. So when you're ready to stream on there, you'll be able to do that as well. If you want, you can do all of the video sharing websites on one browser and Pump Fun on another, if that's what you'd like as well. The Kick and Rumble and YouTube and Twitch, all of their chats will be unified, and it's not just limited to that. You could do it on X. You have if you have the opportunity. Well, I noticed you don't have a premium account. I don't either. I don't think it's necessarily worth it, but if you did, you can live stream on X on there as well, and about 33 other platforms at a minimum. So everything from 5 to Trovo, so, you know, probably haven't even heard of. But in my opinion, it's best to multi-stream on as many different platforms as possible to get as many different eyeballs on you as possible. And especially if you're launching a coin, that's going to be really important. But at least the big four, Rumble, YouTube, Kick, Twitch, you want to have those, and then you're going to be live on video on Pump.Fun. I can tell you just some advice. The first, and I don't know if you've launched Pump Fun coins before, but the first 30 minutes are so key to be able to get the word out about what you do. So when you set up your coin, you want to make sure that all your social media is already taken care of. So that's, you get like one link to be able to put in for your social media. That's why your Linktree link is going to be perhaps perfect for you. If you have a website or whatever, that would work as well. But you know, we can talk about all of this stuff on the back channel. Certainly, I sent you a message with all the information that I have for all that social media, and I'm always live 24/7 on not just YouTube and Rumble and Twitch and all the others, but I'm live in my Discord. If you ever want to come connect, we have some people from this club right now who have joined my Discord and are watching me right now speak to you live. So if you ever want to connect, you ever need any help, I'm here to help you, my friend.
Sources appears in the 13th century in a collection of Hebrew passages from the writings of the anonymous apostle, ca 1260, followed by the famous lengthy quotation in Raymond's Mardi News.
And I can't wait to take this hard.
Around 1280, which corresponds to the manuscripts of the Helen group, but in contrast to them, lacks the birth narrative. Another Latin translation was published by the Viennese cleric and historian Thomas
100%, absolutely. Yeah, and come fun. I know that you're probably aware you're going to get people who, if you want this coin to go long term, which I imagine you do, and you don't want to just be a rug pull, there's just some, you know, basic stuff that I will review so that you can avoid any crashes and things like that, and have people involved in the long haul. And then I imagine, are you going to, just like you have, you're hosting a space right now, are you going to host space on behalf of the coin and then, you know, shield the coin and such in different people's spaces as well? Is that what I imagine the future is?
Jewish sources. Bush notices that the latter up to the 17th or even 18th century only rarely refer to Taladat Yeshiv conspicuously, with only one exception. IBM Shapers even broken. All of these references
Phenomenal. Any plans for an NFT at this point?
From the combined Christian and Jewish evidence, he concludes that
oh, okay, then I'm glad you said that. Okay, so something really important. Do you have some of the artwork already settled as of right now?
He doesn't find proof that prior to the 12th
Excellent. So what you're going to want to do, if possible, in that list of 30 different social media that I sent you, you're going to want to ensure that you upload maybe at least 10 different NFTs on Pinterest, on Imager, on Flickr, on Instagram, on let me think what else, Tumblr, just some of your basic image sharing websites. And the reason why you want to do that is because you want to ensure that your coin or your NFT populates not just in the search results, but also Google Images. That's a really important place that you're going to want to populate and dominate, so that when people type in your NFT to see what it looks like and they click on images, they're not just getting a bunch of random pictures, they're going to get actual versions of the NFT. So you know, we can talk about that too, certainly in the Discord, and I look forward to speaking with you and give any kind of alpha that I have been able to learn over the years, and I'm excited to chop it up with you. So thank you for letting me contribute.
As the Jews' major tool to convince Alexis/Hero of Jesus' true origin as a bastard conceived through adultery.
I'm gonna go to the liquor store. Everybody give me a couple drinks.
This trial in its historical context and argues that the Taladat Yeshu narrative was indeed used in the medieval crown of Aragon not only to re-Judaize apostates but even to force a repentant apostate to unveil Taladat Yeshu in public and hence to instigate open confrontation with Christians. This result, in turn, deepens our understanding of the text itself, since we need to take into consideration that the Taladat
I will absolutely keep you company as long as you need. We will get together a really great strategy for your project. Anyone out there, if you haven't already locked in with my man, guys, make sure that you are. Make sure you keep an eye out, particularly for some of the social media he's going to be dropping, and also keep an eye out for some of the images he's going to be sharing, because you want to be early to those NFTs. You want to be early to the crypto drop. Honestly, you should be ready. Everybody who's hearing me right now, January 1st, 11 o'clock, like he said, when the crypto is going to drop, you want to be there. You want to ensure that it's in your wallet. That's the best time for you to be able to make money on this. That's essentially probably the time when it's going to be cheapest, and you want to make sure that you've got that in your bag. So everybody, if you don't have plans already, January 1st, 11 o'clock, be there.
Work of Semtov IB and Safrat, who lived in Spain in the latter part of the 14th century.
11 o'clock Central
2
Time
in
in America.
1875.
So I believe that's
Abraham
like 5
Harkava
to 6
published a
o'clock,
page of an
7 o'clock
Aramaic version.
in Nigeria.
3 in
But
1902.
I'll make sure
Samuel
to
Krause, in his comprehensive book on Thai,
everyone,
published
you
2
can go to
pages from an
Odyssey's account.
unidentified
That's my
Cairo
main dev
Geniza
account.
manuscript.
You can go there, you can see the space.
4 in 1911. Elkin N. Adler published a fragment from his personal collections which Krause republished the following year, together with an additional fragment belonging to Adler. 6 in 1928. Louis Ginsberg published a large amount of the Aramaic text from 2 manuscripts in the Taylor-Schechter collection. 1 in 1970. William Horbury republished the first page of Ginsberg's first fragment which the latter was unable to read, together with many corrections to the other pages of this fragment. 8 denied for our knowledge of this composition until the 20th century. See you. 2. The text was reprinted in U-147 from a now lost manuscript, formerly in Breslau. See now, Jose Vicente Nicol 6S, CD, Semtov IVN Saprat, La Peter de Toque, Una Obra de Controversia Judeo-Cristiana, Introduction, Edition Critica. Tradition Y notice Alabro I, Madrid. Constio Superior de Investigation y Científicas, 1997. In light of the Aramaic texts from the Cairo Geniza, it is clear that the author had a much longer Aramaic text similar to them, but that what he cites was an abridgment. 3. C. Abraham Harkava, Laban Jesus, Hebraeus Bibliography 15, 1875 15, published from St. Petersburg EBR. Ha 105/9, number 64109 in the Institute of Microfilmed Hebrew Manuscripts, Jerusalem. 4 CU, 143-44. 5 C. Elkin N. Adler, on fragment Aramean de Toldat Yesku, 361, 19/0-126 to -30, it's 2,529, Adler 2,102. 6 C. Samuel Krause, fragments Arameans de Toldat Yesku, Reg 62, 1911-28-37, equals MSS.
I tell them good morning, I tell them good night, good morning, I make sure everyone is Gucci.
329-38 publication of 2 fragments. 1 TS miscellaneous 35.87 equals Ms. H. 2 TS miscellaneous 35.88 number 19,674 in the Institute of Microfilmed Hebrew Manuscripts, Jerusalem. 8 C. Horbury, 116 to -20. As anyone who has ever dealt with Ginsberg's edition
All
of
right,
the
my friend.
fragments of the
I know you're in the
Palestinian
middle of this
Talmud
call.
from the Cairo
Sonia,
Geniza
I'm going to
test,
send you
his copies were
what
notoriously
I
inaccurate.
sent to
14
our
Michael
friend
Sokolov, 1977.
just now.
Z. Falk published an
I sent
additional
it to
page belonging to the first
Odd,
manuscript published by
and I'm going to
Louis
send it to you
Ginsberg,
as well.
Daniel Boyarin
And
republished
if
it a year later with many corrections.
it can help you.
10
It's
finally,
basically all the
2000,
social media that I think that you
Jakob
need.
Deutsch
I don't know if
published
you can
2
hear me right
Hebrew
now.
texts of
I know
Thai which
you're
differ from the
co-hosting as
medieval
well,
version,
so
and
that's
which are,
a lot of
in fact, a translation of the
multitasking.
Aramaic
But I'm going to
original.
send it to you,
He
and if
included in
it's
this
of interest
article
to
a
you, you let me know.
composite
I'll help you
publication of most of the
until you're
previously
able to
published
get it all
Aramaic
done.
material.
And if you're
11
unable to, or
previous
if it's not
discussions of the
helpful to
Aramaic
you,
language of
well,
the
I want to
text
know
and
why,
the
because it should
publications
be.
of the Aramaic
It's
texts,
good information
Harkava
for
and
people. So
Krause
I'm
made
sending
no
it to you
attempt
right
at
now.
analyzing the
And if
Aramaic
you have
language of the
questions,
text in order to
I'm always here to
deny its
help
date
you,
and provenance.
and I want to see you be successful.
Ginsberg, in his introduction
And
to his publication of
if
the
you
Thai
need
Aramaic
anything
text
from
in
me,
GSI, was
let me
the
know.
first scholar to
So
relate
I'm
to
sending
these
it to you,
issues,
Sonia.
and he correctly
If you
pointed
can,
out
Sonia,
that the
check
Aramaic
your
language of the text was
messages.
linguistically a composite of
If
Ta
you
and
can't
Ga.
right now, I
However,
understand just whenever you
as will
can.
be seen
And I'm
further
here to
on,
support you if you
in
need help.
spite of these, most of his specific lexicographical and philological comments were either incorrect or unfocused. 12. The present writer added several linguistic observations concerning the language of the text in notes to Boyarin's article. However, the most thorough attempt by far to analyze the Aramaic language of this composition is to be found in a recently published article by Willem Smolik. 13. In order to understand Smolik's suggestions for the date and provenance of Thai, it will be helpful to first outline briefly Jewish Aramaic dialectology during the first millennium CE. Aramaic was divided during this period into two major dialect areas, which are Tend Mwa and Maya, each of which was further divided into dialects along confessional grounds. The two major Jewish dialects, JPA and JBA, are known to us mainly from literary texts of rabbinic literature, and to a lesser extent, also from a body of non-rabbinic and epigraphic texts. 9 CZ Falk, a new fragment of the Jewish life of Jesus, Tarbis 46, 1977 319-22, in Hebrew. Its siglum is TSNS 298.56. IOC Daniel Boyarin, a revised version and translation of the Toledot Yeshua fragment, Tarbis 47, 1978 249-52, in Hebrew. 11 C. Yaakov Deutsch, new evidence of early versions of Toledot Yeshuv, Tarbis 69, 2000.
That's Florida.
177-97, in Hebrew. Deutsch reprinted in this article the texts published by Ginsberg, Forbury, and Falk-Boyarin, and in the present study, Aramaic Thai will be cited according to the page and line numbering of this edition. 12. It is the opinion of the present writer who has reviewed all of Ginsberg's philological studies that his philological conclusions were on the whole erratic. /3C Smolik, Aramaic dialect. Smolik has been working on this text for the past few years in the framework of the project Late Aramaic, the literary and linguistic context of the Zohar in the Zohar Workshop Centers at University College, London. CHTTP/URL acuk/HebrewJewish.home/zoharuz.php. Date and provenance of the Aramaic Toledot Yeshua 15. In addition to these literary dialects, rulers of the Jewish communities of Eretz Israel and Babylonia, two other Jewish literary Aramaic dialects are relevant to our discussion. 1. The dialect in which the official Targumim to the Pentateuch and the Prophets, known respectively as Tu and Tj, were composed. The date and provenance of this dialect is still debated by scholars. 14. But it is clear that during the Talmudic and Jinnic periods it was known and employed only in Babylonia. Its base is a form of official Aramaic of the late Second Temple period. 2. LJLA, the dialect in which the late Targumim to the writings and the Pseudo-Jonathan Targum to the Pentateuch were composed. While its basis is JPA, it contains a strong admixture of JB on top elements, as well as including many loan words from both Persian and Akkadian. 15. Smolik's conclusions can be summarized as follows. L6. 1. The provenance of Thai is Palestine, and it was originally composed in JPA of the 3rd-4th century CE. 2. At some later date, Thai was transmitted in an oral or written form to Babylonia. 3. The JPA elements in Thai do not derive from the original composition, but are rather the result of a later Babylonian updating of the narrative and the elimination of the JPA elements. 4. After the original Palestinian composition received its JBA form, it was brought back to its Palestinian homeland where it was converted to LJLA. Linguistic analysis of the vocabulary of Thai. The arguments in Smolik's article are based mainly on several morphological and lexical features found in the Aramaic Thai texts. Indeed, his startling conclusion is that the text originated in Palestine, was transmitted to Babylonia where it underwent a partial transformation, and then was returned to Palestine where further morphological changes took place. Seems complicated to say the least, and, to my mind, in support in light of the linguistic evidence. As will be seen, he has placed an inordinately strong emphasis of one morphological feature of Thai occurring in one manuscript, and, following Ginsberg's incorrect philological remarks, also on several supposed JPA lexical features. In the following analysis, the present writer will deal with the morphology and vocabulary. 14. See Christopher Miller Kessler, the earliest evidence for Targum Onkelos from Babylonia and the question of its dialect and origin, Journal for the Aramaic Bible 3, 200 I-181-98. 15. See Stephen A. Kaufman, Tardo Jonathan and the Late Jewish Literary Aramaic, in Studies in Bible and Exegesis, EDSM Bar Asher ETAI, Ramat Gan, Bar I1 and University Press, 1993 and Hebrew D, 363 to 82. 16 CSME 1 Aramaic dialect, 69 to 73.
Like Mach 5 phase, where you're like in trying to fart. You didn't do that, but
16 Michael Sokolov of Tai to show that it is penetrated by JBA and Ta 17 to such an extent that it is extremely improbable to contend that it was originally written anywhere else except in Jewish Babylonia. As to the time of its composition, the absence of known morphological elements from Genetic JBA and the presence of morphological elements from Ta point to its having been composed sometime before the Genetic period. While the present writer cannot give a plausible explanation at present for the occurrence of occasional JPA morphological codes found in one manuscript,
Yes, Sonia, can you hear me?
it is his opinion that they cannot refute the overwhelming evidence of JBA morphology, vocabulary, and syntax in IT to suppose an original Palestinian provenance for this composition. One morphological 9 the morphology of Tai is overwhelmingly that of JBA.
Yes, ma'am, can you hear me?
1.1 verbal phones, 1.1.1 synthetic participial phones, 20 JBA, 1 SG, KL Lee, 189:27, KLYI, 190:2, KLWN, 190:8, KLJ, KLJ, LTJ, 192:7, 2SG, NL1, 192:6, IPL, TL, L, K29:15, PJLW, 186:21, 2M.
Can you hear me?
TNNN, 195.
Okay,
14,
yes. So
21
Sonia,
TN,
I sent you a message. I know you saw it.
18,
And when you have a chance,
TNNLWTJ,
create that social media. It's going to help you as a really a Web3 marketer. It's Web 2, but it's going to allow you to be able to promote people's projects and yourself very effectively. Does this make sense?
Tall 2, KNNK, 194:21, KNTJK.
Okay, but you're a content creator, right?
1, KJ, LK.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a marketer. If you don't understand that, you should. You're a content creator, but you need to put that on some social media, right?
JBA 23, 1 MNK.
Yeah, so you need places to be able to put it. That's a marketer.
1.1.AF. Of .KS-NN. JBA 24, MNK. 191.21.
No, I understand.
191.26.
I understand.
0.25, 1.1.4 PERS.
I absolutely understand. But why limit yourself to just Instagram or just TikTok? Why not ensure people see it on Reddit and on Snapchat and all of, on Pinterest? Pinterest is a bigger website than X is, if you didn't know that. It's giant.
1.1.5 perfect K-Tai law phones Ta 27.
X is the 16th biggest Twitter, or X is the 16th biggest social media platform in the world. So you should recognize that there are a lot of others that are bigger. And if you want more people to see your content, even if you don't want money for it, you should have all of the different platforms. And on top of that, you don't want somebody stealing your content and impersonating you. Somebody could very easily take what you're putting on Instagram and create their own Snapchat account and just say, hey, I'm Sonia, send me money.
LL2DT 2123, C195:12. 18 in essence, the only distinct JP form which actually occurs is the 3M.PL. EF verb with 3M.SG. Sub. L which occurs in Ms. G
X is
alongside
good,
the
but X is
JPA
only the
forms.
16th biggest social
Aside
media
from this
platform.
one point, this manuscript is just as characteristically JBA as all the others. 19
You're welcome,
examples
madam.
cited in
And
the
I'm here to
following
help you.
sections
If you have
are
questions,
representative
come
but not
back
exhaustive.
and keep me updated, okay?
20 CEPS, GBA, 40 if.
Thank you.
You're welcome, madam.
21 this form was incorrectly analyzed
Oh,
by
I'm just
Smolik,
shilling myself in
Aramaic
different
dialect,
spaces.
57, as a PF. The entire phrase reads, NCLMNKCK
Absolutely.
if you come tomorrow. 22 C Dalman, GJPA, 8123 CEPS, GBA, 49. 24. This is a typical BA form, CDJBA 178. AF. Number 2. W lit. JPA employs either NK or O1T, C, DJPA, 80FF. 25 but once 1T M1T, G336:4, the top form Dalman, GJPA, 358. 26 the statement of Smolik, Aramaic dialect, 56 that the prefix dash occurs in JPA to express volitional modality is completely incorrect. This prefix never occurs in accurate JPA texts. 27 C Dalman, GJPA, 260. 28 C Dalman, GJPA, 350. 17 1.1.7 I verbal stems. In addition to the retention of I as in Ta and JPA, there are many more examples with its assimilation as in JBA. AW11 Dil K, 191, 13, MNK, G336, 11. BW assimilation of T29, YIN, 192:5, NNDK, 193:26, NNDK, 194:2, G336:16, MLC, 195:1. 1.1.82 M.PL imp. VB. WN Ta, J30T NKN, 194:15, L1TMN, 194:18, L1JL1M, 195, 15, TYN, 195, 16. 1.1.92 M.SG. Imper. Aber. JBA 31. T. 196:2. G336. 10. January 1st, 10.3 M.PL.PF. All forms have the classical ending found in Ta and often in JBA but not in JPA 32 e.g. TK, 186:9, and JK, 186, 11. 1.2 nominal forms 33. 1.2.1 M.PL forms. The dominant morpheme is as in JBA, while only a few examples O-flow, ABS, and N, DET, as in Ta and JPA occur. AW.T Ta, JPA T:1, 186:11, T:IU, 189:9. BW JBA, e.g. at 1N, IKNJ, 186, 19, N. 190:23, NJ, 190:26, C7. J, 191:6, 7. 191, 1, 9, 7. N, 191, 10, N, 191:30. 7, 192, 11, Yit. 193:9, DETWN Ta, JPA, K. 7, 189:27, KLT1N, 192:30, KN7. 196:3. 1.3 pronominal forms. 1.3.13 M.SG. Suf. PRO and Ta 34, I11, Y, 188:26, I11-7, N, 1:30, JBA, IL7, N, 186:28, ILYJ, 195:22, Lit IL, 186:20. 1.3.2 POSS Suf. Endings Ta, JPA 35, 3M.PL. Tril L, 191, 11, TIIJ, 192:22, JBA 36, 3F.PL. KNJ 7, II, LJ, 190:26, 37 1.3.33m.sg. ACC SUF. Ending FOL3m.pf. Several types occur in TI. AJBA 38 I1 underscore, I11, NK, 188:21, I11, OJ, 188:27, I11 JCK, IL, X, G337:3, Beta 39 II underscore, ILWN, 186, 14, ILJJN, 187:22, IIL7, LLL, X, 188, 14, ILIJ. 194:26, IINJ@K, 194:31, ILIJ, G337, 14, IL, OJ ILDJT, H335B5. CJPA 40 ILJ underscore, IIJ:I, X, G336:2, IIJNNK, G337, 14, ILJJ@K, G338:2. 29 CEPS, GBA, 50 FF. 30 in JBA, there is no final no 31 CD JBA, 100. The initial Aleph is retained in both TA and JPA, C Dalman, GJPA, 300, DJPA 43. 32 C Dalman, GJPA, 254. 33 It may be noted here that the phone, N, 191, 14, does not have a pleonastic ending. As stated by Smolik, Aramaic dialect, as correctly understood by Deutsch in his edition. The scribe added an interlinear to correct the erroneous -n in and to the correct. 34 C Dalman, GJPA, 204. 35 C Dalman, GJPA, 204. 36 CEPS, GBA, 124. 37 but incorrectly, L, RNCLT, J, 191.7. 38 CMAL, 59. 39 C Dalman, GJPA, 387. 40 C Dalman, GJPA 381. Note that all of the examples occur in Ms. G. 18 Michael Sokolov 1.3.43m.sg/PLACC SUF. Ending FOL3m.pf. Ta, JPA 41, TLW, 186:8, TLLNL, 186:25, TLIIC, RMLY, G336A, I. 1.3.53f.sg. ACC SUF. Ending FOL3m.pf3y verb, JBA, Ta, I1 NLC, 192, 18, 42, I1 NLC, /94:7, I1 T, 195:7. 2 Syntax 2.1. 1 CT plus participle, this symptom is employed only in JBA 43, YI, 1 CT. /86:13, 29, M, 1 CT, 191:22, I1, 1 CT, 192:2. 1 CT, 192:29. 2.2 Kettle symptom, JBA 44, TNIC 1 CILCNL, 186:27. 2.3 Indeterminate forms of nouns, as in JBA, the determinate forms are always employed, except in specific syntactic usages, e.g. I1:1 ILCIC1, CN, 190:17, I1Y1:1, TY1:1, 191:12. 2.4 Position of deictic pronouns, as in JBA these are always placed before the noun 45 e.g. IC, IYLC, I1, 191, 13. 2.5 Use of ACC marker N, This symptom is used in TA and JPA. A independent 46, LTLNNLC, 195, 18, equals I1 LTLMNL, K29:22. B. WPRON SUF. LI1NLY, 193:5, I1NIJ, 193:8, I1NICIJIC, 190, 11, I1NIJI, 193:12, I1MPIC, 194:10, LI1NTLN, 195:1, I1NPMIT, 195:5, LI1NYIC, 195:13, NLNLN, 195:15, I1NNLC, /95:18, I1M1, 195:22, I1NMI, N1N, K29:22, I1N1, 1, 335B5. 2.6 Use of ACC marker dash. This usage is common in all of the Middle Aramaic dialect. A alone, 1E1YLJI, LLM, LCL, G336, I1C, I11C, 1Y1, I1C, 192:7, 1C1ITLL, I17, 1CE, I1, 197:8, etc. B. W proleptic PRON-1C1YLJ7, LLM, MNLC, 186, 14, NLC, 191:26, I1YTI I1C, 192:14, IC, ME-CLC, G337B3, etc. 2 points of independent pause. Arrow and dash, both forms are employed in the texts. The former is used in TA and the latter in JBA and JPA. 47.3. Vocabulary. The following analysis of the vocabulary of is that most words which are peculiar to a particular Ma dialect are found either in JBA or in their Maya dialect. A large number of additional words are known specifically from TA. The following are the examples. 41C Dalman, GJPA, 385. 42 in LPA, the end, is in dash, e.g., W1M, Dalman, DJPA. 43C DJPA, 976. 40C DJPA, 612. 45C GJPA, 368. 46 Malik, Aramaic dialect, 54, incorrectly states that IT does not use this independent phone. 47 CDJBA, 327, DJPA, 145. 48 Malik, Aramaic dialect, 60, suggests that K11 is borrowed from Syriac.om. This is entirely unlikely. The passage reads, KLL1:111, KL11, K29:25, where it is a clear corruption. 3.1 JBA Vocabulary 1 KDWWI MK to grasp in a towel/garment, 194:6. Similarly, Semtav IBN Saprots LM11 text reads, KC KDWWILILI1 LIUI, LJ147:24. This phrase is exactly like the Genic phrase, NDWWI. NN1CILIUI,.492. Dash, MNPE. To hold back, retain, 191:24, 29. The text reads, NOINKLIMCNLIONYOLK1TMNN1L1. There are among the Luish people those who retain the fetus in the mother's womb for 12 months. This meaning of J and KPE is known elsewhere only from Syriac. 53. WN someone, person, 191-2. This form is characteristic of Maya 51 occurring in LBA and Ma. 52-4. -INN to contain, have. The text reads, NLIK1JINN. 191-23. This is a JBA usage. 53-5. NI. NLIN Great God. 129:26. 335b6. The phrase is known from JBA.546. N1JNY. 192:2. This word occurs in LBA, while LPA has 7N01JN to recite an incantation, G336, 15, 193:23. This idiomatic phrase is documented in both LPA 55 and LBA 56. Its use here with the ABS. Form N1J may point to MWA origin. 8KNYWNLILI. At that time, 194:12. In contrast to Smolik 57, this adverbial does not reflect LJLA, but is perfectly good LBA and occurs often in texts. 58:9. KNN1NN places, 191:8. This is the JBA pi of the noun KNK, occurring also in the other Maya dialects 59 as opposed to the pi TNN in the MWA dialects. 60:10. OMLIO11J1JM137:1. They prayed to the Lord of Prayers. 191:10. This is a thoroughly LBA expression composed of two idiomatic expressions. K111. The examples given in DJBA 385 are in square brackets, and also indicate that this word is a corruption. 49 CDJBA 1126. Ginsburg's attempt in GSI 337 and -I to understand this word as a cock's crest should be Besides the fact that the parallel quoted here from TMLLLK supports the known meaning of this word, DJBA 1126 his attempt to connect this word semantically with Aramaic KN, :L: is far-fetched to say the least. 50 CF, Ulmer. \low comma. DM, he held the messenger back for 3 days, Paul Bejan, ed. Gregorii bar Hebraei Chronicum Syriacum, Paris, Maisonneuve, 1890, 390:21, SL25, RNNG.3. 51 It occurs also in Ma 1I1 Li MD, 353. 52 CDJBA, 119. Contrary to Smolik, Aramaic dialect, 44, this is not a phonetic change from 1I1 LLC, but probably reflects official Aramaic 1I1K which later disappeared. JPA only has 1I1 L1C. 53 CDJPA, 127, MNG. 54 CDJPA, 133. 55 CDJPA, 305, MNG. 3B. 56 CDJBA, 669, RNNG. 5. 57 C Smolik, Aramaic dialect, 60. 58 CDJBA, 1168. 59 CDJBA, 179. 60 CDJPA, 81. Both the word I, prayer as well as the phrase ICJ to pray are well attested in JBA 61 and are also found in Ma 62. As to the expression I, 1, Ginsburg pointed to the Hebrew expression CL, Mil, YJ Merciful One occurring once in Mishnaic Hebrew in Leviticus Rabbah and contended that it is an Aramaic calque of this phrase instead of the more common Aramaic IOC, .63. The Hebrew phrase there reads in its entirety. IL, NMLD pound LLJYLLCI, IL, YJTIC. The Merciful One does not smite the souls first, Lephar 17:4. ed. M. Margulies, p. 378:2. While this is clearly is an epithet of God, it is also certain that its literal meaning from the context is Lord of mercy. However, in view of the first part of the Aramaic phrase in Tai, it is clear that this cannot be its meaning in this text, where it should rather be translated as Master of Prayers. To my knowledge, this Aramaic phrase is unattested anywhere in JBA. However, its Hebrew equivalent is known from a Babylonian Selilot prayer from the Jinnic period. C1.lil, YJL pound L, L1.lbl Jill CCOLL1.l. May the ones who bring in prayers bring in our prayers before the Master of Prayers. 64 i.e. the angels are implored to be intercessors in bringing the congregation's prayers before God, who is the Master of Prayers. 65 Moreover, we should also note that this exact phrase actually occurs in Ma, another Maya dialect. IC dil ICNLCLCJ 0 Lord of Prayers, 0 Lord of Petitions Lichvarsky, ML 188:1. 6611. ILCL, owner of a garden, 186. 10. 67. The form known from JBA is nearly always ILCLL 68, although ILCLL is also attested. Note that the variant form ICLL 193:24 is found also in JPA and in SY.6912. Jilso 187:29, 188:12, a typical JBA word that is not found in MWA.7 degree. The SY form pill 189, 10, 71 is employed once. 13. LDLK lil those people 194:30. This is a typical JBA phrase. 72:14. Pound lil PA, if. To transform, be transformed. The text's read. Pound lil 11:1. ICLJ1C ICJYK lil. ILG when God transformed that fetus into a stone. 191:18. KLJ1C MMBI ILMJ Y1.LJ mil ICJ Willil, pound lil C that fetus which was in his 61 the MWA dialects only meaning mercy for this word. DJPA 521. 62 CDJBA 1069 MNG 3. 63 CGSJ 329 and to 1.1. He is followed in this interpretation Malik, Aramaic dialect, 68. For the use of KJM as an appellation of God in JBA, CDJBA, /069. 64 C Israel Davidson ETAI, EDS, Siddur R Sadagia Jayon, Jerusalem, Reuben Mass, 1970 in Hebrew D, 357:21, Daniel Goldschmidt, ed. HTYNLC1T1, L11PIC Low 1J I11NDD, Jerusalem, Mossad Harav Kook, 1965, 1616. 65 Note that in the following line God is called 11Y/1TT. 66 CMD, 251. 67 The original meaning is gardener. 68 CDJBA, 281. 69 CDJPA, 133, SL, 249. 70 CDJBA, 382. 71 CSL, 342. The form P occurs also in JPA, CDJPA, 165, where it is a defective spelling for 1 colon. This is unlikely here since T employs clean orthography. 72 CDJBA, 388. Note, however, that the more classical Aramaic form 1IC, well known also from Ta, occurs in the CONF-lated phrases L, ICTTJ1C, 195, 13, and 11CLICI1, 186:24. Daughter's womb was transformed into a stone, 191:13. This meaning is attested in JBA 13 but not in JPA 15. KNLFM now 195:17. This word occurs only in JBA 74:16. ILF to encircle 195:1, 191:13. This root appears occasionally in Genic JBA with /1.75. The morphology of the form with assimilation of T as well as its meaning agree well with the attested form in JBA 17. KLM, LLTYTL to place iron monocles upon SO 193:6, G336:1. This specialized meaning of kin, L is found in Maya only in JBA 76 and in SY 17 the meaning of -I. TYTL to place upon S0 is documented for JBA .7818. 1C1.L, Y, comma, everyone, 189:10. This is a ubiquitous term in JBA 79 not found in JPA which uses IC1.Li, comma .8019. 1.L, anything, whatever, 190:2. This is a common phrase in JBA Y20. ICI, ICL. Stalk of a cabbage, 194:982. G337B483, of the incongruous small size of this plant. This reading, which occurs twice in the Aramaic text as well as in the later Hebrew tradition of type, should not be amended to IC, as was done by Smolik. 84. The text here brings to mind a tradition concerning Haman who was hanged on a thorn bush. 85. Something which is especially relevant in light of the comparisons in the Midrashic literature between Haman and Jesus. 21. K1.L what? This form of the pronoun is ubiquitous in JBA 86 both alone, 189:23, and WFOL noun, e.g. Ike mol C1C1.L what kind of healing, 129:12, .8722. KMK1.L lords, but of K1.L, 186:24. This form used in JBA 88 as opposed to the pi. L1.L found in JPA .8973 CD JBA, 388 if. 74 CD JBA, 391. 75 CD JBA, 363. This has no connection with JPA which employs in 70 CD JBA, 930, MNG. 3, from Anan. 77 CSL, 1235, MNG. 2.C.1. 78 CK2I. KY1, NJYQID 73A, 21, DJBA, 511, PE, MNG2. 79 CDJBA, 560. 80 CDJPA, 410. 81 CDJBA, 560. 82 This is the correct reading of the text. See Horbury, 120, and not KLI, as read by Ginsburg and followed incorrectly by Smolik, Aramaic dialect, 68. 83 Incorrectly cited by SME1ik, Ibid, as KII. KLJ. 84 C Smolik, Ibid, 68. There is only one suggested interchange of this type in JBA, viz. KIC, CDJBA, 809. And an ad hoc emendation on that basis in light of the strong textual tradition of KII is extremely unlikely. A later Hebrew version of type preserves the tradition found here. YMK, MIJWYYK Lily Y, U120:21. 8 SC Esther Rabba 9:2, 14b, and SYAP, 182-83. 86 CDJBA, 634. 87 CDJBA, 635 MNG. D. 88 CDJBA, 707 CDJBA, 329.
Seeing bad things happen to him.
22 Michael Sokolov J23. KYL. Worldly Life. 192:4. This expression occurs several times in JBA 9024. 7017 plus 8. 194:9. G337:4. This usage is well attested in JBA 9125. KL. K. Y1LL. Baptizer, 186:4, 186:189:3, 89:21, 90 root Y1L is often found in JPA, JVA, and MH in the sense of to dip, dive, but never in the sense of to immerse oneself, for which one U or IK are usually employed. As the present writer has pointed out, 93 the word under discussion is well known in NWA from CPA as an appellation of John the Baptist. 94 Smolik has additionally noted that ICLK1LK7 occurs in modern the same usage. 95 Since the borrowing in IT of a word from CPA is extremely unlikely, its occurrence in IT probably implies that it was borrowed from Mach, with an adaptation to the classical orthography. The existence of another Mach specialized expression in Thai in addition to the previously discussed 7. One shows that this is not an isolated phenomenon. 26. 1. KLL. My lower master, the use of 7 before PN, CFW7. 195:10 is common in most of the A dialects. The form here is either JPA or Ta since JPA uses 1. So 4. CL7. 195:3. 17 is an archaic form 96 and is known elsewhere from JBA 9727. C1Y fetus, embryo, 191, 19. This word is known only from MH and from JBA point 9828. C7. This word occurs in two meanings in Thai. One edge of knife I sword, in the phrase K7, LN, K1, 186:23. This meaning occurs in Maya in both JBA 99 and SY, IO02. Opening in phrase, CNE, C7, 193:23. This meaning is found only in Aramaic in JBA 101 and CPAI 0229. CVP, to be in a state, ready, 193, 12 equals G336:5. The text reads, KJLI1JL7. C, CII1 and JL7. CV the crucifix pole is ready to crucify him. 103 The specialized meaning of the root used with inanimate objects is only attested in JBAI 0490 CDJBA 867 MNG. 2. 91 CDJBA 1026 MNG. IL.Aiken's birth statement at LOC that the verbal form here is a PF is entirely incorrect. 92 This is rendered in the Hebrew translation by the same Aramaic root YJF. 185:27, 186, 15, 193:8, 93 Sipo Yorin, a revised version, 250, and to 1.2. 94 CLSB, 166. SY always employs, SL, 802. 95 Like Mach ALK River MD, 187. This word seems to be one of the Ma words which originated in the West. 96 Note also KL, 186:21. 97 CDJBA, 707. 98 CDJBA, 846. 99 C. L, LTMLLLTDJBA, 890. 100 C0, comma dash, a dot A. SL, 1165. It also occurs in CPA, LSD, 159, in the form comma, 101 CDJVA, 890, 102 CLSD, 158, 103 Smolik, Aramaic dialect, 59, incorrectly translates the impaler, 6, was standing. 104 CDJVA, 1003, MNG, 7B, 30 N1 ICJ to be had, 188:21. This phrase is found also in SY, where it is used there only in connection with plans. 105:31. IJ, PE, to attach, cords, threads, etc. This root occurs in the phrase ILY, LN, LNNIJ, 195:21, and this specific meaning of this verbal root is otherwise found only in JBA.I0632. IEINIJ1I, the ineffable name, G336, 12. This phrase occurs in MH as 1Z1L Jil C1I107 and in the Jewish Aramaic dialects as N1I Lij N1J1I.108. Note, however, that the word N1IEI occurs in Ma in the phrase N1I nil N1Z1NEI phylactery against sorcery. 109:33. NL11 to send for SO. 191:31. While the root 11 pa occurs in many Aramaic dialects, its use together with NL is limited only to JBA. I-1034. T1J1I names. I. Of NIJ1I. 186:31. The JPA plural is always till 1J1I. 3 while the JBA plural is nearly always T1J1I.1I235. N. UN rooster. 194:4. The form of this word without Gime occurs specifically in JBA. JJ336. Numerals. Nearly all of the numerals occurring in the text are in JBA.114.3.2. Ta vocabulary I in letters, 90:26, 115. All of the Aramaic dialects employ the F.Pot. Form NN1LN except for Ta where the pot is RLNTJ 39, 1. 2-N/NN
This can't be real.
This specific expression is found in Ta, e.g. TILNIJYNN, YN, ILCPK, N, J14, 16 and in JPA. 116:3. KIJNJ1INL water trough. 196. 1. The term is found elsewhere only in Ta, e.g. to Gen 24:20. 4N1IJL truly, indeed, 195:6, 117. This phrase occurs often in Ta, e.g. to Gen 1719, X214, and in the MH calc NIJNL, but it is unknown in JPA. 51NNPA to lab, 29, 16, 118. The form is otherwise known only from Ta.119 IOSC mil /comma equals /comma 1353. 106 CDJBA, 1087, MA 14. 107 C Jastro, 1242. 108 CDJBA. 940, DJPA, 451. CF also SYU, SR6U, PSM, 330. 109 CMD, 465. 110 CDJBA, 252. 3 CDJPA, 555. 112 CDJBA, 1153 TR. 113 CDJBA, 1235. 114 C, TG, ON, 191:25, 2X. KNK 196:7. 115 ESG occurs in Thai in the restored text KLKJ 189:6, which should most likely be read KN, KJ. 116 CDJPA 237. 117 the text reads K7ITJKJPLJ now. 118 the text reads T7Y KN7:1M, comma. 119 C Jastro 432 SV number 2M. 6NL alive 192:7 194 19. This use OL in a conditional clause occurs elsewhere only in talk, e.g. to X12:9 left 16 10.127 190 This meaning is found elsewhere in e.g. to Gen 25:24 JPA 121 and SY.122a and 1N. Service of the God of Heaven 196 15 CFNOI 1N K3034. The exact expression is found in talk, e.g. to DT 32:21 and in SY.123.9 NL body 195:8 18. This noun appears in the Aramaic dialects in the Ket/ formation, except for Ta where the Kittel formation is found, e.g. to left 26:30, number 1432. 10. NL, L crucifixion pole, 193, 12, 195, 1. Occurs in MWA 124 and top, e.g. Gen 40, 19. Does not occur in JVA which employ an IT.12S11. NNN Novi Law 194:24. This specific meaning common Aramaic CI occurs only in top, e.g. 1 foot 11 inches CT to X1525. 12 NON. Water drop 194:20. The word occurs once in Ta as one bar, comma Gen 3038. ISO attested in SY.126 conclusions from the comparative linguistic material cited from the relevant Aramaic dialects. We may propose the following conclusions. 1. With regard to morphology, Thai presents on the whole a mixture of forms known mainly from JVA and Ta. Forms particular only to MW. GSA, ACC. Pronouns to 3M. TF. Verbal forms are extremely rare, not prove that Thai has a Western base. 2. There do not seem to be any particular morphological forms specifically associated with Gen Aramaic. 3. The evidence of the vocabulary overwhelmingly points to an Eastern provenance. Many expressions are typical of GA, while several others found only in Tiva are known elsewhere from Maya dialects, indicating that the author could only have known them if he had lived in a Maya milieu. 4. A large number of other vocabulary items are known only from Ta, which was employed by Babylonian Jewry for Targumim during the Talmudic Enginic period, as opposed to Palestinian Jewry which utilized JPA for Targumim. 120 conditional clauses are introduced in JVA by L and in JPA by 1. 121 CDJPA, 322. 122 CSL,
Look at this athleticism.
123 CSL, 1164. 124 CDJPA, 465. 125 CDJBA, 418. 126 CSL, 1441. MNG. 7.
Honestly, I think I have 25 microphones because I have drum mics.
Date and provenance A/the Aramaic Taladat issue 25.5. All of the preceding evidence strongly points to the provenance of the Aramaic Thai as being Jewish Babylonia, and its time of composition towards the middle of the first millennium CE. The following abbreviations are employed in this article. CPA Dalman, GJPA DJBA DJPA EPS, GBA GGS1 Horbury Jastro JBA JPA K Lep RL JLJLA LSP Mamal MB Maya MHMWA Opa Christian Palestinian Aramaic Gustav Dalman. Ram Malik Vagiitis Slash Diniskin Aramaic Second Head Leipzig LC Hinrich 1905
No, I think the New York Post did a thing about it.
Michael Sokolov, a Jewish Babylonian Aramaic of the Byzantine period. Ramat Marhan University Press, Baltimore. Johns Hopkins University Press, 2002. Michael Sokolov, a dictionary of Jewish Palestinian Aramaic of the Byzantine period. Second head, Ramat Gan, Marhan University Press, Baltimore. Johns Hopkins University Press, 202. Jacob Nahum Epstein, The Grammar of Baby/Honey in Aramaic, Jerusalem, Magnus Press, 1960. Text of T.Y., published in GS1, 336-38. Louis Ginsberg, ed. Genisa Studies in Memory of Dr. Solomon Schechter, Gins Schechter, 3 volumes, New York, The Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 1928. William Horbury, The Trial of Jesus in Jewish Tradition, in The Trial of Jesus. Cambridge Studies in Honor of C.F.D. Moule, and M. Famel, Naperville, Allenson, 1970, 116-21. This Jastro, a dictionary of the Targumim, the Ta/Mudbab/I and Yerusha/Me and the Midrashic literature, 2 volumes, London, Scrivener, New York, G.P. Putnam, 1886-1903. Jewish Babylonian Aramaic, Jewish Palestinian Aramaic Samuel Kraus, Fragments Arameans de Toldat Yeskub, Reg 62, 1911-28-37, equals MSS. A. Leviticus Rabbi Samuel Kraus, Das Leben Jesu nach Giitis Quellen, Berlin, S. Calvary, 1902. Late Jewish Literary Aramaic Friedrich Schultes, Lexicon Syropala Estinum, Berlin, G. Reimer, 1903. Mande Max Leopold Margulis, A Manual of the Aramaic Language of the Babylonian Talmud, Munich, C.H. Beck, 1910. Ethel Stephanatrauer and Rudolf McCook, A Mande Dictionary, Oxford, Clarendon, 1963. Middle Eastern Aramaic Mishnaic Hebrew Middle Western Aramaic Official Aramaic. PSM Reg SLSME1X, Aramaic Dialect SYSYAP TJ Tutai Michael Sokolov Robert Payne Smith, Thesaurus Syriacus, 2 volumes, Oxford, Clarendon, 1868-190. Review d'Etudes Jokes Michael Sokolov, A Syriac Lexicon, Winona Lake, IND, Eisenbrunns, Piscataway, and J. Gorgias Press, 2009. Willem F. Smolik, The Aramaic Dialect, S. of the Toldat Yeshua Fragments. Aramaic Study 7, 2009 39-73. Syriac Michael Sokolov and Joseph Yohalam, Jewish Palestinian Aramaic Poetry from Late Antiquity, Jerusalem, The Israel Academy of Sciences and Humanities, 1999 in Hebrew D. Targumic Aramaic Targum Jonathan to the Prophets Targum Onkelos Taladat Yeshua. Agavards and Amulos Taladat Yeshua Peter Skiaver. It has been one of the major methodological challenges of research on Taladat Yeshua to distinguish between, on the one hand, certain traditions collected by Christians, pagans, or Jews for whatever reason and in whichever configuration, and, on the other, a well-defined work bearing the title Taladat Yeshua, or whatever title such a work might have been given. Much of the older research on Taladat Yeshua has been guided by the desire not only to discover such a work but also to find it attested as early as possible.
But for what you're doing,
Any tradition about Jesus' birth, life, and death that is shared between the Toledat Yeshu and some ancient source and that cannot be explained from either the New Testament or rabbinic sources is taken as evidence of a composition or work Toledat Yeshu, and the earlier this ancient source turns out to be, the earlier the work Toledat Yeshu is dated. The most graphic example of this approach is the famous tradition mentioned by an author as early as the Christian apologist and polemicist Tertullian, second half of 2nd century CE. In his The Spectacular/Is, Tertullian gives an impressive list of what the Jews had said about or had done with Jesus, which culminates in the dramatic scene. This is he whom his disciples secretly stole away that it might be said he had risen. Ut Serixus Diter, unless it was the gardener, Morju/Anus, who removed him, lest his lettuces be damaged by the crowd of visitors, to a frequentium mintium ad/ederant turf. All the elements in Tertullian's list can be easily explained by the New Testament, including the gardener who makes his appearance, only, in John, when Mary Magdalene discovers the empty tomb and cannot find Jesus, she mistakes the risen Jesus for the gardener and assumes that the gardener had taken Jesus. Body away point 2. But what is missing in John are the lettuces about which Tertullian's gardener is so concerned, and since not only the gardener but also the lettuces make their appearance in some of the Toledat Yeshu versions, many scholars believe that Tertullian in fact refers to some early version of the Toledat Yeshu. Samuel Krause, whose Das Leben Jesu nach Geilen, published 1902, remains until today the standard work on Toledat Yeshu, boldly states that I Tertullian, spec. 30. 2 John 20:15. Peter Ci/Er Tertullian's words must be regarded as an excellent summary of everything that is reported in Toledo. Yeshu. 3 He even goes so far as to declare Tertullian the ultimate guide for us to determine which elements belong to the original components of the Toledat Yeshu. For more recent scholarship has been more restrained in the hunt for early traditions that may be taken as evidence of an early version of the work Toledo Yeshu. Even a scholar as careful and cautious as Hillel Newman that Tertullian's lettuce garden is really our best, not just our first, view of the prototypical form of Toledat Yeshu 5, which served as springboard for the later versions, in particular the bizarre tradition of Jesus being hanged on a calf tree. And, most recently, Daniel Stock Ben Ezra has analyzed the list of the new Christian festivals versus their old Jewish counterparts in the Toledo Yeshu and has come to the conclusion that this particular tradition must belong to the late 4th or early 5th century. 6 Although he is well aware of the difference between dating a tradition and a work and admits that he is dealing with a very small part of Toledo Yeshu that appears only in the Helena recension of the work, and although he duly concedes the possibility that a 5th century Christian list was used by a Jewish author who lived later, or even much later, and / were not in the same region as the origin of the list. 7 Sto cannot resist the temptation to date the work, that is, some coagulated version of it, in late antique Palestine. Despite many caveats, he ultimately does extrapolate from one, to repeat, tiny, dated tradition within a certain version of the Toledat Yeshu, the date and provenance of the work as a whole. 8 In what follows I would like to redirect our attention to what most, if not all, scholars regard as the first clear attestation not just of certain dispersed traditions but of a work that must have been identical with or at least have resembled some version of the Toledo Yeshu as we know it from the manuscripts, Agabard's and his successor Amulo's references to Toledo Yeshu. 9 3 Samuel Krause, Dos Leben Jesu nach Geides in Quellen, Berlin, S. Calgary, 1902, Repair, Hildesheim, Olds, 1977, 3. 4 Krause, Ibid, 247F. 5 Hillel L. Newman, The Death of Jesus in the Toledat Yeshu Literature, JTS 50, 1999, 59-79. especially 78. 6. Daniel Stock Ben Ezra, an ancient list of Christian festivals in Toledo Yeshuv, polemics as indication for interaction, HTR 102, 2009 481-96. 7. Stock Ben Ezra, Ibid, 492 F. 8. This becomes very clear conclusions and implications at the end of the article, pages 495 F. Fact, he follows here Bonfile, who simply declares that Toledo was apparently written in the 5th or even as early as the 4th century and that it was certainly written in an area that was under Palestinian influence during the Byzantine period. Bonfile below, N12, P13. From this, Bonfile draws far-reaching conclusions regarding the Jews of Lyons. Dependence on Palestinian rather than Babylonian traditions. 9. I would like to thank the participants in the Toledo Yeshiva Graduate Seminar during the fall term of 2009 and the subsequent conference for their most helpful comments and critiques. 29 Agabard CA 769-840, was enthroned as Bishop of Lyons in 816 CE, after he had served several years as adjunct bishop of his predecessor, Lydra. He is regarded as one of the major figures of the so-called Carolingian Renaissance, as a proponent of the unity of the Frankish Empire, as an eloquent advocate of the rights of church against the growing claims of the empire, and, depending on the views of the respective authors, as a fervent anti-Semite or at least an outspoken enemy of the Jews. 10. He played an important role in the political ups and downs at the court of his sovereign Louis, 778-840, who became his father Charlemagne's successor in 814 CE, and who is called Louis the Pious. In 834, Agabard lost the power struggle with Louis and was deposed from his mitre, but the king allowed him return to his diocese in 838, where he died soon after. 840.1 / among his many books, treatises, and letters, Agabard wrote, between the years 823 and 827-28, a series of letters and documents dealing with the Jews and their rights in the Carolingian Empire. 12 Agabard's works were lost until they were rediscovered in the early 17th century and published in several editions, one of which was reprinted in Migna's Patrologia Latina. More modem Princeton colleagues Bill Jordan and Michael Mearson kindly read and commented upon a draft of this book. Aaron Kachuk provided stylistic assistance and help in shaping my argument. 10 Heinrich Grieg, Bishop Brigitte von den Lille Estenzeiten bis auf die Gegenwart, 11 volumes, Quartet, Leaner, 1909, reprint Bernie, 1998, 5:238, calls him Haman Agabard. Lion Agabard in general. C. Adrian Bress-Sauls, Doctrine E.D. Agabard. Saint Agabard, Evan, 769-840, Bryn, 1949, Egon Boschoff, Erzbischof Agabard von Leon. Laban UND work, Cologne, Bailey, 1969, Michel Rebellin, Église et Société Chrétienne d'Agabard de Valdez, Leon, Presses Universitaires de Leon, 2003. 12 on Agabard's relationship with the Jews. See in particular Friedrich Weekend, Agabard von Leon UND die Judenfrisch, in Festschriftssinger Königlichen Hoheit dem Prinz Regenten Leopold von Bayer zu mit 6. Geburtstag Dargebracht von der Universität Erlangen, 80 Church, 198, 221-50, Adrian Bress-Sauls, La Question de vos temps de Louis L. E. Piper, Revue d'Histoire de l'Église de France 28, 1940, 251-64, J. Allen Cabanis, Agabard of Linz. Speculum 26, 1951-50-76, Arthur Zuckerman, The Political Uses of Theology, The Conflict of Bishop Agabart and the Jews of Lyons, Studies in Medieval Culture 3, 1970, 23-51, Robert Bonfile, The Cultural and Religious Traditions of French Jewry in the 9th Century as reflected in the writings of Agabart of Lyons, in Studies in Jewish Mysticism, Philosophy, and Ethical Literature, President to Isaiah Tishby on his 75th birthday, eds Joseph Dan and Joseph Hacker, Jerusalem, Magnus Press, 1986 in Hebrew, 327
Criticism Bush.
version. Cultural and religious traditions in 9th century French Jewry, in Jewish intellectual history in the Middle Ages, and Joseph Dan, Westport, Con, Preaker, 1994, 1-17, Vina, /3, Friedrich Battenberg, Das Europäische Zeitalter I, von den Anfängen bis J650, Darmstadt, Wissenschaftliche Buchgesellschaft, 1990, 52 if, Johannes Heil, Agabart, Amalo, Das Kirchengut die Juden von Leon, Francia, Forskungen zur Westeuropäischen Geschichte 25, 1998 to 1999, 39 to 76. The most recent comprehensive treatment of our subject, with all the relevant literature, is the unpublished dissertation by Annabeth Langenwalder, Agabart of Leon, An Exploration of Carolingian Jewish-Christian Relations, Toronto, University of Toronto, 2009.
I can't wait for this shit to give me diarrhea in about
Germania Historica and Van Acker's Agabardi Luxunensis Opera on the Elite and sequence of his works related to the Jews are as follows. 14 I Consultatio et Supplicatio de Baptismo Judaeorum Mancipiorum, a consideration and entreaty regarding the baptism of Jewish slaves, a brief note written to the 3 official
middle of the night diarrhea
of the Empire, Adelard, Abbot of Corbett, and his brother, hence also called Consultatio ad Adel Hardum, Whalem et Heliar, EL 104:99-106, MGH, Epistoli Carolini Evi 3, 164-66. Letter number 16 Acker, Agabardi Lugdunensis Opera Omnia, I 5-117, De Baptismal Mancipiorum Iudi Oramat, Adelardum, Whalem et Lasacharum, CA 823 CE. Dula contra preceptum impium de baptimo Judaeorum Mancipiorum, against the impious command concerning the baptism of Jewish slaves, written to the Archcompile and Waller, now the Abbot of Corbett, Epistula et P.R.O.C. Iris Philoli Iwalem et Pilduin, PL 104, 173-78, MGH, Epistoli Carolini Evi 3:179-82, letter number 10 in Van Acker, Agabardi Lugdunensis Opera Omnia, 185-88, 826 CE 13. The Judaicist Superstition Evis, on the Jewish superstitions, written by Agabart and 2 of his colleagues, Bernard of Vienne and Phaeon of Calais-sur-Sion, and addressed to Louis, PL 104:77-100, MGH, Epistoli Carolini Evi 3, 185-99, Leno. 12 in Van Acker, Agabardi Lugdunensis Opera Omnia, 199-221, De Iudaeus Superstition in the Auroribus ad Ludovicum D, 826 CE. Form Silentia Judaeorum, on the insolence of the Jews, a personal letter by Agabart to Louis, sent together with the Judaicist Superstition Evis, PL 104:69-76, MGH, Epistoli Carolini Evi 3, 182-85, let air know. 2 in Van Acker, Agabardi Lugdunensis Opera Omnia, 190. 820.165. Epistola exhortatoria de Cavenducan Vidoiti de Citate Judaica. Exhortatory epistle on avoiding eating and associating with Jews. Addressed to his fellow Bishop Nibridius of Narbonne, also called Epistoia ad Nibridium. PL 104:107-14. GH. Epistoli Caroli Evi. 3:199-201. Letter No. 14 in Van Acker, Advenances Opera Omnia, 231-34, 827 or 828 CE 1713 Learon Van Acker, Agabardi Luxenensis Opera Omnia, Corpus Christianorum Continuatio Medievalis 52, Turnhausen, Brethol, 1981. 14 I follow Cabanis Agabard, Weekend. Agabard, 221, and 2, gives the same sequence, but reads, Bishop, 5:235, and 2, and Heil, Agabard, 42 FF, differ slightly. For a full German translation of Agabard's writings against the Jews, see the Heiligen Agabard. Bischof C. Leon, have hand Munchon wider die Juden. In Breachhorn, AUS dem Ladenisten Ilvertrugen UND MIT Numbers of Zurich Gilbert Agabards Leben Vers and von Emanuel Same Opposite, Heinrich Hunger, 1802. Gustav Strobel, Kenine Christ Anti Mitze. Die Brief de Herd Bischof Agabard in Leon Iber die Juden, Erfurt, Udon, 1937, is an anti-Semitic pamphlet. I.S. Heil, Agabard, 51. 16 Haywan, Ibid, 52. 11 Heil, Ibid, 57. The passage that obviously relates to Toledo. Issue belongs to the Judaicus Superstitionibus, written about 826 CE by Agabard and his fellow bishops. Its context clearly shows that Agabard is well aware of certain Jewish writings, although their precise identification remains. 18. Agabard begins by saying that the Jews maintain that God is corporeal, with his holy members like human beings, except for the fact that his fingers are immobile and stiff because he doesn't work with his hands. Whether or not this information derives from what has become known as Chi or Coma, some scholars argue, 19 is difficult to ascertain, but when he immediately continues that God, according to the Jews, sits on a throne carried by 4 creatures and located in a huge palace, Seder Autumn, quad equation or circumferentia of Vestes, et magno quam discollatio continere, the assumption indeed suggests itself that Agabard refers here to the Italic literature. 20 similarly, that the Jews according to him believe that the letters of their alphabet are eternal, exister sempiternus, and have been assigned, before the creation of the world, the tasks commanded by them in the temporal world. This Jewish belief may well originate from Sefer Yetzirah 21, probably in combination with the Odi Yakabar Akiva. 22 and the following reference is even clearer. And furthermore they maintain that there exist several earths, several netherworlds, and several heavens. One of them, which they call Racha, that is, Finament, supports according to them the mills of God, in which the manna is ground into food for the angels. Another, Heaven, they call Erebod, in which God resides and which is referred to according to them in the Psalm, verse, give way to the one who rides upon Erebod 23. Moreover, they maintain that God possesses 7 trumpets, each of which measures 1,000 cubits. 24 This is a somewhat garbled version of the 7 earths, netherworlds, and heavens tradition which is well documented in rabbinic literature. But, whereas 18 PL 104:86 Van Acker, Agabardi Luckminensis Opera Omnia, 205 F. 19 Heinrich Greets, Dionysus Literatur unter Geonlis Minetifier, MGWJ 1859.
baseball,
67 to 78, 100, and 3 to 18, 140 to minus 53, especially ill, Cabanas, Agabard, 62. Another possibility is that the stiff fingers are a distorted echo of the rabbinic tradition that the angels cannot sit because they have no knee joints. See Haggai 15a. 20 Greeks, Ibid, Hill, Lang and Walder, Agabard of Leon, 170, suggests, following Bond files, cultural and religious traditions, that Agabard might as well refer to certain midrashic interpretations of the revelation on Sinai, since the boundaries between Midrash and the Decalogue literature were still fluid in Agabard's time. On the contrary, that the Jewish sources Agabard is relying on are quite peculiar, and Lang Walter's references to support her claim are much too vague to be of use. 21 Cabanas, Agabard, C2. 22 Greeks, Die Mystisk Literatur, 68 Cabanas, Ibid, 62. Arthur Marmerstein, Alphabet de Arachida, in Judd, Berlin, Eschkel, 1928, 251. 23 PS 7:5 in the Vulgate, PS 68:5 in the Hebrew Bible. Agabard has, Ifer Faisai Diot, Ki Kabbalah Super Arabo, which, interestingly enough, is an almost literal translation of the Hebrew and does not follow the Vulgate. Ifer Faisai Diot Ki Ascended Super Akasum. 24 PL 104:87B, Van Acker, Agabardi Lugbunensis Opera Omnia, 206.
Yeah, she's on one, dude. She's just posting. It's I see. You know what I was thinking about?
Classical rabbinic literature is primarily interested in the heavens and merely lists the names of the earth and the netherworlds. It is only the treatise Seder Rabbi Bereshit that gives a full picture of the earth, netherworlds, and heavens, including their respective inventories. 25 as far as the inventory is concerned, only Seder Rabbi Bereshit and the Babli, Haggai 12b, 26 present an inventory of the heavens that is almost identical in both sources. There, the manna is ground for the righteous, not the angels, as Agabard has it. But we should remember that the righteous become like angels after their death already in pre-rabbinic sources, in the third heaven, Shivakim, and not in the second heaven, Rekia, which is clearly Agabard's ration. And both the Babli and Seder Rabbi Bereshit agree that God sits on his throne in the seventh heaven Arabic. They even quote the same verse as Agabard does, PS 68:5. Hence, although the possibility cannot be ruled out that the Babli was Agabard's immediate source here, the combination of earth, netherworlds, and heavens makes it more likely that he refers to some version of Seder Rabbi Bereshit rather than to Babli Haggai. The only element of Agabard's description that is missing in both Seder Rabbi Bereshit and the classical literature are the 7 trumpets, but the enormous measurement of the trumpets, 1,000 cubits, may point to the Odiyat Arakita 2:7 or again to Seder Rabbi Bereshit with its emphasis on the huge distance between the heavens and the measurement of certain parts of the heavenly inventory. 28 now follows what Agabard has to say about the Jews' distortions of the life and death of Jesus. I will first quote the text in English translation and then compare its various motifs with the Talmud issue. And also in the teachings of their ancestors they read that Jesus was considered among them as an honorable young man, educated under the tutorship, magisterio, of John the Baptist, as one who had many disciples, one of whom was given by Jesus the name Sepha, that is, Peter, due to the severity, durisha, and dullness, habitudo, of his mind. And when the people expected him, Jesus, to appear on a holiday, some of the boys of his 25 on this, see in detail Peter Schaeffer, in heaven as it is in hell, the cosmology of Seder Rabbi gibberish in heavenly realms and earthly realities in late antique religions, EDS.
Why is he? I mean, I'm no one to comment, but why is he dressed like this?
R.A. Annette Buston and Annette Yoshiko Reed, Cambridge University Press, 2004, 233-74. 26 on the cosmology of Theagica. See Peter Stieffer, From Cosmology to Theology, the rabbinic appropriation of apocalyptic cosmology, in creation and recreation in Jewish thought, Vesturgy in honor of Joseph Dan on the occasion of his 70th birthday, EDS. Rachel Elliott and Peter Stieffer, Taya Vinci, More Seebeck, 205, 39-58. 27 alphabet letters are active. Earthly recension, in Betometers, F. Adolf Jelinek, Jerusalem, Warman, 1967, 331. Letter when God resurrects the dead, he will sound a shofar as large as 1,000 cubits. 28 St. Peter Stieffer ETA. Synopsis Zur Hikalal Literaler, Taya Vinci, More Seebeck, 1981, 462 F. One could think, of course, also of the Shior Koma traditions. School would run towards him, who were chanting Hosanna to the Son of David, 29 out of the honor and reverence for their master. In the end, however, accused of much mendacity, he was thrust back, retrusum, in jail according to the verdict of Tiberius, when he had thrown his daughter, to whom he had promised a male offspring without the agency of a stone fetus, eo quad filia ipsius, cui sign viro masculi partum promisserat, lapidus conceptum in schulerit. Then, he was suspended on a forca, like an execrable magus, and there he was hit on the head with a stone, ubidit petra in caput percussum. Killed in this way, he was buried next to some aqueduct, and some Jew was entrusted with the custody. At that very night, however, the aqueduct was suddenly flooded. By Pilate's order, Jesus' corpse was sought for 12 months but never found. Then, Pilate published the following law for them, the Jews. It is obvious, the law says, that the very one who was killed by you because of envy was resurrected as he had promised, the one who was found neither in his grave nor in any other place. And for this reason, I order you to worship him, ut adorti zum. Anyone who refuses to do this should understand that his future lot is in hell. Indeed, their elders have fabricated all of these, and now they eagerly slash off and read it with stupid stubbornness, stulta obstination elected them, in order that with inventions of this kind the full truth of the virtue and passion of Christ could be emptied out, and that worship is not due to him because he is the true God, but because it was imposed on him by the law of Pilate. And also, Peter, they say, was by no means rescued from prison by an angel, as we do believe, but by the mercy of Herod, who held his wisdom in high esteem. 30. Reading this passage, it becomes immediately clear that it shares quite a number of elements with Toledo. Issue, particularly with its Aramaic version known from the Genisa fragments. Most conspicuous are the dramatis personae next to Yeshua Jesus, John the Baptist, Tiberius, and Pilate, who are also prominent, only, in the Aramaic fragments. Ricardo de Sani, in his influential classification of the Toledo, Yeshua accordingly lists Agabar together with the Aramaic fragments in one group. His Grupo Galato, .31 what has been preserved in the Aramaic fragments BDNS 32 with John the Baptist being imprisoned by Tiberius and questioned by Yahashua Hayat, together with a certain Marinus and Omitus, about the scriptures of sorcery found in the hands of Yeshua, your disciple. So here, too, it becomes immediately clear that John the Baptist is Yeshua's teacher. John the Baptist answered in the Aramaic fragments that he has nothing to do with these scriptures but that Yeshua and his students have fabricated them. The students are mentioned by name in the Aramaic fragments: Matai, Naki, Bunny, Netzer, and Toda, a tradition that 29 MT 21, 15, and it is explicitly said there that children, two items, greeted Jesus with these words in the temple. 30 PLI 04:87B88A, Van Acker, Agabardi Lugdinensis Opera Omnia, 206M. 31 Ricardo de Sani, Matre Dizioni Tescual Gal Tolda Chiu, Manuscripti, Edizioni Estampa, C1 Acificacion. Maracina Mental /350, 1984-83 to 100, especially 84 FF. 32 milliseconds Cambridge TS. Mice. 298 by 6 all quotations from the Taladat Yeshu manuscripts are according to our Princeton Taladat Yeshu database. We also know from the Babylon 33 and put on file, presided over by our Yehoshua B. Hayat. 34 This section is lacking in Agabard, but Agabard does know that Yeshu has many titles. Singling out Peter Sepa, he is clearly aware that Peter refers to stone or rock. In the Aramaic fragments, there then follows a trial of John and Yeshua, presided over by the Emperor Tiberius himself and in the presence of Pilate, Marinus the Great Elder, Ar Yehoshua B. Hayah, and Ar Yehuda, the gardener of the city of Tiberius. Tiberius inquires about John's and Yeshua's occupation, and Yeshua answers that they both are the sons of the God of heaven. This is again lacking in Agabard. Instead, he has Yeshua's students hail him as the Messiah, an obvious reference to Jesus entering into Jerusalem in the New Testament. 35 The next section in Agabard comes closest to the Aramaic fragments. A part of Yeshua's and John's answer regarding their occupation is missing in the Aramaic text, but when Yeshua boasts himself of being capable not only of healing the sick but even of giving life to people or causing them to die, this is obviously his answer to Tiberius' question about his occupation. And then comes a long section about the emperor's daughter and Yeshua, to which Agabard no doubt refers with his rather enigmatic and brief comment that Yeshua, having promised the emperor's daughter a male child without the agency of a man, had thrown into her / inserted in her a stone fetus, lapidus conceptum in chularit. The Aramaic text is much more elaborate here. Yeshua boasts of being able to give Tiberius' daughter a child without the agency of a man, we / add Bilagavar. And the emperor takes him by his word. 36 Yeshua utters his words of sorcery, and Tiberius has Yeshua put in fetters for 9 months until his daughter should give birth to the promised child. The people of Israel are in great distress, and Ar Yehoshua B. Hayah decrees a prolonged fast to avert the expected disaster, and indeed, God performs a miracle and turns the fetus, Yibra, in the dog's womb into a stone, Abna. This is obviously a deliberate play on words, Yibra versus Abna. When the 9 months had passed without his daughter giving birth, Tiberius demands an explanation from Yeshua, and Yeshua refers to the alleged fact that some Jewish women give birth after 12 months. When the 12 months 33H Sanhedrin 43 AB, on this tradition, see Peter Schaefer, Jesus in the Talmud, Princeton University Press, 2007, 75 if. 34 milliseconds Cambridge TS. Miscellaneous 35.87. I follow the translation by William Horbury in his unpublished dissertation A Critical Examination of Old Up Leshner, Cambridge University, 1970, 77 to 89. 3 MT 21:9F. MK11:9FF, LK1938FF, CFPS 118:26. 36 more precisely boasts of being able to give a barren woman a child without the agency of Ms. Cambridge TS. Miscellaneous 35.87, FOL Lock, line 28, but how exactly he exercises this ability on the Emperor's daughter is missing in this manuscript. Ms. Adler JTS 2529.2. FOLIB, lines 4 to 9, has preserved this passage. They, Yeshua and John the Baptist, said, and also into a barren woman who never gave birth we can put an offspring without the intercourse with a man. And when the Caesar heard this, he laughed at them, and said to them, I have a virgin. Can you put sons in her without a man? Had passed and the daughter still hadn't given birth. Yeshua suspects that she cannot give birth because she is a virgin and offers to tear open her womb and to deliver the child alive. The emperor agrees. Yeshua tears the daughter's womb open and finds in her belly a stone instead of a child. Yeshua is unable to make the stone alive, and Tiberius decides that both John and Yeshua deserve the death penalty. Whereas John the Baptist is executed immediately, Yeshua escapes and, by means of his magical power, flies in the air of heaven like a bird, until our Yehuda the gardener brings him down, using some powerful counter magic.
So who's the current prime minister?
This particular part of the story, the flying contest between Yeshua and Yehuda the gardener, is again missing in Agabart. Immediately after the abortive demonstration of Yeshua's magical power, Agabart proceeds with Yeshua's execution. Yeshua is suspended on a fort. Uriah is a fort-shaped gallows 37 and brought to death by stoning, literally head with a stone. Here, the Aramaic version deviates from Agabart, because it tells that Yeshua is crucified on a famous cabbage stalk 38. A motif that is completely incomprehensible in the Aramaic version and further elaborated in the Hebrew versions. 39 But, nevertheless, the Aramaic version continues, a few lines further down, that they stoned him, Yeshua, with a stone, SG, and he died on the cross, 40 which is precisely how Agabart puts it. So it seems that the Aramaic recension of the Toledot Yeshua has two versions of Yeshua's death, crucifixion on a cabbage stalk and stoning with a stone, of which Agabart's recension knows only the latter or else ignores the former because it doesn't understand it. Instead, it emphasizes the Jewish death penalty of stoning, but gives it a peculiar twist. Yeshua, who could only create a stone in the womb of God, not a child, is appropriately killed by a stone. Moreover, since Yeshua's most important disciple is called Peter, that is stone, Agabart's most likely wants to subtly, or not so subtly, imply that Jesus' hope in building his church on the rock of Peter, MT 16:18, you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, was utterly misguided. Peter was called stone or rock because of the severity and dullness of his mind, not because he became the foundation of the church. In fact, according to Agabart's version, there is no such foundation because Peter turned out to be a blockhead and Yeshua was killed by a stone. The next important element in Agabart's version is that Yeshua was buried next to a water channel, juxta quemdam aqueductum, and that a Jew was entrusted with the custody of his grave. 41 This again echoes the Aramaic version according to which Yeshua was buried in a channel of water in the garden of Ar. Yehuda the gardener, Rehada the Yehuda Ar Yehuda Genin. 37 On this, see Michael Mearson's article in this volume. 38 milliseconds Cambridge TS. Mice. 35.87, FOL2A, line 7. 39 On the cabbage tree. See in more detail Mickey 1 Mearson's article in this one. 40 milliseconds Cambridge TS. Miscellaneous 35.87, FOL2A, line 11. 41 On this, 2. See in more detail Michael Mearson's article in this volume. 36 Peter Schper, but the end of the story be very different in Agabart and the Aramaic version. Whereas, in Agabart, the water channel was suddenly flooded and Yeshua's corpse disappeared, evident because the water streaming and swept his body away. In the Aramaic version, Yehuda the gardener deliberately kept Yeshua's corpse. His proof that Yeshua wasn't resurrected and hadn't ascended to heaven, as he had promised and as his followers wanted everybody to believe. Accordingly, whereas in Agabard Pilate draws the conclusion from the disappearance of Yeshua's corpse that he was indeed resurrected and consequently orders the Jews to worship him, the Aramaic version has Yehuda the gardener dragging Yeshua's corpse through the streets of Tiberias and delivering it to Pilate, who accepts the truth that Yeshua was wicked and orders Yehuda to bury him in the place where they bury the dead. 42, that is, to give him a decent burial. So, whereas in the Aramaic version it is the Jews who triumph, 43 in Agabard's verse the Christians who have the final say. Since it is highly unlikely that Agabard's Jewish forelock had included such a happy ending from the review, we may safely assume that Agabard fabricated it. So what we have in Agabard is the edited, summarized, and slightly twisted version of a certain Taladat Yeshua ascension that comes closest of all the Taladat Yeshua ascensions we know, to the one preserved in the Aramaic fragments. The dramatis personae in Agabard's recension, John the Baptist as Yeshua's teacher and the stone embryo in the womb of Tiberius' daughter, are the most conspicuous features that connect it with the Aramaic Taladat Yeshua.
I mean, I pray for him every night. He seems like a guy that needs a drink every day.
Moreover, both the Aramaic recension and Agabard begin their story with Yeshua's education and his disciples and leave out the birth narrative and his suspicious origin. Point 44. We cannot be sure, however, whether the Aramaic recension did not contain this first part of Jesus' life story or whether in fact it is missing because of the fragmentary character of our Aramaic manuscripts. That is, because it is simply not preserved in the manuscripts that we happen to have. Yaakov Deutsch has published a Hebrew version of Toledo. Yeshua that runs parallel to the Aramaic fragment indeed contains the beginning of Jesus' life story, which goes, briefly summarized, as follows. 45 During the reign of King Herod, Joseph and Miriam were married in Nazareth in Galilee, but Miriam was barren and could not conceive a child from Joseph. One Sabbath eve, when the righteous and pious Joseph had left his house for the sin of 42 Ms. Cambridge TS 35.87 FOL2A, lines 27 to 28. 43 The triumphant tone is unmistakable in the Aramaic version, and the one who performed the great judgment on Yeshua the wicked, he will swiftly perform judgment and retribution upon the haters of his people and everyone who forsakes the worship of the God of heaven and goes and worships Yeshua the wicked. Ms. Cambridge T.S. Mice 35.87 FOL2A, lines 30 to 32. 44 Langen Walter, Agabard of Leon, 169, claiming that all the Taladat Yeshua versions contain the story of Yeshua's illegitimate birth, is not aware of the Aramaic recension.
Like, that's the whole thing.
42nd St. Petersburg RNLDDR 1.274, in Yaakov Deutsch, new evidence of early versions of 2/J, Tarp J69, 2177 to 197, in Hebrew.
I don't know if you remember this from way back when, maybe Timos, whatever, 50, 60. But I had this issue where
God service, some wicked man, who remains anonymous, slips into Miriam's bed and has intercourse with her. She doesn't recognize him and thinks he is her husband. After Miriam has given birth to Yeshua, the couple goes to Egypt where Miriam gives birth, in fornication, as the text explicitly says, to more sons and daughters. Yeshua grows up in Egypt as a gifted child, learning both Torah and the magical art of Egypt. The couple returns with their children to Nazareth, and when the Jewish court here declares him a bastard, Yeshua becomes a heretic and claims that he is the Son of God. He performs miracles, among other things. He draws images of birds and makes them fly. He splits a river so that he and his disciples can walk through it on dry land. He feeds a multitude with one loaf of bread. He turns water into wine, etc. Then, shifting to some kind of mixture Aramaic and Hebrew, the story now locates itself in Tiberias, with Tiberius and Pilate on the Roman side and Yehuda the gardener, Yehoshua b. Perahayah, and Marinus, the great elder of the Jews, on the Jewish side. They question Yeshua about his family background, and he reveals that his father is Pandora, a carpenter by profession, his mother is Miriam, who takes care of the beauty of women, that the father of his mother is Paphos, also a carpenter, and that he himself works as a fisherman. Then they question him about the scriptures of sorcery that he uses, and Yeshua at first claims that they were written by Balaam and that he found them in Egypt. But when they threaten to kill him if he doesn't tell the truth, he finally answers that his master and teacher John, the Baptist, gave them to him. The episode of John the Baptist as we know it from the Aramaic fragments. 46. From this brief overview it becomes immediately clear that the first part belongs to the later Hebrew standard versions of Toledat Yeshuv, with some proximity to the Ul-Breach recension, Aaron. The style and content of this part is very different from the Aramaic recension as preserved in the Aramaic fragments, and it is highly unlikely that Deutsch's Hebrew recension reflects the full content of the Aramaic recension, that is, the missing part in the Aramaic fragments, as Deutsch has suggested. 47. At most one could consider that the Aramaic recension might have started when Tiberius, Pilate, Yehuda the gardener, Yehoshua b. Rehiah, and Marinus enter the story, which is marked also by the sudden shift to Aramaic and the fact that Yeshua's father now is Pandora and not Joseph. This would mean that Yeshua's family background, Miriam, Pandora, did belong to the original Aramaic recension, but that the elaborate story of Miriam's seduction, as we know it from the later Hebrew versions, did not. 48. His family back. 46. Beginning Miss Cambridge T.S. Miscellaneous 290.56 and followed by Miss Cambridge T.S. Miscellaneous 35.87. 47. Deutsch. New evidence 180 FF. 48. Remarkably, it is even missing in Raymond Martinus' 31 8th century Latin version that is otherwise related to the same as Greco-Elena, Primo Tipo, and there in particular to the Strasbourg manuscript, published and translated by Krauss. 38. Peter's Kiever grounds could easily be concocted from motifs known from the New Testament, the carpenter, the fisherman, from Celsus 49 and / or from the Babli 50, Egyptian magic, Miriam the hairdresser, Pandora the lover 51, Paphos b Yehuda 52, but it is conspicuous that the Aramaic recension has just the name Pandora and doesn't seem to know anything about Miriam's seduction and adultery. Agabard clearly wasn't aware of any of these details relating to Jesus' uncertain origin. How, then, did Agabard know of the Toledat Yeshuv? It seems unlikely that he could read these stories in the original Hebrew. Rather, he must have heard them from contemporary Jews, early in Lyons. 53. As I have mentioned already, he is aware of quite a number of such Jewish writings, presumably among them Shior Koma, the Hekalit literature, Sefer Yetzirah, Odiyata Arakiva, and Seder Rabbi Of Toledat Yeshuv he explicitly says that the elders of the Jews have fabricated and Pixarim, these stories and that the Jews with stupid stubbornness lected them. The verb ledatar means to gather / collect eagerly or to read often with eagerness. Hence, Agabard knows that the Jews of his time take particular interest in certain motifs of Jesus' life story that they have invented and that they eagerly collect and / or read. It may well be that there is little point in distinguishing between collecting and reading and that, consequently, the Jews of Agabard's time in fact continued collecting material that eventually made it into various versions of Toledat Yeshuv. In other words, the process of Toledat Yeshuv taking shape was still going on, and there was clearly not one final version of Toledat Yeshuv available at Agabard's time. The version that he knew and from which he takes his details was nothing but a snapshot of one recension prevalent in the Lyons of his time. We cannot determine, of course, how old this recension was, that is, when precisely it was concocted. When he says that their elders have fabricated all this, he hardly refers to the Jewish elders of his own time, but it is also not necessary to assess happened in the dim and distant past. Quite the contrary, in fact. as the Jewish writings that Agabard refers to all took shape in the centuries around Agabard's time. Most scholars agree now that the Hikalit literature, the literature, not all of its traditions, is a post-Talmudic phenomenon, and this is certainly also true for Shiur Koma as an edited work 54, as well as for Seder Rabbi Rothschild. 55 SE/ER49 Origin, Contra Celsium 128, 132. 50 B Shabbat 104 B and B Sanhedrin 67A. 51 in Celsus he is a Roman soldier, in our Hebrew recension he is an Armahite, a Gentile, Roman. 52 in our Hebrew recension he is his mother's father, in the Bavli he is considered as Miriam's husband. 53 on the question of whether Jewish converts were involved, see Lenin Walder, Agabard of Leon, 172 F. 54 Peter Skiever ETAI, Übersetzung der Hikalit Literatur. 4 volumes, Tyavinchen, Moore Seebeck, 1991, 4XXXVIF. 55 The most comprehensive treatment of Seder Rabbi Rothschild is still the monograph by Yetzirah. Despite certain attempts to date it much earlier, 56 is firmly embedded now in an Islamic context, probably in the 9th century. 57 and Od Yad Rabbi Akiva, for the alphabet of our Akiva, is in fact first mentioned by Agabard, if it is indeed this work that he refers to, and then again in the 10th century by the Karaite Salmon B. Uraham 58 and Jacob Perkazani. 59 altogether, it becomes ever more apparent that the coagulation of this kind of literature took place during, at the earliest, the 2 centuries before, and, at the latest, during the 1 century after Agabard. But the fact that Agabard knew of these writings and quotes from them seems to indicate that the Jews of his time were particularly active in disseminating them, not least such a controversial and polemical work as Taladat Yeshud. Or, to put it differently, they not only made no secret of their possession and use of these books but seem to have aggressively publicized them. This at least is the message Agabard wants to convey. And this fits in very well with what he has to say about the Jews in general. His letters and treatises over and over again make clear that the Jews, in his view, have secured for themselves a much too prominent and safe place in the Carolingian society, that they even boast of their rights and privileged treatment by the king, Louis the Pious. I will briefly summarize the most important aspects. Agabard's first 2 missives are concerned with the problem that occupies him most, the question of Jewish slaves in Jewish households that express their to convert to Christianity. Such conversions, he complains in his first letter of 823, de baptismal mancipiorum ludiorum, are made ever more difficult because the king supports the Jewish point of view in this matter, although the Jews are offered the price they had originally paid for the slave who wants to convert. They refuse to accept it because they believe that they are favored by the palace. Yehud's city favor magi stratus Galalia. 60 things are made worse by the fact, Agabard adds, that the magi spur ludiorum, appointed by the king to ensure and enforce the imperial law protecting the Jews, constantly sides with the Jews. This master of the Jews, his name was Everett, was among Agabard's Nicholas said, Lamistique cosmologic Jews. Paris, Canetons de Ayakal de Hutsitudes, 1981. 56 Yehuda Levis, Torah Al Yetzirah Shel Sefer Yetzirah, Jerusalem, Stockton, 2000. 57 C. Stephen M. Wasserstrom, Sefer Yetzirah and Early Islam, a reappraisal, Jewish Thought and Philosophy 3, 1993 1-30, p. 1, by them. Further thoughts on the origins of Sefer Yetzirah, Aleph 2, 2002 201 to 220, Klaus Hiermann, Sefer Yetzirah, Booker SCH 6 Fund, Frankfurt AM, Verlag der Weltreligionen, 8, 184. 58c Israel Davidson, ed. The Book of the Wars of the Lord containing the polemics of the Karaite Salmon Ben Yehudim against Saadia Jayan, New York, the Jewish Theological Seminary of America, 1934-113, and C.F. Greeks, Die Mystische Literatur, 69. 59. See the reference in Adolf Neubauer's review of Abraham Harkava's remarks of the Karaite Abu Yusuf Yaakov al-Kurtani, JQR 7, 1895, 356. 60 Van Acker, Agavardi Lugdunensis Opera Omnia, 116. 40 Peter Schiefer main culprits for the desolate state of the church under Louis the Pious. 61 in letter regarding the baptism of Jewish slaves, the Baptismo Judaicorn Mancipiorn. Of 826, he gives the concrete example of a Jewish woman who, having converted Gracia Christi from Judaism to Christianity, had to suffer severe persecutions from the Jews. The Jews regard her conversion as illegal and refer to an imperial precept that a Jewish slave must not be baptized without the consent of his or her master. Ut mancipium Judaicum abscivio /unte domini sui nemo baptizet. Point 62. This would indeed have been a major infringement of what Agabard perceives as the legitimate rights of the church sanctioned by an avalanche of canonical decrees. He feels caught between the king's legislation favoring the Jews and the mandate of the church, all the more so as the master of the infidel Jews constantly threatens him with severe punishment if he doesn't obey the imperial precepts. 63. The treatise De Judaeis Missionibus and a personal letter to Louis accompanying it. Inso/Encha Judaeorn. Of 826 are Agabard's most detailed missives about Jews. The sub the slaves returns now from the point of view of Christian slaves in Jewish households. Christians should not sell Christian slaves to Jews because Christian women may then be put in the intolerable situation of being forced to work on Sundays and to eat meat during Christian fast days. Point 64. He explicitly refers to a canonical decree according to which Christians are prohibited from serving Jews, and Christians have the right to redeem Christian slaves from Jews for the amount of 12 solidi, gold coins. Point 65. Moreover, he accuses the Jews of stealing Christian children and selling them as slaves. 66. The Jews. This is his main complaint, presented ever more forceful, not impressed by his and his fellow bishops' arguments. On the contrary, they appeal to the generous imperial precepts in their favor, and the king's envoys sent to Lyons to enforce the precepts. With Everett, the Magi Sterlity born their helm, boasting themselves in their odious insolence and threatening that they will take revenge on the Christians. 67. Averaged by his mission in particular, he stresses, pleases the Jews and saddens the Christians because it bolsters the Jews in their resolve to preach disrespectfully to the Christians what they are supposed to believe and hold true. Ut odrent in reverenter predicar Christianis, quid podius credendum esse sit tenendum, blaspheming in front of them our Lord God and Savior Jesus Christ. Blasphemons forum eis dominum deum ac/veterum nostrum lisum Christum. 68. The latter, that the Jews revile. Malachi 61. Van Acker, 116. 62. Van Acker, 185. 63. Van Acker, 188. 64. Van Acker, 192 F. 65. Van Acker, 203. 66. Van Acker, 195. 67. Van Acker, 192. 68. Van Acker, 192. Can Jesus daily and openly. Agabard pretends to know not only from church fathers such as Jerome but from his own direct contact with Jews. 69. Over and over again, Agabard calls upon his flock to avoid any dealings with the Jews, the synagogue of Satan 70 and embodiment of Antichrist. 71 more precisely, they should not share their meals with the Jews. 72 or live closely together with them. His last letter to Bishop Nibridius of Narbonne is fully devoted to this subject, nor should they buy meat or wine from them. Christians buying Jewish meat or wine must have been an everyday affair. Agabard explains at great length that the Jews sell meat to the Christians that they regard as non-kosher, calling these animals with the insulting name Christian cattle, et insultario vocabulo Christiana Pecora Pellantur. Point 73. Similarly, they sell wine that they regard as impure to the Christians, even wine that has been spilled on the floor and contaminated with dirt. They collect from the floor, put it in vessels, and then sell to Christians. For the Jews do, and boast about all of these abominable things, precisely because they can be sure of the support of the king and his court. Unabashedly, they pride themselves on being the descendants of the patriarchs 75, and their Christian protectors indeed believe that the Jews need to be honored because of the patriarchs and because they are better than the Christians. Patriarcharum causa Randos eoscutant, and Christian is dicker audent meliors. Point 76. Even the most distinguished among the Christians long for their sermons and blessings, and wish they had a legislator of such kind as the Jews have. Quod excellentissimi. Personi cupian eorum orationis et benedictions, et jaden /mse legis augurum habere vel. Whereas the more simple-minded Christians claim that the Jews preach better than their own priests. 77. Moreover, the Jews not only proudly show the imperial decrees benefiting them, they even display the clothes that the female relatives of the king and the women at court had given their women as presents. 78. No wonder then, that because of this free election for the Jews in the highest circles, the Jews are allowed, contrary to all the canonical 69 Van Acker, 193. 70 Van Acker, 219. In the letter to Nibridius, the Jews are called sons of the devil. Diabol Jalili, Van Acker, 232. 71 Van Acker, 214. 218. 72 Van Acker, 202. 203. 73 Van Acker, 193. 74 Van Acker, 193. 75 Van Acker, 194. See also the letter to Nibridius, where the sons of the devil proudly claim that they are the descendants of the patriarchs and the prophets. Van Acker, 232. 76 Van Acker, 215. 77 Van Acker, 194. In his letter to Nibridius, Agabard goes a step further and argues that the common folk and the peasants confess that the Jews alone are the people of God. Ut hung solemn deise populum. Van Acker, 232. 78 Van Acker, 232. 42 Peter SCO over laws to build new synagogues, and that the market day has been changed from Saturday to Sunday to help them observe their Sabbath. 79 Much ink has been spilled over the question of whether or to what degree Agabard can be taken at his word in his attacks on the Jews. Does he refer to real events that appropriately reflect the situation of the Jews in the Carolingian Empire, the golden age of the Jews as it has been called, or has he invented much more, at least some of his case studies, in order to sharpen his argument? Scholars are divided on this question, with the older research taking more or less for granted what Agabard reports and more recent research being skeptical about the real nature of his descriptions. 81 Without going into detail here, it has become clear now that it is not the Jews who are the primary target of Agabard's missives. Agabard did not write his letters and treatises because of the Jews, setting out once again to define the theological status of the Jews in the Carolingian society. To be sure, he did in fact define the status of the Jews, but he did so within the framework of a much broader conflict, the conflict between ecclesia and imperium, that is, the rights of the church as he saw them and the rights of the state as the king tried to implement them, a conflict that jeopardized the unity of church and empire. This conflict became apparent most prominently in the quarrel about lay possession of church property AD 2 and about Louis' succession, between his son from his second wife Judith, later to be called Charles the Bald, and his 3 sons from his first marriage, in which Agabard sided with Louis' older son. 80 Jews were just a means to an end in this power struggle and not its cause. One should also take into consideration that the king's protection of the Jews and his charters of protection issued for individual Jews, never Jewish communities, 84 were certainly not motivated by theological considerations but by economical necessities. 85 we should be very careful, however, not to throw out the baby with the bathwater. Much as the peculiar political and economical conditions of his time dictated Avigard's concerns and the style of his writings, we must not conclude from this that what he has to say about the Jews serves only this purpose and hence cannot be taken seriously. This has become a trend particularly in recent 79 Van Acker, Ibid. 232. 80 Greeks, Geschichte Juden, 5:234 FT, Basho, Countered Bispo Agabard von Leon, 102 FF, Cabanas, Agabard, 58 FF, 81 Zuckernan, Political Uses of Theology, 23 P. Theological arguments are inextricably linked with political and economic considerations. Battenberg, Dos Europaeis Zeit Alder, 55 F. Agabard draws an image of Lyons Jews that is highly unlikely to correspond to the reality. Heil, Agabard, 40 FF. 82 emphasized by Heil. 8 Cabanas, Agabard, 63 P. 84 Battenberg, Dos Europaeis Zeit Alder, 52 P. 85 Battenberg, Ibid, 56. German scholarship. 86 True. Agabard's letters and treatises are full of theological stereotypes taken from the church fathers and the legislation of the councils and synods, but they are much more than this. They are brimming with concrete details and examples from the everyday encounter between Christians and Jews. No doubt that Agabard uses this information for his greater purposes and that he may even exaggerate certain details in order to make his point. But this does not mean that the picture he draws in no way reflects the reality. 87 The Jewish pride in their patriarchs and prophets, for example, and certain Christians' response to it is too much of a constantly recurring motif in his writings to be attributed to his imagination. And we must ask why he would have invented in his letter and treatise to the king Everett, the master of the Jews, allegedly biased behavior, as this could easily be verified by the authorities. As 8 and, as for the presents that noble women at the court gave to their Jewish friends, it would have been quite counterproductive to invent such concrete details in his missives to the king. 89 An important element in judging the picture that Agabard draws of the status in Louis the Pious Carolingian society is the case of the royal chaplain Bodo who, in 839, converted to Judaism. He fled to Saragossa, had himself circumcised and married a Jewish woman. 90 This dramatic event, which seems to have had no repercussion vis-a-vis Louis' attitude toward the Jews, nevertheless throws light on the attractiveness the Jews must have exerted on the Christian Carolingian society. It happened not long before Agabard's death, and we have no reaction from his side, but it clearly confirms what he tells us about the status of the Jews and their influence on the Christians at Louis' court, and presumably also on the more simple-minded Christian flock of which he tells us that they were attracted by Jewish sermons. In light of Bodo's conversion, Agabard's observations about Christians being attracted by Judaism seem all the more credible. Or, to put it differently, Bodo's conversion reflects a certain zeitgeist of the Carolingian society that finds its expression also in Agabard's writings. 9186 Battenberg, Ibid, 55 F. Heil, Agabard, Passive. 87 Battenberg, Ibid. 56. See also Heil,
When was this
Gibbet,
ever?
64.
Have you ever left?
88. The fact that Everett possessed considerable church property in the county of Lyons certainly explains much of Agabard's rage against him. Heil, Agabard, 60 feet. But from this insight does not necessarily follow that Everett's favorable treatment of the Jews, supported by the king, belongs to the realm of fantasy. 89. Heil, Gibbet, 52. Distinguishes arbitrarily between facts, such as building new synagogues and shifting the market day from Saturday to Sunday, and unverifiable episodes and rumors, such as presence of court women to Jewish women. Why are the latter less verifiable for Agabard's contemporaries, and the king in particular, than the former? 90. Heil, Gibbet, 66, and 118, with the relevant literature. 91. This is also Langen Walter's conclusion, who writes, Pace Heil, what created problems, from Agabard's perspective, was that Jews and Christians had become too unified, that Jews were entwined into the fabric of the empire. This discomfiture at close relations combined with the swift and negative reaction from Lewis and his Missy helps explain the number and increase. Peter Skija Amulo, Agabard's successor, ascended to the bishopcy of Lyons in 841. A few years later, in 846, he published his Contra/Idios, a theological treatise Jews in the real sense of the word rather than a missive provoked by actual political circumstances, as was the case with Agabard's writings. 92. He does refer, however, to the Bodo's conversion in 839, which must have caused a major stir in church circles. He calls him a Palatine deacon of noble birth, who, enticed by the diabolic persuasions, forsook the palace, his native land, and his parents. Now he lives in Spain among the Jews, denying Jesus Christ as the Son of God, desecrating his baptism and accepting circumcision, even changing his name from Bodo to Eliezer, and sporting a beard and being married, blaspheming Christ and his church together with the Jews. 93. According to Amulo, Bodo's conversion was clearly a dramatic event. With him the Jews caught a big fish. After all, he was Lewis' personal confessor. Amulo does not mention any other conversion from Christianity to Judaism, but the larger context in which he puts Bodo's conversion is revealing. Amulo is merely concerned with conversions from to Christianity that seem to have been less successful than the church might have wished, since the Jews and cunningly don't give up on Jewish converts to Christianity. There is nothing wrong with you believing in Christ, he has the Jews tell their apostates, because Christ does not really detract from God's superior position. There is no one who is like God or his equal. 94. Some Jews, Amulo continues, even go so far as to admit that there exists a major and a minor God, Deum esse majorum, et Deum minorum. To them, this dual Godhead doesn't pose a problem, as long as it remains clear that Jesus is subordinate to the Father and a human being. 95. Unfortunately, Amulo doesn't give more details about these Jews who distinguish between a major and a minor or lesser, but it is tempting to see here an echo of Jewish speculations about Metatron, the human being Enoch who was transformed into the lesser God, Yahweh HaKathon. This leads us again into the realm of the Hakalit literature, more precisely the third book of Enoch that may well have taken shape around Amulo's time. Presentingly harsh rhetoric of Agabard's anti-Jewish writings, Agabard O.J. Leon, 132. See also Ibid, 161F, 216F. 92 Amulo, Liber contra Judaeos, PL 116:141-184, CF Basho, Bisco J. Von Leon, 311 FF, Agavard, 65 FF, 93 Amulo, Liver Cartridges House 42, PL 116:171 BC, 94 Amulo, Ibid, PL 116, 171 A Quid Molly SSI Predicing Christum, Buck Tantum Teen, Kia Similum Sibi ET Colem Deus Non Hebet, 95 Amulo, Ibid, PL 116, 171 AB, 96 C School Leader, Obersetzinger Ekalit Literatur, 1 LFF, Agavard San Amulo S Taladalia 45. It doesn't come as a surprise, then, that Amulo S treatise betrays some definite knowledge of the Taladat Yeshua. 97 I quote the first reference. They, the Jews, blaspheme that we believe in him of whom the law of God says that he is suspended from a tree, in lingo suspensum, and accursed by God. Therefore, on the same day that he was suspended, it was decreed that he should be buried, lest he remain on the gallows, in Patavia, overnight and their land become polluted by him. And their teacher Joshua cried out and ordered that he be quickly taken down from the tree, and he was cast into a grave in a garden full of Mordo Colabalina, lest their land be created. 98 This is an obvious reference not only to Taladat Yeshua but again to the recension of the Toledo, as preserved in the Aramaic fragments just as it is the case with Agavard. The law of God that Amulo mentions is a direct quotation of Deuteronomy 21:22, when someone is convicted of a crime punishable by death, and you hang him on a tree, his corpse must not remain all night upon the tree. You shall bury him that same day. For anyone hung on a tree is accursed by God. You must not defile the land that the Lord, your God, is giving you for possession, and this quotation, well as the problem that it alludes to, plays an important role, unlike in the Aramaic fragments. Moreover, what has been translated above as gallows, patavium in Latin, is a fork-shaped yoke, similar to the /urea in Agavard. And it is also, only, in the Aramaic fragments that Joshua, in the Aramaic text his full name is Yehoshua ben Perhiah, gives the order to take him down from the tree, equals cross, and to bury him. The only difference between the Aramaic recension and Amulo is that, according to Amulo, Jesus is buried in a garden full of cabbage, whereas, in the Aramaic fragments, he is buried in a channel of water, similar to Agavard's next to an aqueduct. But the cabbage appears also in the Aramaic fragments as well as in many of the later Hebrew versions, namely as the stalk of cabbage, Kana Dikaruva, on which Jesus was crucified. 99 Amulo's garden full of cabbage echoes Tertullian's gardener, who is so concerned about his lettuces, blue, and it seems likely that Amulo, together with Agavard, reflect a version of the Tal doesn't know yet of the cabbage stalk as Jesus cross. In other words, although Agavard's and Amulo's Taladat Yeshua come closest to the Aramaic recension, they certainly were not identical with the Aramaic fragments that have been preserved. The second reference to the Taladat Yeshua and Amulo reads as follows. 97 Days Hiles, Agavard, 65 within 112. Hiles' conclusion der Schlubi, Amulo have not told all selbstspiegel, nu die Mekgezogen worden, den zijn kenntnis of his Lincoln stitch out way. Deze nicht einmal sind wrong what if they're told all tradition is not just overly cautious but simply wrong. Hile relies on second-hand and incomplete evidence of the Taladat Yeshua. 98 Amulo, Liver Contragite House 25, PL 116, I-58 F. 99 milliseconds Cambridge TS. Mice. 35.87. FOL28. 97. 100 C above. P27. And they say, according to their ancestors, that when he was taken down from the tree and buried in a grave, in order that all should know him to be dead and not revive him again from the grave and dragged back through the entire city and thus thrown away alive. de sepulcro extractum, el milord por lo laxivable miraculum, sig dictum. Therefore, till stands empty and is fouled with stones and full of filth, which they are in the habit of throwing in. However, not completely satisfied with blasphemies of this kind, they have fallen into such a deep abyss of misfortune that they are convinced of and zealously observe the custom that no prayer of them could be accepted by God unless they curse in it our Lord Jesus Christ, confessing that he is impious and the son of an impious, eumse impium et filium impii, namely, someone of uncertain origin, Nescio cutis ethnici, whom they call Pandora, Quem nomen el Pandora, with whom they say the mother of our Lord committed adultery, a quod con el matram domini adulteratum, and in this way he, in whom we believe, was born. 02 Here we learn that Jesus' corpse, after it was buried, was taken out of the grave and dragged through the city in order to demonstrate that Jesus was indeed dead and hadn't risen from the dead. This is clearly an abbreviated version of the full story as we have it again in the Aramaic Taladat Yeshua. There, Jesus is buried in a channel of water in the garden of Ar Yehuda the gardener, and when his followers cannot find him in his grave, remember that according to Agabar the aqueduct was flooded, they believe that he was indeed resurrected and had ascended to heaven. The Ar Yehuda, knowing the location of his grave in the channel, brought him out of his grave, cast a rope around his legs and dragged him through all the streets of Tiberias, proclaiming, "This is Yeshua bar Pandora the wicked 103." This makes more sense than Amulo's somewhat unmotivated removal of Jesus' corpse from the grave, just to demonstrate that he was dead. But most conspicuously, the dragging of the corpse through the city is found only in the Aramaic version and in Amulo, who doesn't bother to mention the name of the city or leaves it out because he knew only too well that Jesus was buried in Jerusalem. That Jesus' grave is empty, of course harks back to the empty grave of the New Testament, but we know now that it is not empty because Jesus was resurrected, but because the Jews took him out of his grave and disposed of him. 04 And that the Jews throw stones into his empty grave refers to the Jewish custom of putting stones on top of graves. Finally, Amulo tells us that Jesus was the son of someone of uncertain origin with the name Pandora, with whom his there committed adultery. The later Taladat Yeshua recensions elaborate in great detail on this information and offer a full-fledged birth story of Jesus as a bastard and as the son of a menstruating woman. Amulo doesn't seem to know the full story, but he knows a bit more. 101 or abandoned. 102 Amuyo, Liber contra Judaeos 40, PL 116, 168b 169d. 103 milliseconds Cambridge TS.
Yo, babies.
Mice.
I was thinking about one of the videos that I made recently, and I was busy thinking of funny stuff, and I wasn't so focused on halakha. Yeah, you heard that. Why not? Anyway, and like halakha is like so important to me.
And
like, it makes me
knows more than Agabard.
Nobody else wants to cry over halakha. Nobody else studies halakha in the bathroom all the time. But there are going to be people out there who are like,
admittedly less likely, to the Babylonian Talmud's brief reference to
"You're
Pandora as
imperfect."
Miriam's
And I'm
lover.
like, dog, I know I'm perfectly imperfect. But
Amulo's Taladat
halakha
is
is like,
on Jesus' death and not on
it's
his
so
birth and
important
life.
to me. And
unlike Agabard, the Taladat Yeshua seems to be the only Jewish work that Amulo is aware of, apart, of course, from the Old Testament that he quotes
I have
over and over
forgotten
again.
more halakha
There is, however,
than I
one notable
remember.
exception. In chapter 22 of his treatise,
And
he
if
argues
anybody
at
ever
great
sees
length
my
against the
story,
Jewish
they're
idea
gonna
of a
know.
Messiah ben Ephraim, that is,
And it's
a Messiah
painful
from the tribe
to
of
me
Ephraim.
for how much halakha
106 At first glance, this looks like the well-known midrashic tradition of the Messiah ben Ephraim, who is supposed to die in the eschatological battle and to pave the way for the true Savior. the Messiah Ben David.
Perhaps forgotten.
But what is conspicuous here is the fact
And so
that
for those
Amullo
of you
doesn't
who are
say
like
anything about the Messiah Ben Ephraim's
watching
death and
this
the
and that,
fulfillment of his mission through the Messiah Ben
that's
David.
not the mainstream
Quite the
centrist
contrary.
Orthodox
He
way.
portrays the Messiah Ben
Or
Ephraim as a
teaching.
rival of the true Messiah Ben David.
Well,
who,
it either
of course, is Jesus
was
Christ. As if the Jews
a
had
learning
invented the Messiah Ben Ephraim in order to compete with the Christian Messiah Ben David. This is a story very different from the tradition of the Messiah Ben Ephraim as we know it from the rabbinic sources, except for one tradition preserved in the Pisket 34, 36, and 37 of Pesach Rabbi. 107 there, a Messiah Ephraim, not Ben Ephraim,
a learning
appears as the only Redeemer, and this Messiah Ephraim bears a number of quite remarkable characteristics that are otherwise no tradition, or, more precisely,
you're gonna
from
find
the
a
tradition, the suffering servant in Isaiah,
with
that
an
has been
incredible
usurped by the
desire to
Christians
be
and
perfect
accordingly suppressed by the
in
Jews, a
everything I
Messiah who
do.
takes upon himself the sins of the people of Israel and who, because of this, almost unbearable
and most
suffering until
importantly,
ultimately
in the
God
halakha.
vindicates him.
And
Love an
in
important
what? In
role in this
halakha.
Messiah Ephraim tradition is played by Jude 31:9. For I, God, have become a father
So
to Israel.
in terms of shotness, I was watching one of my videos, and no one brought
And it
this
is
up to me.
precisely this verse that
But
Amullo
the
quotes
core
and the
rule
messianic
of
interpretation
shotness
of
is
which he
wool and linen
attacks.
together.
109
And
Pisket
it's
about the
from
Messiah
Vayikra
Ephraim are very
19:19 and
different
Devarim
from the bulk of Pesach
22:11.
Rabbi,
Only
and
sheep's wool,
scholars tend to date them now between the 7th and the 9th
and
centuries,
linen
probably
flax,
rather the 105
pre-stamped together
above,
create
P
shotness.
36 to
Nothing
minus
else
38.
is
106
Doraita shotness.
Amullo.
Now,
Liver
cotton, nylon,
Judeaus
polyester,
22.
elastic,
PL
modern materials.
116.
Cotton's not wool, it's not linen,
155C,
so it's never
156D.
shotness. Now,
107 Rivka Ulmer, ed. Pesach Rabbi,
the
a
opinions of
synoptic
the
edition of Pesach
Rishonim,
Rabbi based upon
Rambam has a very strict
Al/X
definition.
manuscripts in the
Shotness
Initio
applies
Princeps,
only to
3
wool and linen.
volumes, Lanham,
Other fibers
ML,
never count, even
University
rabbinic.
Press of America.
Rashi agrees with
2009,
Rambam on the
2:8,
definition,
1621,
emphasizing
800,
actual
and
physical
36,
joining.
837 to 45.
Slightly more cautious,
108
accepts the
on
Torah
this.
definition of
See
only
Peter
wool and
Schaefer,
linen, but
Die
emphasizes rabbinic
Geburtensjudentum
safeguards.
Dem Geist
At the end of the day,
Tayabingen, Moore
we'll
Seebeck,
figure it out.
2010, 133-78, expanded English version in preparation. 109 Amullo, Liber contra Judeaus 22, PL 116, 155D. Funner than the latter. 110 This means, if indeed Amullo refers to the Messiah Ephraim tradition in Pesach Rabbi, that we are confronted with yet another example of a very peculiar group of works that took shape in the post-rabbinic period and that Agabart and Amullo know and attack because they challenged core Christian values. In sum, there can be hardly any doubt, first, that both Agabart and Amullo refer to a certain recension of the Toledat Yeshua and, second, that this Toledat Yeshua recension must have been very similar to the version preserved in the Aramaic fragments from the Cairo Geniza. This means that the version of the Aramaic fragments was known and used in the first half of the 9th century CE. Impossible to determine how long before this date it took shape, but the fact that it belongs to a body of literature that seems to have crystallized between the 7th and the 9th century CE casts into doubt the possibility that it appeared as a coagulated and well-defined work long before the 7th century. In any case, the Jews in the Carolingian Empire under Louis the Pious made public and even aggressive use of it, public and aggressive enough that the authorities of the church became aware of it and felt provoked by it. Since we don't have earlier evidence of other written versions of the Toledat Yeshua, it may well be that the Aramaic fragment Sagabart Amullo recension is not only the earliest recension that has been preserved but, indeed, the first recension that was ever put into writing. 110 Schaefer, Gebert, 174 If. The Strasbourg text of the Toledat William Horbury. The Strasbourg text is among the best known of all presentations of the Toledat Yeshua. Samuel Kraus placed it first in the series of texts printed in his Das Leben Jesu nach Geidesken Quellen, 1902. and it was the only text which he illustrated with running series of variant readings and also of references to other relevant literature outside the Taladat Yeshua. One correspondingly, it was the main text to English by Hugh J. Schonfield in his book on the Taladat, according to the Hebrews, 1937, and the text chosen for translation into Italian by Riccardo di Sani in his substantial study L'Evangelo del Ghetto, 95, to illustrate the first and probably oldest type of what he called the Helen group of texts. Point 2 Krauss himself had written that this text stands out for its Aramaisms on the one hand, and its agreement with the Oxford Yiddish text edited by Eric Bischoff on the other. The one or two scattered Aramaic phrases and sentences, viewed together with other features, had inclined him to see it as in essence particularly 01t. 3. It presents a shorter version of the type of Toledo. Yeshua first made fully known in the scholarly world through an edition, translation, and study by one. C. Wagense 1. For the narrative of the Strasbourg text may be summarized as follows. He is betrothed to John, but Yeshua's father is Joseph son of Dura. The wise find this out, and Yeshua flees to Jerusalem, learns the Shem HaMephorash, gathers disciples and works wonders before Queen Helen, claiming to be Messiah and Son of God. The wise accuse him as a sorcerer, at first in vain, but they eventually prevail when Yeshua is brought down from his aerial flight by their agent Judas Iscariot, bound to a pillar and crowned with thorns in Tiberias. He is rescued by his followers and taken to Antioch, but finally arrested again in the temple when he comes to Jerusalem. He is hanged on a cabbage stalk. His body Isamuel Krauss, Das Leben Jesu nach Geidesken Quellen, Berlin, S. Calvary 1902, Repair, Hildesheim, OIMS. 1977, point 20-21, 38M. 2 Hugh J. Schonfield, according to the Hebrews, London, Duckworth, 1937, 35-61, Riccardo di Sani, 11 Vangelo del Ghetto, Rome, Newton Compton, 1985, 33, 51-66. 3 Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 20-21, 247, referring to Eric Bischoff, IG des Deutsches Leben Jesu, Leipzig. W. Friedrich, 1895. 4 Liber Toldos Jescu and Imputatio Libri to 1 Dos Jescu each separately paginated. In Luhan's Christophorus Wagensale, Tila / Nia Sadani, Altdorf, Joe. Henricus Connerstedt, 1681. Will / I am appears but is retrieved and disputed, and his followers, in continual dispute with other Jews for 30 years, are eventually separated by the wise through their agent Elijah, a great Haxam who pretends to be Christian and is known by the turbulent followers of Yeshua as Paul. Later on Nestorius brings many of them back to a more Jewish outlook and way of life, and their conflict with Jews continues. It is ended when they press another disciple of the wise, Simeon Sepha, to join them. He agrees on condition that they no longer molest Jews, but like Elijah he remains secretly Jewish, and unbeknown to the Christians he carries on his activities as a great Hayyettin. The story in this form occupies only 12 pages of about 30 lines in the Strasbourg manuscript, if 170a 175b, described by Samuel Landauer. 5 Even so, its narrative shape suggests considerable antecedent redaction, thus, not to speak of details, the passages on Nestorius and Simeon, Peter, look like additions. In any case, since Krauss's book this text has probably become the most familiar Hebrew Taladat Yeshua for many, as the treatments by Schonfield and di Sani may suggest. Yet perhaps the Strasbourg text still deserves further notice, partly because 1 or 2 doubts have overshadowed it, but more especially because Krauss's judgment of its importance can be confirmed in various ways, and it raises the question of the origins of the Taladat tradition particularly clearly. 1. The later modem series of editions of Toledot Yeshu texts by scholars was heralded by Adolf Jelinek's publication of extracts on Simeon Sefa. Under the heading Petrus Legend 6 it began fully. However, when Eric Biscoif edited the Yiddish text just mentioned in 1895, Krauss in his 1902 book suggests that Bischoff's Yiddish was translated from a Hebrew Toledot Yeshuach into the Strasbourg text. 7. Biscoif himself now, in 1902, contributed to Krauss's book a classification of types of Toledo texts which later students have repeatedly reconsidered, but therein he recalled that when he had inquired about the Strasbourg text in 1894 the chief librarian, Professor Barak, had expressly denied to him that any manuscript of this kind existed in the library. 8. This of course 5. It forms the 10th main item in Strasbourg, Bibliothèque Nationale et Universitaire Ms. 3904, Hebrew 48, as described by Samuel Landauer, Catalogue der Hebräischen. Arabisch-Chen. Persis-Chen und Türkischen Handschriften der Kaiserlichen Universitäts und Landesbibliothek zu Strasbourg, Strasbourg, K.1. Trilbner, 1881, 68-70. 6. Samlung Kajiner Mitterskum und Gemischter Abhandlung Jean Aus der Liturgischen Literatur, ed. Adolf I. Elinek, 6 volumes, Vienna, Brilder Winter, 1853-77, 3rd ed. Jerusalem, Warman, 1967, 5, XXVIXXVII, 60-62, 6, 913, 9-14, 153-6. 7. Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 20-21. 8. Biscoff in Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 30. 51, was surprising in view of its description in the 1881 Strasbourg catalog
associates that
and Krauss's own
it turns
side
out
of
that
it.
you do this every night.
Any doubts on this date were settled
do longer
in
sets,
1928
and it's
when
just who you
Robert
are.
Easler received confirmation from the then
Thank you,
librarian that it
associates.
was and had been available in the
What I
library
mean.
29 some doubt of another
He's
type
a
still
funny guy.
remained. However,
Oh my
although
God, this
Krauss
guy's
saw
ripping
this
off Mitch
himself, he
Hedberg.
based his edition on
And
a copy,
like I said,
and the
I've
copyist
heard
had
from
every
some
so
of my
often been
associates
baffled
that
by what lay
it
before him.
turns out that you do this
A
every
later
night. You're a good
transcription made
writer.
by the present writer
They've seen
from
you
the
do longer
manuscript in
sets,
1982
and
has helped
it's
with
just who you
gaps
are.
and seeming slips in the printed edition.
Thank you, associates.
He formally emphasized the importance of this text in the attestation of the Toledo.
Oh my God, this
Issue I
guy's
note might almost seem at first to suggest its unimportance, namely the modern European origins of the copied
Girls
Strasbourg
from Boston
manuscript.
to me. Got Diane again for
Yet it is
Pollyanna.
indeed significant for our
Every
knowledge
year
of the
with
currency and
Diane.
Sid's unlabeled of the
I don't
Toledot
know.
issue
I
that
see
this
it.
particular
It's
copy
Christmas
can be located in more precisely than is often the case, thanks especially to scribal notes often Lieberts and Debs,
I'm done.
and S.
Christmas is
Landauer's full
canceled.
description
Tell you
in
what I
his
don't want for
catalog.
Christmas. I don't want to get stuck in the
This
corner
text
with your
was
weirdo
probably
cousin
copied
John,
in the 18th
chewing my
century.
ear off about the
A
Dallas
scribal note at
Cowboys.
the end,
Who
Camp
cares?
175b,
It's
gives the copyist's
disrespectful.
name as
Be honest.
Moses.
Is the Grinch
The
based on a
Toledo
true story?
issue is
trees
one
true
item in a
there.
miscellaneous compilation, much of which, later was copied towards the end of the century by Joseph, the second son of Moses, as his notes on F276b and later show. His father Moses was a husband and died, as Joseph mentions in a later note, F314a. In 1793, Joseph's elder brother Samuel, also husband, died in 1802. The father Moses seems likely to have been the copyist of the Toledot. Father and sons were members of a family which for a long time provided hospitality and had the Karaite communities on the Chesapollis of the river Dniester in southeastern Galicia, in the area of the Bonner Ruthenia, and now in western Ukraine, 70 miles southeast of Pittsburgh/LDIV. Many of the items altogether in this compilation are of specifically Karaite authorship or interest. They include Caleb Fendafilo and other Karaite authorities on the laws of Shemina, and extracts from moral and pious works,
My dad
with some
was Jewish,
translations
so
from
now,
Hebrew into
my
Tartar,
mom told me that
the
I'm half
language retained
Jewish
by
on the
Karaites
wrong
in these
side.
parts. According to their own tradition,
My
their
dad
forefathers
was
had
Jewish,
migrated
so
from
now,
Byzantium
my
to the
mom
Crimea,
told me that I'm
and
half
had then
Jewish
been resettled
on the
in
wrong
Troki
side.
near Wilno, Vilnius, and places further south,
So now I just
including
identify
Hollis,
as
by the
Jewish
Grand
on
Duke
Christmas.
of Lithuania after his 1,392 victory over the
And I
Tartars.
identify as Christian on
Robert
Hanukkah,
Easler,
so I don't have to buy anyone any gifts.
2 volumes. Heidelberg, C. Winter,
So maybe I am more
1929 to 30, 10516, and 10 of family records inserted by the main copyist, Joseph B. Moses, R.Su. 11,
That's about Jews
Memorized
being
by
smart, not cheap,
Landauer,
by the way.
Catalog, 70, on the succession of Hazanim from this family among the Hollis Karaites, see Nathan M. Gelber, Hollis, Injud, Berlin, Eshkol, 1928 to 1934, 7, 870 to 71. 11 and 1,838 responsum of Abraham Leonois of Hollis, cited by Major Balaban, Carrot, Injud, Berlin, Eshkol, 1932, 923 to 54, 936 to 37. See further Mikhail Kizilov, The Karaites of Galicia, Leiden, Brill, 2008.
You guys take Bible Pay here? Yeah, Bible Pay.
52 will/I or bury the Toledat issue is the only polemical or midrashic item in the manuscript.
You know what? Because
It
Jesus
fits
paid
in
it
a
all.
general way with the interest in communal instruction and the maintenance of Jewish education and ways of life, which is evident in much of the compilation. Joseph ben Samuel, an ancestor of the 18th century Moses and his son Samuel and Joseph, had migrated to Hollis from Lithuania at about the beginning of the 18th century. At this period, the Lithuanian Karaites had produced literary controversy against both Rabbinites and Christians. Jedediah Solomon B. Aaron of Troki about 1700 wrote with these names, and was preceded 100 years earlier by the more famous Isaac of Troki, author of the Hishak Amunah. The general conditions which had evoked these apologetic works still prevailed later and further south, and turned with Christian pressure might have been sharpened in mid-18th century Galicia by the Frankist movement. Jacob Frank and many of his followers accepted baptism in the aftermath of the rabbinic Frankist disputations held under ecclesiastical auspices in Lemberg in 1757 and 1759. There is no indication whether the Talita issue was copied from a text belonging to a rabbinite or a Karaite. It is tempting to ask if the text was mediated ultimately through Karaite contactees. The Karaite David Hazan had migrated from Jerusalem to Galicia in 1640. The attestation of similar texts in the earlier date makes caution advisable, but the contacts with Oriental texts noted below at least bring the question to the fore.
Reacting to whatever's happening over there.
In any case, it is of interest that the manuscript provides a relatively late but clear instance of the reading of the Toledat issued by Karaites. One other possible case of a Karaite copying a Toledat Yeshu text was pointed out by G.B. Derossi, and old Karaite authors including Kurtizani and Judah Hennessy show knowledge of its contents, but as far as I know attestations of Toledat Yeshu manuscripts in use by Karaites are rare. Well, the text is also notable as an instance of the copying of the Toledat Yeshu by a communal official and instructor. Comparably, at about the same time in Italy the Toledat Yeshu appeared to have been funded by Joshua Sipper, rabbi in Scandinavia, near Reggio Emilia, to his polemical work Hashem Toledo. In Baghdad in 1886, during missionary activity there by the London Society for Promoting Christianity among the Jews, a copy of the Toledat Yeshu was made by the Haxim Isaac B. Mordecai 12 Giovanni B. Derossi, Manuscripts Policis Hebraeus PPI B. Derossi, 3 volumes, Munna, 1803, number 96, pages 60b, 62b, on the basis of correspondence with Elia Morfurgan, who described the copy of the works in this formerly in possession of the prize. 13 milliseconds Oxford, Bodleian Library of feedback. 4 degrees 145. Comprising Shamsalini Part 2 and the Talagat issues, with a letter of Segra of 1787, described by Adolf Neubauer in a Neubauer Catalog of the Hebrew manuscripts in the Bodleian Library. Volumes, Oxford, 1886, 1906, 845A, and number 2407, Malachi by Ari. Ari May, Catalog of the Hebrew manuscripts in the Bodleian Library. Supplement Agenda and Origin to Volume J. Oxford, Clarendon Press, 1994, P469. Basics of Point 14 those trends and external pressures which help to promote such copying by communal officers or teachers at the same time of course had an opposite effect. They encouraged the criticism or discrediting of the Talmud by Jewish authors who were communal representatives deeply engaged with the non-Jewish world. Like Leone Medina in the 17th century or Moses Mendelssohn at the end of the 18th. 15.2. The Strasbourg text was thus copied for use in an 18th century Galician Yet, to turn now to its importance for the history of the Talmud narrative, it is notable first of all that the text reproduced bears signs of greater age. The same is of course true of many other modern copies of the Talmud Yeshua. Krauss brought this point out implicitly for the Strasbourg text by noting in his textual apparatus reading suggested by the Latin translation of parts of the Talmud Yeshua text given by Raymondus in his Pujo Fide, compiled in Spain by c. 1278. Some further indications bear out the view that the Strasbourg copy substantially represents a text already current in the 13th and 14th centuries. First, it begins in satirical style with the phrase Tehilat Ber, Yado Shel Yeshua, the beginning of the
You have 29 posts? That's the worst.
RI6.
I have over 5,000 posts on just one of my Instagram accounts. And they're all over an hour long. Really? Oh, for sure, dog. You have 5,000?
Literary as well as polemical character looks like
over 4,000 for sure.
Of the Talmud Yeshua to which the text was repeatedly liable. In this case, however, the reworking is of respectable age, for the same opening of the text is attested in Latin translation in the Anthology of Texts compiled by the Dominican Theobald of Saxony under the heading Extract Ionis de Talmud in the mid-13th century, in connection with the long-drawn-out public examination of the Talmud in the University of Paris initiated in 1239. In a section Illis Blasphemies against Christ and the Virgin it is stated that the Jews have a book which begins in idiom creationis Jesu Nazarini. 16 number 14 David S. Sassoon, Ohel David. Descriptive Catalogue of the Hebrew and Samaritan Manuscripts in the Sassoon Library, London, 2 volumes, London, Oxford University Press, 1932, no. 793, pages 426, 920, Albert A. Ox, Biography of the Reverend Henry Aaron Stern, D.D., London, J. Nisbet & Co., /886, 24-74, on the Baghdad mission of which Stem was a member, 1844-52. 15 Leone Medina, Magan Va Harav, Gibernesh Hanatzrat, and Shlomo Simonson, Jerusalem, Mekit Senir Damim, 1960, 3.9, p43, Hakol Sheker V. Kizav, Moses Mendelssohn, Letter to J.C. Lavater in Moses Mendelssohn, Samuel Tripton, Berlin, Akiper 1 AG, 1937, 362, in Misgebert a US den Zeiten der Legenden, UND Urutierdig. 16 on the Extract Ionis C. Heinz Schreckenberg. Die Christ Leichenet versus Judeaus Text UND Ihr Literarisches UND Historisches Umfeld. 13-20. J.H. Frankfurt A.M. Elang, 1994. Title is quoted, and it may be that the text in question simply began and ended without a title, as is the case in the Strasbourg text. The Hebrew text of the Paris Disputation of 1240 indeed correspondingly includes, as Isidore Loeb noted, two allusions to the Toledo Yeshuv, both noting features of the Helen group found in copies including the Strasbourg text. Mary's betrothed husband was called John, and Jesus lived days of Queen Helen. 17. Secondly, the Strasbourg Hebrew text corresponds verbally with Hebrew quotations of the Toledo Yeshuv by Abner of Burgos, who had received the baptismal name Zo, in his Hebrew. Anti-Jewish polemic, 1349. Arguing that Christ's miracles are well known to Jews, he quotes two books, one Toledo, Yeshua in Hebrew and another in Aramaic. Corresponding Aramaic texts are now known once again through Geniza fragments, and the story which they present can be seen often to be echoed in the Jewish statements reported by the 9th century Lyonese bishops Agabard and Amulo. Here Yeshua uses magic and is tried by judges including Pilate, whereas in the Hebrew group represented by the Strasbourg text Yeshua uses the ineffable name and appears before Queen Helen. Abner's quotations from the Hebrew book can be seen, through comparison with the Strasbourg text, to be 5 separate extracts, brought together in the order of the narrative to form a summary of what is important for his argument. Abner indicates that the title was Ma'aseh Shel Yeshu HaNatzri. Abner's polemic was reproduced in the answer to it issued by Shem Tov Ibn Shephrut as an addition to his own apologetic work The Touchstone, Eben Bohem, in 1400, and this passage from it was published from a miss of Ibn Shephrut by Krauss, but he did not point out the agreement of the quotations with the Strasbourg text. These verbal correspondences in the incipit and a series of extracts confirm that the Strasbourg text is identical in important particulars with lost texts which were current in France and Spain in the 13th and 14th centuries. This observation can now be set beside Krauss's indications between the Strasbourg text and other texts which were still extant. One was the Oxfordish text, but in fact this does diverge sometimes in both language and content from the Strasbourg text, as G. Schlichting pointed out. 19 another, /01-3, the Toledo Yeshu reference is cited from Ms. Paris LAT 16558, F14C, by Melech Merchavia, The Church versus Talmudic and Midrashic Literature, 500-1248, Jerusalem. Mosat Bailey 1970 in Hebrew, 305, 328-30. 17 Isidore Loeb, La Controverse Religious Entre les Chrétiens et les Juifs au Moyen Age. Revita I Histoire de Religion 17, 1888, 311-37, 329, and 3, 18, 1888, 134-56. 18 Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 146-7. From a Breslau Ms. One have verified the quotation in 2 other MSS. Of the Touchstone, Cambridge University Library, at 1175 and Bodleian Library, Mitch. 137 for the date and presentations of IBN Shephrut's quotation and rebuttal of Abner C. William Horbury, the revision of Shem Tov IBN Shephrut's Eben Bohem, in Jews and Christians in Contact and Controversy, ed. William Horbury, Edinburgh, T.N.T. Clark, 1998, 261-75, 264. Equals Separate 44, 220-37. 19 Kunter Schlichting, Eintiidisches Leben Jesu, Die wir Shalom Jessica Sankam Umuad. WUNT 24, Kaya Vision, Morsi Best, 1982, 42. However, was a probably 19th century Hebrew fragment, a single leaf with the beginning of the story, which E. N. Adler had purchased in Bokhara in 1897. 20. It has the title Ma'aseh Yeshu HaNasri, begins with the corrupt form of the Strasbourg incipit, and throughout corresponds fairly closely with the Strasbourg text. This agreement with the text found in Central Asia is open to many explanations. Thus, among the printed books which Adler saw in Bokhara were some originating ultimately with refugees from Spain, including a copy of the Ixar Pentateuch of 1490 and some pages from a Catalonian prayer book printed at Salonika in 1523. 21. A manuscript copy of the Toledat Yeshu text known to Abner of Burgos could have traveled in the same way, and Adler's leaf could come from a much later copy of it. Yet the 19th century Bokharan Jews were also in touch with Lithuania and Jerusalem, both possible sources of Toledat Yeshu texts, and given the remarkable mobility of books in general, speculation is probably. In any case, this agreement was later by agreements over a longer portion of text with at least 5 other Eastern manuscripts, mainly from the Yemen. Among the earliest of these is a copy in a 17th century Yemenite hand, formerly Ms. Sassoon 902, corresponding to 9 pages of the printed text in Krauss, 40 line 2 to 48 line 6. Point 22. It begins with the discovery of Yeshu's paternity, and ends in the story of Elijah Paul. Another, less close verbally, a Yemenite text printed by Krauss, runs, with what seem to be abbreviations, from the conception of Yeshua to the separation of the Christians by Elijah, and retains a little of the Aramaic which in the Strasbourg text gives verisimilitude to 1 or 2 remarks by speakers who claim learning. 23. The Strasbourg text therefore has links in its opening with the lost text cited in the 13th century by Theobald, and with the probably 19th century fragment bought by Adler in Bokhara. In the body of its narrative it is close to the lost text quoted in the 13th and 14th centuries by the Christian controversialists Raymondus Martinus and Abner, Alphonsus of Burgos, respectively, but also to texts which circulated in the Middle East, especially the Yemen, at least from the 17th century onwards. Thus it is an instance in which, despite the individuality of almost every single Toledat Yeshu manuscript, the possibility of discerning a group of texts which are fully as well as thematically close seems real, and in which some encourage the idea of a synoptic presentation can be. Again, it is one of many instances in which a relatively modern copy has clear links with texts which were already current. 20. Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 21, 140 to 41. Bischoff in Krauss, Ibid, 30 to 31. 21. Elkin Nathan Adler, Jews in Many Lands, Philadelphia.
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast, Sal. Thank you so much for hosting this space. Anyone who's hearing my voice out there, I've done my best to follow you. I'd appreciate the follow back. Body back. If you don't know who I am, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. You will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on 1 YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're available in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Is captured for the second time in the temple. The wise act name, and he gives a series of 4 cover names.
It's what I do best. So I'm Jewish, so we celebrate Hanukkah, which ended on the 22nd. So basically living on X spaces with all of you, and look forward to, God willing, a happy and healthy 2026. And I really hope that that's not only my year, but the year for all of you and all of your projects, and that we continue to build together and grow together.
1933 46 to 7. 25 William Horbury, A Critical Examination of the Toldut Shub, PhD disc, Cambridge University, 1970, 275 to 81. Daniel S. Ovalban Ezra, An Ancient List of Christian Festivals in Toledo Yeshua, Polemics as Indication for Interaction, HTR 102, 2009 481 to 96. 26 self-example canons ISN 16 in the Syriac teaching of the Apostles translated by Benjamin Plummer Pratton. Syriac documents attributed to the first 3 centuries. Anti-Nicene Christian Library 21, Edinburgh. T.N.T. Clark, 1871, 41. 27 William Horbury, The Depiction of Judeo-Christians in the Toledo Yeshua, in the image of the Judeo-Christians in ancient Jewish and Christian literature, eds Peter J. Thompson and Doris Lambert Petrie, WUNT 158, Tyavinchen, Morsi Beck, 2003, 284 to 80. Munich textual tradition, represented in Haggadah HaTalmud. There are likewise only 4, but they read like names derived from the Christological proof texts which Yeshua then quotes. PS 42:2, 24:7, Exodus 4:22, Isa 11:1. Only to be rebutted by other nearby texts on the principle Teshuvaten B Zidon, enunciated in respect of answers to Minim in B Sanhedrin 38b. Bereshit Rabbah 8:9. The messianic and Christological character of proofs was emphasized by students including H.J. Schoenfield. 28. Hence it was suggested by Ernst Bammel that, as this text of the Toledo Yeshua might indicate, originally the names were simply envisaged as names referring to Yeshua, and Peter Schiefer somewhat similarly argues that the author or editor of the trial scene in the Babylonian Talmud is giving a rebuttal of Christian claims for Christ under the guise of an account of the trial of the disciples. 29. At present, however, the focus of interest is not so much the interpretation of the Talmudic passage, as its incorporation into a Hebrew text of the Toledo Yeshua, something which is in fact typical not of the other texts of Strasbourg or Helen type, the Aramaic texts and their Hebrew and Judeo-Arabic congeners, in which either 5 or 12 disciples are brought and tried. 3. It may be suggested that the Strasbourg text has contact here with the form, perhaps early, of the story given in the Aramaic texts, in which Yeshua did indeed apply the names to himself. In this connection it is at least noteworthy that the passage on Simeon Sephet in the Strasbourg text, itself probably an addition, gives the Christian authorities Hebrew equivalents of the titles which in the Aramaic texts we find given to Roman or Jewish ones. Hegemon and Yashish Gadol. 31 In the Strasbourg text we then have a possible link between the Hebrew text in the Helen group form, which is the most familiar of all, and the story given typically in the Aramaic texts. The Strasbourg text thus presents both a well-marked form-off passage on festivals, which forms one of the internal associations of the Helen group with the 4th and 5th centuries, and also, in the passage on the names of Yeshua and in the titles given to authorities, material suggesting that this text has had contact during its transmission and development with the story as current in Aramaic texts of the Pilate group. Can more be said on the pre-13th century history of the Strasbourg text? The beginning of the Strasbourg text, with its tinge of literature and satire, is probably an elaboration of the Toledo Yeshua, which was alt. This 28 shone field, according to the Hebrews, 153-7. 29 Amst Bamai, what is thy name, in Judaica? K/in Schriften, and idem, 2 volumes, WUNT 37, Tilbingen, or Seebeck, 1986, repair from NT, 1970, 12:223-28, I, 210-15, Peter Schooliefer, Jesus in the Ta/Mod, Princeton University Press, 2007, 75-81. 30 Jakob Deutsch, New Evidence of Early Versions of Tu/Yeshua, Tarbis 69, 2000. 177-97, 18 FR 89. 31 Hebrew text, F175a, in Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 49. 58 Wi/Liam Horbury particular opening is first attested in the early 13th century, and may of course be earlier, but in any case a closely similar Hebrew text, with or without this opening sentence, probably circulated earlier in the Middle Ages. Yet clear earlier attestations of the narrative as it is presented here as a whole are lacking, and the divergence those phones of narrative which are indeed attested Aramaic, Dissenes Pilate group, is striking not only for the difference in the principal governing authorities, but also for the lack of the birth story in the published texts of the Pilate group, and indeed also in an early witness to the Helen group like that of Raimondes Martinus. Here, Jesus is of illegitimate birth, but the story of his birth is not told in the text, as far as it is translated by Raimondes. Hence it has been suggested that the birth story as it is found at the beginning of the Strasbourg text represents a medieval addition to Yeshua narrative, from the 13th century or later. 32 The intensive study of texts which is underway will surely throw more light on the whole question of the pre-century antecedents of the Helen group. But some tentative remarks can be made on the basis of evidence already available. The importance of the Toledo Yeshua for the Jewish statements reported by Agabard and Amulo in the 9th century was underlined, now with the suggestion that it formed a significant factor in Carolingian conversions to Judaism, by Bernhard Blumenkranz. 33 Of special note for the Strasbourg text, with its The Conception of Yeshua, is Amulo's Liber Contra Ludios, issued in 846. Here a connected narrative of the type known from Aramaic texts concerning deposition from the cross at the request of Joshua, prayer, entombment, and the dragging of the body through the city is followed by a report that Jews call Jesus the impious son of an impious father, that is of some Gentile, Netioqueus ethnicai, whom they call Pandora. They say that this man committed adultery with the Lord's mother and that thence he in whom we believe was born. 34 This statement implies knowledge not just of the Talmud, which lacks the specification of Pandora as a Gentile, but also of a phone of the Toledot conception narrative. In the context of Amulo's reproduction of a connected account of events after the crucifixion, it suggests a Toledot Yeshua of the Pilate group as known from Aramaic texts, but beginning with a birth story. 35-32 Disseini, Il Vangelo dal Ghetto, 33, 113, 187 to 29,218, not mentioning the 13th century attestation of the incipit of the Strasbourg text. 33 Bimhard Blumenkrans, UFC Crate Jans dans Le Monde Occidental, 430 to -1096, Paris. Mouton 1960, 169 to 1258. 34 Wage and Sale, Confutatio Libri Toldos Jescu, 12 to 13, Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 13. Both follow the old attribution of the book to Urbanus Maurus. The relevant passages are reprinted from Pierre Franois Schiffiat, Scriptorum Veterum de Fide Catholica Quinqua Opuscula, Dijon, 1656, 289-534 in Hennen Lieberextract, Jesus, Die Irediger und die Christen nach den Ältesten Geidisken angeben, Leipzig, J.C. Hinrichs Buchhandlung, 1910, 17 star. 35 Blumenkrans UFC Crate Jans 258 envisaged a recension like, but a little different from, that attested by Agabart.
Story's not over. But we're going to stop here for today.
The view expressed here that Pandora was a Gentile was later assumed by Maimonides, and it reappears in Taladat Yeshuas, for example in the Yemen, possibly now in turn influenced by Maimonides, in Missasoon 902. The 17th century text cited above for its closeness to the Strasbourg copy. 36 The Strasbourg text itself represents a widespread form in which Joseph ben Pandora is simply a Jewish neighbor, but Wage and Sale's text among others retains with this a vestige of the old assertion that he was a soldier, which is found in the 2nd century in the statements on Christian origins attributed by Celsus to a Jew. Why probably at an early stage the descriptions soldier and Gentile were sometimes found together, for the suggestion that the father was non-Jewish already appears in another form in St. John's Gospej. 38 A conception narrative could then reasonably be envisaged for the Helen, as well as the Pilate form of narrative in the 9th century, given that much internal evidence suggests that the Helen form had already developed in the 4th and 5th centuries. Kraus dated the story in the Strasbourg text probably to the 5th century. 39 A date near this time is suggested by the character of the account of Nestorius as an addition to an existing narrative, the figure of Helen herself, apparently conflating Helena Augusta, the mother of Constantine, of Adiabene, in the light of the proliferation of Christian legend on Saint Helen in the 4th and 5th centuries, and the contacts of the Elijah Paul narrative noted already with Christian accounts, from the 4th century onwards, of apostolic preaching by pious fraud and apostolic instruction to separate from Jewish ways. The Pilate form, it may be suggested, represents a still earlier narrative. It has links with the anti-Christian acts of Pilate which circulated in the late 3rd century, and, like the probably later Helen form known from the Strasbourg text, it is related ultimately, but more closely than the Helen form, to the 2nd century stories which are attributed by Celsus to a Jewish source, and are not without some reflection in rabbinic tradition. 4036 Abraham Halkin, ed. Moses Maimonides Epistle to Yemen, New York, American Academy for Jewish Research, 1952, 12-13. 37 Origen, Contra Celsum 132, Mary turned out by her betrothed, for she had been convicted of adultery and had a child by a soldier called Panthera, Wage and Sale, Liber Toldos Jescu, 3. Joseph Pandora Giber Milama, discussed with other attestations of soldier and Gentile. By Horbury, A Critical Examination, 405-6. 38 John 8:48 You are a Samaritan, cf 8:41 We were not born of fornication. 39 Kraus, Dos Leben Jesu, 246. 40 For rabbinic passages as suggesting an early form of narrative on Jesus related to the Taladat Yeshua and current in both Judea and the East. See William Horbury, Rabbinic Perceptions of Christianity and the History of Roman Palestine, Proceedings of the British Academy 165, 2010 353 to 76 equals rabbinic texts and the history of late Roman Palestine Reds. Martin Goodman and Philip Alexander. Observations on the Huldreich manuscripts of the Taladat Yeshu * Adina M. Yaffe dies Recension gibt uns Schwur Probleme auffell with those words. Samuel Krause, author of the seminal work Das Leben Jesu nach Judas Quellen, 1902, encapsulated the challenges posed by the Huldreich version of the Taladat Yeshu. Johann Jacob Huldreich, a Christian scholar from Zurich about whom little is known, first published a manuscript of the version in 1705, along with the Latin translation and annotations. Huldreich's manuscript differs substantially from earlier manuscripts of the Taladat in both content and style. It combines some of the earliest and some of the latest Taladat traditions, and its origin remains almost completely obscure. Huldreich said only that a Jew had given it to him. Building on the work of Krause, his colleague, Eric Bischoff, and scholars recently researching the Taladat, this article closely examines the Huldreich version, exploring its unique narrative and its rewritings of earlier versions. It also updating the manuscripts. Krause delineates some of the unique features of the Huldreich version, which this article will discuss in some detail, but, in short, there are many. It is thus surprising, at least at first glance, that the Huldreich manuscripts have not received more scholarly attention relative to the other versions than they have. There are a number of ways to explain this comparative neglect, including the paucity of manuscripts, the lack of significant differences in manuscripts, which led Krause, Ricardo Disani, and others to believe, in my view, correctly that they are all copies of each other, and the sheer number of dissimilarities. This article would not have been possible without the resources of the Taladat Yeshu project. I would like to thank the attendees of the Taladat Yeshu conference, especially Peter Skiefer, who made the conference, and the project, possible, and Michael Mearson, my colleague on the project, for their thoughtful comments. I am also indebted to Michael for his answers to my questions while I was turning the paper into an article. I appreciate Eve Levivi Feinstein's Jan Stein's help with my last-minute queries. I Samuel Krause, Das Leben Jesu nach G.I.Diskenkel/N, Berlin, S. Cavalry, 1902, Repair. Hildesheim. Olms, 1977, 16. To Johann Jacob Huldreich, Huwandricus, SE/ER Taladat Yeshua Han Olsralas Lower Jesqui Nazarini. Eis blaspheme corrupt Alex manuscripto hactinus inedito nunctimum edila, AC ver ioni et natus, quibus jade orum nequili e proprius deliguntur, et authoris asserta inepti eac impietatis convincuntur, I Eliastrata ajo. JAC. Huldrico, Leiden, J. Du Vivi, 1705. 62 Adina M. Yaffe between the Huldreich version and all the others, which makes it very difficult for the scholar to put it in context. 3. This article aims to situate the Huldreich manuscripts in their historical and geographical contexts, in light of the manuscript's unique features. The parts of the Huldreich that reference earlier versions often echo the earliest extant Hebrew manuscripts, at least one of which is a translation of an even earlier Aramaic manuscript. But there are much later elements in the Huldreich as well. The Huldreich's description of Mary's grave is nearly identical to that in a Yiddish manuscript. Another account, about Jesus playing ball, is similar to a story common in the latest, Slavic, versions of the Taladat. Or authors of the Huldreich were familiar with some of the earliest and some of the latest manuscript traditions. The Huldreich version may be dated to the 15th or 16th century, if not even later. The Huldreich is most likely an early modem synthesis of a number of Toledo traditions, with some prominent high medieval features, and with references to microforms approximately half a millennium older than the core text. The manuscript evidence and implications for authorship. Every scholar who has attempted to catalog the more than 150 Hebrew Toledo Yeshua has done so slightly differently and has given the manuscripts different names and numbers. Ricardo Disani, author of a 1985 work on the manuscript, calls the Huldreich group Herod, after the arbiter of Jesus's trial. This is his general classification scheme, with what Krauss calls the wage and sale type being called Helena, etc. For the Princeton University Toledo Yeshua project, unlike earlier catalogers, has access to digital copies of at least 3/4 of extant manuscripts. That has made it possible to check the classifications of Krauss and Disani against both the manuscripts and Huldreich's text and, in some cases, to eliminate manuscripts from the Huldreich group. The project has identified 5 manuscripts so far that are nearly identical to the Hebrew text published by Huldreich in 1705. They are Frankfurt Hebrew 8.249, Frankfurt 249, Amsterdam HSROS 442, Amsterdam MIS-ROS 504, Princeton Firestone Library 24, Princeton 24, and Manchester Gaster 1989, so called because it was once owned by Krauss's friend, the Reverend M. Gaster of London. The rest are likely to be either copies or translations of those 5, which are nearly identical to each other. Krauss's book lists only 3 Huldreich manuscripts, one of which 3 Ricardo Disani, Evangelho dal Ghetto, Rome, Newton Compton, 1985, 225-36. For Disani, 11 Vangelo dal Ghetto, 29-42, 216-19, cited by Hillel /Newman, The Death of Jesus in the Toledo Yeshua Literature, JTS 50, 1999 59-79, 59, and 5. Observations on the Huldreich manuscripts of the Toledo Yeshua 63 was the text published by Huldreich. 5 Disani lists a total often manuscripts of the Herod, i.e., Huldreich, type. That number does not include Princeton 24, of which he was not aware, or Amsterdam 504, which he classifies as belonging to the Helena, i.e., wage and sale, type. Of those 10, he classifies 5 as copies of the Herod/Huldreich version and 4 as translations of it. 3 of the translations are to Judeo-German. 1 is to Judeo-Spanish. 6 citations of the text of the Huldreich manuscript in this article will be to Frankfurt 249, called 1 Frank on Disani's 1985 list unless otherwise noted. It is the most complete manuscript of the 5, although Princeton 24 is almost as complete. Another problem with the manuscript evidence is that is very late. 1. The manuscript of the Toledo Yeshua that Huldreich used to publish his annotated Latin Hebrew edition of the Toledo has been lost. 8. About that manuscript, Huldreich said, in his introduction to the reader, only that he got it from a Jew. 9. He used no adjectives to describe the Jew, and he gave no indication that his source was a Jewish convert to Christianity, as were the informants of Johann Christoph Wagensale, 1633-1705, the other early modem Christian scholar to publish a Hebrew text of the Toledo Yeshua with a Latin translation and commentary, 1681. Point 10. There was no Huldreich before Huldreich, that is, there are no extant manuscripts of the Huldreich type before Huldreich published his book in 1705. All of the subsequent manuscripts appear to have been copied from Huldreich's book, or perhaps from other manuscripts that were copied from it. Although Huldreich neither said nor implied that his source was a convert, the possibility that the Huldreich was authored by converts must be considered. Jewish converts to Christianity were often involved in telling Christians about the existence of the Toledo, and, as was just mentioned, Wagensale had a number 5 Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 33-35. Dr. Eric Bischoff is the author of the Klassifizierung der Text section of Das Leben Jesu, 27 to 37. Pages from the section will be cited as Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, page, Biscopt, dot. 6 for Desain's manuscript list, the most recently published one, although Princeton University's Toledat Yeshua project is in the process of producing a newer one, see the Bibliographia. Section of his Il Vangelo del Ghetto, 225 to 36. 7. Kraus points out that this is the case for almost all Toledat Yeshua manuscripts, Das Leben Jesu 19. 8. Kraus, Ibid, 33, Biscopt. 9. Huldreich, Sefer Toledat Yeshua HaNatzri, 4r, Obsecutus ergo foi. Et congressus sum legal / celerate impium. Quem manuscriptum Judeo olim nactus sum. I, therefore, complied, and one guiltily undertook the impious little book, whose manuscript is from a Jew I once met. 10. Luhan Christoph Wagensale, Tila Igna Satani, Hoc est, Arcani et horribles Judaeorum et versus Christum Deum et Christian religionum libri anecdotoi, sunt vero, ar lipmani Carmen memoriali. Libernazac vetus autoris cognitai. Acta disputationis archgelis cum quodum Nicolau. Acta disputationis armosis nachmanities cum fratra Paolo Christiani, et fratra Raimundo Martini. Arlsat I liberchisic amuna. Libel / us toldos Jescus / Johann Christophorus Wagens alias ex Europi Afrasic late bris eritos, in lo cm protrusit. A1 Titerf, Johann Heinrich Skonstlid, 1681. Of apostate info nonce. 11. Another feature of the Huldreich that could point to a Christian author, or authors, is its many allusions to the story of Jesus' life in the Gospels, and particularly the Gospel of John. 12. In both texts, Herod is the king at Jesus' birth. Ij both have a flight to Egypt, 2v, and a slaughter of the innocents, 2v3r. Jesus is both a student and a critic of the rabbis, 3r, and he has 5 disciples, 3r, as in the Gospel of John, chapter I. The disciples' leader is Peter, Petrus. John the Baptist, Yehanos, is the first to be killed for following Jesus, 3b. In most of the versions in which John is mentioned, primarily the Aramaic fragments and the early Hebrew manuscripts, he is killed together with Jesus, after the disciples are executed. 14. Jesus wanders in the desert, although, with the disciples, meets people, and makes pithy remark to them, 3b. The ruler, in this case, Herod, agrees to execute Jesus after some delay, 4v. His executing is by hanging, with no stoning, although his disciples are stoned, 4vn, in a marked departure from many other versions, and from the Talmud. Ls. Perhaps the most famous 17th century convert connected with the Toledat is Samuel Friedrich Brands of Bavaria. In his Judisker ab Gestria der Schlangenwald, the Jewish serpent s skin stripped, 1614, Brands wrote that, on Christmas Eve, the Jews read a book called Lost Ola, Tale of the Hanged one of the alternative titles for the Toledat. Point 16 in that book, Jesus is called 11. Kraus believed that many Toledat manuscripts were written by converts, Dar Leben Jesu, 17, on account of what he considered to be their poor Hebrew, 16 to 17, and their utter hostility to Christianity. He cited Johann Weilfer's idea that converts manufactured the entire Toledat in order to incite Christians to harm the Jews. Kraus thought that Weilfer went a bit too far but did not dismiss his argument. 17. I think that Kraus went too far. Weilfer's claims. While converts were involved in the transmission, and likely to some degree in the composition, of some manuscripts of the Toledat Yeshua, there is no reason not to see the Toledat as an internal Jewish response to the Gospels and to Christianity. 12. In the Huldreich, Jesus is called Yeshua at his birth and then Yeshish after his excommunication. In the other Hebrew Toledat Yeshua manuscripts, he is usually called Yeshua, or Yeshai, which is probably the result of a transcription error. After his excommunication, while at birth he may be called Yeshua, Yahashua, or Yeshua. For the sake of clarity, and for ease of comparing with other manuscripts and with the New Testament, this article always refers to him as Jesus. 13 Taladat Yeshua, Ms. Frankfurt 249, 2b. For the remainder of this article, pages from the Huldreich, Ms. Frankfurt 249, will be cited in internal citations in the body of the text. 14 For a transcription of, an introduction to, one of the most complete Aramaic manuscripts, Cambridge 35.87, see Jakob Deutsch, New Evidence of Early Versions of Taladat Yeshua. Tarbis 69, 2177-97, in Hebrew. On the execution of Jesus in the Huldreich. See also Kraus, Ar Laban Jesu, 34, Biscope. On Jesus' execution by stoning in the Talmud. See Mishnah, M. Sanhedrin 6, 1 and Babylonian Talmud Sanhedrin, B. Sanhedrin, 43a, quoted in Peter Schaeffer, Jesus in the Talmud, Princeton. Princeton University Press, 2, 07, 63-65. 16 Elishiva Karlbach, The Anti-Christian Element in Early Modem Yiddish Culture. Braun Lecture in the History of the Jews in Prussia 10, Ramat Gan, Bar-On University, 2002. 1-20, 9. Karlbach cites Mark Shapiro, Torah Study on Christmas Eve, Journal of Jewish Thought and Philosophy 8, 1999 319-53, 332-34. A bastard and the son of a whore and a menstruating woman. 17 He added that the book was a secret among Jews, and that they were forbidden to print it. 18 Brands went on to give a number of details of the book, focusing particularly on the ineffable name, Shem Hamparash, which the Jews claim that Jesus stole from the Holy Temple in order to perform his miracles. Schaff, citing Johann Christoph Wolff, said that the lost Huldreich Codex was consistent with the manuscript from Enns, Sick, in his Jihad, Ishas, Schlangenwald. Directly or indirectly drew 2-0. It is, therefore, tempting to speculate that Brands could have been involved in the writing of the Huldreich, but, contra Bischoff, his accounts include a number of episodes that appear in many Taladat texts of the Wagenseil and Slavic types, but not in the Huldreich. Those include Jesus stealing the name, Judah later learning the name at the behest of rabbis, and Judah engaging in a flying contest with Jesus in which Judah renders Jesus impure. 21 In the Huldreich, Jesus learns the secret of the ineffable name from his teacher, Rabbi Yehoshua ben Parahia, 3r, he does not have to steal it. There is no flying contest in the Huldreich, and although Judah does deprive Jesus of the power to use the name, 4r, Judah never learns the name. So Brands is not a credible candidate for the authorship of the Huldreich. Perhaps another convert, or a group of converts, wrote it, but there is another, more tantalizing, possibility, i.e., that Huldreich wrote it himself. He would not be the first publisher of a found manuscript who was actually its author. Huldreich's annotations to the manuscript, however, suggest that he could have written it. There is no evidence from his book that Huldreich had regular contact with living Jews or Jewish converts, as Wagenseil did. When Huldreich discusses Jewish customs, he cites Wagenseil or Johannes Buxter Felder, 1564-1629, professor of Hebrew at Basel and author of Judenschule, 1603, rather than his own observations of, or conversations with, Jews. D2 Then there is the question of Huldreich's knowledge of Hebrew. He is a capable translator, but the author of the Huldreich was also a talented writer of Hebrew who likely had read a number of different versions of Taladat before synthesizing and rewriting them to create the final manuscript. Huldreich's annotations do not appear to be the work of a talented Hebraist. There is very little 11 Samuel Friedrich Brands, Giedisker Abgestri after Schlangenbalg, 1680 ed. Reprinted in 10 Han Wilfer, Heroica Judaica ad examen revocata, Haldorf, Andreas Norsius, 1681, 2. 18 The Taladat Yeshus as a secret book made it both suspicious and tantalizing to medieval and early modem Christians. See Elishiva Karlbach, Attribution of Secrecy and Perceptions of Jewry, Jewish Social Studies 2, 1996, 115-36. 19 Brands, Giedisker Abgeslangenbalg, 2. 20 Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 33, Bischoff, citing Tenhan Christoph Wolf, Bibliotheca Hebrea, 11, number 748, Nick Meir Orhandine, Codex Huldreich S, Ibrienstein and MIT Demmis, AUS Dem Brands Insanum Liat Schlangenbalg Direct Oder Indirect SCH6PFDE. 21 Brands, Giedisker Abgestri after Schlangenbalg, 2-3. 22C, e.g., Huldreich, SE/ER Taladat Yeshua Hanatsri, 3, Annotations 1 and 2. Hebrew in them, and his statements about what the Talmud says could have been taken from Wagensale, Buxtorf, or an author of a Latin compendium of Talmudic statements about Jesus. Such compendia circulated in the early modem Western European scholarly world. The picture of Huldreich that emerges is one of a fairly conventional, bookish, early modem scholar, with good Hebrew and Latin, who sprinkled his notes on the Taladat manuscript with references to the many books he read. 23 Nowhere is the creativity or linguistic skill of the Huldreich author evident. With the existing evidence, therefore, the identity of the author or authors of the Huldreich remains a mystery. Preliminary efforts at dating the Huldreich. Despite all of these difficulties, it is possible to date the Huldreich, at least approximately, by gleaning clues from close readings of the manuscripts. A significant portion of the manuscript seems to have originated in a high medieval, Western European milieu. The manuscript's echoes of other Western European manuscript types, including the Wagensale, De Rossi, and Slavic, and, in one case, a Yiddish version, indicate that the Huldreich is an early modem creation comprised of disparate elements from a series of Taladat Yeshua traditions. Krauss suggests an origin date of the 12th or 13th century. 24 He notes that, during Jesus' trial, the Sanhedrin in Jerusalem sent letters to the community of Gormiza or Germiza, also known as Wormiza, in the land of the Caesar, Eretz Kisra. The community advised against the execution. In the High Middle Ages, a number of Jewish communities, including Worms and Regensburg, had letters that their leaders claimed proved their long-ago opposition to Jesus' execution. 25 Krauss thus argues that the city of Wormiza must be Worms, Germany, in the Holy Roman Empire, a city that did not even have a Junity until the 10th or 11th century. 26 His conclusion. 23 On early modem butcher, C.N.M. Blair, The Theater of Nature. Odin and Renaissance Science, Princeton University Press, 1997, 49, 71, 96. 24 Krauss, Das Leben Jesu, 13th century, 247, 12th century. As Sid Zielman has pointed out, even with his Leben Jesu, Krauss demonstrated a fair amount of equivocating. Regarding the provenance of the Huldreich, he admitted thinking, in large because of its wretched, Herbie Ermline, Hebrew, that the text had been created by a or Jewish renegade. 16. He then changed his mind, because all of the manuscript's Hebrew was pretty wretched, and especially because he saw traits of very old traditions. 7. And I, over 200 pages later, argued that the manuscript that Huldreich published could be dated to the 12th century, 247. See Sid Zielman, The Scroll of Fasts, the 9th of Tevet. JQR 74, 1983 174 to 95,190, and 48. 25 Kraus, Ibid, 18, on Worms, 247, on Regensburg. 26 Kraus, Ibid, 1618. Is that the Huldreich version must have developed in German earlier than the 13th century. 27 Another piece of evidence brought by Kraus is the use of Latin in the Huldreich, which would place its author in a high medieval, or later, European milieu. Says that the new alphabet written for the Christians, Senior, is a Latin one, which I have also found to be the case. 20 Kraus and Bischoff note the use of Latin in proper names in the Huldreich, the most prominent of which is I, which is short for year, Y, city, metropolis, and thus for Rome. 29 In most oft versions of the Toledat Yeshuv, Jesus is called Yeshuv, an anagram for may his name and memory be erased, Umishemo be Izakro. In the Huldreich, the anagram is may his memory and his name be erased, Umizakro be Umishemo, resulting in the name of Ishish, Ul-R, which is very close to both the Latin and German pronunciations of Jesus. Kraus's origin date is too early, for reasons that will be discussed below, but the manuscript has a prominent element that may be described as high medieval. In addition to the Latin and the reference to Worms, another indication of this high medieval European segment of the Huldreich is the strong anti-Marian strain running through it. The Huldreich is the only manuscript type that portrays Miriam as totally complicit in her adultery. She is clearly a suspect character even to her husband, here called Pappos, as in the Talmud, rather than Yochanan or Yosef Joseph, as in most other versions containing an account of the birth of Jesus. 30. Pappos locks her in the house so that the Peritzim, men of violence, an allusion to Daniel 11, 14, here a reference to Joseph Pandora and his family members, cannot engage in acts of harlotry, zenot, with her. 2b.3 When Joseph Pandora comes along, she eagerly assents to his plan to carry her off. 2b. She lives an apparently happy life with him, first in Egypt and then in Nazareth, bearing him additional bastard children. 2b3r. After Miriam dies, Herod has Jesus' siblings hanged, and mother and children, except for Jesus, buried together under a headstone saying, "Here were hanged children of harlotry, and their mother is buried beneath them." Your Miss Princeton 24, IOV. Their mother is a disgrace. Senior. Jesus's relatives and followers then knocked down the marker and put up a different one, indicating that she had ascended to heaven. 32 Herod orders its destruction and the killings of over 100 of Jesus's relatives. SRSV. 27 Kraus, Ibid, 18. 28 Kraus, Ibid, 18 to 19. The alphabet is very close to the Latin one, although there is also a bit of Greek in it, such as Tau or Tau 40. 29 Kraus, Ibid, 22, 34, Bisco. 30 Kraus, Ibid, 34, Biscotal. 31 On the word Peritzim and Daniel 11:14, CW Ilium Horbury, the depiction of the Lydio-Christians in the Toledat Yeshuv, in the image of the Judeo-Christians in ancient Jewish and Christian literature. EDS Peter 1.
Folks, look at this athleticism.
Thompson and Doris Lambert Petrie.
I don't
Tilbingen.
necessarily believe.
Moore Seebeck, 2003. 280 to -86, 283. 32 See below for further discussion of this tombstone. Anti-Marian sentiment among Jews in the West also dates to the High Middle Ages. It arose in response to the cult of the adoration of Mary and its anti-Jewish elements. The veneration of Mary, which was visible in the doctrine of the Eastern Church as early as the 5th century, became increasingly vibrant in Latin Christendom in the centuries and reached its peak especially in France. 33 Peter Schaeffer has traced a number of popular Eastern Christian stories of Jewish maltreatment to the West. While the stories were initially the province of monks and lay Christians with the means to buy illustrated books of hours, they soon reached a wider audience by being represented in church windows. One account, of the Jews attempting to disrupt Mary's funeral and knock her body to the ground, was depicted in stained glass in the second half of the 13th century in southwest Germany. 34 Another story, in which Mary saved a Jewish boy who was thrown into a furnace by his father after taking the Eucharist, appeared in stained glass church windows in France, as early as 1241, and in England. 35 Schaeffer shows that even if it cannot be proven that Jews were familiar with Christian literary representations of those anti-Jewish stories, they must have seen the windows of the churches of their towns, just as they would have witnessed the processions of venerators of Mary walking through the streets. 36 In light of the negative images of Jews promulgated by Christians in Mary's name, Schaeffer has expressed surprise that most versions of the Toledat Yeshu do not cast her in a more negative light. J7 The dominant Toledat Yeshu manuscript type circulating in high medieval Western Europe was the Wagenseil, which portrays Mary as the victim of a rapist she thought was her husband. 38 That the Huldreich manuscript, also a product of Western Europe, does depict Mary as an adulterer and whore is much less remarkable. It suggests a date of origin, at least for those parts of the manuscript involving Mary, in the 12th or 13th century, when the Marian cult, and thus the need to respond to it, would have been most salient for Jews. In the style of its narrative, the Huldreich is sometimes more reminiscent of medieval Europe than 1st century Palestine. Sid Zieleman has said that it abounds with anachronisms and reads much like a late medieval romance. 39 He is probably referring to Joseph Pandaros placing a ladder against Mary's window in order to free her from captivity in Paphos' house. 2b. Jesus giving romantic advice to a shepherdess. 3b. And Jesus outsmarting Peter and Judah out of a goose at a desert tavern. 3b. The latter story, as has been noted by 33 Peter Schaeffer, mirror his beauty, feminine images God/Ram the Bible to the early Kabbalah. Princeton University Press, 2002, 147-48. 34 Schaeffer, Ibid, 189. 35 Schaeffer, Ibid, 204. 36 Schaeffer, Ibid, 179 to 80,239. 37 Schaeffer, Ibid, 211 to 12. 38 On the prevalence of Wagenseil, see Chris, Das Leben Jesu, 27, Bischoff. The Scroll, 187. On the Huldreich's romantic style, see also Krauss, Ibid, 12. Scholars, is also in the Decameron. None of these stories appears in any of the other manuscripts. The role of Worms as a major Jewish city in the Huldreich manuscripts, the Latin names and alphabet in the text, as well as the prominent anti-Marian sentiment, point to a 12, or, most likely, 13th century context for at least a significant part of the Huldreich. But there are later elements still. When Mary dies in the Huldreich, Herod wants to have her buried under a monument describing her as the mother of children of whoredom. Her family's response is to steal the monument and replace it with one saying Hine Sulam Mutsev Artsa Verosho Magie Hashemima Ve Hina Malach Elohim Olim Veorden Bu Emabanim Smha. Hallelujah. 5b. The first sentence's words are those describing Jacob's ladder in Genesis 28:12. This account is in none of the Hebrew manuscripts, but, as Michael Stanislawski has shown, there is an almost identical incident in a Yiddish manuscript, JTS 2221, owned by the Jewish Theological Seminary. The manuscript was written in the 17th century, but, as with the manuscripts of the Hebrew Toledat, the composition dates of surviving manuscripts are not accurate indications of the text's origins. That being the case, the European Yiddish manuscripts are generally later than the European Hebrew manuscripts. It is possible that the Yiddish author could have been familiar with the Huldreich, rather than the other way around, but that would still put the Huldreich manuscript in the world of Central and Eastern European Jewry before Huldreich published it in the 18th century. There is also one similarity between the Huldreich and the elaborate modern Slavic version, which Krause and Bischoff consider to be the latest manuscript type. 40. As will be discussed in the next section, the rabbis get a number of clues that Jesus is a bastard. The most common is that Jesus does not cover his head in front of them. The Huldreich also has him playing ball inappropriately close to the Holy Temple. In at least 8 Slavic manuscripts, Jesus also attracts the attention of the rabbis by playing ball, in those cases in a way that violates the Sabbath. 41. The Huldreich is so unique that it is tempting to say that it has no parallels in any manuscript types, except perhaps the earliest ones that draw heavily from the Talmud. But such a statement would be too rash, as it ignores the type Krause and Bischoff call Darasi. 42. The Darasi is also quite unusual. Perhaps its most noteworthy characteristic is that Miriam's husband is called Joseph and her 4v Krause, Ibid. 35-37, Bishop Low. 41. There are 7 manuscripts, all Slavic, in which Jesus violates the Sabbath by throwing the ball in the public domain more than the allotted 4 cubits. Amsterdam HSROS 467, page 15. Jerusalem JNULB 263-8228, 14. Jerusalem Yad Bensby 961, 16v. Leeds University Library Mizrah, 3r. New York JTS 2503, 8b. Princeton Firestone Library 22, 21, and St. Petersburg 01244, 1IR. Jerusalem JNULB 242-865, 4v, also has him throwing the ball in the public domain but just says that he threw it too far. 42. Krause, Das Leben Jesu, 30-33, Bishop Low. Rapist is called Yochanan, rather than the other way around. The Darasi's narrative, while not precisely echoing the Huldreich, at least contains some similar elements. 43. The Darasi also mentions Herod, in addition to Tiberius Caesar, as one of the rulers at Jesus' birth. 50r. In the Darasi, Jesus learns magic in Egypt. 60r. As the power of the divine name. 57v. In the Huldreich, he spends his childhood in Egypt before learning Sod Shem Haimperush in Jerusalem. 3r. The figure attempting to split the Judeo-Christians from the Jews, called Elijah/Eliyahu in the Darasi, aims to separate the Jews linguistically as well as religiously. The main thing that Jesus wants from you is for you to separate from the Jews, in Torah, in language, Bijashon, in community, in Sabbaths, and in festivals. 65b. Eliyahu does not specify how this should be done and does not offer an entirely novel alphabet, as Shimon Hakelbus does in the Huldreich. 5r, but the theme of linguistic separation appears in both versions. Dating the Darasi is beyond the scope of this paper, although Krause considers it earlier than the Huldreich, but no earlier than the 10th century. 44. Some scholars before Krause dated the Huldreich to the Reformation or later. 45. One scholar currently working on the Gedot, Yaakov Deutsch, has suggested an origin date of the 15th century. I have found no evidence of anything particularly Protestant in the Huldreich, but I argue that the author of the Huldreich was aware of the dominant European Yeshu manuscript type, the Wagenseil, as well as the earlier Eastern manuscripts, with their Talmudic allusions and corresponding maltreatment of Mary, the Darasi manuscript type, and, possibly, a considerably later Yiddish manuscript and a Slavic tradition. The fact that the Huldreich brings together so many different Talmudot traditions from a wide variety of manuscript types, with a significant part of it originating as late as the 13th century, indicates that the Huldreich very likely dates from at least the 15th, and probably the 16th century, if not even later. The uniqueness of the Huldreich. Rewriting old traditions. What is really striking about the Huldreich is the fact that, as Krauss and others have pointed out, its text incorporates older traditions about the life of Jesus, some of them pre-Toledot, into a largely new, i.e., high medieval, early modem narrative framework. Krauss says, the content of the H. Huldreich turns back 43 in this article. I will cite pages from one particular De Rossi manuscript, Parma 2083 De Rossi 96, and I will use internal citations in the body of the article. 44 Krauss, Das Leben Jesu. 31, Bishop Lowe, 247. 45 Lumen, The Scroll, 189 to 90, and 190, and 48. Lumen mentions Gay Basnage, History of London, 1708.375-81, Sabina Baring Gould. Lost and Hostile Gospels, London, Williams and Norgate, and 874, 115, and William Henry Burr, Revelations of Antichrist Concerning Christ and Christianity, New York, Amo Press, 1879. 0.394407. To old sources, Huldreich has in common with the Cairo, the individually older version, for example, that a Caesar is arbiter, as in the Acts of Peter, etc. 46. This article has already discussed the story of Miriam's romantic escape with Joseph Pandora and the tale of the innkeeper and the goose, but those are not the only elements that are found in the Huldreich and not in any other Hebrew manuscripts. Unique incidents include the rabbi soaking Jesus' head in mibolet, some kind of water that prevents hair from growing. 3R, a practice his disciples then voluntarily adopted. 3B, Jesus killing his father, Joseph Pandora, when he finds out about Miriam's harlotry. 3R, Jesus wandering through the desert with his disciples. 3R, the new alphabet and scriptures written by Simon as a means of further separating the Jews and Judeo-Christians. 5R, and the morning of Simon's death on 9 Teves. 5. This list is not exhaustive, but it gives a sense of the level of divergence from other versions. Despite the significant differences in the details, the Huldreich is thematically similar to the rest of the Hebrew manuscripts of the Toledot. All of the Hebrew Toledot Yeshu manuscripts follow the same general storyline, except for the fact that the ones do not have the story of Jesus' birth. They start amidst his heresies or his interrogation or trial on account of those heresies. In all of the mess with the birth story, Jesus is conceived through some kind of forbidden sexual contact between Mary, who is menstruating, and a man not her husband or fiancé. After Jesus is born, Mary sends him to be educated in the Jewish community, where his strange and impudent behavior leads the rabbis to suspect he is a bastard. Mary admits to the rabbis that Jesus is a bastard, and he is excommunicated. Jesus gains disciples by performing various miracles, which are made possible because of his mastery of sorcery and / or the ineffable divine name. The Jews, upon hearing of Jesus' exploits, seek cooperation from the authorities to put Jesus on trial for sorcery and heresy. Jesus claims that he is the Son of God and / or the Messiah, using proof texts from the Hebrew Bible. After one or more trials, Jesus is executed by the Jews according to Jewish law. He is buried, but his body is stolen and reburied somewhere else by a Jew concerned about the disciples' behavior. The disciples, in turn, complain to the authorities, who begin to wonder if, perhaps, Jesus ascended to heaven, as he had prophesied. The Jews discover the reburial and produce the body, at which point the authorities realize that Jesus was a fraud and concede the Jews' victory over him. Many manuscripts, including the Huldreich, have other sections after this, explaining how, through a Jewish agent masquerading as a messenger of Jesus, the Jews successfully separate the Judeo-Christians from their community. 46 Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 17, N1, Inhalt von H, Uldreich, Aufentquellen Zurichweis, Uldreich hat sie BMIT Cairo die uns Zweifel Hochfiltier fast und Gemain, das ein Kaiserschiedsrichter ist, wie in den Akte Petri U.S.W. 72 Adina M. Yafi. Those general similarities are not the only ones between the Uldreich and other Toledo issue manuscripts. Parts of the Uldreich are close to some of the earliest extant Hebrew manuscripts. Those earlier manuscripts, in turn, are similar to the Babylonian Talmud, Babli, a small number of stories about Jesus. The Babli's accounts of Jesus' life are linked to the early Hebrew manuscripts by even earlier Toledo issue fragments, which are in Aramaic. The Aramaic fragments were discovered in the Cairo Geniza and have been dated to approximately the 9th or 10th century, although there is no great consensus about the dating. The Babli sections about Jesus are echoed, sometimes word for word, in the Aramaic fragments, and at least one of the earliest surviving complete Hebrew manuscripts, JTS 8998, Middle Eastern, from the 13th to 15th centuries, or earlier, is a word-for-word translation of an Aramaic manuscript. Two other early Hebrew manuscripts, St. Petersburg 204 and JTS 6312, birth story, but they are not complete, so it is impossible definitively to conclude that they never had one. The Hebrew manuscripts traveled to Western Europe after the year 1000. Little is known about the process of textual transmission, and were edited. Extra sections, including the birth story and the account of the Christian separation, were added, and the Western European manuscripts increasingly diverged from their Middle Eastern counterparts, although they retained older microforms. The Uldreich, by contrast, contains many of the Babli's names, places, and events, but there are no sections that are produced word for word. Everything was rewritten by the Uldreich's author, S. In the Aramaic fragments, which do not have the birth story of Jesus, his mother, Miriam, is a hairdresser, her husband is called Paphos, and Jesus' father is Pandarat or Ben Pandarat, as in the Babli, Shabbat L04b. Jesus performs miracles using sorcery, and he has 5 disciples, who are executed soon before he is. In St. Petersburg RNLEBR 1.274, St. Petersburg 274, one of the earliest Hebrew manuscripts, Jesus admits under questioning from the rabbis, another feature common to the Babli and the Aramaic fragments, that his mother, Miriam, is a hairdresser, and her father's name is Paphos, 23b. His disciples are executed in myriad ways, 24b 25r, and then he is first hanged and then stoned for sorcery, 26r. The section on the interrogation of the disciples in St. Petersburg 274, 24b 25r, which is very close to the Babli's description of the event, B. Sanhedrin 40b, is translated into Hebrew from accounts in the Talmud and the Aramaic fragments, although parts of the section remain in Aramaic. St. Petersburg 274, like almost all of the rest of the Hebrew manuscripts, also has other sections not in the Aramaic fragments, such as the birth story of Jesus. The birth story, in which Miriam is raped by the wicked Joseph while her husband, Yochanan, is at the house of study, Bet Midrash, takes place during Herod's reign, 21b. But the interrogation of the disciples is also approved by Pilate the governor, Pilatus Hegemen, 24r24b, a key figure in Jesus' interrogation in the Aramaic fragments as well. The two different rulers in St. Petersburg 274 and the text switch from Hebrew to Aramaic and back again both reveal that St. Petersburg 274 is a transitional text between the Eastern and Western versions of the Toledot. By the 12th century in Western Europe, the dominant version of the Yeshua was the so-called wage and sale or Hellenist type, in which the seam between the Hebrew and the Arabic had become almost invisible. There is much less Aramaic, although words and phrases remain. The birth story, with Yochanan and the husband and Joseph the rapist, in the Darasi manuscripts, as no, the names are reversed, is in manuscript Optat version. Miriam is described as a beautiful, modest woman who refuses Joseph's advances until he pretends that he is her husband/fiancé, and even then most manuscripts have him forcing himself upon her, since she is menstruating and will not violate the rules against sexual contact. There is only one ruler, Queen Helena, often further described as the wife of Constantine. Jesus' disciples are called Peritzim, an allusion to Daniel 11:14, but they are only very rarely named, and they are not executed as a group. It is a bit surprising, then, that the Huldreich, a Western European manuscript in a form that is later than at least most of the wage and sale, would be more similar to the Talmud stories of Jesus than the wage and sale is. There are, however, a number of similarities between the Huldreich and the Babli. Miriam is a hairdresser in both the Babli, Shabbat L04b, and in the Huldreich, 2v. The profession is, for some reason, disreputable. 47 in both texts she is also a soda, an adulterous woman, B. Shabbat 104b. The story in the Huldreich of Rabbi Akiva coming to her Nazareth house to ask about the circumstances surrounding Jesus' birth, 3r, appears to be based on Masikate Kala 15b 16a. 48 Although the Kala version names neither mother nor child, the story later, according to Louis Ginsburg and others, came to be associated with Jesus. Jesus is buried in a sewage ditch, as opposed to a water channel, the text announces, in order to fulfill the words of the sages. Everyone who mocks the words of the sages is judged in boiling excrement. 49 This is not just an allusion, but, rather, a quotation from the Babli, Begittin 56b 57a, which tells the stories of punishments of the worst Jewish and Gentile sinners. Jesus, in some versions, the sinners of Israel, is forced to spend eternity in boiling excrement, 4v. Point 50 with the exception of the quotation just cited. The Huldreich almost always incorporates Talmudic stories and Toledot traditions by rewriting them, at least slightly. As has been discussed, the forbidden sexual relationship that produces Jesus is voluntary adultery, rather than rape or mistaken identity. Jesus per 47 Jesus in the Talmud, 16-18. 48 Kala is a minor tractate with only a Gemara, no Mishnah, and the numbering of it varies by edition. Bischoff cites Kala 18b, Kraus, Dos Leben Jesu, 33 Visco. 49 milliseconds Princeton 24 has razor instead of Hakamim, 8r. 50 Skiefer, Jesus in the Talmud, 83-86.
Rambam has a very strict definition. Shatnez applies.
74 Adina M. Yafiphone's miracles using the ineffable name, 2R3b, but he does not steal it from the temple, which is by far the dominant story in the other manuscript types. Instead, he learns Ma'aseh Merkava and Sod Shem Hainfresh from Rabbi Yehoshua ben Parahia, his teacher, 3r. The rabbis capture him not by depriving him of the name, but by tricking him into drinking the waters of forgetfulness. Meshaki ha, 4r, not by ritually contaminating him or cutting the parchment containing the name out of his body. In addition to assigning Jesus's followers new holidays, the post-Jesus prophet in the Huldreich takes the unusual step of writing an entirely new alphabet and scriptures for them. Not content merely to separate them from the Jewish people, he murders a group of them, by offering to give them a ride on his flying cloud and then throwing them from it in mid-air, senior. In order to show how the Huldreich rewrites texts and traditions, two brief, adjacent sections of the Huldreich will be analyzed. Of all the sections in the Huldreich, these two are closest, in terms of wording, to comparable sections in the other versions. Jesus uncovers his head, and the rabbis declare him a bastard in nearly every Western European Toledat Yeshu manuscript. From the word, one oft ways in which Jesus reveals that he is a bastard is by ignoring the custom to cover his head in the presence of the sages Oplos real. He does this not by accident but, rather, purposely, and arrogantly. In a fairly typical wage and sale manuscript, Harvard Houghton Library Ms. S7, the story goes as follows. One day, the boy passed before the Sanhedrin in Jerusalem. And it was the custom in those days that everyone who passed before them would cover his head and kneel and bow to them. And this boy, when he passed before them, uncovered his head and, insolently, bowed to his rabbi alone. And everyone answered and said, since he is singularly contemptuous, one may deduce that he is a bastard. And one of them answered and said, surely he is a bastard and the son of a menstruant. 23r. The expression since he is singularly contemptuous, one may deduce that he is a bastard, midi utsipkul ha-ishem amina mamzerhu, is a slight modification of a sentence that appears in the Babli, Bavamitsia 83b, since he is singularly contemptuous, one may deduce that he is a wicked man, midi utsipkul ha-ishem amina rashahu. The motif of the rabbis concluding that a young boy is a bastard and the son of a menstruant based on whether he covers his head is in Masih Kate Kala, LSA 16b. The moment of the quote, with or without the Gulh is in nearly every Wajensai manuscript, as well as in the Slavic manuscripts YSI Kraus, Das Leben Jesu, 35-36, Bischoff. The analogous Huldreich passage is slightly different. Jesus does two things to convince the rabbis that his legal status in the community must be suspect. First, he plays ball near the temple. In the other manuscripts that have him playing ball, which are all Slavic, his sin is playing on the Sabbath and throwing the ball in the public domain outside the allotted 4 cubits. He is wearing priestly garments, and, when his ball goes astray, he becomes despondent and throws his mitre onto the ground. The boys playing with Jesus say to him, cover your head, to which he responds, and is it not true that Moses did not command that, head covering, in the Torah, and that the words of the sages are worthless? The rabbis are not directly involved in this conversation, but 3 of them, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi, and Rabbi Akiva, are sitting nearby, and they hear the exchange. Rabbi Eliezer suggests that Jesus is the son of a menstruant, midi utzipkol sik ha-ishem amina ben nidahu, to which Rabbi Joshua responds that he is the son of a prostitute. Rabbi Akiva says that he is a bastard. 3r. In order to capture the Huldreich's melding of different texts, it is necessary to take a close look at the Masikate Kala text. In the Kala passage, the sin of the young boy, later identified with Jesus, is, as in most of the Toledat Yeshu texts, but not in the Huldreich, failing to cover his head in front of great rabbis. In the Huldreich, but not in the other versions of the Toledat, the rabbis in question are the same 3 named in the Kala text. In the Kala passage, Rabbi Eliezer suggests that the boy is a bastard, Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi says that he is the son of a menstruant, and Rabbi Akiva, bringing their charges together, concludes that he is a bastard and the son of a menstruant. In the Huldreich, however, the charges are that Jesus is the son of a menstruant, the son of a prostitute, and a bastard, with the result that the symmetry of the Kala text is lost. There is no clear narrative reason for this change, and the change is even stranger in view of the fact that the Huldreich, unlike the rest of the Toledat versions, continues with the story, as the Ka'ila passage does. In both the Huldreich and the Kala, Rabbi Akiva approaches the boy's mother for confirmation of the manner of her son's conception. He swears to her that if she tells him the truth, she will be granted a share to come. But Rabbi Akiva, we are told, did not mean his vow. He swore with his lips/mouth and nullified the vow in his heart as to the mother admits the truth to him. In Masikate Kala, it is that, without her knowledge, her husband's friend slept with her on her wedding night, while she was menstruating. In the Huldreich, Miriam admits sleeping 52. The Huldreich reads, "And, behold, I put you under oath, Mishpayach, by God, the Lord of the heavens, tell me what your deeds have been, and I am a surety, Arav, for you for the world to come." And Rabbi Akiva swore with his mouth and nullified in his heart. 3r. The Kala reads, "My daughter, if you tell me the thing I am asking you, I will bring you to the life of the world to come, Hey Olam Haba." Rabbi Akiva swore with his lips and nullified in his heart. I5a16b. With another man without divorcing her husband. The Huldreich text is more elaborate than the short Kala passage. Rabbi Akiva goes to Nazareth and talks to Miriam, who has changed her name to Karaha, a play on the word for bald, which Jesus soon will be, because of me bolet. Point 53. After he swears falsely to her, and she admits that Jesus is a bastard, he excoriates her. 3r. For this section, then, the Huldreich weaves together three texts: the passage from the Bavli, Bava Metzia 83b, which appears, with the substitution of bastard or wicked one, in most Toledo manuscripts, the account of Jesus not covering his head in front of the sages, leading them to conclude that he is a bastard, which is in Masikat Kala and also in most Toledot manuscripts, and the longer Kala narrative of Rabbi Akiva securing confirmation of the fact that the boy is a bastard from his mother. It also adds new material, Jesus dressing in priestly clothes and the story of Rabbi Akiva's visit to Nazareth. The result is an account of the discovering of Jesus' status that is similar to, yet also noticeably different from, the dominant one in the Toledot Yeshu manuscripts. H. The words of the sages are worthless. Jesus and Moses, after being urged by his peers to cover his head, Jesus replies, "And is it not true that Moses did not command that head covering in the Torah, and that the words of sages are worthless?" 3r. This statement, one of the strongest possible critiques of rabbinic authority, and the final confirmation the rabbis need that Jesus is a bastard, is a simple one in comparison to the speech attributed to Jesus in many of the manuscripts. In most Darasi and Slavic manuscripts, Jesus critiques the rabbis' claim to having the ultimate authority over sacred texts with the clever midrashic analysis of the comparative intelligences of Moses and Jethro. Here is a fairly typical text, from Parmat 2083, the Darasi manuscript from which I cited above. Afterwards, Rabbi went to his study house and was teaching his students from Tractate Nezikin. And the bastard came to the house of study and began to teach law to the students. One of them answered and said to him, "Did you not learn that everyone who teaches law in the presence of his teacher is liable for death?" B. Barakat 31b. And you are teaching law in the presence of your rabbi like a bastard and the son of a menstruant. The wicked one answered insolently, "You are the effect ones, offspring of falsehood, children of whoredom." Hosea 2:6. You see a book and do not know a thing about it, not who is the rabbi and who is the student, who is righteous and who is wicked, who is the scholar and who is the ignorant. And if you have knowledge, tell me, who was wiser, Moses or Jethro? If you say, Moses, you are giving false testimony, since Moses learned practical knowledge and good counsel from Jethro. And if he was wiser than Moses, Moses' greatness is nullified and his prophecy is delegitimized, for the scriptures said about him, "He is faithful in all of my house." Numbers 12:7, and 53 on Miriam, and baldness. See Krause, Das Leben, issue 23. On the same page, Krause speculates on the origins of the term mibolet but comes to no firm conclusion.
Miss Aquarius, how are you?
I'm good. That
There
girl.
never again arose a prophet like Moses in Israel.
She cool. I love her and everything.
34.
But I
I
think
speak
she
to
never
him
had
face to
like a
face.
sisterly
Numbers
bond.
12:8.
Who are you talking about?
supply appears, with variations, in at least 50
Oh.
Talmudot
Yeah.
manuscripts, mostly
Is she
of
the young
Taurasi
one?
and Slavic types.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
is far more sophisticated than the Huldreich is, and is it not true that Moses did not command
Oh,
that
okay.
covering in the Torah,
Yeah,
and that
she's
the
the
words
younger
of the
one.
sages are worthless?
Yeah, the younger one. Yeah.
Okay, did she call you or
Argue,
something?
however,
Yeah, she
that
kind of
sentence
early, and
constitutes a
we
rewriting
talked
of
about it,
Jesus'
and
longer
then,
speech.
once you get on the
Manuscripts
phone
that
with
do
her,
not
that's
have
it.
the
I don't be
speech
wanting to
generally
be rude.
contain no discussion at all about the rabbi's understanding of texts as compared to the commandments of Moses.
Well, is everything
The rabbi's
everything
only
okay with her?
indication that
Everything
Jesus
working
is a
out?
bastard is his failure
Yeah,
to cover
she
his
over there
head in
with
front of
AJ.
them.
They're gonna give her lots of movement.
The
Right
Huldreich's treatment of this matter,
tomorrow.
though different and far more brief than the
I took my
dominant
bags
one,
and everything.
indicates
I
that
was
the
telling him,
author was
look, I
probably
can't be
aware of
sitting
the
up on here
Talmudot tradition that
and having
Jesus
my
questioned
bag,
the
and
rabbi's
y'all
authority to interpret the Torah and impose their
Ada wasn't feeling
interpretations
good
on
at
the
once, so
Jews.
she's feeling better.
Conclusion: the
She was
Huldreich
down
version
there
of the Talmudot Yeshua is
in
both
the
unique and
basement with her.
problematic.
So
The paucity of
she's
manuscript
feeling
evidence,
much better
even
now.
by the standards of the
Oh, that's
Talmudot
good to
Yeshua,
hear.
the unusual narrative elements, and the combination and
Alrighty, man.
recasting
Well,
of
I'm
old and
sending you
newer
an invite.
traditions have made it difficult
It's
for
ready when
scholars
you
to
are.
date the
And I'll
work
give
or
in
otherwise
just
put
a
it in
minute.
context.
Take your time.
I put my
These
stuff in my tea.
difficulties probably explain the
And my stuff in
comparative
my
neglect
tea
of
right
the
now. I'm
Huldreich
sorry to
version in
hold
the
your
scholarship
aliens.
so
I'm
far
You
on
don't.
Talmudot
No
Yeshua.
need to apologize.
This article has tried
No
to
need
address
to
some of the
apologize,
problems
Mr.
by
Aquarius.
comparing and contrasting the
No
Huldreich
need
and
to.
the
Everybody want to make
Talmudot
sure I'm
versions,
good. I am good.
examining
And everybody.
Huldreich's own notes to the manuscript he published, and
No
offering
need to
close readings of
apologize.
sections of the most complete manuscript. The Huldreich,
Glad
in
you're
some
here.
parts, the earliest Hebrew manuscripts, and, by extension, the even earlier Aramaic fragments.
All right, let's see
In
you.
other parts, it has high medieval
Let's see
themes,
you good.
including and sentiment, and still others show awareness of the later
I
Slavic
don't even think
tradition of Jesus throwing the ball too far on the
you
Sabbath
can't
and of the
get
Yiddish
300.
of
I think the
Miriam's
most.
I don't want to break my nails opening this honey.
Based on this evidence, it seems
I
most
think the
likely
most
that the Huldreich was composed in the 15th
that
or
you
16th
can get
century,
is 150.
at the earliest, by an unknown author or group of
I'm not
authors.
gonna screw it. Yeah,
The author,
I cannot.
S, knew many Talmudot Yeshua
Screw
traditions
it
and
and
combined
like
and
that,
rewrote them,
because,
thus
I'm
creating
not
a
gonna sit there and
recognizable
break no nails.
but unique
Come on,
Talmudot
honey.
version.
Come on. There you go.
A
It says
preliminary
it has
study of the
300
Yiddish
on
life
it.
No,
Jesus.
no, not 300. 300 is a
Talmudot
real
Yeshua
game and you play
JT
10
Smith
frames.
2200
With 5 frames, I think
and
it's
11 Michael
150.
Stanislavski. My research into the Yiddish versions of the
Yeah,
Talmudot
you
Yeshua
can get
stems
the
from my
300.
continuing
Have you ever
fascination
did
with the
300
popular
before?
religion of
No,
early
I
modern
don't play
Ashkenazic
10
Jewry,
frames. I play 5 frames.
especially as
I don't
reflected
play
in the
10, you just
plethora
play
of
5.
unstudied Yiddish texts from this period.
I forgot what I was doing when I
In
did
previous
10
studies,
frames.
I have focused
You were
on
playing
Yiddish
against the
translations of
random
Hebrew
people, weren't you?
originals, teasing out
Yeah,
of them what I have
her name's
semi-playfully
Callie,
termed their
so
Ashkenazation,
she did the 10 frames, so
i.e.,
that was
the
that was
conscious
a
and
glittery.
unconscious
But
inclusion
I
of
forgot
cultural markers which
what my
clearly
score
reveal their
was. I
imbrication
think I
in the religious
screenshot it, but I
universe
did
of
good.
early modem Central and
Did you
Eastern
win?
I did,
European
but it wasn't no
Jewry,
300. I
and the
know that much.
transformation both
No, I
by
know
commission
that.
and
But did you
omission of
win?
aspects of the Hebrew originals deemed unsuitable for the audience of Yiddish translations,
But we played till
presumed
she
to be meant
won.
for,
She
as the
finally
texts
won one.
themselves,
Cool.
women
Okay.
and unlearned men. In this study, I will adapt this
Well, they
approach to the
finding
early
games on
modem
there they
Yiddish
like. I said,
manuscripts of
okay,
the
good.
Toledo.
Yeah, finding games that you like. But I don't mind playing with them.
Taking my cue from my colleague Elishiva Karlbach, who so aptly argued that deep within its structure, early modem Ashkenazic Jewish culture had built-in strategies of internal resistance to the religious narrative of Christian society. Trenchant polemic in the guise of folklore. To my analysis, I must emphasize from the start, is not only preliminary, but beset by several fundamental problems. First, we do not possess an accurate list of extant Yiddish manuscripts of the Toledo Yeshua, something I hope to redress in a tentative manner
That
below.
looks perfect.
Secondly,
It
until
looks
we have
good.
a reliable bibliography
All right,
and
this is a
analysis
tough
of all
one.
the extant Hebrew versions of the texts, it is impossible to discern to what extent the Yiddish manuscripts differ from their presumptive Hebrew sources. Thirdly, despite all the scholarship that has been
Got
produced
it.
on the Toisima, the Yiddish
I knew
Shabbat
it.
Yehuda, a
I
study
had
and
it.
Ashkenazation of a
That's
Spanish
what I'm
Jewish
talking
classic
about.
in Jewish history and Jewish memory. Essays in honor of Yosef Hayim Yernjalmi, EDS. Elishita Karlbach, John M. Efron, David N. Myers, Hanover, New Hampshire, University Press of New England,
I'll wait if you want to get. There you go. That's a good spare. I'll wait if you want to get in your normal
and toward
space.
the popular religion AF Ashkenazic Jews. Yiddish Hebrew texts on
Give it
sex
to
and
me.
circumcision.
Oh, come on, that's
Mediating
garbage.
modernity
That's
challenges
absolute
the
garbage.
trend in the Jewish encounter with the modern world. Essays in Michael A. Meyer, EDS Lauren B. Strauss and Michie 1 Brenner, Detroit. Wayne State University Press, 2008. 93
You got more than
Suella Shiva Karl Bach.
it was
The
looking.
anti-Christian
You got
element in
6.
early modem Yiddish culture. Braun Lectures in the History
Perfect.
of the Jews in Prussia 10.
Almost.
Ramat Gan. Barhan University, 2003. 9.
No doubt.
Only 2 of
I'm gonna
the
get
extant
these
Yiddish
2
manuscript that I know of.
without a doubt, and I don't think anyone should doubt this. Easy peasy. No, Miss Aquarius. Not even
In the
close.
last century, there has been
Not
virtually
even
no
close.
scholarly work done on the
That was
Yiddish
ugly.
roots.
It was so
Even
ugly.
Eric Bischoff's
Get it.
1895
Aquarius with the
publication
stripe.
of Ein Jüdisch Deutsches
Looks
Leben
like
Jesu
she's
or
gonna win,
Ortiz
folks.
accurate transcription of the original and translation
Miss
into German
Aquarius.
of a manuscript in the
FTW for the win.
Oxford contains a very minimal scholarly apparatus.
Give me
And
this.
Gunther Schlichting's excellent monograph
Okay,
on
don't-
Hebrew manuscripts
Don't
contains
count 'em
only
out yet,
4 paragraphs
folks.
on one.
Get it, Miss
Yiddish
Aquarius.
manuscript held in Amsterdam.
Get it, Miss Aquarius.
5 first things
Get
first.
it, Miss
There are,
Aquarius.
to my knowledge,
Perfect.
15 extant Yiddish
Almost
manuscripts of the
everything. Now you
Talmud
get
Yeshiva,
double these points.
all but one of which have
59.
copies deposited in the Institute
Get
for
these
Microfilm
2.
Hebrew manuscripts in Jerusalem. 3 of these are from libraries in Amsterdam. 2 at JTS in New York.
And she
One is
did.
to be found in
Folks,
Gothenburg,
she did.
Paris, Frankfurt, St.
You should
Petersburg,
give her the
London,
win right
Zurich,
now,
Oxford,
everybody.
Prague, Harvard, and Jerusalem. 6-8 of these
Get
manuscripts
it.
date from the mid to late 18th and 4
No
from
one's
the 19th
touching her tonight.
And these do
71.
not interest me in this particular project.
Give it to
Thus,
me.
only
It's
known
garbage.
manuscripts can be ascribed to the modern period.
You
The
came close
Oxford
to me. Come on.
manuscript
You
mentioned
gotta
above
get
is
this one.
early 18th
Get
century,
this one.
but it
Okay,
is nearly
see?
identical to the Harvard
Here we go.
manuscript dated by its scribe to 1652 and JTS
Yes, you did.
2211, to which
What
I
a
will
comeback.
in depth below.
What
This
a
opinion
comeback.
clearly stems from the 17th century,
I win.
probably the
You win.
1670s
You win, I
or
win.
1680s.
Wow, Miss Aquarius.
Bischoff already determined that the Oxford manuscript belongs almost entirely to what he termed the wage and sale tradition of the Hebrew Talmud
That
Yeshiva,
was close.
though with elements of the typus Derasi, with virtually no discernible
That
differences
was good.
traceable
I
to
like
its
those
having
ones
been
the most where
translated into Yiddish.
they're
But
really
this is
close.
definitely not the case of
You make me
JTS
work for it.
2211,
Oh, nice.
which differs
Perfect
substantially and
spare.
expansively from the
No one's touching her.
Oxford/Harvard texts and does not adhere clearly to any
Give
heretofore
it to me.
defined Hebrew textual
Oh, that's
tradition or
garbage.
indeed any single or stable
That's now.
Hebrew
This is a
text.
really tough shot.
As I shall explicate below, its scribe himself
Oh,
expounds
how
on the
didn't I
fact
get
that he
that?
had access to and used
Right.
several different and often contradictory sources for Hail, and the Shin and Jerusalem 8228 are found in collections that include Hebrew versions, from which they seem to differ in minor, though interesting ways. BLLT even here. I am loath to speculate about the originality of these discrepancies until I
Get
feel
it.
more secure about the
That was an
variations
excellent
in the
spare,
Hebrew
Miss
manuscripts
Aquarius.
themselves.
Thank you.
For
No,
Eric
everybody
Bischoff,
got it. Strike it.
Ein Jüdisch Deutsches Leben Jesu.
Almost.
Zum ersten Mal nach dem /order manuscript Hieroskich Ben, Leipzig, will he /M Friedrich, 1895. 5G and Schlichting, Ein Judicia Leben Jesu, Die Verschalen Taladal Yeshuk Pasungtar Numuad, Tyabingen, Moore Seebeck, 1982, 14-15. 6I, it's
Get something.
2211,
Come on,
17th
Rabbi.
century.
You can't do
There's
that.
no
Come
doubt.
on now.
There's no doubt.
1652.
Perfect.
3.
No.
Oxford, early 18th
I'll take it though. That's a lot of
copy
points.
Of #2. 4.
Yeah, that's
Val
good.
Madonna, 18th
We got this
century,
too.
Hebrew,
Miss
and
Aquarius, my
Yiddish.
finger
5.
slipped.
Zurich, 18th century. 6.
That was
Amsterdam,
not ideal.
18th
Not
century.
ideal.
7.
But I'm gonna come back.
It's
Get it.
2219.
Don't call it a
18th
comeback. I've been here for
You will
years.
be back.
Prague, 18th century. 9. St. Petersburg,
Get it.
1756. 10.
All right, come on,
Amsterdam
Ray.
No
ETS
doubt.
AM 1764.
Oh, no.
11.
My finger
Frankfurt
keeps
AM
slipping.
1771.
You got
12.
these for it.
Amsterdam 467.
I believe in you.
19th century.
Oh,
Yiddish and
no.
Hebrew. 13.
Miss Aquarius.
Jerusalem minus
Going into the final frame, she's got a
8,228.
10-point lead,
19th
folks.
century. 14. Paris 1838.
Ah.
15.
Oh, that was
Joe and
beautiful.
Jen, 1892.
Now, this is difficult.
A preliminary study of a Yiddish life of Jesus. 81 result displays ample examples
She
of
got it.
Christianization and other deviations from
No
other
doubt,
Jewish
folks.
Hebrew
There was
texts
no
by
doubt in
study.
my mind. And for those of you at home, there shouldn't have been any doubt for you
Analysis.
either.
A few words
That
are
was
necessary
amazing.
about
Get
this
this.
manuscript as a whole.
Okay.
First, it is far
For
longer
anybody
than
watching,
the
she's
others
got
by
71.
152 pages. The Oxford Bodleian manuscript,
It's
in
over.
contrast, is
Miss
48
Aquarius
pages long,
has
i.e.
the
3
W.
times shorter.
Congratulations to Miss Aquarius, everybody.
Citation of different versions of
You
the same
win.
tale.
I win.
Constant and
I win.
self-conscious
You
editorial
win.
hand at play through the work,
Undefeated in
in which he
bowling.
speaks to his readers in
Undefeated in
the
friendship.
first person.
Nice
In this
job,
chapter,
Miss
I shall
Aquarius.
recount the tale of
I hope you have
enumerating, often
a very
inaccurately,
relaxing
which
sleep,
version
well
of the Miriam
deserved. Enjoy your day off. You're done for the week, right?
or Yeshua's story
Excellent.
will
And
follow.
so you're going to be able to get a really good
My
sleep
very tentative hypothesis
and
is
enjoy
that
your
this
day
narrative
tomorrow. I'm
intervention
here
is,
if
if
you
not
need me.
unique to,
And
certainly
I
relevant
will,
to
God,
specific cultural context. It is
I'm
common
going to
not
be
only in the
chilling like
specific
I
early
do. There's
modern
some
Yiddish
people who have
texts I have
invited me to their
previously
spaces,
studied,
so I'm going to
but
check it
throughout
out.
the
And
contemporary genre of main speaker books
I
of
hope my
stories,
roommates have a
whose
good
most
day.
famous creations
And
were the Bobaboo,
I am going
first
to
composed
do
in
my
Venice in
best to
150
relax and
a
then
rhymed Yiddish version
hit
of
it
the
hard
English romances of Bevis
as we
of
go
Hampton,
into the
and
weekend.
most
So I'm
importantly
excited
for our
for the ability to do
anonymous
that.
main spook, first published in
No,
1602 and then repeatedly through the next centuries,
I don't
which
celebrate.
purported to be a collection of Agadat and Midrashim from
You know,
works
Mr.
stretching
Aquarius,
from
I'm
the
Jewish,
Talmud to
so I
Sefer
don't really
Hasidim and
celebrate.
beyond.
Like,
Indeed, since the most important
yeah, so it's just
alternate
kind of a
title
normal
to the
day for
Talmud
us.
issue was Maze Told, the story of the hanged one.
Oh, for sure.
It is no
I
stretch whatsoever
always
to include
eat
the
well.
Yiddish translations
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
Talmud issue into this maze
Of
maker
anything
genre
that I
and
do,
tradition.
I eat
To
well.
what extent this narrative strategy was borrowed from, or at least influenced by, the nascent genre of what we
100%,
may
man.
call the proto-novel in
Alrighty,
European
will you
society
enjoy?
of the
And
17th
I hope
century.
everything's good with
Witness,
Pop.
for example,
And
Bunyan's Pilgrim as Progress, first
did you get him
published in
anything?
1677, is not directly relevant here.
My friend said she was being so dumb.
For the sake of clarity and brevity, I will
Sure.
summarize here under separate rubrics, not
Okay.
following precisely the narrative order of the text.
Okie
The
doke.
most important and interesting characteristics
That's when
that I have
everything's
so
on
far
sale, right?
identified in JTS Ms. 2211.
There you go.
By
Alrighty,
the
Mr.
editor's
Aquarius,
knowledge
sweet
and
dreams to you.
citation of different narrative
God
traditions.
willing.
While there are many examples of this throughout the text, the most
Excellent,
important
guys.
to the issue of Pandora's sexual intercourse with Mary. All the variants of the story identify Pandora, rather than Joseph, as the true
Miss
biological father of
Aquarius.
Jesus, but the disagreement in the sources is about whether Pandora's intercourse with Mary was consensual or rape. Some say that the first time Pandora came to her to have sex she thought this was Joseph and screamed at him, "Get away from me since I am Porsnita, ik ben Tom. I am menstruating and impure." 7. While others present her essentially as a whore, either enticing Pandora or sin. All references to Ms. JTS 2211 will be cited by folio number.
Yo, what up, baby? How you living, pimp?
82. Michael Stanislavski at the least succumbing to his entreaties. A fourth
Dog,
option tells us that
dog,
the
you're
market is
you're like that all the time, baby.
the truth.
Well, I hope you have a wonderful